international competitions to compete against top players from other regions and bring glory to their country. Something bizarre happened. In 2017, Tonggu Nuwa suddenly vanished. The official explanation from the Neongo Institute was that she fell ill and needed rest and went abroad for treatment. Since then, apart from some nostalgic reports and the speculations and reminiscences of Go fans, there have been no new developments. She had completely disappeared. Su Yunju furrowed his brow, unconsciously tapping his fingers on the computer desk. He hadn't paid much attention to Go before. He only self-studied the rules for a few days because a show called Go God starring Shun Mingwei became popular, and then he quickly set it aside. Not even reaching a beginner level, so he hadn't heard of Tonggu Nuwa before. As for Tonggu Nuwa's disappearance, Su Yunju wasn't surprised. She had dominated the Go scene with her own talent, but it was normal for her to retire early since she would eventually leave. The question was, where had she gone after her retirement? Why was she at the Wu family's old residence? Why did she have such strong hostility towards Song Jiru? To the extent that I had to personally remind her and ensure her safety? Su Yunju recalled this and closed the browser. Typing a long and complex string of random numbers and letters as an IP address into the run command, then pressed enter. The page transitions to an extremely minimalist interface with no branding, requiring a 3-tier dynamic encryption verification for a private cloud storage. This cloud storage is hosted on a server cluster located overseas, utilizing blockchain technology for decentralized storage. The entrance is discrete, data is encrypted in slices, and it has a triggered self-destruction protocol along with honeypot traps. This digital safe house was one of the secret bases he established when he acquired a hacker skill experience card that was linked to Su Nuwa. Inside, there are some special tools, scripts, and encrypted communication modules he wrote at that time. Indeed, they are still there. Moreover, the cloud storage directory has several unfamiliar folders, which, judging by the modification timestamps, should have been added by Su Nuwa over the years. He downloaded an executable file named XN 2016, which is black and has no icon. Double-clicking to run it, the interface is so simple it borders on rudimentary, featuring only a few command line windows and status indicators. He swiftly typed on the keyboard. Fingers flying, the keystrokes dense and steady, echoing in the quiet compartment. First, he bypassed conventional network monitoring, connecting to a hidden node on the dark web through multiple layers of proxies that required special verification. Then, he called upon a customized crawling tool, targeting keywords like New Moon Group, Tonggu Nuwa, Su Nuwa, and Wu Gongjin for in-depth association mining and graph construction. Simultaneously, he activated port scanning and vulnerability detection modules, attempting to penetrate certain non-public sections of the internal database of the police force and the internal personnel and medical records system of the local chess academy. Although Su Yunju's current technical level was only on par with Su Nuwa's from early 2016, he still ranked among the top 5 hackers globally. The code on the screen cascaded like a waterfall, with green, red, and yellow status lights flickering continuously. Su Yunju was completely focused, all his attention concentrated on the screen. The outside world fading away, Song Jiru beside him, the rapidly retreating night outside the window, even his own breathing seemed to disappear. He entered a state of flow, seeing only data and logic. In the driver's seat, Song Jinxian stole a glance through the rearview mirror, seeing Su Yunju's frighteningly intense focus. As if he had merged with the computer, she swallowed hard, feeling a shock in her heart. He truly is extraordinary. With a beauty beside him, warm and soft. How can he work so seriously? So undistracted? Suddenly, I understood why my cousin, Song Jiru, and Shin Mingwei were so captivated by him. A man with such extreme focus indeed possesses a lethal charm. Meanwhile, Song Jiru, lying on Su Yunju's lap, quietly watched his focused profile. Her eyes were gentle and content, with a slight, happy smile at the corners of her mouth. It felt so good. My big brother is right beside me, doing something important. And I can accompany him like this, watching him, occasionally being needed by him. That's enough. Is there something pressing against my back? Is it the computer's power adapter? It feels a bit uncomfortable. Never mind. It's not important. I can't move, or I'll disturb my big brother. Half an hour later, Su Yunju fell silent. He collected some incomprehensible data. Firstly, the name Tonggu Yuno has completely disappeared from the recent internal encrypted communications of the Crescent Group. Instead, there is a bounty notice posted deep within the organization's dark web. Target, Shunua, formerly known as Tonggu Yuno. A registered agent of the Shadow Organization, code name Scavenger. Secondary code name Weaver. Characteristics. Asian female, currently holding a new home mountain passport, named Jean Xian. Approximately 26 years old, 168 centimeters tall, skilled in Go, hacking techniques. Close combat, various firearms, proficient in 5 languages and 3 dialects. Danger level, S, extremely dangerous, recommended to act in groups of 3 or more. May be shot on sight if necessary. Bounty amount, 1 billion yen, approximately 50 million RMB. Status, incomplete. Release date, early 2023. What puzzled him even more was that he attempted to trace Shunua's activities and original identity before the age of 16, before arriving in the Neon City. But the results were a chilling blank. It was as if an invisible giant hand had completely erased all traces of her youth, clean as if she had never existed. Additionally, there were some scattered public messages. The time of Wu Gongjin's death coincided with the finals of the Go Sage battle, where Tonggu Yuno was present. Su Yunjo could almost conclude that Wu Gongjin was killed by Shunua herself under the pretext of a highly publicized match, completing the assassination at the peak moment, then disappearing into the darkness. But why? After that, did the Crescent Group place a bounty on her head? Internal strife? Silencing? Disposing of a pawn after use? Or did Shunua uncover some deadly secret touching the core of the organization, implicating even broader forces? necessitating her elimination? What alarmed him even more was when Xunhua became an agent of the Shadow Organization. How could she simultaneously hold the dual identities of Scavenger, Field Operations, and Weaver, Intelligence Network? What had she experienced over the years to evolve into a multifaceted agent navigating the dark world? He wished he could immediately switch to Xunhua's perspective in the Goddess Cultivation game and see what had happened during that time. However, his gaze caught the bright-eyed Song Jiru looking at him, along with the towering mouse pad. It seemed inappropriate to play as Xunhua with Song Jiru around. After all, this was his biggest secret. He could only wait until he was alone to talk about it. Suddenly, his attention sharpened. A new file had appeared in the foreign cloud drive folder. It had quietly emerged just as he was focused on analyzing the data. A TXT file? Named in Chinese. Teacher, is it you? Chapter 113, I want to sing with your love. Su Yunzhou froze, his heart racing. Did Xunhua discover him? After all, the technology he was currently using was still at the level Xunhua had in early 2016. Now it was 2025, 10 years had passed, and with Xunhua's terrifying talent, combined with her later experiences in the dark world, he couldn't imagine how much she had evolved. The methods she learned during her formative years probably seemed no different from children's toys in her eyes. He paused for a moment, then uploaded a new TXT file to the cloud interface with a simple and direct file name. Where are you? Soon, a new file appeared in the cloud, which was an image file. As the picture loaded, it revealed a woman around 26 years old. Her long hair was neatly styled into a bun at the back of her head. Her features were exquisite yet cold, and her sharp eyes conveyed a calmness and detachment that suggested she had seen life and death and understood the human heart. She wore a fitted black Chinese-style kung fu shirt, buttoned up to the collar, with the cuffs tightened, exuding a sense of competence and severity. It was Su Nuo. Although her height, posture, and temperament were completely different from the stubborn girl curled up in the attic in his memory, Su Yunzhou recognized her at a glance. That essence was ingrained in her bones and could not be changed. The background of the photo showed the exit ramp of a highway, with the sign for Binzhou 2 kilometers clearly visible. The timestamp on the photo read, tonight, 21:47. Just over an hour ago. Was she waiting ahead? Su Yunzhou's pupils constricted suddenly as he looked up sharply at the darkness rushing past the car window. Was Su Nuo on this road? Was she waiting for them? What did she want? Was it a greeting after a long separation, or a trap filled with hostility? In an instant, Su Yunzhou realized something, and his fingertips flew over the keyboard, typing a series of commands. Deep within the metadata of the image file lay a line of obfuscated hexadecimal code. It was the trigger command for a dormant Trojan horse. Once the image was fully loaded and cached, it would silently embed itself in the system's core. Damn! Su Yunzhou broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he discovered it in time and cut off the network connection before the Trojan could activate. This computer could never be connected to the internet again. Otherwise, the hard drive containing the goddess training game and his greatest secrets would likely be exposed. He took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and then decisively shut down the computer. The cold light of the screen extinguished instantly, and the cabin was once again filled with dimness and the melody of the car's music. Seeing the computer being put away, Song Jiru quickly took the opportunity to change to a more comfortable position, stretching her slightly numb back and long legs. She turned to face Su Yunzhou, blinking her still bright eyes in the dim light. Then she realized what was behind her, so she reached out and flicked it. Su Yunzhou, when did this girl learn to be so mischievous? Song Jiru covered her mouth and laughed, leaning close to Su Yunzhou's ear. Her warm breath brushing against his sensitive earlobe, her voice soft and charming, laced with mischief. Big brother, are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Yunzhou swallowed hard, his voice a bit dry. Obviously. How could I feel good? He almost clumsily grabbed his jacket from the side and threw it over Song Jiru, his movements revealing a rare fluster. Covering her up to avoid catching a cold at night sounded like a grand excuse, yet his tone was superficial, clearly trying to cover up something. Song Jiru obediently allowed him to put on her coat, but under its cover, she quietly reached out her hand. The movement was awkward yet resolute. Then, she tilted her face up, looking at Su Yunzhou's slightly tense jawline, her lips curling into a sweet and triumphant smile. Big brother is shy, so cute. In the front seat, Song Jinxian stared intently at the road ahead, not daring to look away, while her heart was screaming. I didn't hear anything. I didn't feel anything. The commotion in the back, the conversation, the suddenly deepened breaths, and the sound of fabric rubbing together. Song Jiru, your persona is collapsing. You are a high-cold diva. Your mouth is for singing. What are you doing now? An hour later, the car arrived in Binzhou. After exiting the highway, the lights outside gradually thickened, and the scenery transformed from desolate to bustling. Su Yunzhou kept his gaze fixed on the window, scanning every intersection, every shadow, every corner where someone might be hiding. He didn't see the figure he was expecting. She still hadn't appeared. Was she lurking deeper? Had she changed her plans? Or had my movements already been anticipated by her? The tension in his heart remained taut. Song Jinxian drove seriously to Qiushui Villa. Once the car stopped, she turned around to look at the slightly disheveled, flushed Song Jiru in the back seat, and the calm Su Yunzhou beside her. Song Jinxian cleared her throat, trying to make her voice sound serious. Teacher Song, you must rest well tonight. She paused, emphasizing, the concert tomorrow cannot go wrong. 30,000 spectators and countless media are watching. Song Jiru's cheeks turned even redder as she nodded. Got it. Be careful on your way back, Director Song. Without waiting for Song Jinxian's car to turn around and leave, Song Jiru eagerly took Su Yunzhou's hand, opened the car door, and like a cheerful little bird, pulled him toward the elegant main building of the villa. Her steps were light, her figure joyful, and her long hair flew in the night wind. Just like many years ago, on the day she filled out her college entrance exam application at Qingzhou No. 7 middle school, when she brought that big brother, who seemed like a deity descending into her life, back to her room. Nervous, expectant, and blissfully dizzy, as if she had grasped the whole world. Once inside the room, she closed the door, isolating everything from the outside. Song Jiru tightly embraced Su Yunzu, her arms wrapped around his neck, her whole body hanging on him. She tilted her face up, her eyes shimmering with tears, emotions surging. Big brother. The promise we made back then. Her voice choked with emotion, a mix of tears and joy. It's really going to come true. Su Yunzu remembered. That night after returning from Binzhou, following the Shukuan incident. The girl who had just escaped from the fear of life and death stood in front of the mirror in her room, grasping at his shadow. Making the promise of Qiushui Villa. He smiled, leaned down, and kissed the corner of her reddened eyes, teasingly asking, "Is today suitable? Director Song just said you shouldn't tire yourself too much tonight. Aren't you afraid of your legs going weak for tomorrow's concert? What if you can't stand?" Song Jiru kissed his lips, chin, and neck frantically, like a little beast eager to confirm her master's presence. "I don't care," she gasped. Her voice intermittent, yet exceptionally firm. "I want to sing with your love, letting everyone know how happy and satisfied I am." This statement was quite strange. Su Yunzo, in the car, had been teased by her to the point of being at a loss, having endured for a long time. At this moment, with her warm softness in his arms, he couldn't care about anything else. He picked up Song Jiru effortlessly. She let out a surprised gasp and immediately wrapped her arms tightly around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. Chapter 114, You Are Mine Alone. After everything settled down, Song Jiru lay on her side, one hand propping up her slightly flushed cheek, gazing at Su Yunzo beside her, who appeared somewhat weary. She wore a dazed yet satisfied expression, softly murmuring to herself, "So this is how it feels." She paused, a thin layer of moisture forming in her eyes. "I've waited for 13 years. From 18 until now, a full 13 years of waiting and longing, and at this moment, I finally get my wish." Su Yunzo's heart softened. Just as he was about to embrace her and offer comfort, he saw Song Jiru suddenly extend her other hand and quickly flick it. The action was natural and smooth, her face full of childlike curiosity. Su Yunzo felt a slight twitch in his brow, a dark line forming on his forehead. "Not you, Song Jiru. What do you take it for? A stress relief toy? Or a curious little explorer observing a new world?" Seeing his speechless and complex expression, Song Jiru burst into laughter. "Big brother, it's so cute." She blinked and added, "Just like you." Su Yunzo thought to himself, "Forget it. The girl I raised and nurtured comes with her own quirks and habits, and I have to accept them." He sighed in resignation and pulled the giggling Song Jiru, who looked like a mischievous kitten, into his embrace and wrapped her tightly in a blanket. "Time for sleep. You need to be in good spirits tomorrow." Song Jiru obediently nestled in his arms, rubbing against his warm chest, finding the most comfortable position, and contentedly closed her eyes. Her lips still curled into a smile as she murmured, "Big brother, does this count as an old cow eating tender grass? Isn't this child now older than me?" Su Yunzo suddenly recalled a math problem he solved as a child. "My brother is 5 years older than me. How many years later will I be older than my brother?" What was he thinking about this for? He lowered his head and softly said in her ear, his tone filled with laughter and indulgence, "Go to sleep. You're not an old cow." He paused and added, "You're a dairy cow. Big brother is indeed big brother. He can make jokes too." Song Jiru instinctively puffed out her chest. "It's because I followed your instructions, sticking to drinking papaya milk and diligently doing body sculpting training." At 4 in the morning, all was silent, and the night was at its deepest. Su Yunzo woke suddenly from a nightmare, not gradually coming to, but abruptly opening his eyes, his pupils constricting sharply in the darkness, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. The images in the dream were terrifyingly vivid. On a dazzling stage, a young woman in a custom-made diamond-studded wedding dress stood amidst the cheers of 30,000 spectators, her voice ethereal and her smile radiant. Suddenly, from the shadows at the edge of the stage, a group of individuals in black rushed in like phantoms, firing indiscriminately. Gunfire erupted, and the audience screamed in terror. Scattering in panic, the arena instantly transformed into a bloody hell. Leading the group was a figure dressed in a black traditional-style outfit, her long hair tied back in a sleek ponytail, her face expressionless, with eyes as cold as an abyss. In her hand was a firearm, aimed directly at the center of the stage. Without hesitation or dialogue, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot shattered the music, blood blooming under the spotlight in a shocking red. The young woman fell into a pool of blood, her wedding dress stained crimson. A man rushed onto the stage, embracing her rapidly cooling body, his hands soaked in thick blood. He looked up, fixing his gaze on the figure at the edge of the stage. His voice hoarse, "Why did you do this?" The figure slowly stepped forward, crouched down, and licked a drop of blood that had splattered on her cheek. The movement was methodical, exuding a twisted elegance. Then, she looked at him, a cold and obsessive smile curling on her lips. "Teacher." Her voice was soft yet sharp, cutting into his eardrum. "From now on, you belong to me alone." He jolted awake. His heart was pounding wildly in his chest, breaths coming in quick gasps. Cold sweat covering his forehead. Turning to his side, he saw the young woman peacefully asleep, her cheeks rosy like peach blossoms, breathing evenly. A hint of sweet smile at the corner of her lips, one hand unconsciously resting on his waist, warm and real. Safe and sound. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. He exhaled deeply, his tense nerves slowly relaxing, but the chill in his heart lingered. Damn it. This dream was too horrific. Bloody, brutal, obsessive, with all the signs of a twisted character. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Was this dream some sort of omen? Thoughts during the day manifesting in dreams at night? Or perhaps a warning from another dimension? She had gone through the destruction of her family, exile, falling into darkness, blood on her hands. Walking the line between extremes and slaughter. Had her mental state become distorted? Obsessive, possessive, emotionally impaired, perhaps even inclined towards self-destruction and harming others? A typical sign of a twisted character. The more he thought about it, the more alarmed he became, cold sweat breaking out on his back. It seemed that next time he entered her world, beyond teaching her skills and guiding her growth, he would need to give her lessons on moral values, mental health counseling, and emotional management. Otherwise, if he ended up nurturing a twisted killer, what would happen if she turned on the other characters he was developing? A fire in the backyard, turning on each other. That would be a real mess. He thought to himself and leaned down to kiss the forehead of the still sleeping young woman. The movements were gentle, tinged with lingering unease. Fortunately, you were fine. It was just a dream. Then, he carefully moved her hand off his body and quietly got out of bed. From the messy pile of clothes, he found the crucial laptop. He held the laptop and walked barefoot to the living room. After a moment's thought, he moved a solid wood chair and gently propped it in front of the bedroom door. Double security. Physical isolation. This way, he wouldn't get too engrossed and miss the moment when Song Juru woke up, sleepily walked out, and caught him playing games. That would be troublesome. What game are you playing at 4 in the morning, big brother? Oh, a game called Goddess Development, teaching a neon girl how to kill. Can this conversation even continue? After doing all this, he finally felt at ease and sat down on the sofa in the living room. He opened the laptop, took a deep breath, moved the mouse, and clicked on the file with the golden crown icon. Chapter 115. Hellish training. The screen lit up. The game's light and shadow flowed, anchoring time to the morning of the day after the promise to become Tonggu Nua. In the game, Tonggu Nua had already gotten up and changed into the brand new clothes prepared for her by the New Moon Group. Aside from appearing slightly thin, there was no trace left of the frightened slum girl who had curled up in the dilapidated attic the day before. She slowly turned around, still the exquisitely porcelain-like face, with brows and eyes like a painting, but the expression between her brows and eyes was completely different. The gaze was as calm as an ancient well, devoid of the emptiness and tremor from her first kill, replaced only by a near-numb acceptance and a resolute determination akin to burning one's boats. She looked at Su Yunju. Good morning, teacher. Su Yunju recalled the nightmare from last night and paused for a moment. Good morning, Tonggu Nua. Tonggu Nua shook her head, her voice calm. Actually, I don't like this name. After a pause, she added, I still prefer Su Nua, a promise that is worth more than gold. Su Yunju smiled. All right, you will always be Su Nua. He silently added in his heart. I hope you can truly keep your promise to me and not walk down that path of obsessive destruction. Tonggu Nua nodded and walked to the window, gazing down at the city that had just awakened, with traffic thickening below, her silhouette tall and solitary. Teacher. She didn't turn back, her voice still calm. We need to start our plan. Wu Gongjin must die. At this point, it was not just for the trust of the teacher, but also because the assassination task issued by the New Moon Group to eliminate Wu Gongjin left no room for retreat. Su Yunju felt a chill in his heart. This tone didn't sound like hatred or anger, but rather like a sense of unavoidable fate. Tonggu Nua walked to the large rosewood desk, opened the brand new laptop sent by the New Moon Group, a top-of-the-line Alienware M18X, with a heavy body, a cool backlit keyboard, and dual graphics cards in Crossfire. A performance monster by any standard. Her fingers quickly tapped on the keyboard, logging into a frequently used Yahoo email account, and sent an email to Wang Liqing. The email content expresses gratitude to teacher Wang for the recommendation. It confirms that, with family consent, Tonggu Nua will officially participate in the talent selection program organized by the Neon Chess Academy. This marks an important step closer to Wu Gongjin. Su Yunju observed the scene, his mind racing. He couldn't let her plunge headlong into hatred. He needed to find a way to leave some light, humanity, and warmth in her heart. After some thought, he typed in the chat box, trying to keep the tone light. Anua, let's skip the colored chess today. How about we watch a movie together? He considered choosing films like The Shawshank Redemption, Forrest Gump, and Life is Beautiful, which could awaken hope and highlight the beauty of humanity, subtly shaping and correcting this rebellious girl who was slipping into a dark abyss. Tonggu Nua paused slightly while typing. She turned her head, seemingly surprised, with a momentary flicker of hesitation and struggle in her eyes. But the teacher has arranged for me to start special training in combat and firearms today. Her voice lowered a bit, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. The time is tight. I can't cancel. She looked into the void, softly adding, her tone complex, because I am no longer myself. Su Yunju sighed. He understood that once one entered the extreme path, they were no longer in control. The arrangements of the New Moon Group were not something she could refuse. Forget it, let her go. It was just right for him to watch and learn alongside her. The skills of assassination, combat, disguise, and intelligence would definitely be useful for his future self. At least, if Y promises to turn paranoid and rebel in the future, he would have some understanding of her methods and could counter them. Soon, the apartment doorbell rang softly. It was still the same cold-faced woman in black from yesterday. Tonggu-san. Good morning. Please follow me. There were no extra pleasantries or courteous greetings. The two walked into the elevator one after the other and descended to the underground parking lot. It was still the same black luxury car, but today, a plain-looking, unremarkable middle-aged man, who would be impossible to identify in a crowd, was driving. The destination was an industrial area near the port. 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a seemingly ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated gray warehouse building. The exterior walls were mottled, lacking any company signs or door numbers, and the large roll-up door was tightly closed, exuding a cold sense of no entry. The woman in black got out and walked to an inconspicuous metal side door, where she entered a complex password into the embedded electronic lock, then bent down for an iris scan. With a click and a hum, a heavy metal door slid open silently, revealing a dimly lit passageway. Inside was another world. The internal space of the warehouse was far larger than it appeared from the outside, and was transformed to a professional standard that was almost suffocating. To the left was the shooting area, various shooting lanes from 10 to 50 meters, with fixed targets, moving targets, and reaction targets all available. And the gun rack displayed a range of firearms from Glock and Sig Sauer to custom sniper rifles. On the right side is the combat area, equipped with professional shock-absorbing mats, sandbags, wooden dummies, a boxing ring, and even an obstacle zone simulating a street environment. At the back, there is an independent psychological pressure testing room, a makeup and disguise room, and an intelligence analysis corner. This is one of the secret training bases of a certain organization, specifically designed for the rapid, efficient, and large-scale training of individuals required to perform special tasks. A woman, dressed in a black tight tactical suit, with a lean physique like a cheetah and smooth, powerful muscle lines, slowly steps out from the shadows near the shooting range. She appears to be in her early 30s, her face devoid of any extraneous expression, emanating a cold aura of someone seasoned in battle and accustomed to life and death. Her name is Tonggu Nuo. She speaks in a low voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. I am your chief instructor for the next 3 months. She walks up to Tonggu Nuo, her gaze sweeping over her, as if assessing the material of a weapon. You can call me Crow. I will teach you lethal skills and extraction plans at the fastest speed. Both Tonggu Nuo on the screen, and Su Yunju outside the screen, nod simultaneously. Please guide me. In the following days, Tonggu Nuo began a hellish training regimen in this secret base. The training content was highly condensed. It included rapid disassembly and assembly of firearms, precision shooting at various distances, close combat techniques focusing on joint strikes and lethal blows, basic use of cold weapons, environmental utilization and counter-tracking, basic disguise skills, and target behavior analysis and weakness assessment. There were no unnecessary frills, no traditional martial arts practices, and no empty discussions about martial ethics. Only the most streamlined, quickest to master, most practical, and deadliest skills were instilled. And Tonggu Nuo displayed an astonishing talent that even caught the instructor's attention. On the first day, during basic shooting training, after a brief explanation of the 3 key points, gun holding posture, aiming baseline, and trigger control, Tonggu Nuo was asked to perform her first live-fire shooting at a 10-meter fixed target. Her movements were slightly unsteady but extremely stable. She raised the gun, aimed, and controlled her breath, pulling the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. 7 gunshots rang out, with a steady rhythm and almost no hesitation. The scoring device lit up with the numbers. Hits, 7. Hit rate, 100. Average score, 85 points, with 3 shots even concentrated within the lethal zone of 9 points. The entire shooting area fell silent in an instant. Several others who had been training nearby, looking as though they had been there much longer and carrying scars and a fierce demeanor, instinctively halted their actions, their expressions filled with surprise, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely detectable wariness as they glanced at this slender, youthful girl. It was her first time handling a real gun and her first live-fire shooting. This result could no longer be described merely as talent. It was instinct born for slaughter. Crow walked behind Tonggu Nuo, watching her calmly set down the gun, her face betraying no excitement or nervousness, as if she had merely completed an ordinary assignment. After a few seconds of silence, she slowly spoke, her voice still cold. Not bad. Tomorrow, training with moving targets and in low-light conditions will begin. She paused and added, your training volume will be doubled. I want to see where your limits are. Chapter 116. Walking with you special training will continue daily until half a month before the Lunar New Year. And Tonggu Nuo will be allowed to rest for 3 days. Of course, it's not because her results are excessively outstanding, although they are indeed impressive. Yeah. A seasoned mercenary who has worked across the Middle East and Africa for years, privately remarked that Tonggu Nuo's willpower, learning speed, and talent are absolutely the makings of a top-tier assassin. It's even regrettable that she should not just be a member of a certain organization, but ought to be on a larger stage, serving various foreign regimes, royal families, and private military companies. The real reason for her rest is that the upcoming evaluation for her professional chess player qualification is approaching. This directive comes directly from Yue, instructing her to return to the city to adapt to the everyday atmosphere, to avoid frightening the bookish chess players with her intense aura and revealing her true self. Tonggu Nuo is strolling through the bustling streets of Edo with Su Yunju. She has changed into a completely non-threatening daily outfit, a cream-colored turtleneck cashmere sweater, a pleated wool skirt, and black ankle boots. Her long hair falls over her shoulders, and she wraps a soft camel cashmere scarf around her neck, making her look like a pure and beautiful high school student with a hint of scholarly charm, perfectly blending into the surrounding noisy city. However, as she looks at the bustling crowds, the flickering neon lights, and the exquisite shop windows, Tonggu Nuo feels a sense of boredom. Teacher, it's boring without training. She quietly expressed in her mind, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable irritation. Indeed, Su Yunju replied. Over the past month, he has absorbed a wealth of combat techniques, firearms knowledge, disguise skills, and counter-tracking methods through Tonggu Nuo's perspective. He is very satisfied with the practical value of this experience, feeling that his safety awareness and emergency responsibilities have significantly improved. He even suspects that the effortless acting skills of Shen Mingwei in the future will be something he learned here and then taught her. However, at this moment, he has an indescribable feeling. After all, the bloody nightmare he just experienced was too real, making him view the girl in front of him with scrutiny and caution. Tonggu Nuo keenly sensed something. Teacher doesn't he seem to be very happy these days? Is he somewhat dissatisfied with me? Su Yunju smiled. Your observation skills are really good. Tonggu Nuo naturally responded, Her tone is calm as if reporting training data a few days ago. I just taught the instant analysis of micro-expressions and micro-movements. Although the teacher hides it well, his breathing rhythm slightly slows down by 0.3 seconds at specific keywords, and the occasional 0.5 second pause while thinking indicates that he has something on his mind, and it's not trivial. Su Yunju, it seems I need to learn how to control my expressions well. Otherwise, being with this human lie detector, I really can't keep any secrets. Tonggu Nua's gaze aimlessly swept across the colorful signs along the street and suddenly stopped at one spot. It was a shop with an ambiguous facade and dim pink lighting, featuring posters of provocatively dressed women in the window, with a sign written in katakana that read high-end entertainment salon. Teacher, there's an entertainment venue over there. Tonggu Nua said calmly, as if introducing a convenience store or a bookstore. Shall I take you in to broaden your horizons? She thought Su Yunzu was seeking a way to make up for neglecting him due to her intensive training. Su Yunzu nearly choked on his own saliva. You're so young. And a girl. Can you even go in there? Tonggu Nua pondered for a moment and seemed to find it reasonable, then pointed to a nearby traditional shop with a curtain that had the character for hot water on it. What about that hot spring? I can definitely go in there, right? She paused, her tone still calm, as if discussing an academic issue. Shall we visit a women's bathhouse? Consider it a treat for you? Su Yunzu, is that how you view me? Tonggu Nua instinctively tapped her pretty face. Isn't it? She recalled how, at the hot spring resort under the moonlight, he had been transfixed by the astonishing figure of a certain woman, sounding quite certain. Su Yunzu sighed. Truly, one misstep leads to eternal regret. I overdid it that day. He quickly changed the subject, directing his gaze toward the giant poster wall of a cinema across the street. Let's go watch a movie. Tonggu Nua replied, oh, those are all just made-up stories. She clearly had little interest in fictional emotions and plots, finding them less engaging than practical case studies. But after a moment, she conceded, fine, if you want to watch, let's watch. She looked up at the poster wall. What do you want to see? Su Yunzu scanned the neon movie posters. Some about action, others horror or romance, finally landing on a warm and cute poster for Doraemon. Stand by me. This one, he thought, to warm this little tsundere up. To soften this heart that was becoming increasingly hardened by rigorous training. To resist the encroachment of darkness with innocence and friendship. Tonggu Nua looked at the blue robotic cat and the slightly silly, beaming Nobita on the poster, pausing in silence for a moment. Then, she gently nodded and walked toward the cinema's ticket counter. Su Yunzu reminded in his mind. Make sure to buy a large bag of chips and cola. Tonggu Nua replied. Got it, teacher. It's like I'm taking a little kid out to play. Her tone carried a hint of reluctant indulgence and a faint, almost imperceptible amusement. As the movie began and the lights dimmed, the story started with laughter. The lazy Nobita, who always scored 0 on tests, bullied by John and too timid to fight back, either escaping or crying when trouble arose, meets the blue cat from the 22nd century. With a magical four-dimensional pocket and all sorts of fantastical gadgets, their absurd yet heartwarming daily life unfolds. Tonggu Nua held a large bucket of chips, eating them in small bites, her eyes focused on the screen. Su Yunju could feel her body relax slightly, the invisible cold shell gradually melting away in the dim light. However, as the plot progressed to where Doraemon had to return to the 22nd century after completing his mission, and Nobita faced farewell, Tonggu Nua's hand holding the chips froze. The entire theater audience was quietly sobbing, yet she remained unusually calm. Only Su Yunju could hear her softly asking in her mind, Teacher, when will you leave me? She paused for a moment, her voice very soft, but carrying a cold, almost obsessive certainty. When will I have happiness like Nobita? She let out a low laugh, which sounded somewhat eerie and chilling amidst the dim theater and sad music. Hee hee, then the teacher can never leave. Because I will never be happy. Happiness is too extravagant. I dare not want it, nor can I afford it. Someone like me deserves to live in darkness, accompanied by blood. Su Yunju fell silent for a moment, feeling Tonggu Nua's confusion and despair. He recalled the photo he saw in the cloud drive, a promise 10 years later, a 26-year-old woman, dressed in a black Chinese-style stand-collar shirt, standing under the road sign at the exit of the Huping Expressway. Her brows and eyes were still exquisite, but her gaze was entirely different. It was not the gaze of a killer. It was the gaze of someone who had seen enough darkness, yet chose to look towards the light. It was the gaze of someone who had finally reconciled with the past, the world, and herself. So he gently said, I have seen what you will look like in 10 years. He described that photo from the future, feeling very happy and calm, with a relaxed and warm gaze when looking at others. He felt that there was nothing particularly significant in this world, and that everything could be dealt with, not in a showy way, but genuinely feeling that it was just that simple. All the difficulties, all the nightmares, all the blood and darkness had passed. Tonggu Nua lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows under her eyes. Does such a version of me really exist? I have already been stained with blood. Shouldn't my future be one of judgment and prison? Or more directly, she tugged at the corner of her mouth, her smile somewhat cold, thinking of a bullet, a knife, an accident in a dark alley. This is the ending I should have. The light from the screen reflected on her pale and delicate profile. Her gaze was hollow, as if she had already seen her destined end. Chapter 117, Jing Shankuan. Prepare for your heart to shatter. Su Yunju felt a heaviness in his heart. Such thoughts were the most fertile ground for paranoia and extremism. He had to find a way to help her break free from this fixed mindset and see another possibility. Of course not. He painted a bright, seemingly reachable future, his tone filled with encouragement and longing. You will take revenge and then leave the neon lights behind. Go to another country, change your identity, and start a new life. His voice flowed slowly in her consciousness, like a beautiful fairy tale. Then, find a seaside where summer lasts all year round. Go to a paradise destination. to a tropical place, to an island retreat. Every day, sipping chilled coconut juice, running barefoot on the soft sand, letting the sunlight and sea breeze wash away all shadows. Instead of being here, experiencing an endless winter, Tonggu Nua remained silent for a long time. Long enough that on the screen, the main character was running wildly in the heavy snow, using all his strength to prove to everyone that he could do it alone. She whispered. Her voice almost drowned out by the movie's soundtrack. The organization definitely won't let me leave. It wasn't a question, but a statement of despair. One that already knew the answer. How could the sharp blade cultivated at great expense by the organization let go so easily? Su Yunjiao, I will help you. His tone was as firm as iron, carrying a promise that transcended dimensions. The hacker skill experience cards, martial arts master experience cards, and even more abilities that might be unlocked in the future. By then, it should be possible to devise a thorough escape plan to help Su Nua completely shake off the organization's pursuit and control. He also knew that his arrangements and promises might just be a part of history, an unchangeable future script. No wonder in the future, Su Nua would be hunted down with a bounty of 1 billion yen by the organization. It turned out that the foreshadowing of fate had already been planted at this moment. All the struggles, schemes, and hopes might just be following a predetermined path. However, he still had to arrange things this way, to say these things, to give hope, to give promises, to provide a future worth looking forward to. Even if that future had already been written in the past script, it had become a path she was about to take, one from which there was no turning back. At the movie's end, the character returned, and the main character cried tears of joy as the theater erupted in appreciative applause and suppressed sobs. The lights gradually brightened, pulling the audience back to reality. Tonggu Nua sat quietly, not getting up immediately. She raised her hand, quickly and discreetly brushing the corner of her eye, wiping away the almost non-existent moisture. Then, in her mind, she said to Su Yunjiao, her voice returning to calm, but with a hint of barely perceptible softness, "Teacher, let us go." She stood up, tossing the empty chip canister and cola cup into the trash. Stepping outside the theater, the cold, dry winter air hit her face, carrying the city's unique dust and chill. She tilted her face up, looking at the leaden, snow-laden sky, slowly exhaling a long breath of white vapor. Then, she softly said, her voice light, as if to herself, or confirming something, "Barefoot by the sea." She paused, the corners of her mouth subtly lifting, almost imperceptibly. It sounded good. Su Yunjiao watched the slight curve of her lips on the screen and smiled. Thankfully, this child still held a glimmer of light within. Tonggu Nua seemed to sense his emotions and lightly hummed, her tone carrying a hint of playful reproach. "What are you laughing at?" She adjusted her scarf to cover her slightly reddened ears and walked toward the subway station. 2 days later, Tonggu Nua stepped once again through the old door of the Neon Chess Academy. Unlike her previous visit as an anonymous challenger, this time she was there as a specially recommended candidate by 3 top professional players, Lin Haifeng, Wang Liqing, and Wang Mingwan. This was almost unprecedented. The special recommendation system for exceptional talents typically targeted exceptionally gifted, very young elementary school students, and it was rare for 3 top players to jointly endorse a candidate. The level of this recommendation was unparalleled. Moreover, during this time, Tonggu Nua had swept through the amateur chess scene with an unbeaten record, a terrifying achievement that had already spread through chess forums and magazines, giving rise to a legend of a mysterious genius girl. When reporters from ChessPath arrived, a considerable number of chess enthusiasts and media had gathered at the academy's entrance, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a small press conference. As Tonggu Nua made her entrance, flashes went off intermittently, and the sound of camera shutters was like rain. She wore a deep blue suit, her long hair neatly tied back in a low ponytail, and her face was free of makeup, with sharp and cool features. She walked with focused determination, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding commotion, prying eyes, and whispers, as if she were traversing a deserted wilderness. Su Yunjiao encouraged her softly in her mind, his tone filled with warmth. "Relax. Play your role well as an obsessed chess genius, unfocused on anything else." He paused, his voice calm and composed. "As for the game itself, everything will be under the master's control. No one, including Yoshiyama Shota, can compare to me." Tonggu Nua nodded almost imperceptibly and pushed open the heavy camphor wood door to the game room, stepping into the mysterious atmosphere within. The chief examiner for this special assessment was none other than the undisputed top figure in the Neon Go community, Yoshiyama Shota, a 9-dan player. At 27, he was at the peak of his career, holding the prestigious titles of Meijin, Chess Sage, and Haninbo, making him the strongest player in the neon chess scene over the past decade and recognized as a top-tier player internationally. He sat in the main seat of the game room, dressed in a sharp, dark gray suit, exuding an air of refined composure. According to convention, in facing a new candidate, Yoshiyama would typically give a handicap. However, after reviewing the games where he, Wang Liqing, and Lin Haifeng had lost to this girl, he remained silent for a long time and took the initiative to propose to the Academy Council, "Let us change the game with Tonggu-san to even terms." This statement surprised the council members present. An even game meant he regarded this unranked girl as an equal opponent. Hearing the commotion at the door, Yoshiyama slowly lifted his head, his gaze calm as it met Tonggu Nua's as she entered. The air seemed to still for a moment. A match of kings. The old king versus the suddenly emerging genius girl. Tonggu Nua walked to the other side of the board, sat down with her back straight as a pine tree, and placed her hands neatly on her knees. Then, she raised her eyes, calmly meeting the scrutinizing gaze of the opponent, unwavering and unflinching. The clear pupils reflected his figure. Yet there was not a ripple of emotion. "I look forward to your guidance, teacher." Her voice was cool and polite, devoid of any discernible emotion. The opponent, observing the quietly seated girl across from him, noted her long hair tied in a low ponytail, revealing a delicate but expressionless face. Her gaze was clear and calm, showing no signs of tension, excitement, or fear. He suddenly felt a moment of disorientation. An inexplicable, almost instinctive premonition arose within him. This girl before him might just become his most formidable and challenging opponent in the future. I look forward to your guidance. The opponent nodded slightly, his tone solemn. The sound of camera shutters erupted once more, frantically echoing, as the flashes illuminated the game room in a flickering light. This scene was destined to be recorded in the annals of Go history. From the very beginning, this match felt less like an examination and more like a duel of true skill. It was a test, an evaluation, a ruler assessing an unexpected challenger, and also a crucial step for the girl to prove her worth in that dark world. Su Yunzhou watched the two calm figures facing off on the screen, their powerful presence palpable, and silently opened the Go AI software named Jue on his phone. The interface unfolded, loading the board and synchronizing the moves. A faint smile crept across his lips. What 8-time champion? What 9-time champion? What top player from the Neon Land? In the face of transcendent AI algorithms, they were all just pieces on the board. Get ready for your heart to shatter, Mr. Isayama. Just like when Kubo faced AlphaGo for the first time. The deep-rooted despair and shock, the feeling of a shattered worldview and collapsing beliefs. Chapter 118. The first encounter with the Go God. The game began. The player with black pieces, Tongu Nuwa, made the first move at the star point in the upper right corner. Isayama Shoyuta responded with a small point in the lower left corner. During the opening phase, Tongu Nuwa displayed an unexpected maturity for her age, quickly establishing an advantage. Her control of the overall situation and the depth of her local calculations left the observing professional players gasping in astonishment. Is this really a game played by a 17-year-old girl? And that move to jump to the 3-3 point, seemingly mundane, actually blocked all avenues for the white pieces. The depth of her calculations was simply a once-in-a-century talent. Wang Liqing and Lin Haifeng exchanged glances, both astonished. With a hint of complex emotions, it was a pity their teacher could not witness this moment. As the game progressed into the endgame phase, the gap on the board had quietly widened, with the black pieces leading by more than 20 points. The outcome had long lost its suspense. Isayama Shoyuta furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat lost. He stared at the board, grappling with a rare sense of confusion and helplessness. He did not know where he had gone wrong. His moves were upright. His tactics aligned with the principles of Go, his experience seasoned, and he even felt that he was in good form. Yet, without realizing it, he had fallen so far behind. This feeling did not resemble playing against another person. It felt more like gazing up at some higher dimensional, absolutely rational existence. Like an ordinary person trying to understand the moves of a god, Jingshan Zhengtai suddenly raised his head and looked at the girl across from him, who was still sitting upright with a calm expression. Her eyes were clear, yet unfathomable, as if she were not looking at the Go board, but at something far more distant and grand. In that moment, Jingshan Zhengtai felt a thunderous shock in his heart. This was the first time in his 27 years of life that he had seen the god of Go. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice somewhat dry, but carrying the dignity of a Go player. I lost. Tongua Nuwa slightly bowed, her tone still calm. Thank you for your guidance. In the quiet Go room, silence reigned. The holder of 3 major titles, the #1 Go player in the region, was unexpectedly defeated in the middle game by a 17-year-old girl, unable to last until the end. The sound of camera shutters from the reporters erupted like a storm, the flash lighting up the girl's serene profile, making her appear like an unassailable statue carved from ice and snow. The news swept through the Go community at an explosive speed, reaching not only the local scene but also the Go circles in other regions, and even the global community. All Go media outlets headlined the same news. Stunning upset. 17-year-old girl crushes 9-dan Jingshan Zhengtai in the middle game, officially becomes a professional player. A new queen of Go is born. The legend has begun. A seismic event in the Go world. The old king has fallen. A new god ascends. Tongua Nuwa instantly became the hottest topic in the Go community, a focal point of both controversy and praise. The media spared no words of admiration, and Go enthusiasts frantically searched for every game she played. Her name surged to the top of trending topics across various social networks at an astonishing speed, with discussions exploding. In the Go world, ultimately, the victor is revered. Regardless of background, age, gender, or origin, skill is the only and highest passport. With a decisive, undisputed victory that even carried a hint of brutal beauty, Tongua Nuwa earned herself undeniable respect, attention, and the qualification to be a candidate for the throne. In the following days, Tongua Nuwa's life entered a strange, almost split parallel state. By day, she was the newly minted professional player at the Go Academy, participating in study sessions, analyzing games, competing with various masters, and giving media interviews, surrounded by flowers, applause, and flashes. By night, she returned to the secret base of the Crescent Moon Group, changed into her training outfit, and continued her grueling training in combat, firearms, disguise, and intelligence analysis, honing her killing intent in blood and darkness. These two completely unrelated, even opposite realms, under Su Yunzhou's arrangement and control, surprisingly fit together seamlessly, running parallel without conflict. Like two sides of a coin, light and dark, white and black, angel and demon. In her, they coexisted perfectly. Soon, the New Year's Eve of 2016 arrived. In the morning, Tongua Nuwa was awakened by the incessant, rain-like notifications from her phone. She opened her eyes, her lashes fluttering, remnants of fatigue from training still lingering in her gaze. Picking up her phone, dozens of unread messages popped up on the screen. All from professional players at the Go Academy. Some were seniors, some peers, and even a few students she had only met once at study sessions. Tonggu-san, make sure to eat well today and replenish your nutrition. Although the competition is important, your health is fundamental. Xiejiawan, Tonggu Chudan. I heard that you are from a certain region, which must hold special meaning for you today. Wishing you a joyful New Year's Eve and improvement in your Go skills in the new year. Jiangsu, Tonggu-san, Happy New Year's Eve. In the new year, please continue to guide me. Looking forward to playing against you again. Ayama Shoyuta. Tonggu Nuwa scrolled down the messages, her fingertips gently gliding over the screen. Most of these blessings were sincere and simple, carrying the unique purity of the Go community. This group of people devoted much of their thoughts to the 19 by 19 board, and their words were straightforwardly endearing. The neon lights did not overshadow the New Year's Eve of the summer. Tonggu Nuwa knew this well. It meant that these blessings were not generic greetings, but rather heartfelt messages sent after they took the time to learn and remember that her mother came from a certain region. Even top players like Zhang Su and Ayama Shoyuta, who held high status and were busy with competitions, were willing to take a moment to do such a small thing. Tonggu Nuwa felt a sense of indescribable emotion until she reached the latest few messages. Tonggu-san, Valentine's Day is coming soon. I bought 2 tickets for Star Wars, The Force Awakens. Would you like to join me? With Gu Shinikairu. Tonggu Chudan, I am Aikaku from the promotion department. Do you have plans for New Year's Eve? I know a great kaiseki restaurant in Ginza. Aikaku Yoshitaka. Nuwa-san. I'm Mitani Tetsuo from the student group. I really like you. Ever since you defeated Ayama-sensei, I've been crazy about you. Please go out with me. Mitani Tetsuo. Tonggu Nuwa stared at the last blunt and reckless message, not even raising an eyebrow. She began to reply. Thank you. Happy New Year's Eve. Alright, you too. I appreciate your invitation, but I already have plans for New Year's Eve. I wish you a pleasant movie and dining experience. Thank you for your kind words. You are a wonderful person, but I already have someone I admire, so I cannot accept your feelings. I'm sorry. A standard social template. All messages sent. Tonggu Nuwa put down her phone, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at her hands. Yesterday afternoon, these hands moved swiftly at the Go Institute's study session, winning a game effortlessly and earning her opponent's respect. Last night, the same hands, at the training base's shooting range. Hit 9 out of 10 shots in the bullseye under low light, with one shot hitting just outside. How divided. How absurd. Teacher, Tonggu Nuwa softly spoke in her mind. Her voice slightly hoarse. I haven't received so much pure concern in a long, long time. She paused, as if searching for the right words. When was the last time? Perhaps 3 years ago, or maybe 4. In that spacious and bright home in a certain region, with floor-to-ceiling windows and a piano, on an ordinary morning. Her mother, wearing a floral apron, peeked out from the kitchen, smiling and calling her, no, little lazy bug, get up. Mom made your favorite spicy wontons. If you don't come soon, Dad will eat them all. At that time, my father was probably sitting on the sofa in the living room watching the morning news. Hearing this, he would deliberately put on a stern face, but his voice was filled with laughter. Nonsense. I'm clearly waiting for my princess to have breakfast together. The film of memory was abruptly cut here, like film sliced by a knife. Tonggu Nuwa raised her hand and rubbed her eyes hard. There were no tears. She hadn't cried in a long time. Ever since she met her teacher, she continued softly, as if afraid of disturbing something. My life seems to be getting brighter. Chapter 119 Friends, such a distant word. Su Yunjo smiled. No training today, he said, his tone carrying a relaxed, almost gentle quality, as if speaking to a child. Let's go to the supermarket for a big shopping spree and prepare a nice New Year's Eve dinner. Tonggu Nuwa blinked. New Year's Eve dinner? Yes, New Year's Eve dinner. Su Yunjo paused and suddenly suggested, you could invite a few friends from the Go Academy who you get along well with to come over and eat. Tonggu Nuwa was stunned. Friends? The word sounded strange coming from Su Yunjo, like a language from another world. Friends, she repeated, her eyes a bit vacant. Such a distant word. The Go community is relatively clean. Su Yunjo's voice was gentle and encouraging. The reason they can reach that level in Go is largely because their minds are pure and they focus on it, not spending much energy calculating things outside the board. He paused, his voice carrying a hint of laughter. Try to reach out and see. Perhaps there will be different rewards. To help Su Nuwa step out of the darkness. Friendships with peers should be an essential part, right? Tonggu Nuwa remained silent for a long time. She remembered when Su Xingfu had once handed her a bag of pineapple cakes brought from her hometown. Saying softly that she heard Tonggu's mother was also from the same place and would probably like it, the sincerity shining in her eyes. She recalled how little Zhongichi would always come over like a small animal, softly calling her sister Tonggu. Then pulling out a notebook filled with questions she wanted to ask. Are these people considered friends? Tonggu Nuwa did not know. She also wondered if she deserved to have such things. A shadow that would eventually have blood on its hands, living under a dual mask. Was she qualified to grasp these pure hands reaching out to her? The time spent at the Go Academy truly felt like a utopia in another dimension. She remembered the sincere tone in those congratulatory messages, recalled the passionate debates during the research meetings over a variation, and how afterward everyone would laugh and go for coffee together. She also remembered when she was leaving the Go Academy yesterday, Zhong-ichi hugged her waist, looked up with bright eyes, and asked, Sister Tonggu, are you spending New Year's Eve alone? Mom says you can come to my house. We have lots of fireworks. At that moment, she had only ruffled the little girl's hair and lightly declined. No need. I have plans. Maybe now she could have a different answer? Finally, she lifted her head, her gaze passing through the window, looking at the clear blue winter sky. Very lightly, almost inaudibly, she replied. Then, as if she had made a significant decision, she picked up her phone again and opened the chat group named Classmates from the Chess Institute. Her fingertips hovered above the screen, pausing slightly. Taking a deep breath, she typed the first line. Happy New Year's Eve, everyone. If you're free tonight, would you like to come to my house for dinner? I'll cook. Xiao Qi. How about asking your mom if you can come to your sister's house for the New Year's Eve dinner? There will be plenty of delicious food. Click send. Tongu Nua put down her phone, suddenly feeling her heart race a bit. This wasn't the calm heartbeat she experienced facing a gun or a chessboard, but rather a strange, slightly flustered thrum. She took a deep breath, stood up, and walked toward the bathroom. The mirror reflected a cool, delicate face, with brows and eyes like a painting, but lacking any expression. Tongu Nua stared at the mirror for 3 seconds, then raised her hand and tugged at the corners of her mouth. A stiff, practiced smile. Uffed. Su Yunju commented mercilessly in her mind. Nua, your smile looks worse than crying. Your acting is top-notch when you're pretending to be a waitress, a white-collar worker, or a student. But when it comes to smiling genuinely, it's like your facial nerves are malfunctioning. Tongu Nua immediately retracted that dreadful smile, returning to her usual expressionless face, and calmly retorted in her mind. Disguises are necessary for tasks, with clear behavioral patterns to follow. A genuine smile has no standardized process, making it more challenging. I'm just undergoing essential social expression muscle training. No need to practice. Su Yunju's voice carried a hint of laughter. Tonight, there are no tasks. No disguises, just be yourself. If you're nervous, let it be. If you're awkward, let it be. If you want to smile, smile. If you don't, keep that pretty cold face of yours. True friends want tea like a practiced smile, but the genuine, perhaps slightly flustered, you standing in front of them. Tongu Nua pressed her lips together and fell silent. At 10 in the morning, Tongu Nua, accompanied by Su Yunju, stepped into the bustling and noisy supermarket in Chinatown. With the new year approaching, the supermarket was festooned with decorations, bright red embellishments hung between the shelves, and slogans wishing a happy new year were posted everywhere. Cheerful spring melodies played over the loudspeakers, and shoppers moved about in a lively crowd, the air filled with the sense of food, flowers, and the warm ambience unique to the holiday. Tongu Nua pushed a shopping cart, standing at the entrance, suddenly feeling a bit dazed. This overly ordinary, vibrant daily scene felt strangely foreign to her, as if she was infiltrating enemy territory. When was the last time she strolled around pushing a shopping cart like this? Was it in that home in Bazhou that she could never return to? Teacher, she asked softly in her mind, her voice carrying a trained calmness. But if one listened closely, a hint of uncertainty could be detected. What should I buy? Buy what you want to eat. Su Yunju's voice echoed in her mind. For the New Year's Eve dinner, of course, you should make the flavors you miss. Tongu Nua remained silent for 3 seconds, a habitual pause when assessing risks. Then she nodded, pushed the cart, and began weaving through the aisles. Soon, her steps halted in front of the imported food section. Her gaze swept over the dazzling array of products, finally locking onto a few familiar words. A certain brand of spicy bean paste, a type of Sichuan pepper, fermented black beans, and hot pot base. The flavors engraved in the souls of the people from this region awakened her taste buds as she began selecting various ingredients from her memories. She picked fatty pork for twice-cooked pork, tenderloin for boiled dishes, and chicken wings for cola chicken. Moving to the seafood section, she chose Hokkaido tiger prawns for spicy dry pot, and cotton tofu for mapo tofu. Shiitake and enoki mushrooms were essential for soup. The snack area was filled with colorful candies and chocolates, while the beverage fridge exuded chilled juices and fizzy drinks. The shopping cart quickly piled up into a vibrant little mountain, pushing this little mountain towards the checkout. She heard low but excited conversations from nearby as she waited in line. Is that the player from the local club? It really is her. I've seen her photo in a magazine. Wow, she looks even better in person and so young. I heard she won against a top player in the middle game. Is it true? Turning her head, she saw 2 girls in private high school uniforms, covering their mouths, their eyes wide with a mix of admiration and disbelief. It's really her. One of the short-haired girls mustered the courage to greet her. We watched your live match with that player. It was so amazing. With a soft chuckle in her mind, she thought, looks like my little fan club is here. And in uniforms, how youthful. She slightly nodded in response. Thank you. The other girl, wearing glasses, glanced at the towering shopping cart, and then at her alone, unable to help but ask, are you buying all these ingredients by yourself, MS? Are you planning to cook a big meal? She replied softly. Do you need our help? The short-haired girl enthusiastically extended her hand. Let us help you carry these outside. It's too much for one person. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. Not easily accepting help from strangers and keeping her address and itinerary private was a basic principle. However, seeing the pure goodwill in their eyes, the refusal that was on the tip of her tongue paused for a moment. That would be nice, she finally said, her voice slightly softer than usual. The 2 girls instantly lit up with joy, eagerly helping her carry the heaviest bags, chattering all the way out of the supermarket and safely placing the items in the taxi trunk. Miss, good luck. The short-haired girl waved energetically from outside the car window, her cheeks flushed with excitement. We will always support you. The girl with glasses shouted, future chess champion, celebrity, and title holder, Happy New Year. As the taxi slowly drove away, merging into the evening hustle and bustle, she silently gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating streets, watching for a long time until a familiar yet dilapidated building suddenly came into view. The exterior walls were mottled, and the windows were dirty, standing out like a stain against the splendid lights at the edge of the core area. Keto nosegays swept calmly past without pausing. The girl curled up in the attic, shivering in the most inexpensive neighborhood, was now a matter of another time and space. Teacher, she suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. After the incident with Wugong Jin, I stopped playing. Su Yunju remained silent for 2 seconds before replying. Well, if you don't want to play, then don't. Beyond the chessboard, the world is vast. You have countless ways to live. He understood. The accolades, the blinding flashes of cameras, the genius girl. The glamorous crown of the new queen of the chess world were nothing but results obtained through cheating with AI for Su Nuo. This glorified honor, elevated to the pedestal, was not a crown for her sensitive and proud soul, but a humiliation, a heavy shackle that constantly reminded her that she was unworthy. Perhaps this was why, in all the endings of the story, whether it was the history he glimpsed or the future she ultimately chose, Su Nuo would, after everything settled, turn around without hesitation, completely withdrawing from all the noise and brilliance. Back at the apartment, Kido no tied on an apron, standing in the kitchen, staring at the ingredients spread across the counter. Feeling somewhat at a loss, memories uncontrollably surged back to many years ago, in that always sun-drenched mansion in Bazhou. What was the New Year's dinner like? It was dishes served by a private chef, each beautifully plated like a work of art: twice-cooked pork, spicy boiled fish, chili chicken, mapo tofu. At that time, she only needed to sit in the bright dining room, waiting to be surrounded by delicious food. The kitchen was another world, filled with magic she couldn't understand. In the past few years of struggling to survive alone, cooking merely meant getting food cooked, adding salt or soy sauce, reaching the minimum standard to provide heat for life. Flavor? That was a luxury. But today was different. She wanted to seriously prepare a meal, to make her teacher happy, and for those peers who would soon step into this room, coming with goodwill. She opened her phone and searched for the recipe for twice-cooked pork. In the video, the cheerful food host smiled, skillfully demonstrating the technique. Kido no followed suit, slicing the meat, blanching it, and cutting it into pieces. The slices needed to be cut against the grain and thin. Su Yunju's voice echoed at the right moment. She adjusted her angle, the knife fell, and the meat slices were as even as paper. Heat the oil to about 60, and once she heard the sizzling sound, it was time to add them to the pan, one dish after another. The kitchen gradually filled with complex and assertive aromas, reminiscent of the flavors of New Year's Eve in Bazhou deep in her memory. The smoke was somewhat swirling, and the spiciness was indeed overwhelming. Kido no's eyes glistened with tears from the irritation, and she blinked, her vision slightly blurred. Just the spiciness, she told herself. But some dishes were not enough to be learned just by watching the video. For example, the dish that requires precise timing and thickening, aiming for a crispy and tender texture without any fishy taste, or the one that necessitates accurate control of oil temperature and double frying time. Pursuing chicken pieces that are crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, while searching for chicken amidst a sea of peppers. Tonggu Nuo looked at the nearly artistic finished products on the screen, her brow slightly furrowed. Teacher, she said, a bit frustrated, I can't do it. Let me try. Su Yunjo smiled and agreed to take over. The next moment, after Tonggu Nuo consented to Su Yunjo's takeover, her hands suddenly became incredibly nimble. While preparing the kidney slices, the knife moved like a dragon, precisely carving intricate patterns on the surface, ensuring even heating and maximum flavor absorption. When mixing the spicy pepper sauce, her fingertips measured the proportions of the peppers, ginger, and minced garlic with pinpoint accuracy. Stir-frying the spicy chicken, her wrist flicked lightly, causing the chicken pieces to rise and fall in the bubbling oil, with the timing of the second frying precise to the millisecond. Is the teacher actually a culinary genius? Tonggu Nuo marveled at her own fluid movements, comparable to those of top chefs, feeling a sense of awe within. Naturally, this was Su Yunjo temporarily taking control after redeeming the 1-hour chef experience card from the system store to fulfill what he considered a special New Year's Eve feast. After all, it was the first time in many years that Su Nuo had actively invited friends and attempted to embrace a normal holiday. Even if it was just a fleeting illusion, he wanted to help her weave this dream into something more complete, filled with a sense of ceremony. After a busy afternoon, when the glow of the sunset streamed through the kitchen window, the counter was already filled with a dozen dishes of enticing colors and fragrant aromas. Red peppers, green scallions, golden twice-cooked pork, and creamy fish soup adorned the table, creating a feast that brought tears to the eyes. In the evening, the doorbell rang. Outside stood 5 or 6 young chess players, both male and female, all of similar age. They held beautifully packaged sake, exquisite wagashi gift boxes, fresh fruit baskets, and one boy, slightly awkward, was holding a large bouquet of blooming sunflowers, which looked particularly warm and bright in the winter night. Tonggu-san, sorry to disturb you. Happy New Year. They all bowed together, their faces adorned with shy yet sincere smiles. Tonggu Nuo was slightly taken aback, then stepped aside. Please come in. The apartment was instantly filled with lively chatter. Wow, Tonggu-san, you live in such a big apartment all by yourself? Exclaimed a round-faced girl, looking around in surprise. It's not surprising. Another boy with glasses adjusted his frames. Tonggu-san won several million yen from the likes of Wang Liqing and Lin Haifeng last year. I've heard about it. Yes. I've studied those games. They're simply remarkable. The group laughed as they walked towards the dining room, only to collectively freeze. The table was filled with an array of dishes, exuding mouth-watering aromas. Did Tonggu-san make all of these? The round-faced girl covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief. They looked more authentic than at a professional Chinese restaurant. The boy with glasses leaned closer to the twice-cooked pork, taking a deep breath. Just smelling this makes me feel like I could eat 3 bowls of rice. Can I take a photo? She is truly a master in the culinary world. Tonggu Nuo felt her ears flush with compliments and softly said, Please take a seat, everyone. Initially, she was a bit reserved as a guest. But as the sake was poured and the delicious food was served, the atmosphere visibly warmed up and became lively. The young players chatted while eating, their topics ranging widely. The recently concluded celebrity tournament and the strange new strategies introduced by various seniors. Their expectations and predictions for the upcoming New King tournament and Women's Chess Championship. They even discussed the latest popular anime and the new songs from idol groups. Laughter, admiration, and debates intertwined, filling the entire space. Tong Guanhua listened quietly, occasionally responding with brief answers when asked. She wasn't very good at handling such lively situations, but she didn't dislike it. In fact, she found herself somewhat addicted to it. Tong Guo-san, the round-faced girl sitting next to her, suddenly leaned in a bit closer, slightly tipsy, and whispered mysteriously, "Do you know? Last time I heard Teacher Gao talk casually, he said Teacher Ayama privately remarked that you might be the most formidable opponent he has ever encountered in his career. The praise even surpasses that of the currently prominent 9-dan players from the Big Summer and the 9-dan from Korea." Tong Guanhua was taken aback and shook her head, saying, "Teacher Ayama is overpraising me. I still have many shortcomings." "Too modest," laughed the man with glasses across from her. "You are now the brightest new star in our entire chess community, the hope of everyone. We are all waiting to see you win your first title, and then go to the international stage to overturn those formidable players from the Big Summer and Korea who have always had the upper hand." "That's right, Tong Guo-san, go for it. We all support you. You can definitely do it." Their sincere gazes, enthusiastic encouragement, and unreserved kindness made her grip her chopsticks a little tighter. She lowered her eyes and softly said, "Thank you." After dinner, everyone moved to the spacious living room where a lively music competition played on the TV, but more often, their attention was captured by a simple board game. Academic debates, sparked by the rules, bursts of laughter from humorous mistakes, and the playful bickering over game pieces filled the air, almost lifting the roof. Tong Guanhua sat quietly in a corner of the sofa, holding a soft pillow. She watched them argue passionately over wins and losses, then collapse in laughter over some absurd moment, rolling into a heap together. So this is what a normal gathering among peers looks like. There was no calculation, no wariness, only the most direct expression of emotions and the purest joy. Tong Guo-san, the round-faced girl, suddenly leaned over, her cheeks flushed from excitement and alcohol. "Tell me secretly, do you have a boyfriend?" Tong Guanhua paused, looking sheepishly at Su Yunzhou sitting across from her. "Just now during the truth or dare game, you drew the card describing your ideal type and were stunned for quite a while." The girl winked, her smile mischievous. "And several times when everyone was laughing and joking. Even though you were right in the middle of the excitement, your gaze suddenly went blank, drifting off to who knows where. Were you thinking about someone special?" Chapter 121. Valentine's Day mission. The surrounding noise seemed to quiet for a moment. Several curious gazes turned toward them. Tong Guanhua remained silent for a few seconds, and quietly asked in her mind, "Teacher, do you count as one?" Su Yunzhou seemed momentarily caught off guard by the bluntness of the question. Quickly clearing his throat, "It's a bit early to discuss this now." He carefully considered his words, "You're still young. Many things. Well, in 2 years, when you truly reach adulthood and your worldview and emotional understanding become more mature and stable, perhaps we can delve deeper into such topics." Tong Guanhua let out a soft hum in her mind, pouting slightly, her voice tinged with disappointment and a hint of stubbornness. "Fine, I knew it." She elongated her tone, adding with a sour note, "You really do like someone mature like Song Jiru." Images from the previous night at the neighboring room in Qiushui Mountain Villa flashed involuntarily in Su Yunzhu's mind. Indeed, mature. No, more than mature. It was like a perfectly ripe peach. But he quickly cut off this dangerous train of thought, refocusing on the gathering in front of him. That was close. If Su Nua's keen observation and budding jealousy caught even the slightest hint of this, wouldn't this little vinegar jar explode on the spot? Forget about a warm gathering. It might turn into a thriller featuring a Yandere girl online. Tong Guanhua ignored Su Yunzhou and, slightly sulking, shook her head gently at everyone. "No. Oh, what a pity." A girl exaggeratedly sighed. "But with someone as beautiful as Tong Gu-san, there must be many who secretly like you, right? Just tonight, I saw Igeao-kun sneak glances at you several times." "Hey, Su-sang, don't make things up." Igeao Yoshitaka, who was called out, instantly turned beet red. "I really like Tong Gu-san." Su Xingfu raised her hand generously, smiling brightly. "It's just a sort of admiration. You're my idol." "Me too. Count me in. Tong Gu-san is my goal. Add me to the list." Laughter erupted once again. Tong Guanhua looked at them, a slight smile curving her lips. How nice, she thought. Their world is so simple and bright. The main worries there might be difficult chess games, losing an important match, vague crushes, or deciding what to eat tomorrow. There is sweat, there are tears, but no blood, no irreversible darkness, no lives and missions that must be shouldered. As midnight approached, the sound of fireworks outside became dense and fervent, and faint cheers from the crowd could be heard in the distance. Almost 0 hour. New Year countdown. Someone shouted while looking at their phone. Everyone surged toward the large balcony connected to the room. In the distance, the deep blue night sky was already bursting with splendid blooms of light. Those compatriots living in neon-lit lands were using familiar colors and patterns to express their longing for home and their wishes for the new year in the foreign sky. 10, 9, 8, 7. It was unclear who started it, but the cheerful, clear, slightly tipsy shouts quickly gathered into a harmonious wave of anticipation. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Cheers erupted. At the same time, a grand fireworks display began. Golden waterfalls cascaded from the night sky, silver meteors streaked across the horizon, and red hearts lingered in the air. The entire world seemed to be illuminated. Tong Guanhua stood at the edge of the crowd, gazing up at the brilliance. In her pupils, the swirling colors were reflected. Those lights flickered, blossomed, and faded, much like the fleeting yet beautiful moments in life. They cannot be grasped. They cannot be retained. But at least they existed in this moment. She whispered softly, her voice carried away by the wind, almost inaudible. Teacher, happy Spring Festival. Su Yunzhou responded in her mind, his voice gentle and smiling. Happy Spring Festival, Shunua. He paused and continued with a smile. In the new year, may you eat more without gaining weight, and may you be safe and joyful. The corners of Tongu Nua's mouth curled slightly. The light of the fireworks illuminated the fleeting warmth in her eyes. This night held no bloodshed, no violence, no darkness. Only a table of warm dishes, a group of innocent people, and a brief fireworks display that brightened the cold winter. Perhaps it is these seemingly ordinary fragments of warmth that remind a heart that has wandered in darkness for too long that it is still alive and worthy of being illuminated by light. As the night deepened, the sounds of fireworks gradually faded. Guests bid farewell one after another, and the apartment returned to silence. Tongu Nua stood in the kitchen, turned on the faucet, and began washing the dishes. Her phone vibrated. She dried her hands and picked up the phone. On the screen was a new text message. There was no saved name, only a string of encrypted numbers that seemed random as the sender. The content was a specially coded message. But Tongu Nua deciphered it immediately. Nua, Happy Spring Festival. The organization has decided to let you carry out a mission early as practice. Target information has been sent to the encrypted mailbox. A new year brings new beginnings. Let us open with blood. Moonlight Princess. The warmth on Tongu Nua's face gradually faded away. In the end, only a familiar, cold calm remained. She set down her phone and continued wiping the dishes. The sound of running water continued to flow. Outside the window, the sounds of fireworks had long ceased. The night was deep, and all was quiet. It felt as if the earlier feast of light, the fragrant dishes, the sincere smiles, and the passionate words about the future and support were merely a fleeting illusion that occurred in a parallel universe, unrelated to her. It had never happened. A few days later, on February 14th, Valentine's Day, Tongu Nua boarded the Shinkansen bound for the Hakuba Ski Resort in Nagano Prefecture. Wearing the professional ski outfit prepared by her new moon team, the carriage was warm and quiet, and outside the window, the snow-covered countryside rushed by. On the train, Tongu Nua seemed to remind herself as she confirmed again in her mind with Su Yunzhao. Teacher, today's target is named Yamamoto Ryuichi. Her tone was calm, as if reciting the information. 53 years old, married, with a son and a daughter. A senior bureaucrat responsible for financial regulation. He has long accepted large bribes from multiple giant banks and provided protection for a multinational money laundering network. She paused. 3 days ago, he rejected the employer's cooperation proposal. So the employer approached a new group, requesting the removal of this obstacle. Su Yunju, so what? Tongu Nua looked a bit confused. I feel like I killed him. But I don't feel guilty. She was silent for a moment. But then I thought about their children. Wouldn't they be in the same situation as me in the future? Su Yunju thought for a moment. They were once beneficiaries of Yamamoto's crimes, so naturally, they should bear the consequences of that benefit now. Tongu Nua fell silent, and after a long while, she softly said, Teacher, I understand. In her tone, the confusion dissipated, replaced by a cold, almost cruel clarity. Soon, they arrived at the ski resort. Tongu Nua was dressed in a dark blue ski suit, wearing goggles and a knit hat, standing at the top of a beginner slope on her skis. She actually didn't know how to ski. However, her sense of balance, core strength, and precise control of her muscles far surpassed that of an average person. After a brief instruction from the coach, she was able to stand steadily and even attempted simple gliding. The coach shouted, his voice echoing in the vast snowy field. Be careful. For some reason, the network at the ski resort is intermittent today. The rescue call might not go through. Tongu Nua slightly curled her lips. That was naturally her doing. Because according to the intel, Yamamoto Ryuichi would appear here in the afternoon. She had hacked into the ski resort system in advance to understand the internal layout and control the cameras. Now, she was to play the role of an ordinary tourist, enjoying the pleasure of skiing. Teacher, like flying. She slid down the gentle slope. The wind howled in her ears, snow spray arced from the edges of her skis, and her voice carried a rare, light-hearted joy. Su Yunju looked through her view, gazing at the endless expanse of white snow ahead, the dark green coniferous forest in the distance, and the lead gray outline of mountains further away. It was beautiful, like another world, a clean, pure world, unrelated to slaughter. A few hours later, Tongu Nua walked towards the ski lift queue, appearing as natural as if she simply wanted to challenge steeper slopes on the advanced trails. She looked up, her gaze through the ski goggles precisely locking onto a closed lift marked for VIP use ahead. The lift slowly ascended, and the snowy field beneath them became increasingly expansive and magnificent. Through the lift's glass, she vaguely saw a man and a woman leaning against each other. That was Yamamoto Ryuichi. She confirmed in her mind, her voice calm and undisturbed. Su Yunju responded, what do you plan to do? Tongu Nua did not answer immediately. She just quietly watched the lift, like a cheetah assessing the movement trajectory of its prey. Then, she softly said, her voice carrying an almost cruel calmness, Teacher, look at the snow, how white it is. Like a wedding dress. She paused, adding, also like a shroud. Chapter 122, Shroud and Wedding Dress. The lift reached the top of the mountain, and Tongu Nua slid out of the platform, stopping not far away, pretending to adjust her ski bindings. Her gaze, however, passed through the ski goggles, calmly scanning the entirety of the VIP lounge, a Nordic-style wooden cabin with panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, currently half-draped with curtains. At the entrance stood two plainclothes bodyguards, with a slight bulge at their waists. To the side, there was a staff passage connecting to the kitchen and storage room. The roof was thick with snow, and icicles hung down from the eaves. Suddenly, she whispered, what? He was taken aback. Her eyes were fixed on the uneven, sharp natural icicles hanging from the eaves. The temperature here was minus 12 degrees, and the hardness of the ice was sufficient. Her tone was steady, as if analyzing a math problem, if pierced between the fourth ribs on the left side. At the right angle, it could reach the heart directly. The ice will melt quickly. The wound will initially appear to be just a minor puncture. By the time he takes nitroglycerin due to a heart condition, the melting ice water will have entered the heart chamber through accelerated blood circulation, triggering ventricular fibrillation. She paused, her tone flat and unperturbed. The autopsy will conclude it as death from sudden cardiac disease. And the slight marks on the chest will be explained as cuts from falling ice due to the strong winds at the mountain top, which often causes icicles to drop. He fell silent for a moment. This child's way of thinking had been thoroughly trained into a precise and cold killing machine. You need to get closer to the eaves. She stood up and glided towards the backside of the VIP lounge. There was an equipment area surrounded by a fence, piled with snowmobiles and snow groomers, where the longest and sharpest icicles hung beneath the eaves. She easily flipped over the fence, landing silently and leaving only the faintest trace in the snow. Looking up, she selected an icicle about 30 centimeters long, its tip sharp as a dagger. Reaching out, she grasped it. The bone-chilling cold instantly pierced through her gloves. Yet her hand remained steady, showing no signs of trembling. Teacher, please keep track of the bodyguard's line of sight cycles, she communicated in her mind, her voice calm, as usual. He shifted his perspective to a higher vantage point, like an invisible surveillance camera. The two at the entrance scanned the left snow path every 40 seconds, each scan lasting 5 seconds. The right staff passage was temporarily unoccupied. Accompanying her special training, he found himself slowly adopting an agent's perspective to observe the world around him. Right at this moment, upon hearing this, she moved. Like a white shadow, she glided along the outer wall of the wooden cabin towards the staff passage, where there was an unlocked side door for transporting supplies. Pushing the door open, she slipped inside. The interior was a dimly lit corridor leading to the kitchen and storage room. Faintly, she could hear the sounds of laughter from men and women ahead, along with the crisp clinking of glass. She removed her skis, stepping barefoot onto the cold wooden floor, moving silently. At the corner of the corridor, she halted. 5 meters ahead, beside the bar of the open kitchen, a middle-aged man dressed in an expensive cashmere sweater, with thinning hair, was joking with a young woman, holding a whiskey glass. It was Yamamoto Ryuichi and his mistress. She held her breath, calculating the distance, angle, and the subtle movements of the other person's body. She needed a single, fatal strike, and it had to be done quietly. Time passed. Ryuichi Yamamoto seemed to be feeling a bit hot. He loosened his collar and walked towards the terrace beside him. It's too stuffy inside. I'll go get some fresh air, he said. He pushed open the glass door and stepped onto the viewing terrace under the eaves, taking a deep breath of the cold air with his back to the indoors. It was the perfect moment. Nuwa Tongu slid out from the shadows, moving like a ghost. In 3 quick steps, her left hand precisely covered his mouth and nose from behind, while her right hand held an ice pick that glimmered almost invisibly in the air. With a soft sound, like a needle-piercing paper, the ice pick accurately plunged into the space between his 4th ribs on the left side, going in exactly 9 centimeters. Ryuichi Yamamoto's body stiffened suddenly, his pupils constricted, and he let out a muffled sound from his throat, but with his mouth and nose tightly covered. He couldn't cry out for help. Nuwa Tongu loosened her left hand, allowing him to slump forward onto the railing, appearing as if he had suddenly fainted. She quickly positioned his body facing the snowy plain, leaning against the railing, then pulled out the ice pick, whose tip had melted slightly, but showed no bloodstains. The ice pick melted quickly in her palm, droplets falling into the thick snow and disappearing without a trace. Nuwa Tongu stepped back, darted through the corridor, and put on her skis again. The entire process took no more than 15 seconds. On the terrace, Ryuichi Yamamoto's breathing gradually weakened, his face turning pale. He trembled as he reached for his pocket, searching for his nitroglycerin spray, but the intense, cramping pain in his heart and the cold had already blurred his vision. With a thud, he slipped from the railing and fell onto the terrace floor. Inside, his mistress's puzzled voice came through. Yamamoto-san? What's wrong? Nuwa Tongu had already slipped out through the staff passage, leaping back over the railing and onto her skis. Teacher, let us go, she said in her mind. Her voice calm and steady. Su Yunzu watched her glide smoothly towards the intermediate slope, blending in with the other skiers, her silhouette as pure white as the snow. Light as the wind. It was as if that cold and precise 15-second assassination had never happened. Tip. The author has done many things in the past, started businesses, traded stocks and cryptocurrencies, got drunk, sang, participated in Go competitions, and traveled to many places, but has never killed anyone. Nor does he wish to sacrifice for the sake of realism in writing. So please be gentle in your critique of this segment's plausibility. 2 hours later, Nuwa Tongu sat in a cafe at the foot of the mountain, cradling a cup of hot cocoa and sipping it slowly. Outside the window, the sound of an ambulance siren approached, then faded away. She looked down at her phone screen, where a news alert popped up. Ryuichi Yamamoto, an official from the Financial Bureau, died of a heart attack at the Hakuba ski resort, suspected to be triggered by the low temperatures at the summit. She turned off the screen, raised her head, and gazed at the couples laughing and skiing down the snowy slope in the distance. Teacher, she suddenly spoke in her mind. Her voice very soft. Valentine's Day seems to be coming to an end. Su Yunzu paused for a moment, responding gently. I killed someone, she stated. Her tone calm and steady. On Valentine's Day, he harmed many people. Su Yunzu said, you were executing justice. Justice? Nuwa Tongu let out a low laugh. Devoid of any emotion. Teacher, do you really believe there is such a thing as justice? She paused for a moment. The Crescent Group asked me to kill him, but someone offered a higher price for his life, and I killed him simply because it was the task. Nothing more. She finished the last sip of cocoa and accurately tossed the empty can into a distant trash bin. Then, she stood up and gazed out at the white world shrouded in dusk and falling snow. Teacher, skiing is really fun, she said softly, but happiness is too fleeting. People like me probably don't deserve to have long-lasting joy. After saying that, she pulled up the hood of her sweatshirt, turned around, and walked toward the direction of the station. Night had fully descended. The station's lights spread warm yellow halos in the wind and snow, like small, illusory harbors. Tongu Nua boarded the train back to Edo and sat by the window. Outside, there was an endless darkness and snow receding into the distance. Inside the train, it was warm, with few passengers and a deep silence. She closed her eyes, leaned back against the chair, unsure of what to think. What I want to eat tonight. Today is Valentine's Day. Should I have something special? Teacher is treating. Su Yunju asked in her mind, her tone gentle, trying to dispel some lingering gloom and coldness. Tongu Nua was momentarily stunned. Teacher, she suddenly asked, her voice carrying a rare, almost naive curiosity. Should girls give chocolates to boys on Valentine's Day? Su Yunju was taken aback, then smiled, her tone warm. Generally, yes. Girls give chocolates to those they like or want to thank. I want to give you chocolates, teacher, she said, her tone serious, even carrying a hint of stubborn expectation. Chapter 123. The chocolate of that year at 17. Su Yunju felt a warmth in her heart, but quickly realized the problem. But I don't have a physical form, so I can't eat. Tongu Nua paused, her gaze fixed on her blurry reflection in the window, her voice calm. But she dropped a heavy piece of information that sent a chill down Su Yunju's spine. No, you do. She paused, enunciating each word. He is also called Su Yunju, the same age as me. He studies in the 3rd year of high school at the 5th middle school in Binzhou, Jiangnan. She took a gentle breath. I'm sorry, teacher. Based on the sporadic information you have unintentionally revealed, like the occasional mention of Binzhou dialect words, details about certain cities in the Great Summer, and even some idioms and allusions you unconsciously use, I hacked into several educational systems in the country, cross-referenced, and filtered for characteristics. Her voice was very soft, but each word struck like a heavy hammer. I found his information. Although I still don't understand many things, like the form of your existence and the nature of the connection between us, I'm certain that he is you, right? Su Yunju, what the heck? I must have inadvertently revealed my name and maybe mentioned Binzhou a few times. These clues, simple to the point of being trivial, allowed her to dig it out so precisely. The future's intelligence capabilities are indeed extraordinary. Tongu Nua seemed to sense his shock and panic, and she chuckled softly in her mind, her laughter tinged with a mischievous, childlike glee. Teacher, you forgot that I am the best student you personally taught. You admitted it. In the reflection of the car window, the corners of the girl's mouth curled up slightly, forming a cold yet satisfied arc, like a little beast that had finally caught its prey. Returning to the city, the lights began to glow. As they passed by a beautifully decorated chocolate shop with warm lights flowing through its windows, Tongu Nua paused for a moment. The display was filled with various exquisite Valentine's Day chocolates, heart-shaped velvet gift boxes containing truffle chocolates, towers of liquor-filled chocolates wrapped in golden foil, adorable handmade animal-shaped chocolates, and sets of rose bouquet chocolates tied with ribbons and featuring confession cards. The neon Valentine's commercial atmosphere almost overflowed from the window. Tongu Nua's gaze swept over these sweet symbols, and she softly asked in her mind, Teacher, which one do you like? Su Yunju fell silent. He suddenly remembered a box of anonymous neon-wrapped chocolates he received during his senior year of high school. The package was small but exquisitely wrapped, revealing a box of high-end chocolates from a brand he had never seen before. Inside was a card with only a single letter for the sender's name, N. He frowned in confusion at the time, trying to recall if he knew any foreign friends with names starting with N. Someone must have sent it by mistake, he muttered. But the chocolates looked so high-end that he unwrapped one to taste. The bittersweet, rich, and smooth flavor melted on his tongue, bringing a strange, gentle comfort. For some reason, his mood improved. He tucked the box away in his desk drawer and didn't think much of it afterward. Later, after graduating high school, he made a special trip to the neon-lit country just for that box of chocolates. Unfortunately, he gained nothing and encountered some unpleasant experiences, which made him harbor even more disdain for that country. It wasn't until he met Su Qianran and saw that her social media nickname was N, where she laughed and explained that it was the last letter of her name, representing her true self, that he mistakenly linked that mysterious box of chocolates to the girl before him, coupled with her masked appearance resembling Song Jiru, whom he had caught a fleeting glimpse of years ago. All these coincidences ensnared him hopelessly. Now, the truth was clear. That N was not Su Qianran. It was Nua. It was Su Nua. As the fragments of memory pieced together, an indescribable complex emotion surged within Su Yunju. He recalled that what he had received back then was a box of black truffle chocolates. At this moment, looking at several types of chocolates in the display, he suddenly wanted to challenge the underlying rules of this world. With a hint of mischief, he said, how about that matcha strawberry-filled chocolate? Okay, Tongu Nua responded straightforwardly, but then immediately added in a low voice, but teacher, matcha strawberry sounds a bit cute. She didn't hesitate, walked into the store, and pointed directly to the chocolate gift box adorned with dried strawberries and matcha powder, made her payment, and took it. That evening, she returned to her cold apartment. Tongu Nua took out the chocolate gift box and unwrapped it. Then, she was stunned. Inside the box lay a set of black truffles. Did the clerk make a mistake? Tongu Nua was puzzled, picked up the chocolate to examine it closely, and looked again at the outer packaging, which indeed was the matcha strawberry box. She lifted her eyes, gazing towards the direction of Su Yunju in the void, her expression filled with clear confusion. Teacher? Su Yunju felt a jolt in his heart, followed by an inexplicable chill. Indeed, my choice at this moment and the clerk's error are part of history itself. He sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and a hint of indulgence. Actually, this one is also good. Let us leave it as it is. It wouldn't be appropriate to have Su Nua go out again late at night. Moreover, perhaps it couldn't be exchanged at all. The next day, Tonggu Nua deliberately brought the beautifully packaged black truffle chocolate to the chess academy. She didn't flaunt it intentionally, but neither did she hide it. She simply placed it naturally beside her coat. When a few familiar chess players came in to discuss strategies, their eyes inadvertently swept over the conspicuous box of chocolates. Wow, Tonggu-san, this chocolate is so beautiful. Is it a Valentine's gift? Sure enough. Su Xingfu was the first to approach with sparkling eyes. Tonggu Nua shook her head. No, I bought it last night. I'm going to the post office later to send it to a friend. She didn't specify who the friend was. However, on this sensitive day just after Valentine's Day, the implications were self-evident. Oh, Su Xingfu exchanged knowing glances with a few young players nearby, their faces breaking into warm and understanding smiles. Choosing not to ask for further details, an unspoken atmosphere of public announcement quietly spread. In the evening, Tonggu Nua walked into a corner post office. She purchased an International Express envelope and cushioning materials, carefully and almost reverently wrapping the chocolate box. When it came to the Cinder S section, she hesitated for a moment. In the end, she wrote, from N, no address, no phone number, just a solitary letter. The postal clerk was a warm, smiling, middle-aged woman. She glanced at the package and then at the exceptionally beautiful, yet somewhat cold and distant young girl in front of her. Smiling as she asked, is it for someone important? Tonggu Nua was taken aback for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes. Then you should write a good blessing. The clerk kindly reminded her, handing over a blank card. Tonggu Nua took the card, picked up a pen, and slowly and seriously wrote a line in Chinese. Happy New Year, wishing you peace and joy, eat more without gaining weight. Her handwriting was neat, each stroke strong enough to seem as if she wanted to infuse all the unspoken loneliness and wishes into those two short lines. She handed the package at the window and paid for the postage. As she walked out of the post office, the night in Edo had already fallen. In the shop window by the street, roses and heart-shaped decorations filled the display. Couples strolled by, leaning against each other, their laughter sweet. And the air was infused with the fragrance of love and chocolate. Tonggu Nua stood under the streetlight, watching her breath mist in the cold night air. Teacher, she whispered. Her voice carried softly by the night breeze. The chocolate has been sent. Su Yunjo's voice echoed in her mind, warm and complex with a hint of a smile. He will be very happy to receive it. The corners of Tonggu Nua's mouth lifted slightly, forming a faint yet genuine smile. She looked up towards the southwest, the direction of Jiangnan province. Her gaze was distant, as if she could penetrate the vast night and the sea, seeing the 17-year-old boy sitting in his senior year classroom, unaware of what the future held. Chapter 124, A Clash of Ice and Fire 2 weeks later, at Binzhou No. 5 Middle School. In the classroom of senior year, Class 2, most students had already left, leaving only the sound of the duty student sweeping the floor and a thin figure still leaning over the desk at the back by the window. Su Yunjo rubbed his sore neck, closed the completed math mock exam, and was getting ready to pack his bag to go home. Su Yunjo, you have an international package. It just arrived from the delivery room. The life committee member came over, holding a medium-sized cardboard box, curiosity written all over her face. From Japan. Do you have foreign friends? Su Yunjo looked up, somewhat bewildered as he took the box. It wasn't heavy, but it was meticulously packaged, with reinforced tape sealing the edges tightly. The sender's information was printed in English, from Tokyo, Japan, and below the address. There was a handwritten capital letter with a clean and firm stroke, distinctly different from the delicate handwriting typical of girls. The recipient information was accurate. Binzhou No. 5 Middle School. Senior year, Class 2, Su Yunjo. He stared at the N, quickly searching his memory. Neon? Distant relatives? Or an international friend he met while playing a game? His mind was blank. Must be a mistake, he muttered softly, yet a strange feeling began to rise within him. Wow. From Japan. A boy leaned over, staring at the postage stamp on the package. Su Yunjo, you've been hiding your connections well. Open it and see. Is it a love letter from a cherry blossom girl? Another curious classmate teased. As Su Yunjo opened the box, he found cushioning material protecting a deep blue velvet gift box. That box looks expensive, the life committee member whispered in awe. Su Yunjo opened the magnetic clasp of the gift box. Inside, there lay a plain white card. He pulled out the card, which had only one line written in the same black ink, the handwriting matching the on the package, concise and restrained. Happy New Year, may you be safe and joyful. And eat more without gaining weight. Su Yunjo held the card, flipping it over several times, his brows furrowing deeper. Safe and joyful, eat more without gaining weight. This blessing sounded more like something said to a girl, tinged with a playful intimacy. Is it a bit out of place to apply this to a boy who is currently struggling in the grueling college entrance exams, maintaining a weight just below the standard line, and is constantly urged by his mother to eat more? Could it really be sent to the wrong person? A vague shadow flashed through his mind without warning. He instinctively touched the small silver ornament he wore close to his chest. A gift from a gentle sister who wore a mask many years ago. Could it be her? Yet the gentle voice in his memory seemed difficult to connect with the sharp, almost piercing handwriting in front of him. Wow. High-end chocolate. How much could this cost? Su Yunjo, confess honestly. Do you have an undisclosed girlfriend in a neon city? A long-distance online romance. Quite extravagant, huh? Su Yunjo felt a bit embarrassed by their teasing and shook his head helplessly. It's really not. I don't even know who the sender is. He pointed at the card. You see, this blessing must have been sent to the wrong person. It's definitely meant for some girl. After all, a wish to eat more without gaining weight is practically a curse for someone like me who is trying to gain weight. He opened the box and took out a piece of black truffle chocolate, placing it in his mouth. The bittersweet flavor intertwined. the rich and thick taste slowly melting on his tongue, smooth and silky. Strangely, that weary and heavy studying mood seemed to be gently soothed by this distant sweetness. Feeling somewhat better, the taste was decent. He commented calmly, carefully closing the gift box and putting it back into the cardboard box along with the card. Someone must have mixed up the address. I'll check when I get back to see if I can find the real recipient. Amidst the skeptical yet curious gazes of his classmates, he stuffed the cardboard box into his backpack, slung it over his shoulder, and quickly left the classroom. However, later, during many late-night study sessions, when his eyelids felt heavy and his thoughts sluggish, he would pause his pen and gaze out at the thick night outside. On his tongue, the memory of that slightly bitter yet rich flavor would resurface. The corners of his mouth would unconsciously lift slightly. At this moment, he still didn't know what this box of chocolate, which had traveled across cold oceans and borders from a distant neon city, truly carried. It was not just a simple gift. It was a girl's pure and clumsy wish in the midst of struggles with blood and fire, darkness and loneliness. It was the last remaining softness in her cold, hardened heart, the entirety of her warmth and concern that she could send out. He was also unaware that the Cinder, who signed his in, would one day re-enter his life in another identity, in another way. Time quietly moved forward. Summer had arrived. The New Moon Group's secret base. Underground. 4th floor, comprehensive assessment room. The cold white light reflected off the metal table, casting a chilling gleam. Instructor Yu pushed a thick assessment report across the long table to the opposite side. The final evaluation. She looked up, her voice flat. S-grade. All subjects excellent. Mastery of core techniques in 7 close combat styles above 90. There are shortcomings in strength, but speed, timing, weakness identification, and one-hit kill success rate are all very high. Firearms, hit rate on moving targets within 50 meters, 97. In low-light and interference environments, stability is maintained at 90. Infiltration and counter-tracking, intelligence rapid recall and analysis. Basic demolition and electronic countermeasures all meet or exceed the elite standard line. She paused, her gaze shifting to the side monitoring screen. In the footage, the girl was performing her final time test in the obstacle climbing area. Her figure moved like a phantom, with precise and efficient movements, showing no unnecessary actions. It was as if a precision machine, born for killing, was undergoing its final calibration. Most importantly, the crow's voice became heavier. Psychological assessment, high-pressure interrogation simulation, extreme environment endurance, absolute execution of task priority. She showed no signs of wavering, empathy fatigue, or moral dilemmas. The crow fell silent for a second before delivering a conclusion, too calm to be human. Across the long table, the lady slowly flipped through the report, her fingertips gliding over the rows of cold data, finally stopping at the glaring red S in the psychological assessment section. Her red lips curled into a satisfied, almost enchanting arc. Very good. Even better than expected. She submitted the report to the highest leader of the Crescent Group. In the encrypted communication channel, the leader quickly replied. The voice processed through a voice changer, resonating with an inhuman, eerie quality. This girl is interesting. He paused, his tone carrying a playful curiosity. But she is still just a girl, right? The lady immediately understood his implication, bowing her head to respond. Yes, my lord. Untouched, in perfect condition. The leader's voice revealed no emotion. This is not a good sign. Without experiencing desire, she will be even more resistant to it. He stated lightly, it adds various risks. The lady nodded respectfully, understood. She remembered all too well. When she first entered the organization, 5 men were arranged to enter her room. It was euphemistically called breaking obsessions, tempering character, and severing worldly ties. The faces of those men had long since blurred. She only remembered the different scents, weights, and methods. She recalled the red recording indicator light on the camera, shining recklessly. She remembered the saved videotapes, which became the organization's everlasting leverage and reins. She was powerless to resist, even forbidden from doing so. She could only silently endure, burning away the last remnants of human shame, tenderness, and vulnerability into ashes. This was the trial that members of the Crescent Group had to endure, or rather, the brand they had to accept. From then on, she was no longer a woman, merely a weapon for killing. The lady raised her eyes to the monitor, looking at the girl who was doing her final stretches, slender yet upright, with a clean and sharp neckline. Her expression was complex and difficult to describe. Are you ready to accept your coming-of-age ceremony? On the other side of the light, the Neon Go community was revolving wildly around her. Since entering the ranks, she had achieved victory in all official matches. Just last week, she boldly entered the prestigious circle of the Go Sage tournament, often referred to as the Golden Throne, which signifies that this 17-year-old girl has stepped into the pinnacle of competitive Go in her region. At 17, female, having just 6 months of professional experience, she is now part of the elite circle. The media has gone into a frenzy. The Go channel urgently produced a special documentary titled Goddess of Go. The impact of Kiryu No, while a well-known Go magazine featured her on the front page for 3 consecutive issues, escalating from a fresh storm to a transformative figure of the era, ultimately questioning whether she is from the future. Even the usually serious and profound Bunjie Shuinju rarely published a 15-page feature titled The Solitary Genius and the Twilight of the Collective, exploring the societal and temporal metaphors behind her phenomenal rise. The latest issue of the fashion magazine Vochi prominently features a side profile of Kiryu No deep in thought over the Go board. Her lowered eyelashes and the stark contrast between the black stone in her fingers and her pale skin create a striking image, set against an ethereal ink wash background. The cover title is impactful, The Ice Queen and the Absolute Rule of 19 Paths, Kiryu No, Overthrowing Millennia of Aesthetic Revolution. In fan forums, Her dedicated section Nose Domain is buzzing with activity. Her support group has rapidly expanded, creating a unified color scheme and logo, gathering outside the venues where she competes, chanting in unison, "Your Majesty, no. Please use your stones to conquer the stars and the sea." Amidst the flashing lights, a sea of praise and adoring gazes. Commercial endorsement offers flood in, attempting to package her as the most dazzling, perfect, and mysterious cultural symbol of this era. However, apart from the shadow that lingers deep within her consciousness, no one knows that when she sits upright in the spotlight of the enigmatic game room. As commentators lavishly praise her eyes that reflect the depths of still water and the vastness of the starry sky, capable of perceiving all illusions and truths of the board, what she sees is never the life and death of a large dragon, nor the subtleties of territory. Instead, it might be the brutal decryption process of a multi-layered encryption algorithm, or optimizing an automated data collection script she started writing last night. More likely, it could be the penetration probability of a 38 caliber bullet entering the junction of the jaw and skull at a 15-degree angle from 7 meters away. Aside from the last target she dealt with, Takashi Yamamoto, she has efficiently completed the second task assigned by the Moonlit Princess in the past few months. This involved a bureaucrat named Shoji Suzuki, who colluded with other organized crime groups and embezzled public construction funds, unexpectedly meeting his end in the back alley of an izakaya due to a sudden cardiovascular incident triggered by intoxication late at night. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, the autopsy report aligned with medical logic, and everything was seamless. The mission report was as concise as her game record, target eliminated. Method, physiological failure. No collateral impact. Completed. On the 7th day of the 7th lunar month. A day that has gained popularity in recent years, often referred to as the Chinese Valentine's Day. In her region, although there is also a tradition of Qixi, it falls on the Gregorian calendar's July 7th. On that day, the streets of Edo were bustling with the usual rhythm of a workday, with only a few Chinese restaurants displaying seasonal promotional posters, lacking any romantic atmosphere. However, for some, this day was different. Tongu Nua had just left a study session at the Go Academy and declined an invitation from Ishikata Yoshitaka for dinner, heading alone towards the subway station. Teacher. That Ishikata Yoshitaka is quite strange, she murmured in her mind, her tone filled with detachment and annoyance. He knows I have a boyfriend, but still insists on asking me out. Su Yunju's presence appeared beside her, relaxed, and he chuckled softly upon hearing her words. Who told our little Nua to become more beautiful? His voice was gentle, as if stating an undeniable fact. It was perfectly normal for a girl with improved Go skills, a refined demeanor, and a sparkle in her eyes to be noticed by others. As he spoke, he quickly searched for information on his phone. Ishikata Yoshitaka, a Go player from Neon, was a professional 4-dan with an unremarkable record and no titles. He passed away at the age of 28 in February 2017 due to a sudden heart attack at home. Let me see his face, he paused and added calmly. He won't make it past February next year. Tongu Nua's steps didn't falter, but her gaze grew colder. He deserves it. As she passed the post office where she had sent chocolates last time, her pace slightly hesitated. The glass door of the post office swung open, and a boy in a simple white t-shirt walked out, scratching his head. He looked to be around 17 or 18, handsome, with a youthful freshness and confusion typical of his age. He stood less than 5 meters away on the sidewalk, looking up at the post office sign, then down at a piece of paper in his hand that seemed to have an address written on it. Eventually, he sighed and turned to walk in another direction. At that moment, Tongu Nua's breath almost stopped. Teacher, she whispered in her mind, her voice carrying a subtle tremor that even she was unaware of. Is that you now? Su Yunju's somewhat awkward voice replied, yeah, it seems so. At this point in time, I had just finished my college entrance exams, and my scores were decent. So I came to Neon for a trip. Choosing to come to Neon and visiting this obscure post office was certainly due to a lingering obsession and curiosity about that box of chocolates deep within his heart. 17-year-old Su Yunju, harboring a bit of youthful romantic imagination and a sense of adventure, attempted to find that mysterious sender. Of course, apart from receiving a few formulaic responses from the post office staff about how too much time had passed, and they couldn't remember, he gained nothing. Tongu Nua silently watched as the boy's somewhat lonely figure merged into the crowd of people heading home. Teacher, she spoke again, her voice very low, filled with a nearly cautious request. Can I go find him? Su Yunju pondered for a moment. It's not the right time yet, no. The light in Tongu Nua's eyes dimmed slightly, but she nodded and regained her usual calmness. I understand. I will bring him danger and trouble. The gaze of the Crescent Group may not always be fixed on her, but any unexpected contact could leave unpredictable variables. She couldn't take the risk, because this boy, whom she was meeting for the first time, was the one she cherished the most. However, just as the boy's figure was about to disappear around the corner, Tongu Nua's footsteps seemed to have a will of their own, gently following him. Su Yunjo sighed in his mind, but did not stop her. He knew that some bonds cannot be completely severed by reason. Some gazes, once cast, cannot be shifted away. Chapter 126. I am your shadow. Tongu Nua wore a mask, transforming herself into a shadow behind the boy. At times, she paused in front of a convenience store, pretending to look at products, while her peripheral vision locked onto that figure. At other times, she sidestepped to let passers-by go by, her pace synchronized with the boy's, like a silent dance. These were skills imprinted in her instincts from the rigorous training of the Crescent Group, instinctively mimicking the cover actions of intelligence personnel. At this moment, however, she used them to carry out a gentle escort. She watched him enter the convenience store, buy the cheapest tuna rice ball and a bottle of mineral water. She saw him walk to a nearby park, sit on a bench, take small bites of the rice ball, and pull out a travel guide from his backpack, frowning as he carefully compared it to the map on his phone. Su Yunzhou rubbed his forehead. His tone tinged with a mix of nostalgia and helplessness. I remember that at this time. I ended up at the wrong branch of a chain hotel with the same name. I was so foolish. His voice suddenly stopped. He instantly realized that the hotel mix-up that had troubled him for half the night years ago, which he had fortunately resolved, was not a coincidence. It was this girl, silently following behind the boy, who had quietly extended a helping hand. He had unknowingly brushed past this girl, who would become tightly intertwined with his fate 10 years later. On the streets of Edo at the age of 17. So close, yet so far. Indeed, after the boy finished his simple dinner, he hesitantly dragged his suitcase in another direction. After nearly 20 minutes, he arrived in front of a seemingly old business hotel. At the front desk, the boy took a deep breath and stepped forward. The prevalence of English and neon signs was not as high as he imagined, and communication became a barrier. He had no choice but to take out his phone, pull up a translation app, while gesturing anxiously to explain his situation. The well-groomed receptionist maintained a standard professional smile, but her eyes clearly revealed a hint of impatience that she couldn't hide. She firmly shook her head and repeated in clear, slow Japanese, "I'm very sorry, sir, but I cannot find your reservation." The confusion on the boy's face turned to urgency, and a trace of barely noticeable panic flashed across it. He subconsciously touched the cash in his thin wallet in his pocket. After paying for the round-trip tickets and the various expenses for the next few days, he clearly found himself short on funds. Ultimately, the young man could only drag his heavy suitcase and turn around to walk out of the automatic glass door. Standing back on the roadside, as the lights began to illuminate the evening, the night of this unfamiliar place was both bustling and cold. Standing on the completely foreign street, with a language barrier, the reservation he made had turned into a mirage, and his phone was on the verge of dying. As the night deepened, the feelings of confusion and helplessness, along with the unique stubbornness of youth that refused to show weakness in front of others, were clearly visible to Tonggu Nuo, who was hiding in the shadows not far away. Her heart felt like it was pricked gently by a fine needle. Then, she stepped out of the shadows and walked straight towards the hotel. She didn't take off her mask, but her eyes and posture were already different. She approached the front desk and said to the staff, "Sorry to interrupt. I'm a local contact from a travel agency. Regarding Mr. Su's reservation. There was a delay in our internal system that caused inconvenience for both your hotel and the guest. I sincerely apologize. The issue has been urgently resolved, and the reservation information should be updated now. Please check again." The front desk staff was taken aback and found that the computer screen had indeed refreshed with the reservation information. "Oh, I'm so sorry." The attitude of the front desk clerk underwent a complete turnaround, and she quickly stood up, giving a slight bow to Tonggu Nuo, then hurried out to the hotel entrance. Outside, the young man was still standing by the roadside, watching his phone screen go completely black, the last trace of calmness on his face nearly fading away. Mr. Su. Mr. Su. The front desk clerk ran up to him, her tone enthusiastic and apologetic. "I'm terribly sorry. There was a delay in our hotel system. Your reservation is valid, and the room has been prepared for you. Thank you for your patience. Here is your room key. Please take it." The young man received the suddenly appeared room key, his face still showing confusion and disbelief as he wondered, what just happened? Is the problem really resolved? He then glanced at the masked girl who brushed past him. He was unaware that she was the one who helped him rebook the room. Habitually, he looked at the girl in the mask for a moment longer. This habit had begun many years ago, in a vague summer filled with the scent of gardenias. In the depths of his mind, a tall and gentle figure that had once handed him silver jewelry flashed by. The young man silently measured his height in his heart. It's not her. She is not that tall, and her aura is completely different. The shadow from his memory was more gentle, while the one in front of him, even from behind, exuded a cool and aloof sharpness. Yet for some reason, he still looked at that silhouette one more time. The girl's figure soon vanished into the interwoven light and shadow of the streetlights. In the deep night, all was silent. The hotel corridor was covered with thick carpets that absorbed all the sound of footsteps. A shadow quietly slipped past the blind spot of the surveillance camera and stopped in front of a guest room door. The door lock was a common electronic keypad lock. The shadow raised a hand, attaching a data probe smaller than a fingernail, which was non-standard. There were no alarms, no unusual sounds. The door slid open silently. Just a crack. The shadow slipped in sideways, and the door closed tightly, as if it had never been opened. Inside the room, the curtains were drawn tight, and the air was filled with the characteristic scent of hotel cleaning products. Su Nuo stood in the shadows of the entrance, quietly watching the person sleeping on the bed. The young man lay on his side, breathing steadily, his features appearing especially gentle in the dim light, completely unguarded. She simply watched for a long, long time. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and only the young man's calm breathing rose and fell rhythmically in the silence. Finally, she moved her feet extremely slowly, almost reverently. She walked to the bedside and gently sat down beside him, bringing her gaze level with the sleeping boy. The distance was close enough to see his long eyelashes and feel the slight airflow from his breath. "Teacher, I like him," Su Nuo whispered in her mind. Su Yunzhu was silent for a moment, his voice gentle. "He will like you too." Su Nuo received the response and leaned slightly forward, gently resting her masked profile against the young man's chest. Thump, thump, thump. The steady, powerful beating of a young heart resonated clearly through the chest cavity, reaching her ears, her cheeks, her nerve endings. It was a vibrant, warm rhythm of life belonging to the present. She closed her eyes, immersing herself in this reassuring sound for a moment. Then she lifted her head and looked back at the projection of Su Yunzhu in the void, carefully asking, "Teacher, when did you get into trouble?" Su Yunzhu was taken aback, momentarily not understanding where this sudden question came from. Su Nuo continued to ask, "Teacher, did you find me, help me, and train me, because at some point in the future, You will encounter danger? Do you need me to protect you then? Su Yunju understood. Indeed. Su Nuo still saw herself as a spirit from the future, aiming to cultivate an assassin to save her future self in trouble. After all, the future self and the present self appearing simultaneously, combined with Su Nuo's consistent belief that there are no unmerited gifts in the world, made this conclusion quite reasonable. So reasonable that it made him feel both heartbroken and somewhat amused. However, he did not explain but instead gently asked in return, if that's the case, Nuo, are you really willing to protect me and the important people around me? With almost no hesitation, Su Nuo nodded vigorously in the darkness. I am willing. Her voice was clear and deep, every word resonating firmly. I am willing to exchange my life for your safety, and for the safety of those you care about. Chapter 127, The Stolen First Kiss. Su Yunju's heart was heavily struck. Suddenly, he understood everything. The task to assassinate Lin Ruoxuan was assigned to the AU Assassin Organization. According to the information, after Su Nuo left the Crescent Group, she joined Shadow. Therefore, it wasn't her who went to harm Lin Ruoxuan, but rather she followed her own words and secretly protected her. It must have been tough for this little jealous one. Su Yunju recalled yesterday in the rental apartment. When he and Lin Ruoxuan were on the verge of becoming intimate, that bird outside, which was causing trouble at the wrong time, was actually this little jealous one deliberately making mischief. But it must have been hard for her too, keeping her promise to stay by his side, lurking in the shadows to fulfill her protective duty, only to be forced to witness his closeness with another woman, almost leading to an incident. Thinking of this, he truly felt pain in his heart. But at this moment, what could he do? Not to mention that he couldn't change it. He also didn't dare to change it, as it concerned Lin Ruoxuan's life. He could only continue to follow this script. Thank you, Arno. Remember this time, after May 20th, 2025. Please, you must come to my side. I need you. Su Nuo's pupils slightly constricted in the darkness, and then she nodded vigorously, almost fiercely. Definitely. A promise is a promise. Then, she looked up at the boy who was so close, a hint of cunning and softness flashing in her eyes, and softly said, so, teacher. Her voice was as light as a feather brushing against the heart, carrying a rare hint of coquetry. Can I? She licked her lips. And this subtle action carried a breathtaking allure in the silence. Advance a little reward? Su Yunju didn't fully understand what reward she meant. However, Su Nuo had already reached out, slowly resting her hand on the boy's cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin and the unique, delicate texture of youth. Teacher, I like him. She repeated this in her mind, this time, her voice carrying a sob. It was as if this sentence had been suppressed for too long. So long that even she had forgotten that it could still be spoken. Then, she slowly, very gently, leaned down. Her long hair slid from her shoulders, casting a soft shadow on the boy's face. She moved closer to those warm lips, which slightly rose and fell with his breath. Closer, even closer. She could feel his warm breath brushing against her nose and lips, carrying the clean, youthful scent of the boy. Her heart was pounding wildly in her chest, her eardrums buzzing, and her cheeks felt like they were on fire. In the last second before their lips were about to touch, she closed her eyes. The soft and slightly cool lips, trembling cautiously and uncontrollably, gently pressed against the boy's warm lower lip. A touch, then separation. Quick as an illusion, light as a sigh. She suddenly straightened up, like a startled rabbit, her heart racing almost to the point of suffocation, still immersed in the experience of her first kiss. Not even realizing that the boy on the bed was slowly, drowsily opening his eyes. Fortunately, it was dark, and his vision was blurry. The boy murmured in confusion, groping to turn on the bedside lamp, just as his finger was about to touch the switch. The killer instinct that Su Nuo possessed was not to be underestimated. Instinctively, as if by reflex, a precise chop landed on a pressure point on the boy's neck. The force was just right. Enough to make someone lose consciousness in an instant without causing any real harm. The boy let out a muffled groan, his head tilted, and he fell back into a deep sleep. Outside the screen, Su Yunjo exclaimed, what the heck? No wonder when I woke up the next day, my neck was sore and painful. I thought it was just a stiff neck. Turns out it was your doing, little girl. In the game, Tongu Nuo stood frozen, watching the boy who had fallen asleep again, a hint of embarrassment flashing across her face. She softly explained to the empty space, a tone of regret in her voice. I'm sorry, teacher, it was purely accidental. She paused, muttering under her breath. If I had known, I would have given him some sleeping pills. After saying that, she hurriedly covered the boy with a blanket, tucking in the edges carefully, her movements surprisingly gentle. Then, she fled the hotel room, walking on the silent, neon-lit streets late at night. Her expression was blank, her steps steady and brisk, transforming back into the calm and composed killer apprentice. Yet, the once pale earlobes now bore a faint, undeniable blush. In the glow of the streetlight, they glimmered slightly. Su Yunjo's voice echoed in the game, entering her ears through the system, carrying a hint of laughter. You. He paused, as if finally digesting this time crossing. Both sweet and painful gift, his tone becoming subtle, the ending rising slightly in a teasing manner. So, you just stole my first kiss? Tongu Nua's steps hesitated slightly. She lowered her head, her voice soft and filled with guilt and unease. Teacher, will you be angry? Su Yunjo pondered, as if savoring the fact that had already happened, yet he had just come to know. After a few seconds, his smile deepened, letting out a light sigh. But thinking about it, doesn't tea seem bad? At least, it wasn't tea given to Su Qianran. Instead, it was given to this True N, this girl who left a unique mark in his life, who was trustworthy. The next morning, in the hotel room, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, cutting bright beams of light, dust floating slowly in the rays. The boy Su Yunjo woke from his dreams. Sitting up in bed with the blanket wrapped around him, rubbing his eyes in confusion. He stared blankly for a while, feeling that something was off. Everything in the room seemed normal. The suitcase leaned against the wall untouched, his wallet and phone neatly placed on the bedside table. And the empty coffee can from last night still sat in the trash. However, there was an unshakable strange feeling. It was as if someone had come in during the night. In the air, there lingered a very faint, cold, almost imperceptible fragrance, neither hotel scent nor his own. Also, his neck seemed to hurt a bit. He twisted his neck, feeling a slight soreness. And his lips, they seemed a bit unusual. It's hard to describe, neither painful nor itchy. But the sense of presence is inexplicably strong, as if something extremely soft had lightly brushed against him, leaving behind a subtle and lingering tactile memory. The young man shook his head, trying to rid his mind of this absurd feeling. He must be too tired after running around yesterday. He mumbled to himself as he got out of bed to wash up. The cold water splashed on his face, waking him up a bit. But that subtle feeling still lingered. While brushing his teeth in front of the mirror, he looked at his still youthful face and suddenly shivered. Did he dream of someone sitting at the head of his bed last night? Or was it real? It must be the atmosphere here, he thought, foaming at the mouth as he muttered to himself with a hint of youthful exaggeration and paranoia. I've heard there are many supernatural legends around here. Urban legends and hotel spirits. This hotel looks a bit old. It can't really be haunted, right? His impression of this country, already lacking a strong filter, silently dropped a few points after this ghostly experience. Home is definitely better. Time flies, and soon it's winter again. After months of the Chess Saint tournament cycle, she advanced to the finals with an undefeated record, earning the right to challenge for the title of Chess Saint. Her opponent is the reigning Chess Saint, Shingo Masatka, whom she had easily defeated during her professional exam. This time, the media headlines are almost frantic. 17-year-old genius girl versus current Chess Saint. The night of change in the Go world is tonight. Can the undefeated myth continue? Will Tonggu's miracle name prevail? Or is this the end of a dimensional crush? AlphaGo defeated Lee Sedol, but it hasn't defeated our queen yet. Humanity has not yet surrendered. Su Yunzhou opened the game interface and pulled up Su Nua's current attribute panel. Name, Su Nua. Current identity, Tonggu now. Year of birth, 1999. Current age, 17. Height, 164 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 91,100. Strictly following a scientific routine and optimal nutrition has ensured the glow of her skin and vitality of her body. Physique, 86,100. Daily high-intensity training and precise nutritional support have sculpted smooth and firm muscle lines, with body fat percentage maintained at an excellent athlete level. Knowledge, 85,100. In the fields of cybersecurity, cryptography, and system penetration, she has become a top presence in the world, drawing the attention of many national security agencies due to her talent and future knowledge infusion. Charisma, 88,100. Under the rigorous dual life training, her movements exude rhythm, radiating a powerful aura of control. Influence, 75100. In the Go community, she has gained significant fame and is a media focus. She has begun to show promise in the underworld, seen as an important asset by high-level figures in the even more secretive world of dark web hackers. Her alias has become a legendary presence, highly respected and ranked among the top. Overall charm value, 85,100. Significant growth. A solid health foundation brought by high self-discipline and scientific management has significantly enhanced overall charm. Hidden talent, extreme will, activated 80. Current wealth control, approximately 5 billion yen, around 2.5 billion renminbi. Note source, 1 rewards from cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin obtained through advanced hacking techniques on the dark web. 2 high commissions from assassination tasks for a certain organization. 3 investments guided by future information from the teacher in the global financial market during 2016 to 2017. This substantial sum has been broken down and concealed through complex paths in multiple offshore accounts and anonymous cryptocurrency wallets. It is an indispensable economic cornerstone for her future escape plan. Su Yunzhou's gaze lingered on the wealth line for a moment, and he couldn't help but smile. This number has already become a figure, continually inflating. For example, the last assassination of a certain individual earned him a reward of 1,000 bitcoins, which in 2016 was just a decent windfall, about $300,000. But only he knows how astonishing this windfall will expand by 2025. With 85 points, he is just a final push away from the ultimate goal of 90 points. He looked at the game screen, at the cold girl who was meditating in the quiet room, making final preparations for the upcoming battle of the century. The final throne on the chessboard. The bloody end outside the chessboard. The holy war of chess. This intertwining of bright glory and dark fate is finally about to meet its intersection and conclusion in the coming days. Chapter 128. The instinct of a spy in the world outside the screen. Time quietly approached 6 in the morning. The sky outside the window had already turned fishbelly white, and the city was gradually waking up, with only the occasional sound of vehicles in the distance breaking the tranquility. Su Yunzhou suddenly realized something, decisively exited the game, and turned off the computer. He then stood up and walked to the door, gently moving the solid wooden chair that had been leaning against it back to its original place. There was no other reason. He had been training in the game with Su Nua for nearly a year, although his physical strength in reality had not kept up. Those harsh and nearly cruel training contents, the precise breakdown of actions to the millisecond, and the emotionless feedback of commands had already been imprinted in his consciousness through the screen. To some extent, he had almost experienced a crash course for qualified spies. At this moment, his honed senses were capturing the subtle movements of the real world. For instance, extremely faint sounds of fabric rustling from the master bedroom next door, and nearly inaudible footsteps on the soft carpet. As a qualified spy, he accurately deduced, Song Juru was already awake, wearing little clothing, and was heading toward the door. 5 seconds later, the door opened. Song Jiru, barefoot and dressed in a soft silk nightgown, stepped out. Upon seeing Su Yunjo standing in the living room, her eyes instantly brightened. She suddenly rushed over, hanging onto Su Yunju's neck, her cheek buried in his shoulder. Her voice soft and slightly breathless from just waking up. "Big brother, I thought you were gone again." She held on tightly, as if letting go would make him disappear like he did years ago. "You scare me to death." Su Yunju felt a slight softness in his heart, mixed with some emotion. This superstar in the eyes of the public was actually so clingy in private. Everything felt just like the first time they met at 18. He raised his hand, gently and slowly stroking her smooth back. "How could that be? You need to prepare well. You'll be very busy today." Tonight was her wedding dress concert, a day destined to be recorded in her career history. However, Song Jiru shook her head, nuzzling against him, raising her face with eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing unreserved dependence and a hint of a pout. "Wait a moment." She stood on her tiptoes, her red lips close to his ear, her breath warm. "I want a hug." This hug lasted from the door to the sofa, and then to the messy bed. An hour later, Su Yunju hurriedly put on his clothes, casting a somewhat guilty glance at the heavy curtains that blocked out light effectively. Well, even if Su Nuo is nearby, she shouldn't be able to see, right? And there are no cameras in this room. She only blacked out the hallway surveillance. It should be fine, right? He rubbed his forehead, trying to suppress the thoughts in his mind about surveillance, listening devices, and infrared thermal imaging, which had been repeatedly drilled into him in games as anti-surveillance knowledge. Outside the door, Song Jinxian had been waiting for a long time. She stood by the car, arms crossed, expressionless as she stared at the closed door, then glanced down at her watch. Half an hour. When the door finally opened, Song Jiru stepped out with flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, her steps a little unsteady. Song Jinxian rolled her eyes, her voice dripping with undisguised disdain and helplessness. "Teacher Song, I've been waiting outside for half an hour." She paused, glancing back and forth between Song Jiru and Su Yunju, her tone icy. "You two really know how to dawdle." Su Yunju awkwardly touched his nose. They indeed had been dawdling. Yet Song Jiru seemed unconcerned, turning to wave at Su Yunju with a bright smile like the morning sun. "Big brother, I need to go to the gym to prepare." Her eyes turned into crescent moons. "You must come tonight." Su Yunju waved his hand, his voice gentle. "Be careful on the way." As Song Jinxian watched Song Jiru get in the car and fasten her seatbelt, she could no longer hold back, starting the engine while muttering, "My teacher Song. You're 31, and you call a 26-year-old kid big brother?" She glanced at Song Jiru's still flushed face. "You two are really something." Song Jiru leaned back in her seat, unfazed, her tone relaxed, and even a bit smug. "Your cousin even calls him dad." Song Jinxian, her hand trembled, nearly making the car swerve. She wanted to cover her ears. What the heck? My domineering, crazy cousin, who is decisive and unyielding, calls him dad? Her character is completely shattered. Totally shattered. How has the world become so increasingly incomprehensible? Su Yunzo watched the car disappear around the corner of the street. He turned around and gazed at the shimmering West Lake beside him. The morning light spilled over the lake's surface, dancing like fragments of gold, while the outlines of Su Causeway and Bai Causeway gradually emerged in the distance, with the silhouettes of early morning exercisers dotting the scene. It was a picture of tranquility and peace. He looked around, but saw nothing unusual. He spoke softly. "Arno, are you nearby?" There was no response. Only the gentle rustle of leaves in the morning breeze and the distant, faint sounds of birdsong could be heard. Su Yunzo sighed. "Forget it. If she really is nearby and doesn't want to show herself, I won't be able to find her anyway. After all, her counter-surveillance skills at this moment must be far superior to my own." He turned and went back to his room. He picked up the crucial laptop and continued to progress through the levels of the game. After all, there were still too many unresolved questions. How did Su Nuo transition from the Crescent Group to Shadow? Why was she being hunted by the Crescent Group? How did Wu Gongjin die, and what happened afterward? In the game, the time was set for the day before the Chess Sage Championship Finals, at 3 in the afternoon. The location, Neon Chess Academy. Tongu Nuo had just pretended to review her games. She picked up the slightly cool brown rice tea beside her and took a small sip, her gaze falling outside the window. The leaden gray sky had begun to sprinkle fine snowflakes. Just then, buzz, a phone placed at the edge of the tatami mat lit up silently. She calmly scanned the text message, pausing for only 2 seconds. The message contained a single line from a garbled number. "The wind has risen. The firewood is ready. The old place, warm wine." Then, she pressed the screen to turn it off. Rising, she walked over to the coat rack, took down a black cashmere overcoat, and picked up a light gray cashmere scarf. She opened the wooden lattice door of the quiet room, and just outside in the corridor, several familiar professional players happened to pass by. "Ah, Tongu-san." The first was the lively Xie Yuan, a first-dan player, her eyes brightening as she waved. "The finals are tomorrow, still studying hard?" A slightly older player, Yaga Shinichiro, a 7th dan, also nodded kindly. "Tongu first dan, please give it your all tomorrow, but also take care of your health and rest well." Another player, Ikaku Yoshitaka, laughed as he patted Tongu's shoulder. "No worries. Look at Tongu-san's calm demeanor, completely unlike you back when you made it into the tournament circle for the first time. So nervous you couldn't sleep all night." Tongu Nuo paused at the door and nodded slightly. "Thank you all for your concern." Her voice was consistently cool, but her tone was calm. "I have a few small matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for now. Nuo-chan, good luck tomorrow." Xie Yuan encouraged her with a smile. "Stay relaxed." Yaga's 7th dan reminded her again. Tongu Nuo nodded once more, said nothing further, and turned to walk toward the side door, away from the administrative building. Behind her, she could still vaguely hear the subdued laughter and discussions of the players, really steady. Can't tell it's her first time in the title match finals. After all, It was her. Since entering the ranks, she had been crushing it all the way through. Her mindset had long been trained. Genius looks like this, feeling like a being from another dimension. Shoo, keep it down as we leave the chess academy. The fierce wind swept in, carrying a flurry of snowflakes that instantly stole away all warmth from indoors. Tongu Noira pulled up her scarf to cover the lower half of her face, revealing only a pair of calm eyes like ancient wells. Without any hesitation, she stepped into the snowstorm. Teacher, the time has come. It's time to cast the net. Su Yunzhou understood. The situation for Wu Gongjin had reached a dead end. According to his memory of the timeline, Wu Gongjin's death should occur on December 24, 2016, the day of the third match of the chess saint battle. This was not just an assassination. It was a blood-soaked feast meant to make her famous while completely burying the past. Chapter 129, Christmas Eve, Chess Saint Battle. On the outskirts of Edo, at an inconspicuous izakaya, the sign was "Askew from the wind," and the lantern swayed violently in the storm, emitting a creaking lament. Tongu Noira paused slightly at the alley entrance, her gaze scanning the snow-covered rooftops like radar, confirming safety with the tightly shut windows of the second floor across the street and the debris piled at the alley's end. She lifted the heavy warm curtain and pushed the door open. Creak. The interior was smaller, darker, and colder than it appeared from the outside. There were few patrons. Only two elderly men quietly drank in the corner. At the back, in the shadow behind the bar counter turned away from the entrance, sat a woman. She wore an exquisite long beige coat that glimmered subtly in the dim light. Sipping sake alone, her silhouette was elegant yet weary, resembling a city woman who had grown tired of her career, taking a moment to herself. It was Suki no Shihime. Tongu Noira took a seat behind her. With an empty space between them, no words were exchanged. There wasn't even eye contact. Only the faint sound of sake being poured into cups and the whimpering of the wind and snow outside could be heard. Time passed, and Suki no Shihime extended her finger, picking up the small flat sake cup in front of her, gently swirling it in the dim light. Nora. Her voice was low, almost blending into the background noise, yet it clearly reached Tongu Noira's ears. Wu Gongsan's recent proposals have been too ambitious. He has touched cakes that shouldn't be touched and blocked paths that shouldn't be obstructed. She paused, taking a sip of her drink, the cold liquid sliding down her throat. Someone can't sit still anymore, gathering some pocket money, wanting to ask for help organizing their study. She let out a barely audible laugh, devoid of any joy, only cold sarcasm. The organizing fee has gone up a bit. 10 billion yen. Clean money. There was no emotional fluctuation in Suki no Shihime's voice, only pure information. So, it can't be delayed any longer. She leaned back slightly, her voice softer yet sharper. In the upcoming chess saint battle, he will undoubtedly attend, giving speeches and presenting awards in public, with cameras focused and all eyes on him. But precisely because of this, the real close protection will have gaps. They won't allow too many people to crowd in front of the cameras to disrupt the scene, nor dare to appear overly cautious in front of numerous media and spectators. That was the best opportunity for you to take revenge and make a name for yourself. It was also the only chance. Tongu Noira turned her back to her, her posture as steady as a pine tree, her breathing unchanged. Only after several seconds had passed since Tsukishida's words did she slowly raise her right hand and tapped 3 times on the table. Knock, knock, knock. Received. Confirm execution. Tsukishida seemed to nod slightly. She didn't turn around, merely pushed a deep brown craft paper envelope with her fingertips, painted with dark red. Inside were detailed floor plans of various competition venues, marked blind spots of internal surveillance, as well as identification features and confirmation phrases for the support personnel. The plan is yours to devise, and the details are yours to control. The organization will mobilize all resources to cooperate fully. Even, she paused, her red lips curling into a cold arc. I've already selected the most suitable scapegoat for you. A homeless man burdened with a hefty gambling debt to the organization, who bears a 70% resemblance to your disguise. His suicide scene will leave enough evidence to satisfy the police. As her words fell, she tightened her trench coat's belt, turned directly, and walked toward the door. The sound of her high heels on the wooden floor echoed in a regular, cold rhythm, like the ticking of a countdown clock. Click. The door opened, and her figure completely blended into the chaotic darkness and swirling snow outside. Throughout, the two never exchanged a glance. Nor did they see each other's expressions, as if they were merely two lonely souls who entered this prematurely closed tavern to escape the snow on this cold winter afternoon, never intersecting. The 7-game match of the Chess Saint War opened as scheduled, amidst the media's fervent hype and unprecedented attention from chess fans. This Go competition, once considered an antique by the youth, surprisingly occupied the headlines of major news outlets, with online discussion skyrocketing. The reason was simple. The plot was too fantastical, too thrilling. As if it had been ripped straight from the pages of the most popular action manga and splashed into reality. A 17-year-old beautiful girl chess player emerging out of nowhere. No mentorship, a mysterious background. Since the start of her professional career, she had won every match. Not a single defeat. Now, she aimed for the throne of the chess world, challenging the absolute champion who had dominated that position for years. Each label was enough to ignite discussions. Like a myth being written. In the first game, Tongu Noira played black and won by mid-game. In the second game, she played white and won by mid-game. Public opinion began to overwhelmingly proclaim the arrival of a new era, and the twilight of the old king had come. Ninth Dan Shota in no way seemed to transform from a king into a challenger, while that girl had already been regarded by countless people as the new deity about to be crowned. The third game was scheduled to commence on December 24th. According to the 2-day tournament format, it would last until December 25th, Christmas Eve. Christmas. However, it was destined that no one would be at peace. Only blood would be the offering. This game was set in Yanaga City, Tottori Prefecture, a place renowned for its hot springs and tranquility, far from Edo. However, Takagami requested to come. In the name of promoting traditional culture and connecting with the public, this political figure will attend the opening ceremony as a special guest. Everyone knows the ulterior motive behind this, seeking to gain visibility at this highly anticipated cultural event to enhance their political image. The day before the competition, Tongu Nua arrived at the famous Washooting Hot Spring Resort in Mizuko City with the representatives of the chess academy. The competition's playing room is set in a quiet villa by the lake within the resort. While visiting the venue for the opening ceremony, Tongu Nua remained calm. Her gaze casually sweeping over the guest lounge sign, the winding corridor behind, and the inconspicuous emergency exit map on the wall. By chance, she took a wrong turn and stumbled into a seemingly ordinary area at the end of a quiet corridor next to the restroom. The entrance to a storage room piled with linens, and a resting corner outside the changing room of the hot spring area. In these places, the tools prepared by the Crescent Group lay quietly in wait. A lightweight laptop hidden under a trash can, disguised as in a cleaning studio, and a Walther P99 handgun with a silencer. Everything was in place. On the day of the competition, at exactly 9 in the morning, the scent of incense wafted through the playing room. Shota Inoue, a ninth dan player, was already seated upright on one side of the chessboard, eyes closed and breathing deeply. At this moment, he looked less like a defending champion guarding a throne and more like a tragic challenger forced to the edge of a cliff, ready to face the final judgment of fate. 15 minutes before the match, approved media reporters surged in, setting up cameras and flashes that instantly lit up the room like a blinding silver sea, with shutter sounds pouring in like a downpour. All lenses greedily focused on the entrance. Tongu Nua walked in amidst this wave of light, expressionless, dressed in a fitted dark suit, her long hair neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and a cold profile. She seemed oblivious to the surrounding noise and intense gazes. Walking straight to the other side of the chessboard and taking her seat steadily, she gently placed a plain bamboo folding fan beside her. Please take care of me. She slightly bowed, her voice clear, calm, and devoid of any emotional ripples. Shota Inoue slowly opened his eyes, his complex gaze landing on the overly youthful and beautiful, yet expressionless face across from him. In his eyes lay seriousness, a determination typical of a chess player. But deep down, there was a fear he couldn't deny. Please take care of me, he replied in a low voice, slightly hoarse. The match began. Tongu Nua played black first. The first move was at the upper right star point. The second move was at the lower left small point. Teacher, she whispered in her mind, help me control the pace. She aimed to drag the game until the next afternoon to see the outcome. She was already well aware of the schedule of the prominent figure, after attending the morning's opening ceremony and a brief interview with several mainstream media outlets. He would enjoy a private afternoon at the resort's signature hot spring, Suki no Yu, before returning to Edo in the evening. The window for the assassination was only during the hour or so he would spend in the hot spring that afternoon. Chapter 130, Christmas Eve. Murder night at 2 in the afternoon. The chess game was still in its opening phase. Tongu Nua raised her hand to signal the nearby referee. Excuse me. I need to step out for a moment. Naturally, she meant to go to the restroom. The referee nodded in agreement. This was quite common in a 2-day-long match. Moreover, both players had already left their seats once or twice during the game. Tongu Nua stood up and walked out of the match room at a leisurely pace, disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Instead of heading to the nearest restroom, she turned her steps towards the end of the hallway, where a restroom closer to the logistics passage was located. She pushed the door open, entered, and locked it behind her. The calm expression on her face vanished in an instant as she quickly moved to the innermost independent stall, shifting aside a stainless steel trash bin in the corner. A sleek, older model laptop lay quietly at the bottom. She took out the laptop, her fingers landing on the keyboard, instantly transforming into a blur of motion. Lines of code cascaded down the command line window. The first objective: infiltrate the internal surveillance system of a certain hot spring resort. Upload pre-prepared, looping false surveillance footage to overwrite the real recordings from specific cameras during designated time frames. The second objective: crack the encrypted communication channel frequency of a certain bodyguard team. Simulate the voice characteristics and command format of the security commander, sending 2 false directives into the channel. A suspicious unattended package has been found in the outer corridor of the hot spring area, size unknown. Please dispatch 2 members from Team A to assist in the investigation and increase vigilance. Be aware, a suspicious vehicle has entered the resort, Team B. Please proceed to the parking area immediately for confirmation and inspection. The entire process took 1 minute and 47 seconds. Afterwards, she closed the laptop and returned it to its original spot. She knew that soon, the perimeter personnel from the Crescent Group would come and thoroughly clean up the laptop along with all traces inside. Turning around, she opened the inconspicuous small door inside the restroom, entering the connected cleaning supplies room. A set of deep blue hotel cleaning uniforms hung on the wall, alongside matching hats, masks, and disposable rubber gloves. There was even a pair of cleaning shoes with built-in special insoles. She changed into the shoes, her height increasing by nearly 10 centimeters, and the shoulder line appeared broader due to the shoulder pads. Finally, she put on a pair of plain black frame glasses. Standing in front of the old mirror in the supplies room, now covered in water stains, the reflection revealed a completely transformed person. A slightly tall and sturdy middle-aged woman exuded an air of fatigue typical of someone engaged in low-level labor for an extended period, making her easily forgettable. Teacher, she said to the mirror, adjusting the edges of her gloves one last time. Keep a close watch on the surroundings and pay attention to any details I might overlook. Despite countless simulations and rehearsals indicating a 99 probability of successfully escaping and redirecting suspicion towards a scapegoat outside the chessboard, the world is like a game of chess. And that unpredictable may first still exist. Su Yunju's shadow gathered beside her, her expression unusually serious. Don't worry. There are 2 people approaching around the corner of the corridor at 10 o'clock, but they will turn in about 20 seconds. The surveillance camera on your left is swinging back. There's a 5-second blind spot. Go. She pushed the cleaning cart prepared by the door, lowered her head, and walked towards the hot spring area following the employee passage signs on the wall. In the corridor, she encountered several hurried bodyguards in black suits, communicating nervously through their earpieces, rushing toward the parking lot, almost colliding with her cleaning cart. No one glanced at her. To them, a cleaner was no different from the decorative potted plants by the roadside. At the entrance of the hot spring area, 2 bodyguards were still on duty, but their attention was clearly distracted by suspicious packages and vehicles coming through the earpieces, occasionally glancing toward the depths of the corridor and outside. She pushed her cart closer and awkwardly lifted the employee badge hanging around her neck. The bodyguards only took a quick glance at the photo and the logistics department label, then impatiently waved her in. She passed through smoothly. Inside the hot spring area, a faint sulfur smell lingered, and it was unusually quiet. She pushed the cart straight to the innermost part, a secluded corridor leading to only a few top private hot spring suites. She stopped outside the sandalwood door marked Moonview Bath. The door was slightly ajar. Inside, the sound of splashing water came through, along with a middle-aged man humming a tune off key. She stopped the cleaning cart, naturally bending down to reach into a hidden compartment at the bottom of the cart. Her hand touched something cold and metallic. She retrieved a Walther P99 handgun equipped with a cylindrical silencer, feeling its weight in her palm. She chambered around, her movements gentle and steady, producing no sound of metal clashing. Then, she straightened up, gently pushing open the heavy sandalwood door with her gloved hand. Warm steam rushed at her, mixed with a stronger sulfur scent. In the swirling mist, a slightly plump middle-aged man faced away from the door. His body submerged in the milky hot spring water, only his head and part of his shoulders visible, eyes closed, lazily humming a tune, completely defenseless. Hearing the door open, he expressed mild displeasure without turning around, lazily saying with the impatience typical of someone in power, "Didn't I say? No extra services needed, just go out, okay?" Before he finished speaking, Tongu Nua had already raised her arm. Her gaze pierced through the thin mist, locking onto the vulnerable spot where the back of his neck connected to his spine. Without hesitation, without a tremble, she pulled the trigger. The bullet left the barrel, spinning through the air, burying itself into the junction of the spinal cord and medulla oblongata. The humming ceased abruptly. The man's body stiffened suddenly, slowly tilting and sliding into the warm spring water. He didn't even have time to utter a complete cry of pain. One shot. A guaranteed kill. Blood. Initially a dark red streak, soon gushed out, rapidly spreading in the milky spring water. Tongu Nua quickly stepped back 2 paces and closed the door. She pushed the cleaning cart towards a room marked as an equipment storage area next door. The door was slightly ajar. She pushed the cart inside. The room was dimly lit, and a middle-aged man dressed in a dark blue maintenance uniform and wearing a cap was already waiting, facing a small monitor screen. Upon seeing Tongu Nua enter, he immediately turned off the screen and gave her a slight nod. No words were needed. He naturally took hold of the cleaning cart's handle while Tongu Nua swiftly removed her disguise and placed it, along with her handgun, into the cart. Then, he pushed the cart, which was about to be disposed of, out the door, turning towards another direction in the corridor that led to the freight elevator and a prepared, unlicensed old truck in the backyard. The handover was complete. Tongu Nua took a bottle of portable mouthwash from her small bag, quickly rinsed her mouth to eliminate any lingering sulfur smell, and wiped her face and hands with a wet wipe. In the mirror, the cool and beautiful professional chess player Tongu Nua had returned. Just as she was about to leave through another exit of the equipment room, the door suddenly creaked open, pushed from the outside. A little girl, looking around 12 or 13 years old and dressed in a cute pink bathrobe, peeked in. She was holding a melting chocolate ice cream cone, her face beaming with pure curiosity, her big eyes darting around. Zangyuki, the genius girl who made waves in the chess world by entering the ranks at the age of 10, a future star with high expectations, had come along as a special observer. She blinked her clear big eyes, first spotting Tongu Nua, her small face lighting up with surprise. "Sister Tongu, aren't you in a match? Why are you in this dark room?" Boom. Tongu Nua's pupils constricted violently in that instant. It felt as if all the blood in her body had frozen, only to surge back to her head in the next moment. Sure enough, that damned variable, the unpredictable factor capable of destroying all carefully laid plans, had appeared in the most brutal way. No amount of meticulous calculation could account for a 12-year-old genius girl's totally random act of exploration driven by curiosity. In the corridor outside, the middle-aged man who had just left, disguised as a maintenance worker, seemed to have heard the commotion. He instantly turned back, silently appearing in the shadows at the doorway. Upon seeing the scene inside, his expression turned icy. His gaze fixed intently on Tongu Nua, then swept over the innocent little girl. His lips pressed into a cold straight line. The meaning in his eyes was clear, cruel, and undeniable. Eliminate the witness. Immediately. The organization's security was paramount above all else. Chapter 131. The battlefield of chess players is only on the chessboard. Zangyuki remained blissfully unaware of the danger so close at hand. She took a lick of her dripping ice cream and continued to curiously ask in a soft voice, "Sister Tongu, what are you doing here?" The little girl's eyes reflected nothing but innocent confusion. Tongu Nua looked at the girl in front of her, looking into those clear, bottomless eyes, like the purest obsidian. watching the ice cream cone in her hand, melting and dripping brown syrup, and the careful way she held it. Observing the adorable little bunny pattern embroidered on her bathrobe, swaying gently with her movements. Teacher, she silently screamed in her mind, almost in despair. Her voice trembling with an intensity she herself hadn't realized. What should I do? To kill? Or not to kill? The phantom of Su Yunzu beside her fluctuated violently, as if also bearing immense pressure. He looked at the innocent little girl, then at the tense Tonggu Nua. In the end, he closed his eyes and said sadly, Anua, I can't help you with this question. You must choose for yourself. Choose for yourself. Tonggu Nua's teeth clenched tightly. 3 seconds. It felt as long as a century. Outside the door, the middle-aged man's hand was firmly gripping the handle of the dagger, muscles tensed, ready to strike. His gaze grew colder and more urgent. Time. Every second increased the risk of exposure. Zhong Yiqi seemed to finally sense an unusual atmosphere. She blinked and looked at Tonggu Nua's unusually pale face and tightly pressed lips, softly asking, Sister Tonggu, are you feeling unwell? Just that one sentence, filled with a child's concern, pierced through a critical point like a fine needle. Finally, Tonggu Nua's clenched jaw relaxed. She exhaled a long, silent breath of suppressed air. Then, she crouched down and gently stroked the little girl's head adorned with a bunny hairpin. Little Chi. Her voice was a bit hoarse, but she tried to keep it calm. Sister was just a bit tired. My head is dizzy. The competition is too tense. So I snuck out to find a place with no one around to cool off, splash some cold water, and wake myself up. She paused, looking into the little girl's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of shy embarrassment. This is Sister's little secret, okay? She leaned in a bit closer, lowering her voice as if sharing a secret. If the judges and teacher in no way knew I ran out to slack off in the middle of the competition, it would be very embarrassing. Zhong Yiqi's big eyes blinked in realization, her little face immediately revealing an expression of understanding. I've also had moments when I didn't want to practice chess and snuck snacks. She nodded vigorously, covering her mouth with her small hand, and said earnestly and softly, I understand. Sister, don't worry. I promise. This is our secret. I will never tell anyone. Let us make a pinky promise. Saying this, she extended her little finger, slightly sticky with ice cream. Tonggu Nua looked at her serious yet adorable expression, and the tightly wound string in her heart seemed to finally loosen a little. She extended her pinky and gently hooked it with the little finger. Okay, pinky promise. Little Chi is really good. She stood up and gently patted the little girl's head again. It's time to go back. The ice cream is about to melt. And don't play outside for too long. Be careful not to catch a cold. Got it. Sister Tonggu must hurry back to the competition. Good luck. Nakamiya Chi happily waved her little fist, took another lick of her ice cream, and skipped away. Tonggu Nua slowly and stiffly turned back. Outside the door, a middle-aged man was still standing there, his hand resting on the handle of a knife. He looked deeply at Tonggu Nua, his gaze filled with complex emotions. There was dissatisfaction, anger, and even a hint of relief. In the end, he said nothing. Then he turned and completely disappeared into the shadows. Tonggu Nua stood in place for a few more seconds, listening to her heart gradually return from a frantic state to a heavy and slow beat. She took one last glance in the direction the little girl had left, then turned and exited through another door in the equipment room. She returned to the competition room. Calm and collected, she pushed open the heavy soundproof door and walked back to her seat. Sitting down at the chess table, she picked up a smooth piece and placed it down. Her posture was steady, her gaze focused, as if her mind had never left the small chessboard. In less than 10 minutes, to the spectators and her opponent, it seemed like she had just taken a slightly longer trip to the restroom, perhaps tidying her appearance. With her face appearing more refreshed than when she left, there was nothing unusual. The game continued to progress smoothly after a brief pause. An hour later, outside the window, in the distance, the sound of sirens started faintly, like a hallucination. The sound grew closer, more numerous, more intense, and increasingly piercing. Inside the competition room, everyone clearly sensed something was off. Even the sound of pieces being placed felt out of place. Suddenly, the phone at the judges' table rang. The chief referee picked up the receiver, listened for a moment, and his expression changed drastically. His hand holding the microphone even trembled slightly. He put down the receiver, took several deep breaths to steady himself, and quickly walked into the competition area, his face unusually serious. I am very, very sorry. His voice was dry, struggling to maintain composure, but the trembling tone betrayed him. A very serious incident has occurred at the villa outside. Someone has been killed. A large number of detectives from the police department have arrived, and the scene needs to be sealed off for a thorough investigation. He glanced at the two players at the chessboard, seemingly isolated from the world. Should the competition be paused? The investigation may take some time, and we might need your cooperation for questioning. In no way Shoyuta, a ninth dan player, furrowed his brow. He glanced at the distant flashing red and blue lights outside, then at the unresolved situation on the chessboard, finally letting his gaze fall on his opponent. Tonggu Nua slowly lifted her head. There was no panic, no curiosity on her face, only a near-cold calmness. She looked at the chief referee and in no way Shoyuta. August 6th, Showa 20. The final game of the Heninbo match between my senior Hashimoto Yutaro and senior Iwamoto Karu took place in the outskirts of Hiroshima. On that day, at 8:15 a.m., an atomic bomb exploded just a few kilometers from the competition room. Her gaze swept across the shocked faces of everyone present. Her voice was not loud, but it carried a firm strength. Bright light, shock waves, trembling buildings, shattering glass, dust filling the air. The game room was damaged, and the recorder was injured. But the two seniors, she paused slightly, her eyes sharp. They did not stop. They cleared the chessboard, brushed off the dust, and continued their game until the end. Because the battlefield of a chess player is only on the board. Outside the board, The world may be in chaos, blood may flow like rivers. But what does that have to do with the game? As her words fell, a profound silence enveloped the game room, akin to death. Everyone seemed to be under a spell, unable to believe their eyes as they looked at this 17-year-old girl. They observed her youthful yet upright posture, as if it bore the spirit of millennia of chess masters, and her stubborn gaze. They finally understood why this girl could reach such a height just a year after entering the ranks. The serious and confused expression on the face of the ninth dan player, Shinjo Shota, gradually faded away. In its place was a mixture of shock and respect. He slowly and solemnly nodded. His voice was deep and powerful. Kitagami, you are right. Nothing can interrupt a chess player's game. Not even the emperor. Referee, please continue. The referee took a deep breath, looked around, and his expression became resolute. I understand. Everyone, please remain silent. The match continues. Chapter 132. After the catastrophe at 6 o'clock that afternoon, the game was officially sealed. The match was paused, and the two players returned to their respective resting rooms. Meanwhile, the outside world had already turned upside down. News spread like a shockwave, sweeping across the Neon District and even the globe. A prominent political figure, Congressman Tara Shin, was assassinated at the Hanasui Pavilion Hot Spring Resort in Yanaga City, Tottori Prefecture. The assailant, disguised as a hotel cleaner, executed the act with professional precision, delivering a fatal blow before fleeing the scene in a pre-prepared truck, and is currently at large. The police have cordoned off the entire resort and surrounding roads, establishing numerous checkpoints, and conducting a thorough manhunt. The Hanasui Pavilion Hot Spring Resort was surrounded by police cars, with officers, plainclothes detectives, and forensic personnel bustling about. As one of the chess players coincidentally competing in this location and situated in the core area, Kitagami, known naturally, could not avoid routine questioning by the police. The inquiry was arranged in a small makeshift meeting room on the second floor. The questioning officer was a police inspector named Yasuda, around 50 years old, with graying hair but sharp eyes like an eagle. His face bore little expression, only the calm and scrutiny forged by years and cases. The questions were standard yet detailed. Kitagami, between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, where exactly were you? During the match, did you hear or notice any unusual sounds or movements? Do you know Congressman Tara? Had you had any form of contact or interaction with him prior to this? What was the approximate time you left the game room to go to the restroom? How long were you gone? Did you encounter any suspicious individuals or incidents on your way? Tong Guanua's response was calm and organized, perfectly aligning with the image she projected of an immersed chess player, focused and innocent, a genius girl who was oblivious to the world. Her timeline had a complete and impeccable alibi. After all, she spent most of her time in the game room, and the only time she left to use the restroom was witnessed by many. Officer Yasuda's keen eyes, which had seen through countless lies, fixed on her for a full 10 minutes, trying to find flaws in every subtle change of her expression, her breathing rhythm, and her unconscious hand movements. However, all he saw was the extraordinary calm of a top player, along with a hint of age-appropriate nervousness and restraint when faced with a murder case and police questioning. Finally, Officer Yasuda exhaled quietly, signed the record, and routinely nodded at her. Thank you for your cooperation, Tong Guanua. You may leave now. If you remember any details, please feel free to contact us. There was no suspicion, not a trace of targeted doubt. After all, in everyone's perception, the gap between a 17-year-old national idol beauty on the verge of conquering the chess world and a seasoned, cold-blooded killer disguised as a cleaner was deeper than the Mariana Trench, with no logical or imaginative connection point whatsoever. As she exited the temporary interrogation room, Tong Guanua brushed past the officer in the hallway. The old policeman seemed to pause slightly, but ultimately said nothing, continuing instead to frown and discuss the pursuit direction of the homeless murderer with his subordinates. Tong Guanua walked steadily back to her room, avoiding eye contact. She closed the door and locked it. She walked to the small coffee table, sat down, picked up the cold teapot, and poured herself a cup of barley tea that had long gone cold. Her hand reached for the teacup. Just before her fingertips touched the cup's surface, they trembled ever so slightly, almost imperceptibly. She grasped the cup, the cold sensation transmitting through her palm. Teacher, she spoke to the air, her voice low, tinged with the breathlessness of someone who had survived a crisis and a tremor that was hard to suppress. I'm sorry, I still can't do it. She was naturally referring to Zhong Yiqi. Su Yunzhou continuously clicked the reward button. In an instant, a gentle yet firm warmth quietly flowed into Tong Guanua's body, enveloping her tense nerves and slightly cold hands and feet. At the same time, his voice resonated in her consciousness, even more gently than ever before. This is my Arno. He paused, and his tone carried a sense of relief and pride. As if it were expected, always having your own persistence and bottom line. Some lines, once crossed, can never be returned to. However, her voice remained calm, though it began to reveal a hint of deep-seated worry. What if Xiaoqi accidentally slips up when questioned by the police? Even just mentioning that she saw Sister Tonghua in a strange place? She paused, as if assessing the worst-case scenario. That officer looks very experienced. He would definitely suspect me following that lead. Time, place, and motive may seem to lack direct evidence, but once the seed of suspicion is sown, the investigation can become endless. She raised her eyes, and for the first time, a clear, almost fragile panic showed on her face in front of Su Yunju. I'm not afraid of being exposed, teacher. I'm afraid that if I'm really accused and my freedom is restricted, or worse, what if I can't complete the task you entrusted to me? This was what terrified her more deeply than death or capture. Su Yunju fell silent for a moment. He could sense Su Yuno's unease and guilt at that moment. She wasn't regretting letting an innocent child go. She was deeply remorseful that she might not be able to reach that distant future appointment because of it. He clicked the reward button once again. A warm energy continued to flow, trying to dispel the chill in her heart. Then, his voice became steadier and more assured. Silly Anoa. I wouldn't need you to save by going against your conscience and harming the innocent. He lightened his tone a bit, trying to alleviate her heaviness. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, because I can see the future. This statement, like a calming anchor, made Tongu Nua's tense shoulders finally relax slightly. That night, Tongu Nua lay in the soft bedding of the guest room, the scent of cedarwood for sleep lingering at the tip of her nose. However, her sleep was extremely shallow. Any slight movement outside could wake her instantly. Her mind kept flashing back to the innocent face of Zhong Ichi in the equipment room and the cold, decisive look of her companion at the door. She lay in the dark with her eyes open, listening to her unsteady breathing until the first light of dawn appeared outside the window. However, the night passed without incident. The anticipated urgent knocking by the police in the middle of the night for a second summons did not occur. Although the villa was still sealed off by the police and the atmosphere was tense, the inquiries directed at the Chess Academy staff were limited to very routine confirmations of their schedules around the time of the incident. When the old police chief routinely asked about the young chess player Zhong Ichi, the little girl simply held a cup of hot milk, blinking her still sleepy big eyes, and shook her head in confusion. I didn't see any strange people. Her voice was soft and slightly nasal from just waking, and she tilted her head, trying hard to recall, adding, I was with teacher Ijaku all afternoon, watching him show off. Then I got a bit sleepy, and teacher Ijaku took me to the lounge to sleep, and then I heard a lot of noise outside. Her narration was natural and simple, aligning with the image of a playful and easily tired child. As for whether she truly kept the promise regarding the secret, or if her innocent little mind simply did not connect the appearance of her sister Tongu in a strange place with the occurrence of a terrible murder, or perhaps it was Ijaku Yoshitaka. Upon noticing something or simply to soothe the frightened child, he said something to her that guided her memory. In any case, the crisis seemed to have quietly passed without incident. The next day, the competition continued. Ultimately, Tongu Nua secured another victory with a significant lead of 8.5 points. Thus, this highly anticipated 7-game match ended with a shocking score of 3 o'clock. Tongu Nua, with an overwhelming and despair-inducing absolute advantage, pushed the former champion, the 9th Dan Shinobu Masato, to the edge of an insurmountable cliff. Only one final step remained to claim the title of Go Sage, the highest honor in Japanese Go. The 4th game, which might also be the last, was scheduled to be held in Obihiro, Hokkaido, from February 17th to 18th, 2017. Almost no one held any expectations for Shinobu Masato's defense. In the media editorial department, special reports on the emergence of the new era queen and the 18-year-old genius crowning as Go Sage were already prepared, ready to sweep across all pages at the moment of the final move. Chapter 133. No wonder you all like her. As the explosive news of the assassination of political figure Musashi Najin continued to develop, the upcoming game in Hokkaido was shrouded in a layer of supernatural, mysterious, and even fateful colors by the media and public opinion. Headlines like blood-soaked Go Sage battle, cursed match, and the Grim Reaper accompanies the genius girl flooded the news outlets. In television talk shows, various experts discussed and attempted to interpret this coincidence from metaphysical, psychological, and even social symbolic perspectives. There were even some netizens, either enjoying the spectacle or dissatisfied with Musashi Najin's political views. Half-jokingly and half-seriously commented on social media, could it be that heaven is using Musashi Na's blood to pave the way for our Nuasama's ascension to Go Sage? Although this statement might seem disrespectful, Musashi Na's death had skyrocketed the heat of the Go Sage battle. Nuasama, this is fate. Laughs. The blood of the old era watering the throne of the new era? This script is just too thrilling. For the vast majority of ordinary people, the assassination of a political figure like Musashi Najin, while shocking, was also somewhat imaginable. Political struggles and conflicts of interest, who can say for certain? The lives and deaths of high-ranking individuals are ultimately separated by a distant layer from the everyday lives of the common people. After the initial shock, curiosity and gossip followed. After returning to Edo, Su Nua entered a period of heightened caution and seclusion, with the aftermath of the Musashi Na incident still unresolved. The police had identified the main suspect as a homeless scapegoat, but large-scale investigations and screenings were ongoing to prevent any possible oversights or accidental exposures. She cut off all contact with the New Moon Group except for emergency communications in the short term. Days passed quickly in a rhythm that appeared orderly on the surface but was tense inside. During the day, she immersed herself in the world of Go, occasionally accepting brief media interviews that she could not refuse. At night, she returned to her apartment, continuing her unwavering physical training and improving her online skills. Soon, the calendar turned its last page. The year 2017 had arrived. At the same midnight as last year, the main lights in the apartment were off. Only a few ambient lights cast a soft glow. Su Nua still stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking down at the starry river formed by countless lights below. Teacher, she gazed at the blurred reflection of Su Yunju on the glass, softly speaking. I was standing here at this time last year. I asked you, would you dislike me like this? Memories surged. The anxiety and self-doubt from last year, along with the faint yet solid comfort she felt after receiving an affirmative answer, seemed to have happened just yesterday. Su Yunju wore a gentle smile. He didn't speak immediately, but gently moved the mouse and clicked the warm green reward button. I still give the same answer, never. Receiving this expected yet eternally reassuring answer, Su Nua seemed to exhale lightly. She took a small step forward, closer to the cold glass window. Then, she slightly lifted her toes, raised her face, and closed her eyes. She gently pressed her warm lips against the glass where Su Yunju's reflection was, at about the height of her lips. It was a kiss through a layer of cold medium, yet it was incredibly sincere. Teacher, her voice pressed against the glass, sounding somewhat muffled but filled with complete reliance and satisfaction. Thank you for spending another new year with me. Su Yunju steadied himself and brought up Su Nua's current attributes panel. Overall charm value, 87,100. Only 3 points remain to reach the ultimate goal of 90 points. Although the assassination of Wu Gongjin shocked the world and sparked countless speculations, only a few knew that the executor behind it was this girl before him. Therefore, her influence score did not significantly increase due to this incident. Perhaps it would only end Su Nua's quest when the title of chess sage was finally crowned. Realizing this, Su Yunju contemplated, not just New Year, but this year's Spring Festival, Valentine's Day, and your birthday. I can spend them all with you. Su Nua remained silent for a few seconds. The lights outside flickered in her eyes, and then, her voice was soft. So light it seemed it could drift away in the air. Is it time to part? She paused and asked the question that had long been lodged in her heart, but she dared not think deeply about. Do we have to wait until 8 years later, in 2025, to truly meet? Su Yunju also fell silent for a moment. Perhaps, that was all he could answer. Su Nua replied softly, not probing further, not complaining, not even showing a hint of disappointment. She seemed to have long been accustomed to burying her expectations deep enough to deceive even herself. She turned around, and a clear smile suddenly blossomed on her face. Then, teacher, this year, let's properly spend our last Valentine's Day together. Soon, the Spring Festival arrived. The apartment was filled with the warm aroma of food. Su Yunjua transformed once again into a culinary master, preparing several exquisite dishes from Bazhou. The spicy chicken cubes were brilliantly red and tempting, while the boiled pork slices floated under a fragrant layer of chili and peppercorns. The mapo tofu was steaming and quivering, and there was a plate of stir-fried seasonal vegetables to cleanse the palate. On the dining table, 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks were laid out. Although Su Yunjua couldn't reach them, Su Nua stubbornly served him food and poured wine, carefully placing the best parts of each dish into the empty bowl across from her. The wine glass was filled with clear sake. Teacher, she raised her glass towards the air, her voice filled with joy. Happy New Year's Eve. At first, Su Yunjua didn't pay much attention, thinking the girl was being overly particular. But as he looked at the bowl full of dishes and the filled glass, combined with the almost reverent atmosphere in the quiet room, he increasingly felt an eerie sense of familiarity in this process. Offering food, setting the table, pouring wine, making wishes, wasn't this a form of worship? The only difference was the absence of photos, replaced by holographic projections. He couldn't help but laugh and feel soft-hearted at the same time. This girl was celebrating the festival with him in the most solemn way she could think of. This time, she declined all invitations from her seniors and peers at the chess academy to celebrate New Year's Eve together. She chose to return alone to this apartment, to keep vigil with the presence only she could perceive. After dinner, everything was tidied up. Su Nua curled up on the soft sofa with a large bag of potato chips, while Su Yunjua brought out the chicken popcorn he had prepared earlier. The two sat side by side on the sofa, one ethereal and the other solid, watching the Spring Festival gala from their distant homeland via live stream. When a dance segment ended and the host announced the next program, Su Yunjua felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Sure enough, the screen displayed the now famous figure of Song Jiru. She stood in the center of the dazzling stage, wearing a gorgeous gown that blended modern design with classical elements. Her skin radiant under the spotlight. Su Yunjua glanced nervously at Su Nua beside him, sensing that this little jealous one might explode. Given how fiercely she had glared at Song Jiru last year on the streets of Kyoto, it was hard to imagine her reaction to seeing Song Jiru shining in such a grand setting, singing a heartfelt song. Wouldn't this little jealous one burst into fireworks? Who knows what kind of upgraded life and death question might pop up, like if both she and I fell into a black hole, who would you save first? However, unexpectedly, Su Nua just sat quietly, her gaze focused on the television screen, listening intently to the entire song without any displeasure on her face. In fact, when the camera zoomed in on Song Jiru's face, capturing a moment of her deep gaze, Su Nua subtly nodded, as if acknowledging something in her heart. After the program ended and the ads began, the living room fell into a moment of quiet. Teacher, Su Nua finally spoke softly, her tone unusually calm. Song Jiru sings really well. She paused and added, her voice still steady, and she's really good looking. She paused again, this time for a bit longer. As if talking to herself, no wonder you all like her. You all. Chapter 134, do I owe you some money? You all. Oh, I mean, Song Jiru has so many fans, right? Su Yunjo felt a bit uneasy, chuckled awkwardly, and tried to divert the topic. Our little Nua is not bad either. He quickly shifted the conversation, his tone filled with praise. Look at you, you've grown so much taller this year, and your temperament has improved too. This was indeed true. Over the past year, through almost self-torturous discipline and the optimization plan provided by a top nutrition team borrowed from Lin Ruoxuan, Su Nua's transformation was astonishing. Her height had increased from 158 centimeters to 165 centimeters, and her figure had transitioned from being thin and frail to becoming well-proportioned and upright, exuding a vibrant vitality. Surprisingly, Su Nua did not explode or say anything sarcastic. Instead, she smiled, with a complex and indescribable expression in her smile. Teacher, it's quite a coincidence this year. She suddenly said, her tone deliberately casual, my birthday is on the same day as Valentine's Day. This year's lunar birthday coincidentally fell on the Gregorian Valentine's Day. Su Yunjo frowned. With such a coincidental date, he couldn't do nothing. Besides, last year's Valentine's Day, Su Nua had given herself the first Valentine's gift of her life. So he naturally had to return the favor. But what could he do? Gift? How to give? Through a game? But this lousy game doesn't have that feature. Sweet talk? That seemed too empty. He pondered deeply. Wait, how did I forget about them? A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He decisively paused the game, withdrew his consciousness from Su Nua's apartment in 2017, and returned to his hotel room by West Lake in 2025, where the morning light was just breaking. Picking up his phone nearby, his fingers quickly swiped across the screen, scanning the contacts. It wouldn't be appropriate to ask Lin Ruoxuan or Song Jiru. As for Shin Minghua, she was too young in 2017. Got it. His gaze fixed on a contact he had just added yesterday, noted as Morgan Su Sini from Hong Kong Island, the great-granddaughter of the elderly Wu Xiaoyun. In terms of bloodline and family rank, she could be considered a distant relative, possibly a cousin. The atmosphere was quite harmonious when they met yesterday, and the other party was respectful and appropriate. He clicked on the profile, carefully considered his wording, and sent a message. Miss Su, or should I call you cousin? Are you up? It was 9 in the morning. Soon, the other party replied, her tone respectful. Sir. Do you have any instructions? Su Yinzhou thought for a moment and decided to be straightforward. Think carefully. Do I owe you some money? This sentence seemed out of the blue, clearly leaving Su Sini on the other end of the screen confused. No, sir. Didn't we just formally meet for the first time yesterday? How could there be a question of owing money? Su Yinzhou laughed heartily, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Think again. On New Year's Eve in 2017. Did someone ask you to arrange something? A person claiming to be a friend of your great-grandmother reached out to help prepare a birthday and Valentine's gift? After sending the message, there was silence for a full minute on the other end. Then the flood of messages began. It turned out that person was you. I was puzzled at the time, suddenly receiving a mysterious text from a completely unfamiliar number, and it was written in French. The sender claimed to have deep ties to our family and identified themselves as you. They wanted to celebrate a birthday and Valentine's Day for a young girl in neon lights, and asked me to plan a special gift, mentioning they would reimburse me later. When I received the text, I was confused, but since the person knew about the connection between my great-grandmother and you, it didn't seem like a mere prank. So, I consulted my great-grandmother. After listening, she was silent for a long time, then smiled and said it was interesting, asking me to proceed as the sender suggested. I really went ahead, paid for everything, and sent the details about the gift and arrangements back to that number. But later, I could no longer contact that person. The number was deactivated. Over time, other family members learned about this and said I must have encountered a telecom scam. After all, while not many know about the family's connection to you, it's not a complete secret, and I might have been exploited by someone with ulterior motives. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed true. I thought to myself, how could I, Su Sini, who is clever and resourceful, be embarrassed by such an international scam? I was quite upset for a while. I never expected it was actually true. The mysterious person who texted me was really you? I wasn't scammed after all. Through the screen, Su Yinzhou could clearly feel her excitement in every word. He suppressed a smile and continued to play the role of filling in the historical gaps, responding, yes, that was indeed me. The situation back then was special. I couldn't reveal myself directly, so I used some unconventional means to contact you, which must have confused you. I apologize for that. So, how much did you pay for this back then? Send me your account details, and I will transfer you the principal plus interest. If I said I would pay you back, I must do so. Su Sini seemed a bit stunned from the shock. About 60 or 70,000, I guess. But she quickly added, with a casual tone mixed with a hint of resentment. But never mind. At that time, when my great-grandmother heard there might be news from you, she was very happy and reimbursed me directly. Later, when she heard there was no follow-up and couldn't get in touch, she just laughed a few times and said you were always elusive, so it's something to get used to. So actually, I didn't lose anything. I just carried the suspicion of being scammed for several years. Su Yinzhou thought for a moment but insisted, brothers should settle accounts clearly. Besides, as your older brother, how could I let my sister pay and not get reimbursed? Send me your account details. Soon, Su Sini sent a bank account information from a certain region. Su Yinzhou quickly and decisively transferred 100,000 as a compensation and interest. After finishing the important business, Su Yinzhou suddenly remembered a crucial detail. What was the phone number you used to receive messages back then? He thought that once he took control of the promised body, he would send a message to that number, completing the causal loop that spanned 8 years. Su Sini provided a series of domestic phone numbers and explained, this number was used when I hadn't gone abroad for studies yet, just like you, studying at a university here, using a domestic phone number. She then asked, by the way, why do you want to know this? Su Yinzhou chuckled, just feeling a bit nostalgic. However, the next message from Su Sini made his previously relaxed expression tense up again. By the way, I'm actually not your cousin. Su Yinzhou's heart skipped a beat. What? Was he really going to fulfill that ridiculous marriage contract from Wu Lao? Before he could respond, Su Sini's next message popped up. Yesterday, I carefully checked the family tree with your parents, and it turns out I should call them older cousin and older cousin wife. She paused, seemingly trying to suppress a laugh. So, according to the family hierarchy, I should be your aunt. Su Yinzhou stared at the phone screen, momentarily speechless, his expression quite entertaining. What the heck? Aunt, this is ridiculous. Just yesterday, I was politely calling her Miss Su, thinking she was a distant cousin, and now she's an aunt? Well, if she's an aunt, then so be it. Su Yinzhou thought for a moment and inexplicably felt relieved. It was much better than suddenly having an unexpected fiancée. His current emotional connections were already complicated enough. But wait, something felt off. In a certain well-known martial arts story, didn't the hero initially call his future wife aunt? This thought made Su Yinzhou's mouth twitch. He chuckled a few times, deciding not to delve deeper into this somewhat dangerous analogy. He closed the chat window with Su Sini and then opened a translation app to translate the message he wanted to send to 2017 Su Sini into French. This was naturally to ensure Su Nuo couldn't understand it. Otherwise, there would be no surprise. He flexed his fingers and clicked, continue game. Next came the moment to witness a miracle. Chapter 135. Another Valentine's Day with the preparations complete, Su Yunju re-entered the game. Only a moment had passed in the game. Nuo, Su Yunju began, his voice laced with playful anticipation and a hint of mischief. Let me take over you for a moment? Su Nuo was a bit puzzled, not understanding what the teacher suddenly wanted to control her body for. However, she had complete trust in Su Yunju and simply responded obediently. Oh, okay. She relaxed and temporarily handed over control of her body. Soon, Su Yunju's consciousness took over Su Nuo's body. He guided her to the computer, powered it on, connected to the internet, and skillfully used an anonymous service to generate a virtual number and send a text message. Recipient number. The domestic phone number Su Sini had used 8 years ago. Mr. Below, the following information is very important. Please read carefully and follow the instructions. The specific arrangements and prompts are all in the French language, just translated by Su Yunju. Su Nuo admired as she watched her fingers type those elegant and mysterious letters on the keyboard that she couldn't understand. Teachers really know so much. Even the French language is so proficient. How impressive. In February, Hokkaido is covered in white snow. Although the fourth match to determine the title of the Go Sage is scheduled to be held on February 17th in a certain city, Su Nuo had already arrived in Sapporo on February 14th, claiming to adjust her state and adapt to the away environment. Naturally, no one knew that the purpose of her trip was to celebrate her first true Valentine's Day. The taxi stopped in front of a hidden hot spring inn with only a dozen guest rooms deep in Josanki. Teacher, have you really booked the hotel? Before checking in, Su Nuo stood on the bluestone steps outside the inn, looking at the heavy wooden lattice door, still a bit hesitant, her voice very low. She found it hard to imagine how a non-physical teacher could complete the tedious tasks of booking, payment, and arranging details. Su Yunju smiled, his voice reassuring. Don't worry. Just go to the front desk and give your name. Su Nuo pushed open the heavy wooden door. Inside the entrance, a female attendant dressed in a kimono was already waiting. Upon seeing the girl who walked in, a fleeting look of undeniable surprise crossed her eyes. This face had frequently appeared on the front pages of major newspapers and television news recently. The genius girl, Tongu Nuo, who swept through the Go world with astonishing achievements, was just one step away from the title of Go Sage. When she received the overseas reservation that was demanding and exceptionally generous, seeing the name Tongu Nuo, she thought it was a joke or a coincidence from some admirer. She never expected it to be the real person. The surprise lasted only a brief moment, quickly transformed into the professionalism cultivated through long training, turning into the right amount of respect, humility, and honor. She deeply bowed and spoke softly. Welcome to our inn. Go Sage Tongu. Strictly speaking, she still needed one last victory to be officially crowned, but in the hearts of countless Neon citizens, she was already the youngest Go Sage destined to rewrite history. Your reserved room, Suki Mizu no Ri, is ready for you. Please follow me. Suki Mizu no Ri, a moon-viewing villa, is usually the most prestigious and beautifully scenic standalone villa in such top hot spring inns, available only to esteemed guests or special reservations. The female attendant led the way along a gravel path covered with thin snow, through a tranquil, dry landscape garden, finally stopping in front of a wooden house surrounded by bamboo fences and cedar trees. The wooden door was gently pushed open, and after crossing a short porch, they entered the main hall. Su Nuo's footsteps suddenly stopped, her pupils slightly dilated in the warm candlelight. Dozens of handmade glass candle holders quietly stood along the edges of the room, window sills, and even the low beams, with candle flames gently flickering even in the daytime. In the center of the living room, deep red rose petals formed a gigantic heart shape. At the center of the heart lay a delicate two-tiered cake, with pure white cream adorned with bright red strawberries and golden sugar strands, topped with a small candle shaped like the number 18. What took her breath away the most was the plain-colored screen facing the entrance. On the screen, in bold, vibrant calligraphy, were 2 lines of Chinese characters. Happy 18th birthday to the best Arno, from XYZ. Similar to N, XYZ was also a commonly used algebraic symbol in mathematics, representing the unknown and infinite possibilities. Of course, it also stood for the initials of Su Yunju's name. Beside the writing, there was a clumsy yet cute doodle of a smiley face, exuding a touch of childlike sincerity. Below the screen, several neatly arranged gift boxes tied with ribbons were placed. The waitress standing nearby watched as the young girl before her momentarily stiffened, her expression seemingly frozen, and felt a rush of emotions. Although the room's decoration was arranged by them, all the items were strictly prepared according to an extremely detailed planning proposal sent from overseas, with many key items even directly express delivered from a distant country to Hokkaido. She couldn't help but wonder, who was this thoughtful admirer? Though not present in person, they had transformed their feelings into this room, filled with light and fragrance. Such meticulousness and romance were truly rare to see in this day and age. She suppressed her admiration and quietly retreated to the doorway, bowing deeply once more to the silhouette of Su Yunju, softly saying, Master Tongu, happy Valentine's Day. I hope you enjoy your rest before the competition. If you need anything else, please feel free to ring the bell. The door gently closed. Su Yunju stood alone amidst the candlelight and the fragrance of plum blossoms, frozen in place. Her throat felt as if it were blocked by something warm and soft, rendering her voiceless. Her eyes quickly blurred with tears. Even Su Yunju felt her heart soften, an inexplicable sourness rising in her nose. Su Sini truly had an exceptional talent for planning events like this. It was indeed best left to girls to arrange, with every detail perfectly executed and the atmosphere elevated to its peak. After a long while, so long that it seemed time itself had frozen in the candlelight. Su Yunju slowly moved her feet and approached the screen. She reached out, her fingertips gently brushing over the ink marks. Teacher, she began, her voice hoarse and trembling with restraint. Did you prepare all of this? Su Yunju's voice came, calm yet warm. Do you like it? Happy 18th birthday, Xiao Nua. Su Nua nodded vigorously, but tears finally overflowed, silently rolling down her cheeks. From being lost in a foreign land, bullied, to wielding a gun and taking lives. Rolling in darkness, waking up in blood, and now living under a false name, treading carefully between the hollow fame of the chessboard and the shadows of the organization. She thought she had long shed weakness and grown accustomed to solitude. Yet, it turned out that in some corner of her heart, there still curled up an ordinary girl yearning for blessings and gentle treatment. The teacher surprisingly used a magical method to quietly weave such a grand adult ceremony for her. Su Nua knelt on the tatami, sitting at the edge of the rose-shaped design. She lifted her head, tears still streaming down her face, but the corners of her mouth curved upwards. I really like it. Thank you so much, she choked out, repeating, thank you. Teacher, really thank you. Chapter 136. My father is Su Kuan. Su Yunjo looked at the girl on the screen, tear-streaked yet smiling softly, and felt a warm ache in his heart. Silly girl. This is just the beginning. He clicked the reward button. A warm glow, like an invisible palm, gently caressed the top of her head and wiped away her tears. Don't cry anymore. His voice was gentle. Go see the gifts. They are all for you. Hope you like them. Su Nua rubbed her eyes vigorously with the back of her hand, took a deep breath, and crawled to the exquisite gift boxes. She first opened the longest, flat box. Inside was a gray-black cashmere scarf. The texture was delicate, warm to the touch, and unbelievably soft. Attached was a plain card that read, May you be warm in winter. May spring not be cold. The second was a flat, dark wooden box. She unfastened the clasp and revealed the velvet lining. Inside lay a peace charm carved from fine sandalwood. Its design was extremely simple and rustic, with the words peace deeply engraved on the front. The back was carved with intricate and flowing lotus patterns. A plain card beside it noted, this charm was specially created according to ancient methods by a highly skilled master from the ancestral temple of Longhu Mountain, and has been blessed by several contemporary celestial masters, imbued with spiritual essence. The card continued, May you take care of yourself, may you meet a good person. The third was the smallest, a deep blue velvet square box. Lifting the lid revealed a string of dark brown, sandalwood prayer beads. An attached card indicated, this prayer bead comes from the ancient Bema temple in Zhongdu, and has been personally blessed by the esteemed abbot of the temple, who listens to the sound of Dharma day and night, imbued with peaceful power. The card continued, May warm colors accompany your life, with good people by your side. Su Yunjo looked at these gifts and their messages, feeling a bit sentimental. The folk song that would later become popular had not yet been released. Otherwise, Su Nua would immediately recall the unwritten lines. The young man heads north, the young woman looks south, and this life they part ways. Fortunately, what he gave was warmth, peace, and companionship. Su Nua tightly held the peace charm and prayer beads in her palm. She had no idea where the teacher had acquired these items, nor could she imagine how he had crossed the boundary between reality and illusion to deliver them so tangibly to her. But she believed that this peace charm, carrying the celestial master's prayers, and this string of prayer beads, soaked in the temple's incense, could truly protect her through the years, just as the messages suggested. She carefully wrapped the silk cord of the peace charm around her neck, ensuring the wooden charm was close to her heart, feeling its slight weight settle there. Then, she meticulously slipped the prayer beads onto her slender wrist. Finally, she lifted her head once more, gazing into the void. Tears still lingered on her face. Her eyes and nose were still red, yet she smiled with her brows and eyes arched like a clear sky after snow. Su Yunjo also smiled gently and said, It's time to cut the cake, birthday star. Make a wish. Su Nua looked at the beautiful cake, tears almost welling up again. She quickly shook her head and said with a heavy nasal tone, Teacher, I want to take a shower first and change into a clean outfit. Yes. After a long journey, coming from bloodshed and calculations, she wanted to greet this moment that truly belonged to her 18th birthday, in the purest and most solemn manner. Su Yunjo nodded in understanding. All right, go ahead. I'll step aside for a moment. However, Su Nua paused. She raised her eyes, her gaze clear and determined. Looking into the void, her voice was soft but carried a sense of resoluteness, as if she was making a decisive declaration. Teacher, I turned 18 today. She paused, her tone slightly trembling with a hint of courage. You don't have to feel guilty anymore. She bit her lip, still asking the question that had weighed on her heart. Or do you actually not find me appealing? Think I'm too young? Or do you prefer someone more mature like Sanjiro? Or someone with a better figure like Ueshiji? Su Yunjo, outside the screen, almost choked on the sudden breath he took, instinctively touching his nose. Is this finally leading to an adult-themed scene? But Su Nua didn't wait for his reply and continued, her voice lighter yet more resolute, as if she was delivering something crucial. Teacher, there's something I've always been afraid to tell you. She raised her hand and gently pressed it against her heart, where a warm protective charm rested. About my true identity. About everything about me. She gazed into the void, her eyes as pure as the sky after snow, honest to the point of being sacrificial. Today, I turned 18. I'm an adult now. I want to show you everything without reservation. She took a deep breath, her voice filled with relief. I don't want to deceive you anymore. I don't want to lie to myself any longer. Listening to her series of confessions, Su Yunjo felt a bit perplexed. Identity. Did she have a deeper, more astonishing secret? Was it something that needed to be stated so solemnly, almost in a sacrificial manner? Though confused, he still followed her lead. Alright, go ahead. I'm listening. Su Nuo, having received permission, seemed to have made her final decision. She stood up and walked toward the private hot spring pool in the suite, where natural spring water flowed in. The rising steam blurred the light and shadows. Standing at the edge of the pool, with her back to the void, she began to slowly remove all her clothes. One piece at a time. First the coat, then the sweater, followed by the fitted cotton underwear. Her movements were devoid of any allure or hesitation. Only a sense of solemnity and honesty akin to a ritual. A beautiful figure, a masterpiece belonging to an 18-year-old girl, was unveiled without concealment against the backdrop of swirling steam. The skin is fair and delicate, glistening with moisture under the light, filled with vibrant vitality and pure allure. She removes the charm and prayer beads she just put on, bows her head, and kisses them with great reverence, almost piety, before placing them with her neatly folded clothes. Then, she steps into the hot spring pool, where the water gently ripples, gradually covering her ankles, calves, knees, and thighs, finally resting at her chest. The warm spring water envelopes her, and the steam rising adds a hazy, enchanting beauty to her silhouette. She tilts her head back, closes her eyes, allowing the warm water to soak her shoulders and neck, as if drawing courage. After a long moment, she opens her eyes again, gazing into the void. Summoning the greatest courage of her life, and with a voice clear to the point of being piercing, utters the name that might change everything. Teacher, my father. She pauses for a second, which feels like a century. The name is Su Kuan, the Su in promise, and Kuan from the universe. As the words settle, the candlelight in the room flickers softly. Outside the window, snow falls silently. The 18-year-old girl tilts her face upward, waiting for a response. Or perhaps, awaiting a judgment. Chapter 137. Su Nuo is completely bewildered. Su Yunju scratches his head in front of the screen, subconsciously murmuring, Su Kuan? That name sounds a bit familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Su Nuo notices a crack in the heavy atmosphere she had anticipated. Su Yunju thinks for a moment, and suddenly remembers. It was about Song Jiaru's kidnapping. That was the underground emperor who ruled Chengzhou with an iron fist. Oh, it's him. Su Yunju realizes. No wonder you ended up in the neon lights. He strokes his chin, trying to recall the information he had read. His downfall was because, I remember it was mainly due to the domestic crackdown on organized crime. But what does that have to do with Wu Gongjin? I really haven't looked into that in detail. Su Nuo is stunned. The shock, questioning, disappointment, and even the possible distance she had expected do not appear. The teacher's attitude is as calm as discussing what to have for dinner. The secret she had felt was like a ticking time bomb, one that would shake the world upon revelation. Is met with such nonchalance from the teacher? A strange feeling wells up inside her. It's like pouring all her strength into a punch, only to hit a soft pile of cotton, leaving her feeling empty and somewhat inexplicably wronged. She sniffs and continues in a muffled voice. Actually, my enemy isn't Wu Gongjin at all. That was just a name I randomly threw out. Later, I was afraid you would get angry upon knowing the truth and leave, so I just went along with it, and ended up getting deeper and deeper. She gives a self-mocking smile. Thinking back now, Wu Gongjin really did die somewhat unjustly. Su Yunju nods in front of the screen, surprisingly fair in his tone. Well, from the outcome, he indeed paid for the lie you casually made up. However, to be fair, he himself was not a good person. With extreme right-wing views and a questionable historical stance, his death was not entirely unjust. He paused and naturally asked, by the way, regarding your father's case. I glanced at some materials out of curiosity before. Considering how he ended up where he did, it seems inevitable from both the broader context and his own choices. There was no condescending criticism, no hypocritical sympathy, just a calm statement. Su Nuo lowered her head even further, almost submerging it in the water. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet filled with a painful clarity. I'm sorry, teacher. I only recently had the opportunity to see some internal documents and detailed evidence from that case through special channels. Her shoulders trembled slightly. My father really did many unforgivable bad things. He harmed many people and destroyed many families. The cold words, undeniable evidence, and the stark testimonies of victims stripped her anger of its righteous foundation. Su Yunju let out a gentle sigh. Infused with the complexity of the world, death is a significant matter. Let's refrain from further judgment on past events. So, who do you truly consider your enemy now? It can't possibly be. He made a joke, but his tone became serious. Do you really want to fight against the entire state apparatus? I truly cannot help with that, and I advise you not to think in that direction. Su Nuo's lips moved slightly. Beneath the water, her fingers curled unconsciously. Actually, I was too young back then. I didn't understand many things. Given the situation and policy directions at that time, my father would eventually become a key target in the campaign against organized crime. She finally raised her head to look at Su Yunju. Her eyes filled with pain and a sense of release. So, I don't really have a specific personal enemy. If I had to find one, it would be him. Su Yunju almost immediately clicked the reward button. A warm glow appeared again, gently brushing over her head like a silent, comforting embrace. It's truly remarkable that you can come to this realization on your own. Remember, you are you, and he is he. Your father's choices and outcomes should not become chains and shadows for your entire life. I won't think any less of you because of this. Nor will I care about it. Su Nuo bit her lip, the biggest knot in her heart finally beginning to unravel. She gathered her courage. Teacher, I also used to believe that Song Jiaru was the force behind it all, or that she did something that led to my family's downfall. I even considered. But now, after learning more, I just want to apologize to her on behalf of my father and for my own dark thoughts. She could say no more. Her face filled with guilt and regret. Su Yunju finally connected the dots. So that was it. No wonder she reacted so strongly in the capital. No wonder her hostility toward Song Jiaru was so deep. No wonder she occasionally showed complex concern for Songjiro. This was a massive misunderstanding. He felt a mix of laughter and tears, wondering what was going on. He replied softly, how old were you then? 13? 14? Suddenly facing a drastic change in family circumstances, drifting in a foreign land, feeling utterly alone and bullied. In such extreme pain and desperation. One always needs an outlet for emotional release, a tangible enemy to support their will to live. Displacing anger is a common psychological self-protection mechanism when one feels powerless. The teacher understood. Shunua was completely stunned. Where was the thunderous anger she had anticipated? The utter disappointment? Not even a hint of blame. Why was there nothing at all? She felt like a warrior prepared for a noble sacrifice, fully armed and charging into battle, only to find no enemy. Just the person who had always been by her side, holding a bowl of hot soup, sitting by the campfire, smiling, and saying, "You're back? Come on. The soup is getting cold." This immense psychological gap left her at a loss, even a bit dazed, as if she were walking on clouds. "Teacher," she mumbled, her eyes wide with disbelief. "You're not angry with me? I've deceived you for so long, and I even thought about killing Songjiro." Su Yunju, in front of the screen, almost laughed out loud, a mix of tenderness and relief, finding the girl as foolishness endearing. He deliberately responded in a lighthearted, yet puzzled tone. "What is there to be angry about? Are you upset because you didn't read the instruction manual carefully when you were born and accidentally selected hell mode? Or are you mad that as a kid, when life got tough, you secretly hated a star you had no connection with?" He shook his head, his voice becoming incredibly gentle yet firm. "Shunua, what I see is you, the one who gritted her teeth learning programming in a shabby attic. The one who fell countless times on the training ground but kept getting back up. These are what define you. As for everything else, it's just irrelevant background noise." Chapter 138. Meeting after half an hour. Shunua was utterly speechless. She opened her mouth but couldn't utter a word. It felt like something warm and soft was blocking her throat. Only the warm spring water gently enveloped her, as if the flowing water was softly soothing her trembling body. After a long while, she slowly submerged her entire body into the water, until the warm spring water covered her head. Then, beneath the invisible surface, she broke into a silly, childlike smile, mixed with immense relief and overwhelming joy, her eyes crescent-shaped. It turned out that feeling completely accepted by someone was like finally shedding a boulder carried for 10 years. Like a frozen person finally falling next to a warm stove. She suddenly realized that it was because of the teacher's warm companionship and subtle guidance that she hadn't fully sunk into darkness, hadn't completely lost her humanity, and hadn't truly become a blade driven only by the instinct to kill. However, she soon emerged from the water, crying softly, not the repressed sobs from before, but like a child who has been comforted after feeling wronged, able to cry freely. Su Yunjo was relieved that the girl had finally unburdened herself. A gentle smile on his face, when he suddenly heard unexpected sobs and wondered, what's wrong? Isn't everything fine? Why is she crying again? He recalled how many times she had cried today, more than in the past few years combined. Had she emptied years' worth of tears all at once today? Shunua buried her face in the water and then lifted it again, her wet face indistinguishable from the spring water or her tears, her eyes and nose red. Her voice heavy with nasal tones and deep regret. "Woo, if I hadn't told that lie about my enemy being a certain person, I wouldn't have forced myself to become an assassin, wouldn't have gotten involved in so much blood that can't be washed clean, and my life wouldn't have led me down this dark, irreversible path." The more she spoke, the sadder she became. Tears falling like raindrops. I could have been an ordinary girl, openly accompanying my teacher. But, she thought, one cannot say that. Sometimes misfortunes can turn into blessings. Su Yunjo interrupted her, his tone light, with a touch of wisdom from experience. "Look, haven't you learned so many skills now? Hacking, combat, firearms, disguise, infiltration." He paused, a hint of amusement and mystery in his voice. "Don't forget, in the future, I'll need you to protect me." Sunua's cries abruptly stopped. She raised her tear-filled eyes, staring blankly into the void. Yes, if it weren't for the twists of fate. How would she have learned so many skills that only agents and assassins possess? These skills could be used to protect her teacher. This thought shone like a light, instantly illuminating her heart that had been shrouded in regret. "Teacher." She suddenly sat up straight in the water, splashing everywhere, her eyes bright and filled with tears. But her tone was unusually firm, almost shouting, "I will become very strong in these 8 years and protect you. I will make sure you are happy and safe every day, and I will never let you experience anything bad again." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to realize the inherent logical paradox in her vow. If her teacher were always safe and sound, without any accidents, without leaving, wouldn't that mean he wouldn't have traveled back in time to meet her and teach her? Her brow furrowed slightly as she fell into contemplation, the excitement on her face gradually fading, replaced by confusion and a hint of unease. The more she thought about it, the more something felt off. Her eyes slowly widening. Does that mean in that peaceful future, the teacher who survives wouldn't even know me? Understanding this, Shunua suddenly froze. If that were the case, wouldn't she and her teacher become strangers? This possibility made her heart twist painfully, casting a shadow over her earlier joy and determination. She was reluctant to part with this companionship, this understanding, this one person who accepted her completely. After a brief moment of sadness and struggle, she took a deep breath, her face displaying a mix of bitterness and determination, as if she had suddenly matured significantly. Her voice lowered but remained exceptionally clear, each word seeming to come straight from her heart. "But it's okay. Teacher, your safety is the most important." She paused, her calm tone evoking a sense of heartache. "If that is the best outcome, I can quietly guard you from a distance. I 1T appear recklessly. I 1T disturb your life, and I 1T bring you any trouble. She gazed into the void, as if seeing a future Su Yuanju who was safe and sound yet did not recognize her, softly saying, as long as I know you are well, that's enough. In front of the screen, Su Yuanju finally understood completely. No wonder Su Nuo had been holding back from contacting him. No wonder she tentatively reached out only after seeing him log in to the cloud drive. It turned out that in her mind, the future safe Su Yuanju didn't recognize her at all. She was confirming whether this logged-in person was her past teacher. He looked out the window at the morning sunlight of 2025, imagining Su Nuo in reality, possibly hiding in some corner, staring at the computer screen with a bewildered expression. Heart racing, feeling both lost and hopeful. It was amusing, yet a little heart-wrenching. That silly girl. So, he spoke to Su Nuo in the game with a serious tone. Arno, many things cannot be explained clearly. However, on May 24th, 2025, at 10 a.m., I will remember you. He paused and provided the address. I will be waiting for you at Xiaoshui Mountain Villa by the West Lake in Binzhou, in the Conxiao Love Room. Although it felt a bit off to be inviting other girls in the room that Song Jiru had booked, his curiosity took precedence. Would Su Nuo come to knock on the door after he said this? It was now 9:30 a.m., and there was still half an hour left. He deliberately left this half hour because he wanted to finish Su Nuo's game level first and understand more before proceeding. In the game, Su Nuo was nodding vigorously in the bath, her wet hair swaying and splashing tiny droplets. I remember, teacher. May 24th, 2025, at 10 a.m., Xiaoshui Mountain Villa. Conxiao Love. I will definitely be there. Then, she stood up from the bath. The hot spring water slid down her slender body, which already had smooth muscle lines, glistening healthily under the light. In the rising steam, the girl's body was faintly visible, her skin slightly flushed from the heat, as if she had a light blush on. Bold yet shy, she stood in front of Su Yuanju's virtual figure, lifting her wet face, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. Teacher, I promise. She paused, a blush spreading across her face, but still firmly finished. I will definitely be more in line with your aesthetic by then. She didn't fully say it, but her gaze and slightly puffed chest already conveyed everything. Su Yuanju. He looked at the girl on the screen, her defiant gaze unguarded, then glanced at her increasingly obvious body curves after getting wet. His throat involuntarily tightened. This was really something. He quietly averted his gaze and coughed lightly. Quickly get dressed. Don't catch a cold. His tone was serious, but his ears felt a bit warm. What would their meeting half an hour later be like? Chapter 139. The chess sage's position shift that night. Su Nuo finally opened her heart completely, like a young beast that had found a safe nest. Snuggling beside Su Yunjiao's shadow. Intermittently, she softly recounted fragments of her childhood memories, like the sound of the piano at home in Bazhou, the taste of her mother's spicy dumplings, and even the tears she secretly shed after losing during her early chess learning days. Those were no longer burdens of blood feud but belonged to Su Nuo, a person who had once experienced ordinary yet precious moments. In the end, her voice grew softer as she leaned against the virtual chest, her breathing becoming long and steady, and she fell into a deep sleep just like that. Her brows were relaxed in a way not seen for a long time. After staying at the hot spring resort for another day and fully easing her tense nerves, Su Nuo set off for Obihiro City in Hokkaido. The fourth game of the chess sage battle, which would determine the title, was about to commence here. On the day of the match, in the ethereal game room, Tongu Nuo sat upright on one side of the chessboard. Opposite her was the defending chess sage, the ninth dan player, Yamashita Masatada. Please advise me. Tongu Nuo slightly bowed, her voice cold and steady. Yamashita Masatada took a deep breath and returned the greeting solemnly. Please advise me. The game began. However, unbeknownst to anyone, behind Tongu Nuo floated a shadow that only she could see. Su Yunjiao's fingertips lightly pointed at the star positions on the board, his voice carrying a smile, yet with a barely perceptible hint of farewell. Nuo, make your final move in the professional chess scene. Play this game beautifully, coupled with your impending sudden retirement. This game is destined to be regarded as a timeless masterpiece, passed down through the history of Go. Su Nuo almost imperceptibly nodded. Her gaze suddenly became intensely focused, yet seemed to flicker with a complex emotion. In the past 2 days, they had not purely been resting. A plan for a clean break had quietly been formulated through the combination of Su Yunjiao's foresight and top-notch hacking skills. Through untraceable dark web channels and fabricated data streams, Su Yunjiao created a completely new identity for Su Nuo, Jin Xian, a national of the new family mountain country, an heir to a deceased parent's inheritance, with a clean background and freedom of movement. At the same time, leveraging his extraordinary intelligence capabilities, he screened and contacted an internationally renowned neutral gray organization known as Shadow. This organization was famous in certain circles for providing high-security identity transformations, protection, and resource channels, with a stellar reputation and no apparent political bias. The reason Su Yunjiao chose to trust it was simple. He had seen Su Nuo in the photos from the future cloud storage, 10 years later. That woman, with bright eyes and a calm demeanor, had clearly been well settled and developed. Shadow might just be the secret bridge leading to a brighter future. The Shadow made a clear promise. At midnight after the conclusion of the Go Saint match tomorrow, a civilian helicopter without any markings would land punctually at a designated coordinate in the suburbs of a certain city to take away Jin Xian and fly directly to international waters, heading towards a new starting point. No one would expect that the newly crowned Go Saint, who was at the pinnacle of glory and had limitless prospects ahead, would choose such a resolute manner to quietly exit and vanish from the world under the gaze of the public. Even the all-seeing Crescent Group would take time to react. By the time they realized that Tongu No had not returned to Edo as usual, that silent helicopter would have already crossed the border, merging into the vast night sky. And in the world, Tonggu No would no longer exist. The match was without suspense. Despite the best efforts of the 9-dan player, King Sheng-e, who showcased incredible resilience and tried to disrupt the situation, under the dimensional guidance of Su Yuanju, every move made by Su Yuanju was on the optimal path, preemptively stifling all possible counterattacks from the opponent and steadily expanding the advantage. The next morning, in the game room, King Sheng-e stared at the hopelessly lost board. Placed 2 pieces in the bottom right corner, his voice dry yet clear. I lost. I concede. Tonggu No slightly bowed. The title of Go Saint had officially changed hands. At the age of 18, Tonggu No had won 4 consecutive games, ending Nishundeng's 4-time championship streak, becoming the 12th Go Saint in the history of Japanese Go, and the youngest Go Saint to date. Moreover, she was the first female Go Saint to achieve this supreme title with indisputable strength in the history of Go. Her name would now stand alongside legends of the Go world like Fujisawa Hideki, Zhao Jihuan, and Kobayashi Koichi in the Hall of Go fame. The venue erupted with excitement from the esteemed figures of the Go community, sponsor representatives, and media reporters. The sound of camera shutters burst forth like a storm. The incessant flashing lights illuminating the young Go Saint's cool, youthful, yet dignified face, resembling a snow goddess descending upon the world. At the post-match press conference, the atmosphere reached an intense peak. Go Saint Tonggu, congratulations. Do you have plans to participate in the World Championship next year to represent Japanese players? Go Saint Tonggu. The Google AlphaGo team has reportedly extended an invitation to you. How do you view the impact of artificial intelligence on Go? Would you accept the challenge? Questions were fired like a barrage, filled with excitement and infinite anticipation for the future. However, Tonggu No did not immediately respond to any questions. She paused for a moment, and that silence naturally quieted the bustling venue. Then, she raised her eyes, her gaze seemingly crossing the dense crowd and equipment before her, focusing on a point that only she could see. Instead of answering any questions, she said something that left everyone stunned. Today, at this moment, her voice resonated clearly throughout every corner of the venue. I want to announce a secret about myself. The reporters were momentarily taken aback, and soon, almost everyone wore a look of intrigued anticipation. The words of a victor often come with personal touches, which is quite common and can enhance the discussion. A slight smile appeared at the corners of Tong Guanhua's lips, softening her usually cool expression. She continued to gaze into the void, her eyes filled with unprecedented warmth and determination, as if confiding in someone real and incredibly important. Actually, I am just like the character in the Soul of Chess. After a pause, under the curious yet amused gazes of the reporters, she spoke clearly and earnestly. Behind me, there has always been a chess spirit standing. A hush fell over the venue for a brief moment, followed by a louder burst of laughter and chatter, filled with goodwill and understanding. Shocked, a bit, but more than that, there was a sense of familiarity. This young chess master, known for her calmness and precocious talent beyond her years, had such a romantic and whimsical side hidden deep within. It was completely understandable to make a light-hearted joke infused with anime colors after such a joyful and emotional victory. It even made her seem more adorable and relatable. A quick-witted entertainment reporter immediately chimed in, laughingly asking, "So, esteemed Master Tonghua, may I ask who this chess spirit is that has always accompanied and guided you? Is it the legendary figure who pioneered modern Go theory? Or perhaps the undefeated master revered as the legend of chess? Surely it can't be the one known for his unparalleled strength?" This question elicited even more joyous laughter and applause. However, Tong Guanhua shook her head. The faint smile on her face remained, but her gaze suddenly became clear and serious, sweeping across every smiling face in the audience. Then, she spoke each word slowly and deliberately. He is not a chess player from the Neon realm. He is from the Great Xia. Su Yinzhou couldn't help but facepalm beside her, internally critiquing. You really can't take all the credit this time. No, we're using the ultimate cheat. A few years from now, when AI Go is commonplace and everyone walks their dogs, you'll definitely be labeled the most arrogant cheater in history. Chapter 140. Little Chi is missing. The entire venue fell silent. From the Great Xia? If this was just a joke, the scale seemed to exceed the norm. In such a grand occasion where the Neon Chess Master was crowned, to claim that one's chess skills came from a chess spirit of the Great Xia, that certainly didn't align with certain unspoken rules and atmosphere. Yet, Tong Guanhua seemed completely oblivious to the subtle shift in the ambience, or perhaps she simply didn't care. She continued to slightly tilt her head, focusing on a point in the void, where her source of strength and farewell lay. Her voice was not loud, but it resonated clearly and firmly through the microphone to everyone present. All the glory I have obtained, every victory, every move has been given and guided by him. She took a deep breath, then stood up and solemnly bowed deeply towards the empty space beside her. As she lifted her head, a faint glimmer of moisture seemed to flash in her eyes, but her voice remained steady. Here, I want to sincerely and publicly thank him. After saying this, she no longer looked at anyone nor intended to answer any possible questions that might arise from the surprise or awkwardness, and she turned and left the podium. The ceremony for the title of Chess Sage concluded amidst a blend of traditional and modern rituals, and it was nearly 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Nua stubbornly attended in a dark suit instead of the kimono that the organizers had suggested, which would have been more in line with local customs. This made her appear particularly cold and upright among the many guests and veterans of the chess world dressed in patterned haori and hakama. Once the ceremony ended, she found an excuse to avoid the crowd of congratulators and made her way alone to the large floor-to-ceiling window of the lounge. Outside, the night view of the city unfolded, with neon lights flickering and traffic flowing like a tapestry. Further away was the dark, starless sky of a winter night in Hokkaido. A pitch-black expanse that seemed to swallow all light. Teacher, she whispered into the void, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor, a mix of excitement and nervousness. In just a few hours, I can truly leave here. Su Yunju looked at the floating attribute panel in front of her. Overall charm value, 89,100. She was only one step away from her ultimate goal. It seemed that the system determined that safely escaping the neon lights and starting anew was a crucial step. He nodded, his voice filled with encouragement and a clear yearning. Tropical, sunny, fine white sands, running barefoot, letting the waves wash away all shadows. From then on, there will be no more assassin Tonggu Nua, only a girl named Su Nua, who can purely pursue happiness and start over. The corners of Su Nua's lips curled up, revealing a smile full of anticipation as she looked up at the unfathomable night sky. Would the happiness waiting for her ahead really be within reach? This thought made her both excited and slightly uneasy about the unknown. Just then, she heard faint footsteps behind her. Congratulations on your coronation, chess sage. The voice was gentle and polite. It was Izuka Yoshitaka. Su Nua reined in her exposed emotions, turned around, and merely nodded slightly, her tone indifferent. Thank you. She increasingly disliked dealing with Izuka. Beneath his seemingly perfect etiquette, she instinctively sensed an unsettling aura, like moss growing in a damp corner. However, Izuka did not leave as he usually would after some casual pleasantries. He took a step closer, lowered his voice. And a glimmer of something in his eyes made Su Nua instantly alert. Just now, as the event concluded, I inadvertently saw that child Nakamura key being taken away by a strange woman. Before leaving, that woman specifically asked me to convey a message to you. Su Nua's heart sank. Little key? A woman? She turned around, her gaze sharp as she fixed on Izuka. What kind of woman? A glimmer of wickedness flashed quickly in Ijiao Igao's eyes as he licked his lips and described. A very beautiful woman with a stunning figure and a unique aura. She's wearing a dress that accentuates her figure. Both Su Nua and Su Yunzhou in their thoughts gasped in shock. The Moonlit Princess. Who else could it be? Her kidnapping of Xiao Qi was reasonable after all, as she was the one who uncovered the secret of the assassination of Wagonjin. What did she want you to tell me? Su Nua's voice turned cold. Ijiao seemed to enjoy relaying this special message, leisurely saying. She said they are at a hot spring resort in Sapporo, waiting for you at the Moonlit meeting. You must go. The Moonlit meeting. Su Nua frowned. Wasn't that the place where she spent Valentine's Day with her teacher just a couple of days ago? Choosing to meet, there was no coincidence. It was a blatant demonstration. It was clearly telling her, your every move, your whereabouts, are under the organization's watch. You have nowhere to escape. What about the teacher? Su Nua urgently asked in her mind, her voice tinged with panic. The time until the midnight helicopter rendezvous agreed upon with Ing was running very tight. Su Yunzhou fell silent for a brief moment. He quickly weighed the options. According to the original plan, the midnight helicopter would ensure Su Nua's safe departure, which was the ideal outcome. But with Xiao Qi as a hostage, and the location being the symbolically significant Moonlit meeting, this was clearly a setup. If Su Nua didn't go, not to mention Xiao Qi's grim fate, with Su Nua's character, this event would become a nightmare and guilt she could never escape for the rest of her life. Go. His voice calmed down, carrying a decisive tone. Otherwise, even if you leave, this burden will weigh on your heart for life, and you will never truly feel at ease. I'll accompany you. Nothing will happen. There are still 3,000 in the shopping mall currency, which should be enough to handle any emergencies. Su Nua closed her eyes, took a deep breath. And when she opened them again, her gaze was filled with cold determination. All right. The round trip from here to the hot spring resort in Sapporo was over 300 kilometers. No matter what, she would definitely miss the original midnight appointment. But she had to go. She couldn't bear the thought of an innocent little girl suffering because of her involvement. That was the bottom line she desperately wanted to protect after stepping into the darkness. She quickly sent an urgent message to Ying's contact through a secure channel, temporarily changing the rendezvous location to a backup coordinate near the hot spring resort in Sapporo, and earnestly requested the other party to wait. Then, citing the need for rest due to feeling unwell, she politely declined all subsequent arrangements. Following that, she directly approached the hotel logistics, using the excuse of needing to urgently return to Edo to handle an emergency, and rented a decent off-road vehicle. The engine roared, and the tires tore through the cold winter night air. Su Nua drove at high speed, although she wasn't a professional racer. The extreme driving training she experienced at the Crescent Group training base allowed her to push the vehicle's performance to the limit. After more than an hour, that familiar little wooden house with warm lights reappeared in her sight. This time, the mood is completely different from that night on Valentine's Day. Back then, it was about relaxation, confiding, and reconciliation. Now, it is a looming crisis and heavy responsibilities. Promises parked the car in the distant shadows and approached quietly towards Moonlight Princess. The warm yellow light spilling from the wooden cabin's window now appeared like the eyes of a giant beast luring its prey. Promises had no idea what was about to unfold. Did the New Moon Group suddenly kidnap Xiao Qi just to silence her? To eliminate the loose ends from her last mission? Or were they forcing her to complete the final step of her initiation? Or had they already sensed her intention to leave the organization, and this was a meticulously designed trap? She parked the car, adjusted her suit jacket, took a deep breath, and pushed open the familiar wooden door. Inside, the lighting remained warm and soft, with the air filled with the scent of sake and a faint, elusive fragrance. Moonlight Princess sat alone, elegantly pouring herself a drink at the low table. She wore a wine-red silk slip dress that accentuated her snow-like skin and breathtaking curves. Hearing the door, she slowly lifted her enchanting eyes. Upon seeing Promises standing at the door, her vibrant red lips slowly curled into a smile that was both mesmerizing and chilling. Ah, Xiao Nua, you finally came. She downed her sake in one gulp. Her gaze confident and composed, as if everything was under her control. Sister knew you would come. Chapter 141. The final ritual promises nodded expressionlessly, quickly scanning the room. Besides Moonlight Princess, there was no one else. Her gaze fell on the tightly closed inner room door. Is Xiaoqi inside? Is there an ambush from the New Moon group hidden behind that door? Teacher, help me check inside. She urged in her mind. Okay. Su Yunju's phantom responded, drifting directly towards the inner wall. As an observer outside the screen, he had the equivalent of a full map cheat. But his range couldn't exceed 20 meters from Promises as an anchor point. Promises slowly sat down on the cushion opposite Moonlight Princess, her back straight. But her muscles remained in a subtly tense state, ready to spring at any moment. Moonlight Princess seemed oblivious to the vigilance in her eyes, smiling as she picked up a new wine glass, filling it with clear liquid and pushing it in front of her. Congratulations to our Xiao Nua for ascending to the position of chess saint. Come. This drink is a blessing from your sister. Promises looked at the glass of wine without moving. Thank you. She dared not drink, nor did she want to. Moonlight Princess noticed her small gesture, not angry, but rather smiling even more charmingly. Xiao Nua is becoming increasingly cautious. But that's good, in this world. A little more caution means a little more chance of survival. She shifted her tone, still gentle but with a hint of significance, to be honest. Some sisters in the association have been quite critical of you lately. Promises' pupils constricted. Why? The lady under the moon played with the wine glass in her hand. Speaking slowly, they believe that now, with her achievements and fame, she would probably no longer be willing or able to return to the shadows and be a tool that obeys orders. She raised her eyes to lock onto Su Nua's gaze. That's why during the assassination of the figure from the palace, she let that little girl go, wanting to leave herself a way out and preserve a kind thought for the future, right? Su Nua felt a chill in her heart, but sneered coldly on the surface. Retorting, a way out? I've already killed that figure, my hands stained with the blood of high-ranking officials. Is that a way out for myself? Your suspicions are quite ridiculous. Just then, Su Yunzhou's phantom returned through the wall, quickly informing her in her consciousness. Xiaoqi is inside, lying on the tatami, looking fine, just asleep with steady breathing. But his tone carried a rare surprise and seriousness. There's another person inside. You would never guess who it is. Su Nua felt slightly relieved that Xiaoqi was temporarily safe, but upon hearing the latter part, her heart tightened again. Who? Could it be that person? Now it was Su Yunzhou's turn to be shocked. What? How did you guess? Su Nua calmly analyzed. For Xiaoqi to be quietly taken away from such a crowded place, the most likely scenario is that she knows and trusts the person who took her. Furthermore, he specifically brought Moonlit Lady's words to me, leading me here. That's the most direct connection. And you told me last time that he wouldn't survive past February, right? Now, February is almost over, and he is still healthy. So, Su Yunzhou was taken aback, then suddenly realized. Initially, when he saw the brief note in that person's file about a sudden heart attack, he thought it was just a coincidence. Now it seemed that it was no accident at all. It was Su Nua's doing. Moonlit Lady was unaware of the rapid exchange between the master and disciple in their consciousness. She continued to smile sweetly, as if discussing everyday matters. Actually, I have complete trust in you, Su Nua. Over the past year, your contributions to the organization have been evident to all, especially during the assassination of that figure. It was executed cleanly and beautifully, earning even personal praise from the esteemed elder. Her tone shifted subtly. However, according to the old traditions of our organization, before core members officially debut and independently carry out the most critical tasks, there is one last small ritual that needs to be completed. I held back from mentioning it before, thinking you were still young and I felt sorry for you. But now, Moonlit Lady's gaze slowly swept over Su Nua's youthful body, carrying an explicit appraisal. Now our little Nua has grown up, maturing and blossoming into such a captivating beauty that even I am moved. It's time to complete this final, crucial lesson. Su Nua felt an increasingly ominous premonition, her voice tightening. What ritual? Moonlit Lady leaned forward, her breath fragrant, her red lips almost touching Su Nua's ear, speaking in a voice only they could hear. Filled with seduction and coldness, break desires, sever the heart's demons. Su Nua's eyes widened in shock. You are still pure, aren't you? The voice of the Moonlit Princess was low and filled with insinuation. How could this be? A top assassin, a perfect weapon, must have no weaknesses, especially not physical or emotional ones. Desire is the sweetest yet deadliest poison, the easiest trap to lose oneself in, making one vulnerable. If, in the future, during a mission, one were to be inadvertently attracted by the target's charm or threatened and manipulated through such means, the consequences would be unimaginable, potentially endangering the entire organization. Sun Nua clenched her fists, trembling slightly from extreme anger, humiliation, and fear. The Moonlit Princess seemed to be admiring a piece of art that she was about to shatter and reshape, continuing in a tone that was both sickeningly sweet and brutally cruel. Therefore, this final purification ritual is to thoroughly teach you, Sun Nua, to personally experience love between men and women, making it as ordinary as eating and drinking, turning it into a tool that can be used or discarded at will, no longer stirring even the slightest ripple or entanglement in your heart. She leaned in closer, her red lips almost brushing against Sun Nua's earlobe, whispering like a demon. Only by stripping away this last layer of humanity can you transform into a truly qualified, flawless blade of the new moon, without any weaknesses. You will not succeed. Sun Nua forced out these 4 words through clenched teeth, her voice distorted by extreme anger and humiliation. Almost instinctively, she exerted force in her waist, wanting to stand up abruptly and dash out of this nauseating place. However, at that moment, A sudden wave of intense weakness and helplessness swept through her limbs. Her legs gave way, and she fell back onto the cushion. Even lifting her arm felt unusually strenuous. What have you done? She was filled with rage and confusion, desperately trying to recall and analyze in her chaotic mind. She hadn't eaten anything. Hadn't touched that glass of wine, and even when she entered the room, she subconsciously held her breath for a moment, quickly identifying with her training that the air had no common chemical smells of tranquilizers or anesthetics. Don't waste your efforts, Sun Nua. This is a fragrance personally concocted by Lord Moonlit, colorless and odorless, that gradually takes effect through the skin. The Moonlit Princess stood gracefully, walked in front of the weakened Sun Nua, crouched down, and her icy fingertips gently brushed against Sun Nua's flushed cheeks from anger and the drug's effects. Whispering softly in her ear, "Sister is actually quite envious of you, you know. The one presiding over the ceremony for you tonight is not some random person." The Moonlit Princess's gaze turned towards the closed inner room door, her tone becoming respectful yet ambiguous. It is Lord Moonlit himself, personally intervening. Sun Nua felt a chill run through her entire body. Moonlit? That was the highest level of the New Moon organization, a legendary figure rarely seen. The Moonlit Princess continued to whisper in her ear, her voice filled with malicious temptation. "Lord Moonlit will surely be very gentle and patient in teaching you, Sun Nua. After all, Xiao Nua is the most precious treasure our organization has had for many years." With that, Yuexiaji stood up, bowed respectfully towards the inner room door, and spoke in a soft, charming voice. "Lord Yueya, Xiao Nua is ready and awaits your presence." Inside the room, there was a moment of silence. Then a deep, hoarse male voice, carrying an eerie, otherworldly magnetism, floated out. "Good. You may leave." Yuexiaji bowed again. Not even glancing at the despondent and furious Sun Nua on the ground, quietly exited the wooden house, and gently closed the door behind her. With a soft click, under the warm yellow light, Sun Nua sat limply, staring blankly at the inner door as it slowly opened a crack. "It's him. It's actually him." Chapter 142, Yueya. When the inner door was fully opened and the figure stepped out of the shadows, fully exposed to the warm light, Sun Nua felt a chilling tremor despite having prepared herself mentally. It was Yi Gao, that familiar face, now wearing a profoundly cold expression that was entirely different from his usual demeanor. How could the impeccably dressed, charming Yi Jiao Wuduan, who was always so careful in his interactions, be the highest leader of the Xianyue group, known for his mysterious power of life and death? The rumored illegitimate son of a certain influential political figure from a distant land, whose public identity was that of an inconspicuous, somewhat marginalized professional Go player? To be lurking in such a noble, elegant field, one that would hardly raise any suspicion? What deep schemes and perfect disguises he had. It turned out that the most watchful eyes and the deepest black hands had always been right beside her, observing everything quietly in the most harmless manner. What sent shivers down her spine even more was the faint, sweet scent that lingered as Yi Gao had leaned in to speak to her in the lounge earlier. That was not an illusion. Nor was it a change in his perfume. It was indeed a specific fragrance, or some kind of precursor medium. She had unknowingly fallen into the trap during their close contact without any guard. It turned out this trap had begun in the world of Go. Yi Gao, or rather, Yueya, walked slowly in front of the limp Sun Nua and stopped. He was still impeccably dressed, his tie perfectly knotted, maintaining the demeanor of a refined elite in the Go community. However, the layer of gentle elegance on his face had completely fallen away, replaced by a calm that looked down upon her, as if he were the creator admiring his finest work. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze greedily lingering on Sun Nua's face, which was flushed alluringly due to the effects of the drug. His voice returned to the gentle tone that was like a spring breeze. "Xiao Nua, are you surprised?" He chuckled softly, the sound resonating clearly in the silent room, chilling her to the bone. "You should know, I have always admired you, Xiao Nua. Whether on the chessboard or in the training ground, your talent, temperament, resilience, and even this face that I must admit is nearly perfect have far exceeded my most optimistic expectations. You are a very intelligent and capable child. Given time, it won't take years, the position of that foolish woman will be beneath you. The organization needs fresh, strong, and incredibly beautiful blood like yours to inject new vitality and reach new heights. As long as we join forces and collaborate sincerely, the entire region will dance in our palms. You will stand by my side, sharing in this supreme glory." His voice dropped lower, carrying a hypnotic allure. "Thus, this final purification ritual, which will strip you of your mortal form and truly integrate you into the shadow of the new moon, must be presided over by me personally. I will, as the apostle of the new moon, perform the divine ceremony for you. This body and power are divine gifts, meant to carve open the path to reality for you, channeling the dark lunar power into your pure vessel. Pain is the incense on the altar, and trembling is the dance that welcomes the descent of the divine. When the mark of the new moon is etched in your belly, the old you will perish in that divine flame, and the new you will rise from the ashes, becoming a living artifact serving the dark moon." With that, he wore a smile of determination as he began to leisurely unbutton his suit jacket, his movements elegant and composed, as if conducting a solemn sacrifice. However, just as he undid the first button, a sudden change occurred. The body on the ground, which had been rendered immobile by the drug's effects, seemed to be yanked up by an invisible string. In an extremely abrupt and completely unnatural manner, Sun Nua's core suddenly surged with power, and his legs sprang up from the tatami like they were equipped with precision springs. Although his posture was slightly stiff from the lingering effects of the drug, the speed and explosive force, along with the distinctly cold aura that emanated in that moment, caused the nearby Moon Knight to instinctively widen her eyes in shock. Su Nua's consciousness was both surprised and delighted, almost calling out, "Teacher, can you really control my body directly like this?" Su Yunzhou's consciousness replied, "Yes, don't get distracted. Focus. Remember this last lesson on how to overcome the strong with the weak, and to use skill to defeat brute force in desperate situations. We have only 15 minutes. There may still be 4 others outside. We must be quick." At this moment, the one in control of this body was no longer the Su Nua, deeply engulfed in the drug's effects and despair. Nor was it the Su Yunzhou in another time and space. Instead, it was a combat composite born from the extreme pressure of both wills. A fleeting existence that could perhaps be called Su Nua, without a word, without hesitation, and without giving Moon Knight any time to react or think. The best defense was offense. It was the only path to survival. Su Yunzhou, in front of the screen, moved his fingers across the keyboard with almost ghostly speed. WASD controlled the direction, the mouse precisely clicked to lock onto the target, and he heavily pressed the spacebar. On the screen, as Su Nua's inertia from getting up had not yet completely dissipated, his right hand instinctively grabbed the ceramic wine pot from the low table. With a flick of his wrist, the wine splashed. The pot whistled through the air with a dull sound and struck directly toward the temple of Yu Yijian with fierce precision. True to being the highest leader of the new moon, Yu Yijian's instinctive crisis response, honed by living on the edge of danger, saved his life. He abruptly leaned his head back to the side, and the ceramic pot grazed his forehead, crashing into the wall behind him with a loud bang, shattering into countless fragments. With wine and shards flying everywhere. What? Yu Yijian was both shocked and angry, completely unprepared for Su Nua, under the influence of the drug, to launch such a fierce attack. Moreover, this was not her usual fighting style at all. She had secretly hidden such a terrifying trump card in her combat skills, this cunning and restraint. However, Su Nua's assault was like a torrential storm, giving his opponent no chance to breathe or think. Taking advantage of his spinning momentum, his left leg swept toward Yu Yijian's side, targeting her kidney area with the force of a coiled steel whip. This whip-like kick was executed with a tricky angle, precise timing, and overwhelming power, displaying the demeanor of a master. Yu Yijian's pupils widened in shock. He barely twisted his body, using the outer side of his arm to block the kick. Thud! A dull sound of impact echoed. Yu Yijian felt a sharp pain coursing through his arm. His entire body was forced back by the immense force, crashing against the wall, his blood surging. He stared intently at Su Nua, whose eyes were cold as ice. His voice filled with disbelief. "How could your martial skills reach such a level? This is not what the new moon taught you." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and disbelief flashed in his eyes. A true prodigy is indeed a true prodigy. To be able to comprehend everything without a teacher, and perhaps blend different styles, secretly honing combat techniques to such a degree. I truly did not misjudge you. After the shock, a twisted admiration and desire surged within him. What a pity. Yu Yijian, enduring the intense pain in his arm and abdomen, forced a sinister yet excited smile, as if a wounded beast had spotted a more worthy prey to conquer. After all, you are just a woman, limited by your strength. Otherwise, that last strike would have broken my arm. But this is fine. He licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes becoming dangerous and excited. A motionless puppet is not interesting. To personally conquer, refine, and ultimately tame a little wildcat like you, full of thorns and infinite potential, making you willingly expose your belly, that is what truly satisfies. Before his words could finish, a fierce glint surged in his eyes. And seizing the brief moment when Su Nua's old strength had been exhausted and new strength had yet to arise, he brazenly counterattacked. A straightforward punch, devoid of any fancy moves, rushed towards Su Nua's face. The wind from the punch was sharp and ear-piercing, clearly indicating that he had undergone extremely rigorous, even brutal, combat training. Su Nua seemed to have anticipated this punch long ago. At the moment the fist was about to reach him, he suddenly leaned back as if his upper body were broken, rolling sideways to evade this deadly strike. In the midst of the roll, he had quietly maneuvered to the side and rear of the figure in the moonlight. The figure, sensing danger, threw a punch that missed and leaned forward. Alarm bells ringing in their mind as they hurriedly tried to turn around, but it was already too late. Su Nua, in the midst of rising from the roll, had already reached into the front of their clothing, grabbing something amidst the tumultuous waves. Chapter 143. Overcoming obstacles. Su Nua's mind instantly became chaotic, almost gasping in shock. A wave of embarrassment washing over them. "Wait, teacher. Where are you touching?" But in the next second, they understood. The protective talisman worn at their chest was yanked off by Su Nua, without hesitation and tightly gripped in their palm. Simultaneously, their body, like a bowstring pulled to its limit, suddenly released. With no retreat, no hesitation, they lunged forward, channeling the last remnants of strength. The ultimate techniques bestowed by the master of combat, and Su Nua's indomitable will, all into this one attack. Fast as lightning, fierce as a raging tiger. With the wedge-shaped tip of the wooden talisman, they aimed for the area just below the heart point on the back of the figure in the moonlight. A spot proven to be extremely vulnerable through a combination of traditional meridian knowledge and modern anatomical science. With a piercing sound, although it was merely a wooden talisman, with absolute speed, strength, and precision backing it, it was enough to be lethal. The figure's forward motion instantly froze. Their eyes bulged, face filled with utter shock, confusion, and primal fear of death. Thud! Their legs gave way, and they collapsed forward onto the ground, twitching slightly before becoming completely still. Su Nua understood. A sharp impact to this area with sufficient force could cause instant paralysis of the respiratory muscles, leading to erratic heartbeats and sudden cardiac arrest. No wonder the official cause of death later diagnosed was sudden cardiac disease. Su Nuo knelt on one knee, using the wooden talisman to support themselves against the cold floor, barely managing not to fall down as well. Gasping for breath, the effects of the medicine and the recent high-intensity exertion weighed heavily on their body. However, when Su Nuo forced themselves to rise and glance towards the inner room, their movement paused slightly. Xiao-Qi was inside, temporarily safe, but time was running out. Over 3 minutes had passed since the body had erupted with energy. There was no time to worry about Xiao-Qi. At this moment, self-preservation was paramount. Carrying an unconscious child would be impossible. They could only focus on escaping the immediate danger, allowing the body to recover from the effects of the medicine before considering anything else. Su Nuo took a deep breath and opened the door. Outside in the corridor, there were indeed people. Yu Xiaoji had not strayed far. She was accompanied by 3 other female members, all dressed in black tight-fitting outfits, standing like statues in the snow just a short distance from the door. Upon hearing the door, all 4 turned their heads simultaneously. When they saw that the one stepping out was not the expected, content figure of Lord Yu Yi, nor was it the captured or unconscious Su Nuo, but rather a cold-eyed, unsteady yet upright Su Nuo. Yu Xiaoji's eyes, usually filled with seduction, revealed genuine shock and bewilderment for the first time. Little Nuo? Her voice was slightly off due to extreme surprise. Outside the screen, Su Yunju quickly redeemed another 5-minute experience card, restoring her stamina once again. Su Nuo didn't give her a chance to react at all. The moment the door opened, his body shot out like a cheetah. The first target was the nearest member to the door, who was holding a short stick and still had a look of astonishment on their face. Su Nuo crouched down, dodging the opponent's instinctive swing, and delivered a swift and precise low sweep kick, striking hard at the outside of the opponent's ankle. Crack! The clear sound of a bone breaking echoed. Ah! The woman screamed and instantly collapsed, rolling on the ground while clutching her twisted ankle. Su Nuo didn't stop. He rolled on the ground and effortlessly grabbed a decorative pebble from the fallen woman's side, throwing it without hesitation towards another female member who was about to draw her knife. Whoosh! The stone struck accurately at the opponent's wrist. Ugh! The woman let out a muffled groan, and the knife flew out of her hand as her wrist instantly swelled. Su Nuo sprang up like a ghost, pouncing towards the third woman who had taken a defensive stance. The woman reacted quickly, aiming a knife hand strike at Su Nuo's neck. Su Nuo did not dodge. He blocked with his left hand while his right hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the opponent's wrist joint and twisting and pushing with force. The third woman felt a sharp pain in her wrist and was thrown aside by Su Nuo, crashing into a pillar and temporarily losing her combat ability. The entire process took no more than a minute. Only the last opponent, Yue Xiaoji, remained. Xiao Nuo, you really surprise me time and again, she said, her expression vigilant. Her voice cold, devoid of any sweetness from before. Su Nuo remained silent, staring at her intently, his feet moving as he calculated the distance and remaining time. Yue Xiaoji slowly slid 2 gleaming short knives from the wide sleeves of her kimono, holding them reverse style and assuming a standard assassination stance. Let me see how much more you have hidden, she said. Just as her words fell, Su Nuo suddenly moved. But instead of charging at Yue Xiaoji, he bent down abruptly, scooping up a large handful of snow mixed with gravel from the ground and throwing it forcefully toward Yue Xiaoji's face. Yue Xiaoji instinctively squinted and turned her head to avoid it. In that brief moment when her vision was obscured by the snowflakes, Su Nuo suddenly pushed off the ground, causing the snow to explode. His body shot forward like an arrow, rapidly closing the distance to Yue Xiaoji. In the gap before the snowflakes had fully settled, he clenched his right hand into a fist, his forearm muscles tightening like steel wires, channeling all his remaining strength into that punch. His waist and hips moved in unison as he twisted and delivered a shoulder strike. Half-step explosive punch. The most straightforward, powerful, and fierce killing move from Xingyiquan. No tricks. Just a single fatal blow. His fist, carrying an unstoppable momentum, slammed solidly into the soft area between Yue Xiaoji's chest and abdomen. Poof! Yue Xiaoji's eyes bulged, and her charming face twisted in an instant. A mouthful of blood mixed with gastric fluid erupted violently. She felt as if she had been hit by a speeding truck, her feet leaving the ground and flying backward, crashing through the wooden railing behind her with a loud bang, and landing heavily in the cold snow. Su Nuo maintained his punching stance, gasping for breath, his chest heaving like a bellows. The outburst just now had nearly drained him of all his strength, and the feeling of the drug's effects surged back like a tide. Time was limited. There was no time to worry about their lives. Su Nuo forced himself to walk out of the villa. In the distance, through the sparse trees, he could vaguely see the outline of the black SUV he had driven, quietly lying in the snowy night. When the time came, he would use the last 5 minutes to drive as far as he could. Su Nuo's consciousness excitedly said, "Thank you again for saving me, teacher." Su Yunjiao's voice responded in his mind, weary yet reassuringly steady. "Don't speak. Conserve your strength. Focus your mind. Hold on, Nuo. The people from Shadow should be arriving soon according to the revised coordinates. Everything will pass." But as the words fell, his footsteps suddenly halted. His expression turned grim in an instant. Ahead, about 20 meters away, at the exit of the path, a dozen figures in black clothing silently blocked the way. They spread out in a semicircle, sealing off all possible escape routes. Although they did not visibly raise weapons, their trained stances and cold gazes indicated that they were not friendly. The leader was a woman, tall and fit, wearing a black mask that revealed only her eyes. Her gaze hardened by years of battlefield experience. Raven, the ruthless Hell instructor known for her severe training at the Crescent Group's secret training base. Su Nuo's heart sank to the bottom. To eliminate these dozen evidently more formidable and fully armed professional combatants within 5 minutes, and then successfully escape, Su Yinzhao, in front of the screen, felt cold sweat bead at his temples, rapidly calculating various possibilities, and the conclusion chilled him. It was too precarious, almost impossible. Wasn't Su Nuo supposed to escape safely and embark on a new life? Could history change? Was today truly the day it would all end here? All the efforts, all the plans, all the struggles, would they really come to nothing on this snowy night in Hokkaido? No. The future me, capable of anything, could not have made no arrangements for this. Just then, Raven suddenly raised her hand and lightly clapped. She looked Su Nuo up and down, and a fleeting glimmer of appreciation passed through her usually cold and stern eyes. Little Nuo, Raven began, her voice somewhat deep but no longer the emotionless coldness of the training ground. It carried a strange warmth and sentiment. Very good, you truly, time and again, far exceeded our expectations. Su Nuo wasn't he really listening? Or rather, he heard her, but dared not believe it, nor had the time to do so. His entire focus was locked tightly on the dozen elite combatants in front of him, their positions, the contours of the holsters bulging at their waists, their hands poised to draw weapons or engage in combat at any moment, and the tacit understanding between them that blocked all angles. Her mind raced, simulating various possibilities for a desperate counterattack, weapon snatching, creating chaos, and then carving a bloody path out. Yet every scenario pointed to a grim outcome. For the opposing side consisted of over a dozen well-armed, highly coordinated professional fighters, and she had only 5 minutes left. The Raven seemed to sense her vigilance. She raised her hand and slowly removed the black mask from her face. Beneath the mask was the face of an Asian woman, weathered yet still radiating a sense of heroism. She appeared to be in her mid-30s, her gaze sharp as ever, but the corners of her mouth seemed to carry a hint of a smile. She looked at Su Nuo, her tone clearer and more formal. Xiao Nuo, today here. I should perhaps reintroduce myself. She paused and said, word by word, my real name is Chen Xiaobai, a Chinese-American. Chen Xiaobai? A name that seemed completely at odds with the cold codename Raven and her image as a hellish instructor. However, this was just the beginning. Following this, Chen Xiaobai made an even more puzzling, yet somehow resonant gesture that felt like an ancient solemn ritual. She raised her right hand, fingers together, palm down, arm extended, then slowly moved it so that the tip of her thumb pointed precisely at the location of her heart on the left side of her chest. An odd gesture, reminiscent of something seen in ancient scrolls or martial arts legends. Her next word struck like thunder, echoing in the snowy night. I am the incense bearer of the Xiang Gang, temporarily holding the position of the Shuanghua Hongquan, favored by Meng Langu and all family members. The name Xiang Gang, it seemed to carry a historical resonance, the neon reflections of the bustling Shanghai, and the solitary sails and iron wool that crossed oceans. In the early 20th century, during a time of great upheaval that had not been seen in 5,000 years, it left a vivid mark on the shores of Shanghai. Originating from the late Ming and early Republic period in Shanghai, the first founder was Du Qinglan, daughter of the infamous Shanghai godfather Du Zhuxing. Initially formed to protect the oppressed female workers of silk factories during chaotic times, it gradually evolved into a tightly knit organization with strict discipline, strong national sentiment, and a sense of brotherhood. At certain historical moments, its influence rivaled that of the Hongmen and Qingbang. As the tides of time changed, its core members crossed oceans and eventually took root in places like San Francisco, becoming a deeply rooted force within the overseas Chinese community. With complex connections and influence in both political and business circles, they protected their compatriots, upheld rights, and navigated gray areas, weathering a century of storms, mysterious yet powerful. This Raven, this fearsome chief instructor of the New Moon Group, was actually Chen Xiaobai, representing the highest martial power within the Xiang Gang. A core expert from a gang that was inherently opposed to an extreme organization like the New Moon Group, she actually managed to infiltrate the inner core of the Crescent Group, taking the position of chief instructor without ever being exposed. What remarkable courage, ability, and disguise techniques she possesses. If her identity were to be revealed within the Crescent Group, it would undoubtedly lead to a dead end with no chance of escape. Why would she take such a huge risk? I've never heard of any direct and intense conflict between the Crescent Group and the overseas organization. Chen Xiaobai observed the shock, vigilance, and confusion swirling in Su Nuo's eyes, and her smile deepened slightly. I forgot to tell you, Xiao Nuo, my infiltration into the Crescent Group, taking on the role of chief instructor, as one of the most important and long-term mission objectives, to closely observe you, assess your character, potential, and essence, following the teachings left by Lan Gu, to train and refine you as much as possible, while also secretly protecting you from being completely destroyed by the truly dirty methods of the Crescent Group. For instance, the incident with Zhong Yiqi was also a test for you. If you had truly harmed that innocent child, you wouldn't be seeing me here tonight, speaking these words to you. As for tonight, her gaze swept over the chaotic hot spring resort, her tone carrying a rare, almost teasing astonishment. To be honest, everything tonight was already under our plan and monitoring. When Yu Yi Jian appeared, we were ready to act, but everyone, including myself, greatly underestimated you. She looked at Su Nuo with admiration in her eyes. You managed to kill Yu Yi Jian despite being under the influence of the fragrance, with your strength severely weakened. Relying solely on your tenacious willpower, you almost carved a path through this dead end by yourself. This completely exceeded our expectations, but it was also so impressive that it left us speechless. Su Nuo was completely bewildered. Her body remained in a defensive posture, but her mind was momentarily overloaded by the vast amount of information. The overseas organization, the teachings of Lan Gu, over a year of close observation and assessment, secret protection during training, Tonight was supposed to be a rescue operation? All of this sounded like a fantastical tale, yet it somehow fit together seamlessly. Many details from her training, some seemingly harsh, yet always allowing her to break through limits without causing irreversible harm, now seemed to have a different explanation. Chapter 145. The second master and the lantern keeper seeing her still tense and vigilant, Chen Xiaobai couldn't help but chuckle and shake her head. A hint of apology in her smile. It seems that I'm not very good at expressing myself. Or perhaps I haven't made myself clear enough for you to feel at ease. She stepped forward, her tone becoming more serious. So, let me share another secret that might put you a bit more at ease. She looked Su Nuo in the eyes and said clearly, the international neutral organization you contacted that promised to provide you with a new identity and safe passage, Shadow. She paused, delivering the final answer. It is actually one of the overseas branches under our organization, specifically handling certain special operations and providing high-end protection. Therefore, you were able to smoothly pass their review and receive the commitment. From the very beginning, I have been monitoring and promoting your file and assessment throughout the process. Su Nuo stood frozen at the scene, while Su Nuo was even more shocked. It turned out she had never truly struggled alone in the darkness. There had always been a pair of eyes watching over her from a higher dimension, both rigorously honing her and carefully safeguarding her. But why? Why was this organization so concerned about her? Was it because of her father or her teacher? Although logically, her father might have a stronger connection to them, Su Nuo stubbornly believed that it was all brought about by her teacher. In the depths of her consciousness, she felt a profound sense of confusion and uncertainty. Could they be trusted? On the other side of the screen, Su Yunju was quickly integrating all the information about Chen Xiaobai's identity, the origins of the organization, the connections with Shadow, and the peaceful gaze of Su Nuo in that future photo. He took a deep breath and made a judgment. No problem. Is Du Qinglan also a character behind this game? So she left a legacy to protect Su Nuo? The black figures blocking the way had quietly changed their formation from encirclement to a protective stance. Chen Xiaobai reached out to Su Nuo. Now, Xiao Nuo, let's go with us. The helicopter is on standby at the designated coordinates, and a brand new future awaits you. As for the remnants of the new moon group here, someone will come to clean it up. Yes, Xiaoqi will also be safely sent back. Just then, the effect of the last 5-minute experience card that Su Yunju exchanged for had ended. Su Nuo's consciousness returned to dominance in an instant, but with it came a dizzying sensation. This was due to the overwhelming force that had just erupted, far beyond what her body could support, causing multiple muscle strains. Compounded by the effects of the drug, the scene before her began to blur and sway. Her legs could no longer support her weight, and she softly fell forward like a marionette with its strings cut. Watch out. Chen Xiaobai reacted quickly, stepping forward and catching Su Nuo's limp body in his arms. All right. Stubborn child, sleep now. All suffering has come to an end. Long Gu, the second master, and everyone at the organization are waiting for you, the torchbearer, to return. Su Nuo could no longer hear. She had fallen into a deep and weary unconsciousness. But Su Yunju outside the screen heard it clearly. I know Long Gu refers to Du Qinglan, the founder of the organization. But the second master? Who is that? Could it be Du Zhuxin? I remember he wasn't the second in the ranking. The roar of the helicopter's rotor blades grew closer, finally hovering overhead. The cabin door opened, and a soft ladder was lowered. Chen Xiaobai carried Su Nuo, and, with the assistance of 2 men in black, steadily boarded the cabin. He carefully placed the still unconscious Su Nuo on a stretcher covered with a thick blanket and fastened the safety belt. A medical staff member immediately approached, skillfully and swiftly checking Su Nuo's vital signs. Then, he took a specially made light blue syringe from the medical kit and injected it into the vein of Su Nuo's arm. This was an antidote specifically designed to neutralize the residual effects of the lingering drug, the medical staff explained to Chen Xiaobai, which could accelerate the metabolism of the drug in her body and reduce the subsequent impact on her nervous system. In about 6 to 8 hours, she would wake up naturally without any aftereffects. Chen Xiaobai nodded, her gaze never leaving Su Nuo's face. Even in her unconscious state, the girl's brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were still battling the darkness in her dreams. Chen Xiaobai's expression was complex, filled with comfort and sentiment, along with a sense of haziness and fate that seemed to penetrate through the long river of time. The roar of the engine, the slight tremor of the aircraft, and the rapidly retreating clouds outside that were gradually illuminated by the dawn. Everything seemed to transport her back many years. That year, she was 8 years old. Following her father, who had relocated to Chinatown in San Francisco to escape misfortune, she stepped into a seemingly ordinary building that held a hidden world within. The air was thick with the fragrance of incense and the tranquil scent of old wood. Her father changed into clean clothes, his expression more solemn than ever, holding her icy little hand as they walked step by step toward the main hall. The hall was filled with swirling incense smoke, and the offerings were not ordinary deities, but rather an exquisitely framed, slightly muted large portrait that had aged over time. The portrait depicted 3 people. In the center was an exceptionally young man, standing tall like a pine tree after snow, with a handsome face and an expression that conveyed a sense of calm and insight beyond his years. To the right stood a woman dressed in a simple traditional dress, around 30 years old, with a dignified and gentle appearance, yet her gaze was resolute and spirited. She slightly turned her body, her respectful and focused eyes fixed on the young man in the center, her posture humble, as if she were facing a mentor. This was the founder of the Incense Guild, known as Lan Gu, Du Qinglan, revered by all her descendants. On the left was a girl who appeared to be only a few years older than Chen Xiaobai at that time. She held an ancient-style glass lantern, its wick carefully painted by the artist, radiating a warm and bright golden glow, becoming the most vivid and eye-catching element in the otherwise serene portrait. The girl's smile was pure and clear, filled with a vibrant hope untouched by the world and infinite dreams for the future. Young Chen Xiaobai was captivated, unable to resist tugging at her father's sleeve, whispering, "Dad, is the big brother in the middle Lan Gu's husband? Is the girl on the left with the lantern their daughter?" Upon hearing this, a look of almost reverent seriousness crossed her father's face. He lowered his voice and explained with unprecedented solemnity, "Don't speak nonsense." He pointed to the young man in the center of the portrait. "This one in the middle is Heir Taiyi. He is Lan Gu's mentor. Though his appearance remains youthful, his wisdom is like the ocean. He is called Heir Taiyi to distinguish him from Lan Gu's father." Then, his gaze fell upon the portrait of the girl holding the lamp, his expression becoming distant and filled with a sense of fateful expectation. As for the one on the left, he paused, his voice softer, as if afraid to disturb the century-old stillness captured in the painting. "She is not the daughter of the second master and Lan Gu. She is the lamp bearer." "The lamp bearer?" The young Chen Xiaobai was puzzled. "Yes." Her father nodded, his eyes fixed on the horse lamp that seemed to have quietly burned for 100 years in the painting. "According to the legacy left by Lan Gu, this lamp bearer is not a person from their era. She will appear in a very special year, 1999, a year of transition, imbued with the essence of the universe." As he spoke, his father looked up at his bewildered daughter, his gaze incredibly serious, as if reciting some sacred prophecy, born into this world. "By that year, she will carry this lamp that signifies light, transcending long periods of time, reappearing to guide the Xiong gang toward the bright path of the next century." Chapter 146, The Heritage of the Xiong Gang. At this moment, on the helicopter, Chen Xiaobai gazed at the girl born in 1999, lying on the stretcher. This child, who burst forth with astonishing brilliance in the face of despair, whose character endured trials yet remained inherently good. This person, foretold by the portrait, prophesied by the legacy, and awaited by the Xiong gang for a long time. She gently extended her hand, softly wiping the fine beads of sweat from Su Nua's forehead. 5 years. A full 5 years. She gave up her esteemed position at the San Francisco headquarters, adopting the code name and persona of Crow, infiltrating the neon underworld of the New Moon Group, starting from the lowest level as a thug, relying on her real skills, time and again battling on the edge of life and death, and deliberately displaying indifference to pain and rules. She climbed step by step to the position of chief instructor at the core training base. Every day upon waking, the moment she opened her eyes, she had to silently remind herself, "I am Crow, the Crow of the New Moon Group." Every word had to be filtered 3 times in her mind, and every gaze had to be precisely controlled. It was not living, it was a dance on the edge of a knife, day and night, where a slight misstep could lead to utter destruction, leaving no trace behind. Was it worth it? She had asked herself countless times, until she witnessed the girl, despite being poisoned and severely weakened, achieve a near-miraculous counterattack, personally sending the deeply hidden moonlight to hell, until she held this child's fragile body in her arms. Feeling that faint yet unquenchable spark of life, it was worth it. Chen Xiaobai looked out the window. The first ray of dawn was piercing through the deep night of the far east, tinting the sea of clouds with a faint golden edge. That light, resonating across 100 years, quietly echoed and merged with the glow of the horse lamp in the portrait. It turned out that the future Lan Gu saw was real. The light from a century ago, you a century later. She leaned down and whispered in Su Nua's ear, in a tone only the two of them could hear. Like reciting an ancient prayer, "Welcome home, lamp bearer." More than half an hour later, the helicopter landed on a private coastline near the Nimuro Strait in Hokkaido. The cabin door opened, and Chen Xiaobai carefully carried the still unconscious Su Nua down the stairs. "Is the car ready?" Chen Xiaobai quietly asked the approaching staff. The aircraft was on standby on the runway, ready for takeoff at any moment. Chen Xiaobai nodded and quickly walked towards a nearby black Mercedes. She gently placed Su Nua in the back seat, buckled her seatbelt, and then sat in the front passenger seat. To the airport, direct flight to San Francisco. In San Francisco, at a top private hospital, Su Nua had been recuperating for 5 days. Her physical injuries had mostly healed, but the mental exhaustion and lingering effects from the substances required time to recover. Outside the ward, there was a quiet and professional guard on duty 24 hours a day, while the room was filled with flowers and fruit baskets sent by unknown individuals, piled high like a small mountain. Leaning against the headboard, Su Nua took small sips of the bird's nest porridge brought by the nurse, quietly murmuring in her mind, "Teacher, why do I feel like I'm not recuperating, but rather being treated like a deity?" Su Yunju's ethereal figure floated by the window, arms crossed, with a teasing tone. "Isn't it good to be treated like this? What kind of life did you live before? What's wrong with enjoying some comfort now? It's called turning suffering into fortune. But it's too much comfort. It makes me uneasy." Su Nua put down the bowl of porridge, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the sandalwood prayer beads on her wrist. "What does the organization really want me to do?" The title of lamplighter sounds so heavy. After Chen Xiaobai shared Lan Gu's last words with her in the past few days, she felt bewildered and genuinely uneasy. The fate had switched from a hellish mode to a VIP paradise. This drastic change made her instinctively wary, fearing it was yet another deal that would come with an unknown price. Things will work out in the end. Su Yunju remained calm, as his intuition told him that everything had been arranged by his future self. "You can't run away now, so you might as well accept it." Just then, there was a gentle knock on the ward door. "Come in." Su Nua straightened her body. The door opened, and Chen Xiaobai slowly pushed in an elderly man sitting in a wheelchair. He was dressed in a simple traditional Chinese jacket, with a wool blanket covering his lap. "Miss Su Nua," Chen Xiaobai respectfully introduced, his tone unusually serious. "This is Mr. Du Xinyuan. He is the grandson of Lan Gu and the current leader of the organization." Du Xinyuan's gaze lingered on Su Nua's face for a long time before he sighed softly. So much like her. It's as if you've walked out of a painting. Su Nua felt a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny, but still politely bowed slightly. Mr. Du, just call me Grandpa. Du Xinyuan waved his hand, his tone suddenly gentle. Child, we know about your hardships over the years. Su Nua didn't feel much, thinking that if it weren't for such experiences, how could she meet her teacher? She smiled lightly. It's all right, it's all in the past. Though it's in the past, the words that need to be said, the apologies that need to be made, cannot be omitted, Du Xinyuan said slowly, his tone becoming serious. Child, to be honest, according to the last wishes of Grandma Lan, we actually found you quite early on. However, the organization has a history of 100 years, with branches spreading far and wide. Beneath the main hall, each faction has its own thoughts. It is absolutely impossible to expect everyone to wholeheartedly accept a stranger just based on a painting and a few words of wisdom, to regard her as the guiding light. Even I, an old man, must be responsible for the stability and future of the entire organization. Therefore, we have been keeping a close watch on you through a certain individual, and your performance has far exceeded our expectations. Infiltrating the neon world and reaching the pinnacle on the chessboard is a testament to your intelligence and bravery. Being deeply entrenched yet unwavering, concealing your sharpness, shows your resilience. What is most remarkable is that you not only accomplished the nearly impossible task of assassinating a key figure, but also, at the crucial moment, forced out the elusive individual who had never shown themselves and personally eliminated them. Such achievements, such methods, such character. He raised his voice slightly. Who in the organization would dare to doubt? Who could question the prophecy of our esteemed elder? Through your actions, you have earned everyone's respect and proven that you are the person we have been waiting for 100 years. Listening to such high praise, you felt little joy, but rather a sense of shame. She knew that behind those glorious achievements lay the extraordinary support of her mentor. It seemed that the speaker noticed the complexity in her eyes and did not continue on that topic. He smiled slightly and gestured to the few individuals who had followed him in. A middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward first, smiling as he nodded at her. Miss, I am an associate dean at a certain prestigious medical school. I will personally oversee your follow-up treatment and comprehensive recovery plan. Rest assured, we will utilize the best resources to help you regain your optimal condition as quickly as possible. Next was a woman in a tailored suit, exuding a sharp and capable aura, around 40 years old. She handed over a gold-embossed business card. I am a partner at a notable capital firm. You can directly contact me regarding any legal, financial, asset allocation, or future business matters. The introductions continued, each person more impressive than the last, leaving both you and your companion in awe. A managing director from a top investment bank, a prominent local politician of Chinese descent, and even 2 military officers of Chinese heritage. You maintained a calm exterior, responding politely to each greeting, but internally you were shocked, nearly unable to contain your expression. Are all these people connected to the organization? The level of influence is terrifying. What kind of network spans politics, business, academia, and the military? Your companion was equally taken aback. While he knew the organization had deep roots within the overseas Chinese community, the extent of its influence reaching such critical fields was far beyond his expectations. What kind of cards have I left for myself in the future? However, what truly stunned both of you was the last woman to enter. She appeared to be just over 40, maintaining an excellent figure. The confidence and composure that radiate from her, forged through countless commercial battles and the decisions involving billions in capital, make her seem almost like she carries a halo, instantly captivating the atmosphere in the room. The legendary CEO of a prominent technology company, Zhou Jiwei, known by her English name Vivian, in the late 1990s. Her company faced its darkest hour. The visionary leader was ousted by the board, leading to a chaotic product line, a plummeting stock price, and a climate of fear among employees, with the company on the brink of bankruptcy. At just 27 years old and still a senior engineer, Zhou Jiwei passionately argued her case during a desperate board meeting, requesting 5 minutes to speak. In those 5 minutes, she presented a bold yet logically sound plan for product restructuring and an ecological blueprint that won over all the board members present. Of course, there were later jokes among insiders that the board had no other choice. Could they really swallow their pride and admit their mistake by bringing back the volatile leader? After that, Zhou Jiwei was entrusted with the difficult task of laying off staff, restructuring, cutting redundant product lines, and betting on what was then considered a toy, the integration of graphical interfaces and personal computers. She led the company step by step out of the bloodshed, returning to the pinnacle of success, ultimately creating a trillion-dollar business empire that leads global technological trends. She is celebrated as the queen of Silicon Valley, an Eastern miracle, and the true soul of the company after the visionary leader. At this moment, this legendary figure walked up to Su Nua with a smile and extended her hand. Welcome back, she said in fluent Chinese. Su Nua, somewhat at a loss, shook her hand. But Zhou Jiwei gently patted the back of her hand and whispered something only the two could hear. Don't be afraid, child. The elder and Lan Gu have been waiting for you for a long time. This is all his arrangement. Now that you're home, just settle in. After saying this, her gaze seemed to subtly scan the empty space beside Su Nua, where the shadow of Su Yunzhou lingered, her eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia and respect. That glance sent a jolt through Su Yunzhou. Could it be that she also? Su Yunzhou pondered. What I know already amounts to the 8 greats. Is this going to somehow add up to 18 virtuous women, or even 108 gentlewomen? Are you planning to assemble a global legion of goddesses in the future? A week later, in the depths of Chinatown, San Francisco. On the surface, this area looks no different from other old-style buildings. However, if one were to pass through a nondescript narrow alley and push open a heavy, unmarked redwood door, the view would suddenly open up. The fragrant clan ancestral hall. This is a Chinese-style building that appears ancient on the outside, but is grand and solemn on the inside. With 3 courtyards, gray bricks, and flying eaves, dozens of core members of the fragrant clan from North America and around the globe have gathered in the main hall. Most of them were dressed in traditional formal attire, their ages ranging from their 30s to their 80s, whispering to each other, the atmosphere solemn, yet tinged with excitement. Everyone's gaze occasionally darted towards the large silk portrait hanging at the front of the ancestral hall, as well as the empty grand chair draped with a brocade cushion beneath it. That portrait was the very image that Qin Xiaobai had caught a fleeting glimpse of in her childhood, etched in her memory. In the lower right corner of the portrait, a line of delicate, lively regular script was clearly visible, in the spring of the Guihai year. A promise was made with the teacher and the guiding boy for this photograph, painted by Qing Lan. Low murmurs spread through the crowd. Could it really be the girl in the painting? After a century, it was personally brought back by the instructor from a distant place. Having withstood scrutiny, and the old man's approval must be genuine. I heard she is the new chess master there. Having defeated prominent figures in the capital, truly a combination of intelligence and bravery. Is it true? Didn't someone say it was a middle-aged man who defeated them? What does she look like? Is it really an exact match? We'll find out soon enough. But it has been confirmed by Elder Du at that moment. The side door of the main hall opened, and the elderly Du Xian was slowly pushed in by Qin Xiaobai in a wheelchair. He was brought to a position beside the main seat, his gaze sweeping slowly over everyone present, finally resting on the portrait in front of him. His eyes filled with almost devout anticipation. He paused for a moment and nodded to an old servant standing beside him, dressed in a gray long robe. The old servant understood and walked to the front of the ancestral hall, beside a Zeton wood offering table, where he took out a well-worn hardcover notebook from an ancient box carved with 100 children motif. He carefully opened it, revealing densely packed, neat calligraphy. Finding a specific page, he cleared his throat and read aloud in a tone marked by a strong regional accent, yet clear articulation. The 7th teaching from Lan Gu. Recorded in the 12th month of the Bingyin year, the ancestral hall fell silent, every breath held as if afraid to disturb this voice transcending time. Last night, I dreamt of my mentor again. The mentor told me that the lamp has been entrusted to the guiding boy and instructed me to wait in tranquility. When the lamp is lit, it will be in the year of the Jimao, 1999. The one who comes then will be a woman, resilient in character, kind-hearted. And even after enduring hardships, she will uphold her conscience. The bearer of this lamp will be the one guiding the incense group a century later. Seeing her is akin to seeing my mentor. The transmission of incense and the continuation of light all hinge on this. Once the teachings were read, the ancestral hall fell into a deep silence. Those few dozen words seemed to carry the weight of 1,000 pounds, each word striking at the hearts of everyone present. In the Jimao year, 1999, resilient in character, kind-hearted, and even after enduring hardships, she will uphold her conscience. More people began to softly recite this passage, their gazes involuntarily drifting towards the side door. This passage seemed tailor-made for that girl. The upheaval she faced, her wandering, the training as an assassin, and the bloody missions, all were indeed hardships. Yet she spared Zhong Yiqi, always holding on to a moral line. Wasn't that also upholding her conscience? All doubts vanished in that moment. What replaced them was a feeling of excitement and warmth, suppressed for a century, finally finding a sense of home. Many elderly members of the Xiang gang had red-rimmed eyes, a reflection of their long wait and the emotions of witnessing a historical moment. The auspicious time had arrived, and the lamp-bearer took their place. The host stood at the entrance of the ancestral hall, singing a long and resonant greeting. All eyes were drawn to the slowly opening main door of the hall. Sunlight poured in from outside, outlining a slender yet upright figure. Su Nuo, dressed in a moon-white collarless kung fu shirt adorned with elegant bluegrass patterns, stepped in alongside Qin Xiaobai, entering the ancestral hall that had borne a century of waiting. Her gaze was clear as it met the portrait ahead, where the girl holding the lantern seemed to be gazing back at her. This gaze across time was finally achieved here. A century of lights was rekindled today. Chapter 148. The ceremony completes. Su Nuo's injuries were not fully healed, and her steps were still somewhat unsteady, yet she walked firmly, her back straight. Sunlight cascaded down from the courtyard, gently enveloping her. Dust motes danced around her, casting a faint golden, almost sacred halo over her moon-white attire. The visual impact at that moment caused many in the hall to hold their breath, as if the person in the painting had stepped out through a century of time, arriving illuminated. When she had fully entered the hall, facing the crowd, a sharp intake of breath broke the almost frozen silence. Soon after, a wave of suppressed, murmured astonishment spread through the solemn hall. She looked just like the girl in the painting. It was as if she had come to life. Not just similar, they were clearly the same person. A century of reincarnation. It was her. That gaze, that demeanor was identical. The girl in the painting seemed to be suddenly awakened by the magic of time. Standing vividly before them, Su Nuo also saw the large portrait. Her footsteps momentarily halted. The girl in the painting was unmistakably her. Although the face in the painting appeared younger, around 15 or 16, the shape of her brows and eyes, the curve of her nose was like looking at a photo from a few years ago. What shook her even more was the handsome young man standing beside the girl in the painting, dressed in a simple long gown, with his hands behind his back. This was the figure revered as the second master by the Xiang gang. Su Nuo's pupils suddenly constricted. That gaze, that demeanor, the faint smile that seemed to see through everything. Teacher? She gasped in her mind, her voice trembling with disbelief and a sudden clarity. Teacher, that second master is you, isn't it? Su Yunzhou's ethereal image fell into silence at this moment. He floated beside Su Nuo, looking up and quietly gazing at the figure in the portrait, dressed in an old-style long gown, whose face was identical to his own. The second master in the painting had a gentle and distant gaze, a smile on his lips, as if he had transcended a century of dust and thin silk, quietly meeting the gaze of the person outside the screen at this moment. Su Yunzhou sighed. Future me. You really know how to play. I've got it. I will play like this in the future too. Du Xinyuan gently raised a hand. The hall immediately fell silent again, with everyone's gaze refocusing on him. Du Xinyuan slowly shifted his gaze away from Su Nuo's youthful face and turned towards the large portrait behind her, filled with nostalgia and emotion. He paused and nodded to the old servant beside him. The old servant understood and walked to the altar, retrieving an item from a long wooden box wrapped in brocade. It was a glass lamp identical to the one in the portrait. Du Xinyuan extended his trembling hands and solemnly took the lamp from the old servant. His fingers brushed over the cold brass handle, his movements gentle as if touching a baby's cheek. This lamp, Du Xinyuan began, his voice trembling noticeably, has been enshrined in the secret chamber since the passing of Lady Lan, carefully guarded by successive leaders, dusted day and night without a moment's neglect. His aged gaze swept over every face in the hall as he slowly continued. We have waded through the Second World War, the wave of immigration, the Exclusion Act, the Great Fire of Gold Mountain, the economic depression. Nearly a century has passed. Many elders closed their eyes without ever seeing the person in the portrait return with the lamp. Many doubted whether the legacy was merely a dream of Lady Lan, a beautiful fantasy. But we cannot forget, we must not forget. Because this is the last wish left by Lady Lan with her life, a token entrusted by the second master across time. His voice suddenly rose, ringing with resolute clarity. Now, he held the lamp, seemingly carrying 100 years' worth of time, his gaze kind, yet incredibly serious as he looked at Su Nuo, enunciating each word clearly. Child, the person indicated by Lady Lan's legacy, the one awaited for a century, is you. This lamp has waited for you for 90 years. Now, do you wish to? He paused, summoning all his strength to ask the question that had waited nearly 100 years. To lift it? All eyes turned to Su Nuo. She felt an unprecedented pressure, her breathing becoming slightly difficult. She sensed the anticipation, excitement, and scrutiny in their gazes. In her mind, she urgently asked, her voice filled with panic. Teacher, why do you want me to bear such a heavy responsibility? Do I really have this ability? Su Yunzhou watched the solemn and shocking scene before him, observing the ancient lamp in Du Xinyuan's hands and the faces in the hall filled with expectation. His heart filled with emotions. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a tone that seemed to transcend time, slowly saying in Su Nuo's mind, Lift it, Su Nuo. We, the people of Daxia, honor our ancestors, respect our ancestors, but this is not superstition. It is a legacy, a bond, a spirit totem that allows wandering souls, no matter how far they go or how high they fly, to remember their roots and support one another. By accepting this position, by taking this lamp, you are providing the best response and explanation to the century-long wait of the community. You can gather these scattered sparks overseas, yet longing for their homeland, into a torch once again. His voice gradually became more resolute. Nuo, from now on, you will not be fighting alone. From the moment you raise this lamp, behind you stands the entire organization. There are business giants like Zhou Jiwei, professional elites like Li Weian and Zhao Hongyu, and a network of resources spread across the globe. They will assist you, support you, and protect you. What you need to do is not to get involved in every detail, but to become that lamp, that symbol, that spiritual core, the light that guides the way through the fog. Trust yourself, and also trust the arrangements your mentor has made for you. As Su Yunzhou's words resonated, the confusion and anxiety in Su Nuo's eyes gradually settled. Yes, how could the mentor's arrangements be wrong? How could they be? She took a deep breath, stepped forward, and walked up to Elder Du Xinyuan. The hall fell silent, and the sound of her clothing brushing against itself was audible. She extended her hands, her fingers steady and unwavering, and solemnly accepted the warm, aged lamp. The lamp felt lighter than she had imagined, as if it were just the weight of ordinary glass and brass. Yet it also felt immensely heavy, for it carried the weight of a century, countless expectations, and the future of a vast organization. The moment her fingertips touched the brass handle, the wick inside the lampshade suddenly ignited. It was as if a sleeping spirit had been awakened by its true owner, letting out a contented sigh. Perhaps it was some intricate chemical or physical mechanism inside the lamp that was triggered to ignite under specific angles or pressures. But at that moment, the precision of timing and the miraculous effect left no one to ponder the principle behind it. In everyone's hearts, this was a miracle. The lamp lit up. It was indeed her. She truly was the one who would light the way. The murmurs of surprise could no longer be suppressed, and many were moved to tears. Elder Du looked at the lamp in Su Nuo's hands, which seemed to be infused with life, and tears streamed down his face as he murmured, Longu. Taiyi, did you see that? The lamp has finally lit up. The ceremony was complete. The host, using all his strength, sang loudly, his voice resonating and echoing through the hall. Outside the hall, the traditional Chinese band that had been prepared instantly began to play. The sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, deafening. The suona soared high into the sky. The harmonious notes of sheng and xiao resonated throughout Chinatown, announcing the end of a century-long wait and the beginning of a new era. In the hall, led by Elder Du Xinyuan, all members of the organization, regardless of age, stood solemnly and respectfully bowed deeply to the girl holding the lamp, who stood in the center of the hall, enveloped in morning light and candle flames. This bow was respectful, sincere, and wholeheartedly devoted. This bow transcended 100 years, connecting the ancient and the modern. This bow was a pledge, an acknowledgement, and a vow. With the completion of the ceremony, a new name was established. From this moment on, the code name Tonggu Nua, stained with blood and darkness, would be forever sealed away. She was the one who would light the way. She was the lamp that illuminated the fog and guided the way home. Su Nua stood at the center of the light, holding the ancient lamp, looking at the crowd bowing deeply before her, and listening to the resounding music of the ceremony. She knew her life had completely changed from this moment on. Thank you, mentor. Thank you for arranging all of this for me. For paving the way for me so long ago. The words flowed in her heart, and she could almost imagine that familiar response, perhaps a teasing laugh, or a gentle acknowledgement, or maybe the kind of banter that makes one feel both amused and warm inside. However, there was no sound. In her consciousness, there was an abrupt, unsettling silence. The voice that always echoed first, accompanying her through countless moments of fear, confusion, and hardship, was absent. Su Nua's expression slightly stiffened. She instinctively called out again in her mind. Teacher? There was no response. Only the echo of her own thoughts. She tried to sense the shadow that always floated by her side, visible only to her, but it was empty. The familiar space beside her that brought her comfort was now vacant. The figure that had accompanied her for years, teaching her, protecting her, comforting her, sometimes teasing her, giving her strength in her most desperate moments, and accepting her even after her hands were stained with blood, had vanished. Without warning, silent and unnoticed. At the very moment she took the lantern, with music and rituals resounding, and everyone bowing their heads, the most glorious and needed moment, Su Nua stood there, stunned. Her mind blank. She had known that her teacher had been saying goodbye to her recently, hinting that the time for parting was near. She thought she was mentally prepared, believing she could face this inevitable separation calmly. But she never expected it to be 1,000 times, 10,000 times more painful than she imagined. She dazedly lifted her head, once again landing on that large portrait. The figure of her great-uncle in the painting still smiled gently, and she still held the lantern in the painting, as if everything was perfect. But beside her, it was already empty. The guiding spirit she had always relied on was gone. She knelt straight down in front of that portrait, unable to speak through her tears. The sorrow was so primal and deep that it instantly diluted the joyful atmosphere in the hall. Many people exchanged glances, completely unable to understand. But Du Xinyuan's aged body suddenly trembled. A fragment of memory, almost buried by the long years, vividly resurfaced before him. It was also on an important day. After a family ritual, the young boy hid behind a pillar in the porch, secretly watching his always dignified and warm-smiling great-aunt, who remained alone in the empty hall. She, too, suddenly looked up at the relatively new portrait, and as she stared, her smile slowly faded, and then, without warning, she knelt straight down. Kneeling on the cold brick floor, facing the portrait, she cried uncontrollably, trembling all over. The young boy was terrified, having never seen his great-aunt lose composure like this. His mother later found him, gently covering his eyes and taking him away, softly sighing, "Your great-aunt is missing her mentor." At this moment, the sight of the girl kneeling and crying before him astonishingly overlapped with the heart-wrenching figure of his great-aunt in his distant memory. In the same posture, facing the same object, experiencing the same heart-wrenching pain. A thought, both absurd and perfectly explanatory, emerged in Du Xinyuan's mind. Could it be that the so-called lantern-bearer is the reincarnation of his great-aunt? In her lifetime, she guided us to seek her return. Just like the traditional customs of the region, Du Xinyuan let out a long, trembling breath, amidst the astonished gazes of those around him. This respected elder of the Xiangbong did not go to comfort the weeping Su Nua. Instead, he adjusted his robes and faced the portrait, as well as the kneeling Su Nua before it, slowly and solemnly lowering his aged knee. Just a step behind Su Nua, he knelt in the same direction. This kneeling was not a gesture of etiquette or ceremony. It was a resonance from the depths of their bloodline, an understanding that transcended 3 generations. A supreme homage to a return and inheritance beyond worldly comprehension. Outside the screen, in 2025, at the Qiushui Mountain Villa by Westlake, Su Yunzhou watched as Su Nua lifted the lantern, saw her shocked expression directed at the portrait, and was about to reward her. However, in the next moment, she and the entire scene of the ancestral hall shrank and finally froze, standing side by side with Lin Roxuan, Song Jiru, and others in the front row. That familiar system prompt sounded again. Ding. Su Nua's comprehensive charm value has stabilized and surpassed 90. Hidden talent limit willpower activation has reached 90. Su Nua has been crowned as the lantern bearer of the Xiangbong. Reward settlement. 100,000 mall coins. You can say a final blessing to her before proceeding to the next cultivation target. When she. Hidden talent. Logical genius. Would you like to enter immediately? Su Yunzhou felt a bit sentimental, pondering what to say to Su Nua, but upon seeing that name and that cool face, he nearly dropped his laptop. What the? Su Yunzhou's eyes widened, a curse escaping his lips, his heart racing. She is also one I've cultivated? When she. This name, this face. Su Yunzhou was all too familiar with. She was 3 years older than him, a neighbor who lived across the hall during his childhood. Practically a childhood companion in some sense. However, her family moved away when he was 10, cutting off their contact. The next time they met was when he had just entered university, dragging a heavy suitcase through the campus gates. A tall figure in tight shorts and a tank top, revealing sun-kissed skin and smooth muscle lines, suddenly blocked his path like a mountain, exuding a vibrant aura of sunshine mixed with sweat. The newcomer squinted at him for a few seconds, then suddenly grinned, revealing a dazzlingly white smile, bright, yet somewhat mischievous. Oh? Isn't this the little Jojo from next door who used to cry at the drop of a hat, and needed his sister to carry him? Look how much you've grown. You got in here too? Su Yunzhou was momentarily stunned, staring up for a long time. finally peeling away the layers of that aggressively bright smile and vaguely familiar facial features to uncover the memory of a childhood playmate, or rather, a childhood shadow. Sister She? His face turned crimson, half from the heat and half from embarrassment. Childhood embarrassing moments being brought up so casually, right at the university entrance. When she was tall with long arms, naturally reaching out to playfully trap Su Yunzhou's head under her armpit, just like when they were kids. In an instant, Su Yunzhou felt his cheek pressed against something soft and elastic. His mind buzzed, his face flushed bright red, even the back of his neck felt hot. He stood frozen, unable to move, as the scent of sunshine mixed with the girl's sweat surrounded him. Well, look at you little guy, now you're the junior to your big sister. When She's voice came from above, teasingly, as her arm tightened around him, causing Su Yunzhou's face to slightly distort from the soft pressure, making it hard for him to breathe. She seemed quite pleased with his awkward, stiff reaction, and after a few seconds, she finally let go, laughing heartily as he stumbled back a couple of steps, gasping for air, his face still bright red and avoiding her gaze. Oh, grown up and shy now? Such thin skin? Su Yunzhou protested, in public, mind the impact. When she put her hands on her hips, laughing uncontrollably. What a pity, she said, suddenly sounding a bit regretful, her gaze sweeping over Su Yunzhou's handsome, yet youthful face. I'm graduating this year, and soon I won't be around to look after you anymore. How about this, Xiao Zhozhou, before I leave? Why don't we have a campus romance that ends with graduation? I promise it'll be a memorable experience. She leaned in closer, lowering her voice, her warm breath brushing against his flushed ear. At that time, Su Yunzhou was just a freshman. Aside from a few stolen kisses promised in secret, he had never experienced such a bold move of being playfully trapped like this. Instantly, he turned red, retreating 3 steps. Sister She, don't joke like that. His voice cracked, and he hurriedly fixed his disheveled hair and collar, avoiding eye contact. Haha, look at you, so timid. Still so easy to tease. When she laughed so hard she couldn't stand straight, pointing at him. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let us go, you cowardly junior. I'll show some kindness and take you to your dorm. Which building? No, it's fine, Sister She, I can manage by myself. Su Yunzhou tried to reclaim his suitcase, his fingers trembling. Stop with the nonsense, why be polite with me? When she raised her chin, exuding an air of confidence and dominance as she effortlessly lifted his heavy suitcase. Show me the way, otherwise, I'll carry you over. Do you believe it? He believed it too much. After all, he had been carried like a sack by her many times when they were kids. Su Yunzhou quickly gave in, swallowing hard and obediently pointing the direction. Later, when she was indeed busy in her senior year, facing the pressures of internships, graduation theses, and job hunting that weighed down on every fresh graduate. Although they attended the same university, one was busy with no time to spare, while the other was newly enrolled and full of excitement from club activities. Their encounters became rare. Occasionally, they could meet for a meal, usually at the school cafeteria or nearby inexpensive eateries. Let's chat, catch up on recent happenings, and reminisce about the chaotic days of our childhood. However, between the two of them, there was ultimately no spark, at least not from Su Yunzhou's side. During his youthful, naive days, the girl who squatted down in the sunset to gently brush away the sand and blood from his knees, Song Jiru, had already cast the first and deepest hazy longing and affection for his ideal woman in the lake of his budding feelings. She was like a beam of moonlight, an unattainable dream. On the other hand, someone like when she, a bold and vibrant flower, was passionate, flamboyant, and aggressive, akin to the midday sun in summer, radiant and blinding, making him instinctively want to retreat into the shade. He felt a bit intimidated by her. Later on, he heard that when she had excelled in her studies and achieved impressive results in her physical assessments, successfully landing a position in the public sector, specifically in the National Security Agency, where she became a proud security officer. However, her initial assignment was in a remote grassroots town over 100 kilometers away, which was considered a necessary exercise and opportunity for growth. The night before she left school, Su Yunzhou especially treated her to a farewell dinner. At the table, she still wore a bright smile, drank heartily, and patted his shoulder, saying that if he ever encountered trouble at school, he should just call her name. Though she might not be there, her connections would still help him out. Su Yunzhou nodded with a smile, but deep down, he knew that their life paths would likely diverge from that moment on. What he never expected was that their next meeting would be an utterly mortifying scene that made him wish he could dig a hole and disappear. It happened during his sophomore year, shortly after he officially started dating Su Qianran. One weekend, overwhelmed by youthful hormones and romantic impulses, they mustered the courage to secretly book a room at a relatively clean motel near the school. With a mix of nervousness, excitement, shyness, and a desire to explore the unknown, they prepared to take that final step, completing a sort of rite of passage from adolescence to adulthood. Just as they had removed half of their clothes and the atmosphere was reaching its peak of intimacy, there came a loud, impatient knock on the door. A serious female voice called out from outside, "Inspection by the security agency. Open the door." At that moment, Su Yunzhu's mind went blank, filled only with thoughts of being caught and facing consequences. He fumbled to put on his pants, searched for his t-shirt, and even misbuttoned his shirt in his haste. When the door opened, a security officer in a crisp uniform stood outside, her hat pulled low. In the dim light of the hallway, as she lifted her head, Su Yunzhu's blood ran cold. It was when she first glanced at the disarray and the disheveled pair inside the room, then spoke in a businesslike manner. Her tone devoid of any emotion. "University students? Identification." Su Yunzhou hurriedly handed over his student ID. When she took it, examined it carefully, and then began to lecture them expressionlessly. Her words were nothing more than generic reminders for university students to maintain their personal integrity, pay attention to safety, obey laws and regulations, and cherish their time in school. Throughout this process, Su Yunjua was so embarrassed that he could have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment on the cheap carpet of the motel with his toes. Finally, Wincy lifted her chin, her gaze fixed on Su Qianran, her tone even colder. Where's your student ID? Haven't found it yet? No, I left it in the dorm. Su Qianran's voice was barely audible, laced with a hint of tears, her head lowered even further. Left it. Wincy frowned, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. According to the rules, identity verification is required. Go back and get it. Now, immediately. At that moment, both Su Yunjua and Su Qianran were too young, with almost no social experience. They were stunned by the sudden official inspection, and coupled with their guilty conscience, they completely failed to realize something was amiss. How could a security officer come alone to check a room? And only theirs? Su Qianran felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, and without thinking much, she hurriedly squeezed past Wincy and ran away, not even daring to look back at Su Yunjua. The door closed. Su Yunjua scratched his head awkwardly. Sister Shi, this is quite a coincidence, don't you think? Then he heard a faint click of the lock. Su Yunjua froze, seeing Wincy turn around and lock the door, then stepped toward him, one deliberate step at a time. The uniform accentuated her tall and athletic figure, each step exuding a predator-like sense of pressure. Before Su Yunjua could react, Wincy had already pushed him down onto the unmade bed. She leaned over him, her eyes holding a teasing glint. Su Yunjua? Is this all you've got? Su Yunjua's mind went blank. The next moment, Wincy grasped his chin. Stunned, he stammered. Sister Shi, please don't do this. You're breaking the law. Wincy smirked. Oh, sorry, but there are no laws against females assaulting males in this country. Besides, do you have the guts to report it? Thus, although Su Yunjua protested and struggled, it was utterly futile against Wincy's overwhelming strength, skill, and presence. Just as he was about to resign himself to the situation, he suddenly felt Wincy tremble, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. She let out a muffled groan, and her arm that had been pinning him down suddenly relaxed, her body rolling uncontrollably to the side, collapsing onto the bed. Chapter 151. Have you missed your sister these years? Su Yunjua's mind couldn't comprehend what had just happened. How did the sister who had seemed like a furious lioness just moments ago suddenly collapse? Sister Shi, are you okay? He quickly scrambled up, looking helplessly at Wincy curled up at the edge of the bed, seemingly in pain. Is something wrong? Heart, stomach pain, or low blood sugar? His voice was frantic, and countless possibilities flashed through his mind. I'll call for help. Just hold on. No, don't. Wincy gritted her teeth, raising a hand to signal him to stay still. After a while, the sudden, strange weakness gradually faded, and some color returned to her face. She opened her eyes and gave Su Yunjua a complex look, filled with concern and confusion. Looks like you're lucky today. She propped herself up on the bed, her tone filled with reluctance. But remember this, she said, extending her hand into the air and making a forceful gesture, as if trying to crush something tightly. Her eyes glinting dangerously. You can't escape my grasp. It's only a matter of time. Su Yunjua felt a shiver run down his spine at that suggestive and threatening motion, his back growing cold. Oh no, Sister Shi is terrifying. She's 1,000 times scarier than when she used to snatch my toys and make me cry as a kid. A firm yet naive thought sprang up in his startled mind. I need to quickly solidify my relationship with Su Qianran. If we establish our bond, she'll give up on this for good. After that, Su Yunjua and when she never crossed paths again. It was as if that absurd and bizarre hotel incident had been nothing more than a strange dream. Occasionally, through news snippets or casual chats with old classmates, he heard increasingly legendary tales about her, when she, within the Citizen Security Agency, seemed to have a cheat code, solving bizarre cases, cold cases, and long-standing mysteries. Receiving countless accolades and rapidly climbing the ranks. It was said that she relied on her exceptional logical reasoning, bold, and almost reckless decisiveness, and some instincts or inspirations that her colleagues privately deemed unfathomable. These traits led her to be promoted beyond her years, becoming the chief expert in the Criminal Investigation Department of the Citizen Security Agency, earning her the nicknames Queen of Criminal Investigation or Walking Solving Machine. She was also categorized as a special talent requiring protection and attention within the system. Her daily outings were tightly secured, dealing with highly confidential or significant difficult cases, making her a legendary figure that ordinary citizens, and even most people within the system, found hard to reach or imagine. Su Yunjua occasionally thought back to that chaotic, awkward, and heavily taboo night when he saw her name on a computer screen or watched certain crime dramas, his emotions complex and unspoken. Now, seeing the name when she again, and recalling her later remarkable career, he suddenly understood. So, it was because of me that Sister Shi's life took off. During that hotel incident in our sophomore year, she was about to take me down, but at the last moment, she backed off. Wow, that must have been me from the future influencing her. Just like when Shin Mingwei tried to push me in the bathroom yesterday. Damn, the mystery that had troubled me for years has finally been solved. Wait, am I jealous of my past self? That is so typical of me. I need to mess with my sophomore self-as plans. Why should that past brat get the upper hand? He confirmed it, utterly bemused. But clearly, this wasn't the time to delve into those thoughts. The countdown was still on. He needed to leave a message for Su Nuo. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for a moment as he pondered. Then he typed a line infused with his unique style, wanting to comfort yet unable to resist a playful jab. Nuo, keep the light steady, do your best, and don't embarrass the teacher. He paused for a moment and added with a mischievous smile, 8 years from now, by the West Lake, I'll be waiting for you, teacher. Su Yunjua imagined that at this moment, Su Nuo was kneeling in the ancestral hall, crying her heart out, utterly devastated, and suddenly wondered how she would react to such an irreverent promise. Just picturing that scene made him chuckle. momentarily alleviating the headache and embarrassment brought on by the name Wen Shi. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Su Yunzhou instinctively glanced at the bottom right corner of his computer screen. Exactly 10 o'clock. Not a second off. Had someone been timing this outside? He adjusted his clothes and casually ran his fingers through his hair, wanting to make a good impression on Su Nuo, whom he hadn't seen in years. However, when the door opened, he was taken aback. It wasn't Su Nuo. Standing outside was a tall figure exuding a commanding presence. It was Wen Shi. At 29. Time seemed to have favored her, shedding the youthful exuberance from her college days, leaving behind a polished brightness forged through experience. Her already beautiful face had sharper and more defined features. She was dressed in a black leather jacket, not a fashionable decorative style, but rather practical, resembling that of special operations or field personnel, accentuating her tall and athletic figure. The zipper of her jacket was not fully closed, revealing a simple dark gray tank top underneath, along with her distinct collarbone. What took Su Yunzhou's breath away was her height and aura. He remembered Wen Shi being tall, but now she seemed to exceed the 175 centimeters he recalled, possibly even reaching 178 centimeters. Coupled with her long legs wrapped in fitted leather pants and ankle boots, she stood at the door, blocking out much of the light, casting a shadow that completely enveloped Su Yunzhou. It was a dual pressure, both physical and psychological. Years had passed, and the once playful sister she had evolved into a complete queen. But why was she here? What was this unexpected development? Was it the future version of him who informed her of this time and place? Did he think it wasn't chaotic enough? Wasn't it better to have a nice date with little Nuo? Why provoke this formidable woman? Had he been influenced and swayed by her during the process? Before he could speak, when she had already taken action, she seemed to require no invitation from Su Yunzhou, stepping directly into the room as if it were her own home. Then, she casually kicked the door shut behind her with her heel. Bang! The door closed with a decisive sound. In the next moment, she reached out and firmly grasped Su Yunzhou's chin. Junior, long time no see. She paused and leaned closer. Have you missed your sister these past few years? Chapter 152. The king does not see the king. Su Yunzhou's mind raced at that moment, quickly analyzing various possibilities. At this time, when she was 29, a successful queen of criminal investigation. According to game logic and the previous situations involving Su Nuo and others, she should now be in a completed state of development. In her perception, I should be the one who has existed in various forms over the past few years, be it a guiding spirit, a system, a mysterious mentor, or something else, leading her to solve cases, enhance her abilities, and perhaps occasionally teasing her as a teacher or master. Now she has come to meet me after my departure, and with some sort of, strong and ambiguous intention. In a flash, Su Yunzhou made a core judgment. Stay calm. Don't panic. I am now the successful man helping her, not the little one she used to bully. So he slightly tilted his head, skillfully moving his chin away from her fingertip. When She's fingers paused in midair, a fleeting look of surprise flashed in her eyes, quickly replaced by intense interest and a certain eager glint. Almost in the same instant, when she made her move without warning, it wasn't playful teasing, but rather swift, precise, and clearly marked with combat techniques. Launching a fierce attack targeting Su Yunzhou's neck and shoulder joints. The movement was as fast as lightning, evidently honed through years of practical experience. Her skills remarkably solid. Su Yunzhou's pupils contracted, his body instinctively reacting faster than his thoughts. He shifted his footwork, narrowly avoiding a chokehold, while simultaneously blocking and countering her grip with deft strength. The movements were smooth and natural, as if practiced 1,000 times. This was certainly from the promised scenarios, especially from using the Combat Master experience cards a few times. Training him for life and death situations, his awareness already at elite special forces level, though his physical attributes still lagged behind. Bang! Clap! Thud! In the living room, their figures intertwined, fists and feet cutting through the air, yet they mysteriously controlled their strength, not knocking over any furniture, only the sounds of fabric rubbing and body collisions, along with occasional subtle cracking sounds as their joints clashed. A silent and thrilling close-quarters combat suddenly erupted in the small space, quickly nearing its end. Wen Shi's moves were fierce and straightforward, embodying the simplicity and efficiency of a combat style. But Su Yunzhou recognized at a glance that this technique must have been taught to her by him in the future. His responses, however, were even more unpredictable. With agile footwork and skillful timing that was astonishingly precise, seemingly always able to anticipate her next move, occasionally employing joint techniques and grappling methods reminiscent of traditional martial arts. Exquisitely executed. The final move. Su Yunzhou seized a subtle gap in Wen Shi's forced transition, slipping into her side like a swimming fish. One hand grasping her wrist while the other swiftly locked onto her shoulder joint, using his core strength to cleverly twist and push. When she let out a muffled sound, her body involuntarily being guided by this clever force. Losing balance as he twisted her arm from the side and pressed her down onto the wide sofa. Su Yunzhou knelt beside her, firmly controlling her joints, pinning her in a position that was extremely awkward yet powerless to resist. The action was clean and decisive. The outcome was clear. Su Yunzhou took a slight breath, looking at Wen Shi, who was unable to break free, and chuckled. Sister Shi, have you become weaker after not seeing you for years? When she found her vital points restrained and her joints controlled, unable to muster the strength to break free for a moment, she tilted her head, her cheeks sinking into the soft sofa cushion, yet she smiled. Your skills have improved quite a bit. It's a far cry from that sophomore year when you were just a trembling, helpless little brother on a hotel bed. Upon hearing the word sophomore year, helpless, and little brother, Su Yunzhou's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably, and the painful memories of that past resurfaced. What's wrong? Are you not going to let go? Want to see how long I can maintain this position? Or do you enjoy watching me kneel like this? Su Yunzhou released his grip, stepped back to create some distance. His expression neutral, and his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Officer Wen, to what do I owe the pleasure? When she slowly sat up from the sofa, stretching her slightly sore wrist and shoulder, maintaining her composure. She even casually picked up the half-finished glass of water Su Yunzhou had left on the coffee table and took a sip. What am I here for? Didn't you invite me? She raised an eyebrow and reminded him leisurely. According to your words, the warm reminder you left when your legal entity departed from me. Asked me to come find you today. She mimicked a possibly sarcastic tone. You said you'd tame me well, showing me that a master is always a master. When she concluded, her gaze fixed on Su Yunzhou. Well, you clearly weren't exaggerating. Su Yunzhou fell silent. This statement was likely half true, half false. Given his understanding of his own future temperament, it's possible he had said something similar to encourage her or purely out of mischief during her training. However, he absolutely could not let her come today, let alone appear in this manner at such a time. Today was a special day when he planned to potentially intersect with Su Nuo in reality, when Shi's sudden intrusion completely disrupted all his rhythms and plans. Once Su Yunzhou realized this, his tone became firm. Impossible. You must have the wrong time. He maintained a calm exterior while fabricating a story, knowing that according to the timeline, once he entered Wen Shi's scenario and confirmed their agreement, anything he said now would become fact. I clearly told you it was next month. And the location is not here. It's in a certain city on the west coast. The further the better. Wen Shi's eyes lit up. They were indeed the same person, and he knew about this agreement. This confirmation completely dissipated her last shred of doubt. She crossed her legs. Her long legs wrapped in leather pants appearing smooth and powerful, her posture relaxed and unrestrained. Isn't it that you're just too impatient? Su Yunzhou fought the urge to roll his eyes and try to keep his tone calm and distant. I have important business today and am waiting for a key friend. It's not convenient. He attempted to suggest she leave. Upon hearing this, when she not only showed no intention of getting up but instead chuckled, you're waiting for Su Nuo, right? Su Yunzhou's brows instantly furrowed. What the heck? She even knows this. Does she know Su Nuo? When? How did they meet? Several possibilities flashed through his mind. Right. Su Nuo is now the leader of a prominent overseas organization with a vast influence and an impressive intelligence network. Wen Shi is the chief criminal investigation expert of a security agency, and it is entirely possible that their paths could cross in major cases involving transnational crime and foreign forces. In fact, it could even be that his future self arranged for their interaction. If she knows about the agreement between him and Su Nuo, that would explain a lot. Seeing Su Yunzhou's suddenly changed expression, Wen Shi's smile grew even brighter. She won't come. Su Yunzhou was surprised by her certainty. Why not? Don't you understand the principle of not letting the king meet the king? With me here, how dare she show up? Su Yunzhou furrowed his brow, quickly grasping her meaning. Wen Shi, as the chief expert of the Criminal Investigation Department of the National Security Agency, represented the state's law enforcement and order. Meanwhile, Su Nuo, a former assassin of a notorious organization, now held a significant position in an overseas Chinese gang, walking a fine line between gray and black territories in terms of identity, experience, and power. The two were inherently in a cat-and-mouse dynamic, making Su Nuo's choice to avoid confrontation seem quite natural. As Su Yunzhou understood this, a faint sense of disappointment unexpectedly rose from the depths of his heart. He did look forward to their first official reunion in reality. However, in the next moment, his agent-level insight and perception, honed from experiences with Su Nuo, sharply detected an extremely subtle disturbance on the balcony. It wasn't the wind. It was the faint rustle of fabric brushing against the railing, the rhythm of breath escaping despite extreme control, a familiar aura he recognized all too well. Su Yunzhou smiled, looking at the confident Wen Shi across from him, calmly replying, "Oh, is that so? The king won't meet the king?" He tilted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through Wen Shi toward the glass door of the balcony behind her, but she's already here. Chapter 153. The arrival of Nuo Yi. The moment Su Yunzhou's words fell, the floor-to-ceiling glass door leading from the living room to the open balcony was silently pushed ajar from the outside. Morning light poured into the room through the gap, casting a dazzling golden beam on the floor. In the light, dust particles danced. A figure in a pale blue traditional Chinese kung fu outfit stepped into the light. With a subtle, almost imperceptible smile on her face, her eyes were as clear as mountain spring water, yet unfathomably deep. It was Su Nuo, at 26. She was the youngest leader in the history of the overseas Chinese community, and those in the underworld referred to her respectfully as Nuo Yi. Su Yunzhou's breath caught for a moment. Although this was already the third time he had witnessed a character he had personally nurtured in that mysterious game step out of the screen and into his real world, the impact had not diminished with each occurrence, especially at this moment. His gaze involuntarily fell on Su Nuo's right wrist, which naturally swung as she walked. There. The pale blue cuffs slightly slipped down, revealing a slender, fair wrist adorned with a string of deep brown prayer beads. It was the same string of blessed beads that he had asked Su Sini to bring from the Bema Temple in Luoqing 8 years ago. Now, 8 years later, the beads still rested neatly on her wrist, their color deepened and their luster more subdued. Just like the girl before him, her features remained exquisite. And with the last traces of baby fat faded, her jawline was now sharper and more defined, her brows and eyes more elongated, adding an even more striking cold elegance than when she was 18. But what had truly changed was the essence emanating from her being. Simply standing there, she naturally exuded a calmness, confidence, and an almost inhuman tranquility forged through years of holding power and weathering storms. It seemed that the trials she had faced, the choices she had made, and the pressure she had borne in these 8 years were far beyond what most could imagine. Su Yunzhou felt a surge of complex emotions. It was somewhat akin to an old craftsman gazing at a piece of jade he had spent his life perfecting, now radiant and renowned. There was a sense of comfort and pride. Yet more so, there was pain and pity. Su Nuo walked straight up to Su Yunzhou, maintaining a distance of about 3 steps, neither too far nor too close, a distance that was respectful yet safe. She stood still, then raised both hands, forming a fist with her right and placing her left palm over it, resting it on her chest. The gesture was elegant. So standard it seemed to be transcribed from an ancient book of rituals. Leaning slightly towards Su Yunzhou, she bowed her head. The movement was subtle yet exceptionally solemn. Teacher, she began, her tone calm and serene. Long time no see. Su Yunzhou looked at her lowered head, with a glimpse of her fair neck, and resisted the impulse to ruffle her hair playfully. That would be too frivolous and inappropriate for the Su Nuo of today. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Arno, you've grown up. Hearing the familiar name, Su Nuo involuntarily trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. It was him. It really was him. Even the gray Chinese-style suit he wore was exactly the same as the one from 8 years ago, the last time she had seen him. The style, the sheen of the fabric, even the tiny creases at the collar were all identical. Su Nuo's effort to maintain a calm expression faltered in an instant. Time seemed to rush backward at that moment. It felt as if she was back in that narrow, cluttered loft of the Neon Happiness Manor. The teasing, guiding voice that had been her only light and faith through countless lonely nights echoed in her ears once again. She suddenly snapped back to reality and looked at Su Yunzhou once more. A thought surged uncontrollably into her mind. Had he really only worn this one outfit in the past 8 years? Was this what he occasionally referred to as enduring the worldly tribulations? He had bestowed upon her unimaginable wealth and power, allowing her to command respect overseas, while he himself lived so frugally that he couldn't even afford a new piece of clothing. The teacher suddenly felt a lump in her throat, a surge of hot tears unexpectedly welling up in her eyes, and her nose tinged with acidity. She instinctively wanted to step forward, just like the helpless girl who once curled up in a corner of the attic, seeking support and comfort. Even if it was just him, like before, gently patting her head with that virtual, warm hand. But reason and the self-control cultivated over 8 years held her back from this impulse. Because beside her on the sofa sat another old acquaintance. Su Nuo quickly concealed her emotions, restoring her calm demeanor. She offered Su Yunzhou a smile tinged with a hint of apology, then slowly turned around to face Wen Shi, who was sitting on the sofa with her arms crossed, a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. Although at 168 centimeters tall, she appeared somewhat petite against Wen Shi, who stood close to 180 centimeters with long legs. When she stood tall and slightly raised her chin, her eyes locking onto Wen Shi with a half-smile, the aura she exuded was surprisingly formidable, almost as if they were on equal footing. Shi Jie, Su Nuo began, her voice still gentle, but her tone was laced with sharpness. What you said just now was rather presumptuous. Indeed, it's true that some things are better left unseen. She paused, her gaze meeting Wen Shi's in the air, an invisible spark seeming to crackle in the atmosphere. But it also depends on who needs to avoid whose brilliance. Her opening words were filled with an unreserved, direct intensity. When she suddenly laughed, Nuoyi, don't blame me for not reminding you. This isn't overseas. This is within the territory of Daxia. She lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa, her gaze sharp. Divine beings must not tread here, and malevolent spirits should retreat. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to flaunt your power here, would it? Flaunt my power? Su Nuo chuckled lightly. I can't bear to take such praise from you, Shi Jie. Over the past 3 years, the Xiang Gang had assisted the International Cooperation Department of relevant authorities in Daxia in combating cross-border telecom fraud groups 7 times, providing 19 key intelligence leads and helping rescue over 200 citizens stranded abroad. 3 of the core operations were personally commanded and coordinated by me, in synchronous support. She raised her eyes, looking at Wen Shi with clear sincerity. Just last month, a leader from a certain department in Jingzhou personally spoke with me, clearly expressing a welcome for my frequent visits. The homeland will always be my home, a stronghold for the Xiang Gang. Is visiting my teacher while I'm home for a family visit really flaunting my power? She shifted her tone, her smile slightly chilling. It seems, Shi Jie, whether I accidentally let something slip before, or if your reputation as a queen of criminal investigation is indeed well-deserved. You somehow managed to predict my visit today, and even got here first. She gently shook her head, almost sighing in admiration. As expected of you. In your presence, one must not be careless. Facing this impeccably crafted yet subtly sharp response, when she not only didn't get angry, but her interest only deepened. She did not address the doubts raised by Su Nuo regarding the leak of the itinerary, but instead changed the subject casually, as if discussing trivial matters. When talking about the cross-border joint operation from 2 years ago, she suddenly reached out and patted the solid outline of her right thigh wrapped in black leather pants. To cover your infiltration team's withdrawal, I attracted firepower at the flank of the firefight area. I took a bullet here and lay down for half a month. As she spoke, she even pretended to unfasten the metal buckle of her leather pants. The bullet was taken out, but the scar is still there. You heartless one. Not even a call to check on me afterward? This bold and abrupt action was full of her wildness and provocation. Humph. Su Nuo let out a soft snort. And despite this almost rogue behavior, her expression remained calm, though her gaze turned colder. During that operation, a core undercover agent from our side, who had been lurking for 2 years, was exposed due to a last-minute change in the evacuation route and has been missing ever since. Did you provide any assistance? The two locked eyes, and the air instantly dropped to a freezing point. Chapter 154. Su Lao on the side. Su Yunzhou was left dumbfounded, thinking to himself, wow, this information is too much. It turned out that these two had repeatedly worked together over the past few years on high-risk, high-profile operations against cross-border crime syndicates. The notorious electric fraud group of the four major families in that region, a case that shook the international community, was actually led by this duo of black and white forces. It sounded like they had a pretty good coordination, one striking openly while the other plotted in the shadows. But it seemed there were quite a few grudges built up. His mind even began to wander uncontrollably. If this plot were adapted for the big screen, it would definitely be a blockbuster hit. With two female leads, one dark and one light, one open and one hidden, both enemies and friends, loving and killing each other. The tension would be off the charts. The director should get the one who made Operation Black Sea, combining violent aesthetics with patriotism perfectly. The action scenes must be hard-hitting. Close combat should be sharp and realistic. The gunfights need a touch of old-school Hong Kong film romance and intensity, with bullets flying, slow-motion close-ups, and flapping clothes. As for the cast, let Shin Mingyue play Su Nuo, the cool and composed character, dressed in a moon-white kung fu outfit with dark prayer beads on her wrist. Killing with a smile, nailing the aura perfectly. As for Wen Shi, well, she should just play herself. That wild and untamed spirit. Very few actresses in the industry could handle it. The theme song should be sung by Song Jiru, and for the ending, a heartfelt monologue would be great. I've even thought of a movie title, War Eagle. Just that name alone would guarantee a box office start of at least $3 billion. Su Yunzhou was lost in thought. Increasingly convinced of his ideas, almost reaching for his phone to jot down a memo, seeing the two getting more intense, and noticing that when she had a ridiculous tendency to publicly unbuckle her pants to show her scars when things got heated. He quickly called for a stop. I'm still here. What are you unbuckling for? When she paused her action of unfastening the leather pants, lifted her eyes, and shot Su Yunzhou a look that seemed both amused and challenging, as if you haven't seen enough. Su Yunzhou's mind went blank for a moment. When have I seen it? I haven't wait. He suddenly realized. Whence he refers to my future self, the one who is like a personal grandfather beside her. In that state, seeing something might seem, perhaps, likely, not surprising at all. After all, the perspective follows, and one is not in control. But can this be said so bluntly, so ambiguously, so heart-wrenchingly? This is purely instigating discord, detonating a nuclear bomb. The impact is overwhelming. Su Nuo is still standing over there. Sure enough, Su Nuo, who had maintained a calm expression, suddenly stiffened his gaze. The air seemed to freeze. Whence he appeared quite pleased with the nuclear explosion effect caused by her words. Revealing a triumphant smile, she decided to drop the topic. All right, no more fussing. She waved her hand, looking at Su Yunzhou, and her tone became much more serious. Su Lao, I actually came today primarily for a favor. Su Lao? Su Yunzhou was momentarily confused. Wait, are you calling me? What kind of title is this? Is this your respectful way of addressing my system form? Truly a big shot who has made it in the system. This title carries weight, a sense of history, and authority all at once. It sounds much more impressive than titles like Big Brother, Tyrant, or God. Whence he ignored his subtle expression and continued. I have a case at hand that has been dragging on for nearly 2 months, and there are no leads at all. I've exhausted all conventional and unconventional methods, and I'm stuck. She looked at Su Yunzhou, and in her usually sharp eyes, there was a rare glimpse of clear expectation and perhaps reliance. I really have no other way, which is why I thought of seeking your help. You've been resting for so long, it's time to get your muscles moving. Can you help this useless disciple of yours? Su Yunzhou, when have I ever solved the case? I'm just a former programmer, now a homebody addicted to simulation games, who has only watched Detective Conan and read a few books by Higashino Kigo. The future me helping you solve cases would be easy. I could just read future news reports or case files to you. But now, with a completely new case that even you can't handle in front of me, how am I supposed to crack it? Am I supposed to generate power with love? That's the kind of thing only the most adorable and admirable readers do. He was internally complaining and raging, but on the surface, he had to maintain his composure and not show weakness. His persona could not collapse. The demeanor of Su Lao must be upheld. Well, forget it. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Everything will be discussed after I clear Wenxi's side quest and obtain the complete future memory package. Maybe by then, it will come naturally. So, he pondered for a moment, adopting the calm demeanor expected of Su Lao, and slowly spoke. Sister Shi, unfortunately. Today I have 2 quite important personal matters to attend to, and my mind is not in a state for distractions. He glanced at Su Nuo, who was standing silently but radiating presence, and then at the wall clock. How about this? You compile the basic information about the case, excluding any confidential parts, and send it to me. I will give you a response tomorrow. Wenxi stared at him for a few seconds, nodded, and replied briskly. Okay. I will send the information to your email later. The situation seemed to have calmed down for the time being. Su Yunzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the tense atmosphere needed to ease a bit. It was getting late, and lunchtime was approaching. There were a few nice restaurants by the West Lake with good views. He tried to lighten the mood. How about I take you 2 out for a meal? We can chat while eating, and it can be my way of welcoming you. He still thought it would be safer to change to a public place. With more people around, they probably wouldn't get into a fight at the dining table, right? However, when she shook her head decisively, she stood up, neatly adjusted her leather jacket, and returned to her composed and capable demeanor. I want to stay for the meal. You two haven't seen each other in a long time and must have a lot to talk about. I don't want to be a third wheel. As she spoke, she winked at Su Yunu, who responded with a calm and unruffled gaze. I have to get back to the office this afternoon for a case analysis meeting with some experts. There's a lot to do. Su Lao, see you tomorrow. With that, she opened the door and swiftly disappeared outside, just as decisively as she had arrived. The door gently clicked shut. The living room suddenly fell silent. The sunlight outside was just right, streaming through the glass and filling half the room. A gentle breeze from the west lake stirred the off-white curtains, bringing with it the faint scent of the lake and the laughter of tourists. The world seemed to shift from an intense action movie scene to a calm and soothing art film setting in an instant. Su Yunju stood there, at the boundary of light and shadow. He didn't speak or move, just smiled quietly, focused on Su Yunju. Su Yunju suddenly felt the atmosphere had become a bit too subtle. What was she thinking? Reflecting on the past 8 years? Speculating on the true nature of his relationship with Wenxi? What should he say to her now? Recount old times? Ask her about her experiences overseas in the past few years? Or should he just dive straight in and hug her, fulfilling that parting promise? Coughing lightly, Su Yunju cleared his throat. He walked over to the tea cabinet, took out 2 transparent glass cups, and retrieved a can of Preaching Ming Longjing tea leaves. Please, sit down. You've been in Binzhou for a few days, right? It must have been tough. While pouring hot water into the cups, he discreetly observed Su Yunju's reaction from the corner of his eye. As the hot water filled the glass, white steam rose up, blurring his vision. Finally, Su Yunju moved. She walked over to the sofa and sat down, accepting the glass cup Su Yunju handed her, holding it with both hands. The warmth from the cup flushed her usually pale cheeks with a hint of pink. It's only right, she said softly, looking down at the tea leaves swirling in the cup. I've never dared to forget the teacher's instructions over the past 8 years. Su Yunju felt a jolt in his heart. The test had succeeded. She had indeed been close by these past few days. But how much did she know about him and the others? How much had she seen? What was she thinking? He had to avoid overthinking it. Delving deeper was terrifying. The more one thought, the more foolish one became. The more one explained, the more guilty one felt. Su Yunju decisively changed the subject. Sitting down across from Su Nua with a relaxed tone, what do you want to eat for lunch? Local cuisine? Or is there something special you have in mind? After a break, I can take you out for a stroll by the West Lake, or we can check out Hafong Street. It's pretty lively there, with lots of snacks and trinkets. Su Nua looked up. Her eyes were bright, staring directly at Su Yunju for a full 3 seconds. Then, she suddenly tugged at the corner of her mouth, revealing a faint smile tinged with self-mockery. Teacher, have you been worn out by them these past couple of days? Su Yunju froze, his hand holding the teacup suspended in midair. He was taken aback. When did this girl become so straightforward? Su Nua noticed his shocked expression, and a hint of a smile flickered in her eyes, but it quickly faded. She sighed lightly, her tone softening. All right, I won't push you, teacher. After a pause, her voice became even quieter as she added seriously. Your health is important, you need to rest more. She then set down her teacup and stood up. Let's go have lunch. As she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and winked at Su Yunju, who was still sitting on the sofa, adding in a teasing tone. As for what someone said 8 years ago about waiting for me to clean up, I've long forgotten. Su Yunju, can I let this slide? He almost instantly sprang up from the sofa, taking 2 steps to Su Nua and reaching for her delicate wrist adorned with beads. However, Su Nua seemed to have anticipated this, effortlessly sidestepping. Su Yunju missed. He paused for a moment and made another attempt. Su Nua still dodged easily, even having the leisure to take a half step back, creating a safe distance between them. Her movements were fluid, showcasing a natural instinct honed through rigorous training. During her 8 years at Xiangbong, she had learned real skills from many masters of martial arts from the Republic era and with real combat experience. Her abilities far surpassed those of Su Yunju, who had remained at the same level since the Crescent Group days. Teacher, don't fight anymore, Su Nua laughed. Her smile much more genuine this time, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I think I shouldn't bully you too much. She tilted her head. Can we go eat first? I'm hungry. Su Yunju looked at the girl in front of him, who was smiling like a little fox, feeling both amused and exasperated. In the end, he could only helplessly retract his hand and sighed. All right, what do you want to eat? Su Nua's eyes instantly lit up. She licked her lips and almost reflexively blurted out, hot pot. After a pause, she added with an almost reverent desire, spicy, the spicier the better. She looked up at Su Yunju, her eyes sparkling. I haven't been back to Daxia for a long time, and I need to satisfy the spicy cravings ingrained in me as a Bazhou person. Su Yunzo watched her transform from the cool and composed figure to a greedy girl in an instant, unable to help but chuckle. What a coincidence, I know a place. The owner says they are genuine locals. Half an hour later, deep in an old alley, they arrived at an inconspicuous hot pot restaurant with a long queue at the entrance. The red oil base was bubbling vigorously in a copper pot divided into sections, sending up spicy steam. The aroma of chili and Sichuan peppercorn filled the entire private room, dominating every inch of the air. Su Nua closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Then, she slowly opened her eyes, which glistened with a thin layer of moisture. Her voice was slightly choked, but her face wore a satisfied smile. It tastes like home. Su Yunzo picked up a ladle and carefully dipped a piece of goose intestine into the boiling red soup, swirling it around before placing it in Su Nua's bowl. Give it a try. Su Nua looked down at the curled, red-oiled goose intestine in her bowl, pausing for a few seconds. Then, she picked it up with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. She chewed, swallowed, and when she looked up again, her eyes were even redder, but her smile was brighter. Delicious, she said. Su Yunzo looked at her expression, feeling a gentle tug in his heart. While continuing to help her dip tripe and yellow throat into the pot, he casually said, if you have some free time in a few days, how about we go back to visit your hometown? I can accompany you. Su Nua paused for a moment. She didn't answer immediately, just lowered her head and fished out a piece of kung fu kidney. Then, she placed it in Su Yunzo's bowl. Looking up at him, her gaze was calm, and her tone even calmer. Teacher, you should take care of yourself. Su Yunzo replied. Thank you, only to realize something was off. Kidney? Take care? She was still continuing that previous topic. This little girl. Su Nua couldn't help but chuckle at his suddenly darkened expression, her laughter bright and dazzling. Like sunlight breaking through after a rainy day. Su Yunzo stared at her joyful laughter, momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. It's really nice that she can laugh like this. After finishing their meal, Su Yunzo waved to call the waiter for the bill. The owner was a slightly plump, warm-hearted middle-aged man, wearing an apron, who approached with a smile and waved his hands repeatedly. No need, no need. You must be the famous Su Nua, right? A police officer just came by earlier and settled the bill. Su Yunzo was taken aback. Police officer? The owner nodded, his smile carrying a hint of respect and just the right amount of warmth. Yes, he said it was to welcome you. By the way, young man, is your surname Su? That's quite a rare surname. Su Yunzo laughed it off, not explaining further, and walked out of the hot pot restaurant with Su Nua, smiling. A gentle breeze greeted them at the alley entrance, dispersing the strong smell of hot pot from their clothes. Su Yunzo shook his head with a smile and said to Su Nua, no wonder earlier in the restaurant, I saw a security officer hanging around nearby, even glancing towards our private room a few times. It must have been arranged by Sister Shi, on one hand, to welcome you, and on the other hand, probably knowing your identity, to prevent any troublemakers from interrupting. Su Nua nodded, her expression a bit complex. After a moment of silence, she softly said, Sister Shi is actually a really nice person, even though we can't help but argue every time we meet. It's always me who has a good temper and takes the initiative to accommodate her. The last part of her statement lacked confidence, yet she insisted on emphasizing it. Su Yunzhou couldn't help but laugh. He suddenly found the arrangement of fate quite interesting. The lively and adorable Lin Ruoxuan from childhood had become a business fanatic. The socially anxious Song Jiru had turned into a fierce competitor, and the once seemingly most obsessive Su Nua had become the most composed and dignified one. What do you want to do next? Su Yunzhou reined in his smile, looking at her with a gentle tone. It's still early. Do you have any plans for the afternoon? Su Nua raised her head to look at him. Teacher, can you accompany me to watch a movie again? Su Yunzhou was puzzled. Didn't you say you don't like watching movies? He recalled that in the game, whenever he suggested watching a movie to help her relax, she always showed little interest, preferring to practice shooting or coding instead. Su Nua shook her head and said earnestly, I want to experience the daily life of ordinary people. She seemed to want to say ordinary couples, but changed it to the more subtle ordinary people. However, the brief pause and the flicker of emotion in her eyes did not escape Su Yunzhou's notice. He understood the word she didn't say, smiled, and naturally reached out to hold her slightly cool hand. Okay, he said. Su Nua's fingers trembled slightly, but then she tightened her grip. This time, she didn't shy away like she did at the door. Indeed, when a woman is well-fed, her mood improves and her defenses loosen. In the cinema, when they saw the giant poster for Doraemon, Nobita's great painting adventure, they both paused in their steps and exchanged a knowing glance. Recognizing the unspoken joy in each other's eyes, it was a connection that transcended time, understood only by them. They almost turned simultaneously, walking toward the ticket counter in perfect sync. Su Nua even ran to the snack counter next door to buy the largest bucket of chips, hugging it close. It felt as if they had truly returned to many years ago, that winter in Edo, when heavy snow had sealed the city and the air was crisp. They had sat in the cinema watching the Doraemon movie, seeing Nobita, who had lost Doraemon, stubbornly trying again and again in the snow, clumsily yet bravely striving to stand up on his own. In the dim theater, at the last row in the corner, Su Nua sat beside Su Yunzhou, holding the bucket of chips. As the light and shadows began to dance on the screen and the cheerful opening music played, she turned her head to look at Su Yunzhou's profile, outlined by the shifting lights. She felt that a corner of her heart, which had been vacant for 8 years, was gently filled. This is nice, she thought to herself. Finally, she could truly hold the teacher's hand and walk into the cinema, sharing the same bucket of chips, their fingers occasionally brushing against each other inside. In the dim light, as the screen illuminated the darkness, she could genuinely and closely feel his warm hand without relying on imagination. She could sense the lines on his palm, the temperature of his skin, and even the faint rhythm of his pulse. Unlike before, in a place where she could touch nothing, merely watching virtual shadows and futilely imagining that sensation in her mind. She closed her eyes, savoring this reality that had come 8 years late, yet was finally held tightly in her grasp. Then, she leaned closer to Su Yunzhou's ear. The warm breath brushed against his earlobe, her voice carrying a barely detectable quiver. Teacher, she said, unlike Nobita. She paused, her tone imbued with a sense of immense relief and satisfaction that came from regaining something lost. I've also found my Doraemon. After saying that, she quickly, with a touch of shyness yet bravery, gently kissed his cheek. Her soft and slightly cool lips met his for just a moment, like a butterfly landing. This was her second kiss with him. The first time was also in such dim lighting, in a cheap business hotel, fueled by a desperate courage. Su Yunzhou turned his head slightly, quietly observing her in the shadows. She was focused, her eyes fixed on the screen, a subtle, relaxed smile gracing her lips. Occasionally, when she saw Nobita make a blunder or witnessed Doraemon's classic exasperated shake of the head, she would let out a soft, low laugh, her shoulders gently rising, like a cat that had stolen a fish snack. Then, she would unconsciously squeeze his hand a bit tighter, as if confirming he was still there, wanting to etch this long-awaited, yet finally real sensation into the deepest part of her memory through her fingertips. Su Yunzhou allowed her to hold and squeeze his hand, feeling a warm, peaceful calm within. As the movie ended and the lights came on, he smiled at her while walking out with the crowd, teasingly asking, what do you want to do next? Shall we revisit our old schedule? He counted on his fingers. For instance, go to the amusement park and hear you analyze the gravitational acceleration and adrenaline secretion curve on the drop tower? Or visit a haunted house and watch you walk through it expressionlessly while critiquing the makeup of the NPCs and the ergonomics of the traps. As he spoke, he couldn't help but laugh. Those quirky yet warm memories that belonged solely to them felt as vivid as yesterday. But after the laughter, he checked the time and smoothly transitioned to the next arrangement. However, after 8 o'clock tonight, I might have to leave for a bit. He was referring to the concert that Song Jiru was holding at the Binjo Sports Center. He had promised to attend. Su Nuo blinked. The teacher really remembers everything. Those trivial, even somewhat absurd conversations and experiences had passed so many years ago, yet he had not forgotten. She released Su Yunju's hand and stopped walking. Turning to face him, "Teacher," she said softly. Su Yunju responded, "Hmm." Su Nuo raised her hand, pointing to a hotel by Westlake. "Let us go there," she said. Su Yunju was taken aback. "What?" Su Nuo stepped closer, leaning in to whisper in his ear. The warmth of her breath brushed against his earlobe as she softly said, "I want." She paused for a moment, her voice laced with a smile and a hint of assertiveness, "to play teacher." At the top floor of the hotel, in a lakeside suite. Thick curtains were not drawn tightly, leaving a small gap. Outside the window, the Westlake sparkled under the afternoon sun, resembling scattered fragments of gold. Boats glided across the lake, leaving long white trails, while the distant mountains stood in clear outline. Only one floor lamp in the corner of the suite was turned on, casting a warm, soft glow. Su Nuo stood with her back to Su Yunju at the edge of the bed. Just like years ago at a hot spring hotel in Hokkaido, she slowly and meticulously began to remove her clothing, folding each piece carefully and placing them on the nearby single sofa. A moon-white shirt, black trousers, and light-colored undergarments. Finally, she turned around. In the dim light, her skin was as fair as fine mutton fat jade, radiating a gentle sheen. The most striking feature was the dark, antique amulet hanging at her chest, tied with a red thread, resting right above her heart. Against her pale skin, the dark hue stood out, almost glaring. Even more startling was the clear mark of a bullet hole at the center of the amulet, with slightly deformed and indented edges. Su Yunju's gaze was instantly drawn to the bullet hole, his pupils constricting. He recognized the amulet. One of the gifts he had sent to her through Su Cini back then, but he had never imagined it would bear such a mark. "Arno." His voice was somewhat dry, his eyes reflecting undeniable fear. He couldn't even dare to imagine the moment the bullet whizzed in and struck the amulet. What kind of peril was that? What kind of impact? What kind of brush with death? Su Nuo noticed his suddenly pale face and the worry in his eyes. Yet she smiled gently. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly tracing the indented bullet hole on the amulet. Her touch as tender as if caressing a precious antique. That time, during the Fei rescue operation, her voice was calm, as if recounting someone else's story. A stray bullet, at a tricky angle, headed straight for my heart. She paused, her fingertip resting on the bullet hole, but it was blocked by this amulet. She lifted her gaze to Su Yunju. It was so close. Really, just a little bit. The force of the bullet was immense. I was jolted and nearly lost my breath. But the bullet couldn't penetrate. She gently shook her head, her tone imbued with a near-religious conviction. "I just knew. The teacher has always quietly protected me. Even if you're not by my side. Even across mountains and rivers. Even." She didn't finish her sentence. But Su Yunju understood. "Even if you have someone else by your side, you still protect me." Su Yunju's throat tightened. A wave of mixed emotions, fear, heartache, and guilt, overwhelmed him in an instant. He almost uncontrollably stepped forward and bent down. Her lips gently pressed against the bullet-ridden amulet, devout as a believer kissing a sacred relic. However, in the next moment, she reached out and embraced his lowered head. Her arms wrapped around his neck, applying a slight pressure to pull him closer to her heart. Through the amulet, he could clearly hear her suddenly quickening heartbeat. "Teacher," her voice rang out above him, laced with a barely perceptible tremor and hidden desire. It was no longer the calmness of the one known as Nuo, but rather that of a fragile and stubborn girl in the attic of Edo. She whispered softly, her breath brushing through his hair, Teach me like before. Tell me what to do next." Chapter 157. Sun No meets Song Jiru again after the lesson. The sky outside had turned to dusk, the waters of Westlake bathed in warm gold, the distant mountains softened in outline. Su Yunju leaned against the headboard, watching Sun Nuo beside him, who had turned away and was leisurely putting on her clothes. The curve of her waist was so beautiful that he couldn't help but reach out to touch it. "Teacher," Sun Nuo didn't turn her head, her voice a bit hoarse, but her tone had returned to its usual calmness. "Can you take me to Song Jiru's concert tonight?" Su Yunju's hand froze instantly. A concert? The unsettling dream from the previous night flashed through his mind. The sudden gunfire under the dazzling lights of the stadium, the terrified crowd fleeing. While Sun Nuo stood at the center of chaos, her gaze cold and empty, the gun in her hand dissipating smoke. Despite later experiencing Sun Nuo's remorse in the game, he still felt a sense of fear and instinctively wanted to refuse. Do you really have to go? Is the real battlefield going to start here, in this way? After all, Sun Nuo had once harbored murderous intent towards Song Jiru, seeing her as the enemy responsible for her father's death, although she had later come to her senses. Given up, and even reached a subtle reconciliation with Song Jiru to some extent. That was 8 years ago. Now, after 8 years, things had changed, and people had moved on. Sun Nuo had experienced far more darkness and bloodshed than he could imagine, and her temperament was no longer the same. And now, she had personally witnessed the intimacy between him and Song Jiru. Who knew what new thoughts she might have at this moment? Had she completely let go? Or would she deal with this so-called enemy in a calmer, deadlier way? Just then, Sun Nuo turned around. She smiled gently, reaching out to smooth his slightly disheveled hair. "Don't be afraid. I'm not going to cause trouble. I just want to see her again." After a pause, her voice lowered, revealing an almost resigned calmness. "After all, You're going to live with her and Lin in the future, right? There was no resentment, no questioning in her words. Only a serene acceptance of reality that made Su Yunju's heart tighten. He frowned and grasped her still extended hand. Then what about you? Sun Nua's lips curled into a slight smile, her expression tinged with a hint of helplessness. Along with the calmness of someone who held all the cards, what else can I do? She withdrew her hand and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. The sunset's afterglow filtered through the glass, casting a fuzzy golden edge around her. The teacher left me with such a huge responsibility back then. Managing the various factions within the organization, both old and new, across both coasts of the Pacific, with so many overt and covert businesses to handle, and so many intricate relationships to maintain, not to mention the numerous rivals lurking around. She turned her back to him, her voice steady, with only a hint of fatigue at the end. I don't have much time to stay in the country. After a moment of silence, she let out a soft sigh. Right, esteemed elder. Su Yunzhou immediately understood her implicit meaning. She felt that Su Yunzhou, in the guise of an elder, had left a prophecy for her to take charge of the organization, perhaps not just because of her capabilities. The key factor was to throw her far overseas, into that vast and complex world that could drain all her energy. This way, Shi Wudanti remained in the country, by his side, becoming an unpredictable and uncontrollable variable, even a potential threat. After all, among the individuals he was currently nurturing, she was the only one who had truly taken a life, the most lethal presence. Su Yunzhou looked at Su Nua standing against the light, her somewhat frail figure stirring a wave of intense guilt and heartache within him. He lifted the blanket, got out of bed, walked to her back, and gently wrapped his arms around her shoulders. He felt her body stiffen for a brief moment before she gradually relaxed and leaned into him. Arno, he called her softly. Su Nua replied without turning around. In the future, Su Yunzhou tightened his embrace, resting his chin on the top of her head, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair. I will come to see you often. Really? Her voice was muffled, coming from her chest. Really, he promised, extremely serious. No matter if you are in San Francisco or anywhere else in the world. As long as you want, as long as I have time. Su Nua remained silent for a long time. Long enough that Su Yunzhou thought she wouldn't respond. Then, he felt the person in his arms lightly nodding. Okay, she said, just one word. That evening, at the Binzhou Olympic Sports Center Gymnasium, the concert was about to begin, and the venue was already filled with a sea of people, a wave of glow sticks rippling in the night, with fan cheers almost shaking the roof. Su Yunzhou led Su Nua through the bustling crowd. Staff from a certain media company were anxiously waiting at the entrance of the VIP passage. When they saw Su Yunzhou and Su Nua appear, the staff's eyes lit up, and they quickly jogged over, their attitude respectful to the point of humility. Mr. Su. This lady. This way, please. As they guided them, the staff explained rapidly. Teacher Song specifically instructed us to wait for both of you here. We haven't seen you. And Teacher Song is a bit anxious, having called twice to ask. Upon hearing this, Su Yunzhou felt a bit amused, yet strangely regretful. TSK. They didn't even trigger a classic scene of a security guard looking down on others only to be slapped in the face. This generation of security staff had too high of a professional standard, poor rating. He silently complained in his mind while following the staff directly through the employee passage into the venue. The corridor was slightly dim, echoing with the faint warm-up music and the cheers of fans from the venue. The air was filled with the scent of cables, dust, and an atmosphere of nervous excitement. Moving smoothly, they arrived at the backstage area. This place was completely different from the noise outside. Although it was busy, there was a sense of order. Makeup artists, stylists, backup dancers, band members, and staff were bustling about, speaking in low tones, making final checks and preparations. At the entrance of the largest dressing room, adorned with the name of the star, they spotted tonight's main character. She was fully styled, wearing a custom-made, dazzling, sequined wedding gown that sparkled brilliantly under the bright lights of the dressing room, almost blinding in its radiance. In that moment, she was no longer the girl by the West Lake who clung to her older brother, but rather an Asian diva ready to step onto the grand stage. Exuding a commanding presence, she was intently confirming the ear monitor and staging with the director, her expression serious and focused. However, when she caught a glimpse of Su Yunzhou and Su Nua out of the corner of her eye, her seriousness instantly vanished, and her eyes lit up. Big brother. Oh, Nua, you made it. She almost lifted her skirt and flew over like a joyful little bird, completely disregarding the surprised looks from the staff around her. Upon reaching them, she first gave Su Yunzhou a radiant smile, then without hesitation, opened her arms and gave Su Nua a hearty and enthusiastic hug. That's wonderful. Nua, I'm so happy you could come. Su Yunzhou was left puzzled. Why wasn't she hugging me? Why Su Nua? Did I get the script wrong? Su Nua, taken by surprise from the sudden embrace, froze for a moment. She wasn't used to such direct and warm physical contact, especially in front of so many people. But soon, she relaxed, even lifting her hand to gently pat Song Jiru's back, a faint but sincere smile appearing on her face. Teacher Song, she spoke, her voice calm. Good luck tonight. Song Jiru nodded vigorously, releasing her and looking brightly at both her and Su Yunzhou. With you two down there, I'll definitely perform beyond expectations. She turned to greet Song Jinxian, who was walking briskly towards them. Director Song, these two distinguished guests tonight will be in your care. Song Jinxian had already spotted Su Yunzhou and Su Nua. She quickened her pace, her face breaking into a warm yet respectful smile as she actively extended her hands towards Su Nua. Nua, your presence is truly an honor. Her voice was slightly higher than usual, filled with surprise and excitement. We never expected you to grace us with your presence tonight. If Jiru had known you were coming, she would have been even more thrilled. As she spoke, she grasped Su Nua's hands with both of hers, her warm attitude a stark contrast to her usual commanding demeanor. Why didn't you give me a heads up earlier? I could have arranged for a special car to pick you up. This is too neglectful. With a faint smile on her face, Su Nua calmly held out her hand and said, Mr. Song, you are too polite. She glanced at Su Yunzhou beside her and added naturally, I came with Mr. Su. By the way, I wanted to listen to Teacher Song's concert. I hope it's not a bother. Song Jiaru quickly waved her hand, her smile bright and innocent. Not at all. It's our honor to have you here. We couldn't ask for more. Only then did Song Jinxian realize the closeness between Su Nua and Su Yunzhou, and she felt a sudden chill run down her spine. Who exactly is this Su Yunzhou? Isn't he just an ordinary programmer from a nondescript investment firm under my company? Wasn't he the one worrying about his mortgage a few days ago, heartbroken after being cheated on by his ex-girlfriend, drowning his sorrows in a club? How did he suddenly become the center of attention for my powerful cousin Lin Ruoxuan? And Song Jiaru didn't he even hide her affection for him, bringing him into the hotel right in front of me. The top celebrity Shin Mingyue even publicly claimed to be unable to get him, lowering herself to an unprecedented level. The influential Su family in the city treats him like an esteemed guest, calling him Mr. with such respect. Even the Nobel Prize-winning academician Qin Shi was moved to tears upon meeting him, exclaiming that a deity had returned. And now, even the head of a century-old overseas gang, Mr. Nua, seems to have a close relationship with him, almost taking a subordinate role. Is the world completely insane? Or have I unknowingly crossed into some bizarre parallel universe? An even more absurd thought uncontrollably flashed through her mind. Could it be that the kiss I forcibly gave him while drunk a few days ago will become my greatest bragging right in the social circles for the rest of my life? Su Yunzhou, standing beside her, was utterly confused, his expression blank. What is going on? It's one thing for Wenxi to know Su Nua, but how do Song Jiaru and Song Jinxian know her as well? And looking at Song Jinxuan's attitude, the respect mixed with eagerness clearly indicates a relationship beyond the ordinary. Unable to contain his curiosity, he quietly asked the beaming Song Jiaru, how do you know each other? Upon hearing his question, Song Jiaru turned her head and blinked her beautifully made-up eyes. Oh, a few years ago, we went to a certain country for a tour concert, and during the stop in Los Angeles, she wrinkled her nose, as if recalling an unpleasant memory. We were targeted by a local entertainment agency that supposedly had ties to the mafia, trying to extort exorbitant protection fees and wanting to interfere with our box office and sponsorship profits. They were extremely arrogant, even bringing a group of tattooed men to intimidate us during negotiations. As she spoke, her tone became lighter, and her gaze towards Su Nua was filled with gratitude and admiration. We were abroad, unfamiliar with the place, and the process of reporting to the police was slow. The other party had deep local connections, and we were at our wits' end. Then, somehow, the news got out. A couple of days later, the other party personally came with people, carrying gifts, to apologize, saying it was all a misunderstanding, that they wouldn't take a single penny, and guaranteed the absolute safety of our subsequent concerts. Later, we asked many people and took several turns before we heard some whispers from local elderly Chinese. She lowered her voice, sharing a secret with excitement. It was a word from a certain influential figure. It said that people on that side, regardless of their background, particularly respect this person. A word from this individual on the West Coast is more effective than any official approval. Since then, I have gradually become more familiar with this person. We occasionally exchanged emails to check in on each other. When she comes to East Asia or I go to North America, we would meet for tea and chat. She knows a lot, and every conversation is enlightening. As Song Jiaru spoke, she suddenly seemed to recall something, looked at Su Yunzhou, then at Xunhua, and a knowing smile appeared on her face. Oh, I understand now. She had been vaguely guessing whether Xunhua's assistance back then was also a result of a request from her elder brother, just like Grandma Wu Shuyun. She had tried to probe this indirectly before, but at that time, Xunhua always smiled lightly and deflected with reasons like, Teacher Song is our pride as Basha people. How could I stand by and do nothing? And never mentioned anything further, leaving her uncertain. Now, seeing Xunhua and Su Yunzhou standing side by side, that unspoken understanding revealed the truth. It turned out she was also involved. The mystery was solved. Su Yunzhou listened to Song Jiaru's vivid recounting, momentarily speechless. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, hard to articulate. It turned out that during those years when he was naive and overwhelmed, struggling with work and life pressures, Xunhua had quietly grown to a level that was impressive, even requiring admiration. Her influence had already crossed oceans, reaching the world of those around him, silently providing an invisible umbrella of protection for the people he cared about in the unseen corners of his life. She hadn't become the paranoid troublemaker he subconsciously feared. Instead, she was quietly guarding those he cared about. He had even had absurd nightmares about her going on a rampage at a concert, which he now found ridiculous. However, seeing Song Jiaru's adorable expression of I understand everything now, praised me for being clever, Su Yunzhou couldn't help but let his mischievous side surface. He touched his nose and cleared his throat. Well, Teacher Song, let me tell you a secret. He paused to successfully capture all of Song Jiaru's attention. Her big eyes filled with curiosity. Actually, you met this influential person back in 2015. Song Jiaru, huh? Really? Her eyes were filled with confusion as she tried to recall. At the beginning of 2015, her elder brother had clearly been by her side, accompanying and guiding her in his own special way. How could she completely forget meeting such a uniquely charismatic person back then? She naturally had no idea that the shy, slender girl who had lowered her head and almost fled in panic upon seeing her at the matcha ice cream shop in Kyoto was the same person as the confident and composed leader of the Shangbang standing before her. Upon hearing this, Su Nua's lips curved slightly, revealing a knowing yet somewhat helpless smile. She took over the conversation, speaking calmly to ease the situation for Su Yunzhou. Mr. Su is right. She looked at Song Jiru with a gentle gaze. When I was younger and hadn't left the country yet, I had the privilege of hearing teacher Song's song from a distance at a public event. After a pause, she casually added a reasonable explanation. But there were so many people back then, and I was rather inconspicuous, so it's perfectly normal that teacher Song doesn't remember. As she spoke, her hand, which had been hanging at her side, discreetly reached to pinch Su Yunzhou's waist, not too hard, but enough to convey a warning for him to keep quiet about her past. Chapter 159. The 13-year promise. Su Yunzhou chuckled. Suddenly, he felt that arranging for Su Nuo to take charge of the Shengbang in the future might not stem from any petty desire to stabilize his harem or resolve conflicts. She truly had the capability, the charisma, and the responsibility. Song Jiru was a bit baffled by the conversation they had back in 2015. But upon glancing at the rapidly ticking clock on the wall, she realized time was indeed of the essence. Big brother, Nuo. She waved at the two with a bright smile like summer sunshine. I need to get ready to go on stage. Excuse me. Have fun. I've arranged a VIP box for you, and Song Dong will show you the way. After saying this, she took a deep breath, straightened her back, and instantly transformed back into the radiant diva, striding confidently toward the stage with the staff and bodyguards surrounding her. Her silhouette was resolute, her steps light, as if she were a queen heading into her own battlefield. Song Jinxian smiled and gestured for Su Yunzhou and Su Nuo to follow. Mr. Su, no. The VIP box is ready. With the best view, please follow me. Su Yunzhou nodded and looked at Su Nuo beside him. She was also looking at him. Their eyes gently met in the air. She slightly curved her lips, the smile subtle, yet seemingly rich with unspoken words. Su Yunzhou understood instantly. They had communicated in their minds for so many years, and the basic understanding and silent agreement were still there. She was using her eyes to tell him, see? I didn't let you down, did I? I said I would apologize to Song Jiru on behalf of my father, and I will protect the ones you care about. I keep my promises. I, Su Nuo, am a person of my word. Let us go, teacher, she said softly. The three of them arrived at the spacious and comfortable VIP box located above the side of the stage, which offered an excellent view. One wall was made of large one-way glass, providing an unobstructed view of the entire stage. Song Jinxian had specially arranged for a set of purple clay tea utensils to be brought in. She personally sat before the TC, skillfully warming the teapot, placing the tea leaves, brewing, and pouring into cups, her movements flowing gracefully with a deliberate elegance. After all, in her view, someone like Su Nuo, who presided over an ancient gang and navigated the gray areas of the underworld, should prefer traditional and refined ways of hospitality. Soon, it was time for the performance. The massive dome of the arena gradually dimmed its lights. The illumination receded from the edges to the center like a tide. Ultimately, the vast space that could accommodate 30,000 people fell into pure darkness. Only the sporadic glow sticks in the audience flickered, resembling faint phosphorescence scattered in the deep sea. Suddenly, bang! A beam of pure white spotlight pierced through the darkness without warning, striking straight at the center of the stage. In the light column, countless specks of dust danced wildly, swirling as if they were joyful spirits startled by this sacred radiance. At the end of this light beam, Song Jiru appeared quietly in a dazzling wedding dress, as if born from the light, coming into view of everyone. She walked step by step along this path of light towards the front edge of the stage, like a bride approaching her coronation ceremony, or a warrior stepping onto her exclusive battlefield. She was breathtakingly beautiful and powerfully strong. She reached the very front of the stage and stood still, bathed in light. The countless crystals and tassels on her wedding dress reflected dazzling colors under the spotlight, making it seem as if she herself was glowing. She slightly raised her face and took a deep breath, gripping the microphone tightly. The deep breath, slightly amplified by the top-notch sound system, was clearly audible in the silent arena filled with thousands. Then, she spoke. Before singing the first song tonight, she paused. The sound of her inhalation broke the silence again, carrying a slight, yet clearly audible, quiver and tremor. I would like to take about a minute of your time. She raised her other hand, not holding the microphone, gently pressing it against her chest. The crystal wedding dress produced a delicate and crisp sound with her movement, resembling the sound of a heart breaking. 13 years ago, her voice was soft yet possessed a strange penetrating quality. A person who was very important to me appeared in my life. A slight stir and curious whispers arose from the audience. At that time, she paused as if recalling, her voice taking on a hint of distant shyness belonging to her younger self. I was not brave enough to sing in front of so many people. I was afraid of the camera, afraid of the emptiness of the stage, afraid of the blinding lights, and even afraid of the gazes of others. Encouraging shouts came from the audience. Go Jiru! Song Jiru heard them and slightly nodded in the direction of the voices, revealing a grateful smile. But that smile was soon replaced by deeper emotions. It was that person. Her voice became more choked. When I doubted myself the most and wanted to hide, they told me. She mimicked the gentle and certain tone from her memory. Jiru, your voice can touch people's hearts. You can bring comfort, strength, and light to countless people like you who are experiencing darkness, confusion, and loneliness. Some sensitive fans in the audience began to quietly sob. Tears streamed uncontrollably down Song Jiru's face, sparkling in her eyes. He told me at that time. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her voice. But it still trembled. If one day, you can overcome all your fears, stand on the biggest stage, and sing the song I wrote for you. She paused for a full 3 seconds. Tears fell. Yet, at that moment, her voice miraculously became incredibly clear and firm, even if by then, I am no longer by your side. It will definitely be the proudest moment of my life. The audience erupted into an intense wave of applause, screams, and wild shouts. Many fans were already in tears, vigorously waving their glowing sticks. Song Jiaru's tears poured down like a flood, but she stubbornly did not wipe them away. Instead, she raised her face, letting the tears sparkle like diamonds under the spotlight. She took a deep breath, her voice tinged with emotion, but growing brighter and steadier. This sentence is like a seed. It has been buried in my heart for 13 years. These 13 years. She slowly shook her head, her smile bittersweet and complex. I have experienced the lows of being overlooked, faced ridicule and doubt from the internet, gone through countless breakdowns in the recording studio, and nights of crying in hotel rooms, wanting to give up. The sobs from the audience melded into one. The sea of glowing sticks began to sway rhythmically, slowly, like a breath. But each time, her voice suddenly rose, filled with the power of breaking free. Every time I close my eyes, I can hear that voice saying in my ear. She imitated, using the gentlest, most determined tone, softly saying those 4 words, "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Chapter 160. I like you, it's my exclusive memory. The audience went completely wild. Ah! The cries, screams, applause, and the sound of glowing sticks waving wildly merged into an emotional torrent capable of lifting the roof. Song Jiaru stood there, standing in that one beam of light, standing in her own sea of tears, standing in the starry sea formed by the unconditional love of 30,000 people and 10 years of shared memories. She took another deep breath. Tears continued to flow, but her voice suddenly became incredibly firm. Today, she lowered her head, looking at the wedding dress adorned with 10 years of obsession and waiting. Then she raised her head, her gaze slowly sweeping over the vast sea of glowing stars below that sparkled for her. Finally, her eyes fixed once more on the direction of the VIP box, her gaze so determined it seemed capable of burning through glass. I am wearing a wedding dress. Standing here, standing on this stage. Her voice suddenly rose, carrying a declaration like sacred strength. I want to say to that person. She took a deep breath. Tears continued to roll down, but her voice grew steadier and brighter. Thank you. Pause. These 3 words echoed in the silent venue, echoing, echoing, echoing. Thank you for the years. Her voice softened, filled with nostalgic reverie. It allowed a little girl, who was sensitive and introverted, afraid to even speak to strangers, and who could only hum songs secretly in her blanket at night, to dare to dream. To dare to say to the air that she wanted to stand on a grand stage. To dare to believe that girls like her could also step into the light. Thank you for telling me during every night when I doubted myself, felt utterly terrible, and wished to disappear. Repeating in a tone that was always gentle and patient in my memory. You can do it, Jiaru. Your voice is meant to be heard by many. Thank you for the first song you wrote for me. Thank you for every song you wrote for me. Her voice choked again, but she tried hard to lift the corners of her mouth, maintaining the brightest and most stubborn smile. Thank you for letting me know that even an ordinary, timid girl like me, who once felt worthless, could be treasured in such a unique and precious way, like a fragile treasure being protected. She raised her hand, forcefully and almost rudely wiping away her tears. Her makeup was a bit smudged, but she smiled brilliantly, as dazzling as a phoenix reborn. And thank you for the present you. Her gaze was fixed firmly on the direction of that private box, willing to sit here and watch with her own eyes. Her voice choked again, tears surged. Yet she smiled even more brightly and forcefully than before. The little girl who needed your comfort and encouragement to move forward tremblingly has finally grown up. She can finally stand alone in this beam of light, holding tightly onto the microphone with all her strength. She declared loudly to the whole world. Sing for the whole world to hear. The truth is revealed. Everything falls into place. At that moment, all the audience suddenly understood the unusual details of this concert. Yesterday morning, Song Jiaru was trending first on social media after being photographed embracing a mysterious man by Westlake, her smile radiant, her eyes soft, as if melted honey. Yesterday afternoon, her long silent personal Weibo suddenly posted a photo, a uniquely shaped diamond ring, clearly not a commercial brand. Tonight, she took the stage in a gown that was obviously not a performance outfit, but a real wedding dress. That wedding dress was dazzling and heavy, clearly written with unwavering determination. Just now, that monologue was akin to a public confession, almost a soul-bearing declaration. All clues connected like pearls. All metaphors became clear. Song Jiaru, a famous figure in the Chinese music scene, known for her lack of scandals and as a refreshing queen. Widely recognized as the most difficult to please and the most privacy-conscious, who separates her work from her personal life almost to a harsh extent. A person who has been immune to rumors, with paparazzi unable to capture any solid evidence in 10 years. At the age of 31, in front of 30,000 fans and countless cameras, she publicly announced it. That person was right there, in that private box. Connecting to what Song Jiaru just said about every song written for him, a mysterious name flashed through the minds of many fans, July 9th. That name, like a glamorous yet silent shadow, has woven through every moment of Song Jiaru's career. All her classic hits, from her stunning debut to the award-winning masterpieces, bear the same seemingly casual yet unforgettable pseudonym in the credits. Speculations abound in the industry, and paparazzi relentlessly pursue. Yet no one has ever caught a glimpse of this enigmatic figure. It is known that this person is extraordinarily talented, versatile in style, and excels in both lyrics and composition, making them the most mysterious behind-the-scenes king of the Chinese music scene. Song Jiaru has often referred to this mysterious collaborator in interviews as the one who illuminated my musical world, without whom there would be no today as Song Jiaru. The admiration and reliance in her tone far exceed that of a typical working relationship. If it were him, everything would make sense. Only he, the one who paved her starry path with song after song, deserves her pride. Allowing her to shine so brilliantly as a woman at the pinnacle of the Chinese music industry, donning a wedding dress. Crying through the most expensive makeup under the gaze of thousands, mustering all her courage to deliver a nearly proposal-like passionate confession. The glow sticks waved more frantically. The screams seemed ready to tear through vocal cords. The entire arena fell into a near-crazed atmosphere, a mix of heartbreak and blessing. Song Jiru took a deep breath and closed her eyes. 2 seconds later, the first note of the prelude broke the silence like a stone thrown into a deep pool that had been still for 10 years, creating the first destined ripple. She opened her eyes. The tears had not yet dried, glimmering at the corners. Yet her lips curled into the brightest, most dazzling. An unabashed smile of a victor and a seeker of light. Gripping the microphone was like grasping her fate and weapon. Her voice exploded. Tears fell with the notes. Radiance filled the space. I like you, it is my exclusive memory. Just the first line. The audience fell silent. The breaths of 30,000 people seemed to be held at once. 30,000 gazes were fixed on that glowing figure on stage. Then, it was an avalanche. A tsunami. The heavens and earth turned upside down. Applause, screams, cries, and the howling sound of wildly waving glow sticks all erupted at that moment. It coalesced into an emotional nuclear explosion capable of destroying all reason, sweeping through all senses, drowning all feelings. The entire Binzhou Olympic Sports Center trembled. The steel framework of the dome seemed to hum. In the VIP box, Su Yunzhao was already in tears. This time, it was no longer through the cold reflection of a computer screen, nor through the occasional distortion of cheap speakers. Instead, it was vividly, truly, and without barriers. Watching that once timid girl who only dared to hum her own tunes into the air late at night. Watching that stubborn girl who, after hearing he might leave, cried so hard she could barely breathe while practicing high notes in the rehearsal room. Finally, under the gaze of 30,000 people, on the most dazzling stage, wearing the most beautiful wedding dress, with genuine tears flowing, she sang to the whole world, and to him, the phrase that was 10 years overdue. Resonating through the air, I like you. The moment the first line of the lyrics emerged, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. This girl had really been nurtured by him, piece by piece, to have the courage to make such a grand and romantic public confession in front of the entire world. Beside him, Su Nuo sat silently, also gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful woman illuminated by the spotlight below, listening to the heartfelt song that echoed in the air, each word soaked in 10 years of obsession and deep affection. After a long while, she handed a tissue to Su Yunzhou and gently said with a tone of sentiment, Teacher. Su Yunzhou turned to look at her. Su Nuo's gaze remained on the stage, her profile in the dim light of the box radiating a sense of relief and tenderness. This song is for you. She paused, her voice soft yet exceptionally clear, each word like a declaration of a truth long confirmed. You are indeed each of our exclusive memories, one of a kind, deeply etched in our hearts. The only light in the long darkness, the only warmth in the cold abyss, the primary driving force behind who we have become today. Su Yunzhou hadn't yet figured out how to respond to such a weighty statement when his phone buzzed in his pocket. He took it out to see a WeChat message from his childhood friend, Shen Jia, who works at a real estate agency. Brother Su. Damn. It's such a pity you didn't come to the event. Song Jiru looked stunning today. The atmosphere here is unbeatable. Attached was a shaky short video, clearly taken from the back of the stands, capturing the fervent atmosphere of the scene. Su Yunzhou looked at the screen. Then at the radiant figure on stage, followed by Su Nuo beside him, and Song Jinxian, who was focused on making tea. A somewhat awkward yet amused expression appeared on his face. How should he reply? Should he be honest? Well, I'm sitting in the VIP box watching the performance. The angle is good, and her boss is personally brewing tea for me? No matter how he replied, it seemed like he was intentionally showing off. And it would sound like a high-end version of humble bragging. He rubbed his nose and finally could only reply vaguely and uninformatively. Yeah, she is quite beautiful. For the next 2 hours, Song Jiru completely burned herself on stage and ignited the passion of 30,000 people. She sang her early, sincere debut song, performed her award-winning masterpiece, delivered touching melodies created for a movie, and even shared an unpublished demo, a private treasure dedicated to someone in that moment. The fans in the audience went from wild screams and tears streaming down their faces at the beginning, to everyone standing up in the middle, waving glow sticks and singing in unison until their voices were hoarse. Later, many couldn't help but embrace and cry, choked up while calling her name, throwing paper airplanes with blessings written on them towards the stage. This was no longer a simple idol-fan relationship. It was a resonance of souls, a torrent of emotions, an expression of unconditional trust and the deepest love after years of growing together. It was the most extreme, pure, and touching mutual pursuit between an idol and her fans. When the prelude of Beyond Light Years began, arranged in a more soothing and heartfelt version, the girl who had been quietly sitting on the sofa, watching the stage, had a fleeting sparkle in her eyes. Her gaze followed the woman on stage, who glowed like a luminous body in the beams of light, for a long time. Then, she slightly turned her head towards Su Yunzhou, who was also immersed in the moment, and in a very soft voice said, Teacher. Her voice paused, as if searching for the most accurate words, eventually turning into a light sigh. She's truly beautiful. Beautiful like. She paused, looking for a metaphor. Like moonlight that shouldn't be tainted by any shadow. Then she gently added the more critical line. She should be the one most suited for you. Su Yunzhou's heart felt as if it had been lightly nudged by her airy words. This tone, this phrase felt strangely familiar. Just yesterday, in a tea house by Westlake, Lin Roxuan seemed to have said something similar, with a similar sentiment and a sense of almost entrusting fate. However, looking back at his relationships that spanned years and were beyond comprehension, Song Jiru seemed to be the one who had been best protected among them. Wu Shiyan, with her century-long commitment and deep background, personally safeguarded her, clearing the most dangerous shadows from her path to growth. Lin Ruoxuan's generous financial support and top-tier resources paved her way to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Even Su Yunzhou, from far overseas, quietly blocked the prying eyes and threats from the dark world in her own way and strength. She was truly a beloved one, cherished and protected by everyone. It seemed that everyone was in agreement, wanting to bring her the best of everything, the cleanest stage, and the brightest future. They all felt that such a beautiful, persistent girl, whose singing could heal hearts, deserved the most pure, complete, and blessed ending. Beside them, Song Jinxian, holding a purple clay teapot and attempting to pour tea. Pause for a moment. The corners of her mouth twitched as she mentally scrolled through comments. Given Jiru's willingness to give up her career to publicly confess, it seems she's determined to marry no one but him. But, sir, isn't this a bit too straightforward? It sounds like you're helping Su Yunzhou finalize his choice of a consort, decisively naming the rightful queen. Although judging by the recent intense dynamics, it seemed that the reality was not far off either. Forget it, I don't understand the world of the giants. Just get used to it, just get used to it. As the concert gradually approached its finale, the atmosphere was pushed higher and hotter wave after wave. Just as the resonance of the final song had not yet completely faded and the audience was still immersed in extreme emotions, the deep and vast night sky of Binzhou was suddenly illuminated without warning by countless beams of light rising simultaneously from various corners of the city. Whoosh whoosh boom boom. Countless magnificent fireworks, centered around the stadium, launched simultaneously from several preset points in the city, exploding. Golden waterfalls, purple hearts, blue galaxies, red roses, various shapes and colors created a luxurious fireworks display that left people in awe, instantly transforming Binzhou's night sky into a dreamlike fairy tale world. Truly a lavish spectacle. Burning money like paper, with a visual impact that shocked the entire city. This had long surpassed the scope of a normal concert celebration. It felt more like a grand gift meticulously planned for years, cost no object, and at any price. A ceremony to crown a name with the most exquisite brilliance. The whole city was astonished. Social media was instantly flooded with photos and videos of the fireworks sharing the same theme. And then, an even more shocking scene unfolded. Above the stadium, hundreds of drones, programmed with precision and unified control, silently rose into the night sky, quickly changing formations. They first formed a giant cartoon portrait of Song Jiru smiling, beautifully romantic and lifelike, radiating gentle light. Then, the portrait slowly dissipated, and the swarm of drones, like a flowing nebula, reformed into 4 dazzling, colorful giant artistic characters. Jiru is the most beautiful. The gentle yet firm light illuminated Song Jiru, who looked up in surprise, tears glistening in her eyes once again. It also illuminated the entire stadium, which was in a frenzy, and through countless cameras, it entered the view of tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, of people who were paying attention to this grand event. Meanwhile, in Shanghai, at the Tang Palace, Lin Ruoxuan, dressed in casual home clothes and barefoot curled up on a large sofa, was watching the live broadcast of the Binzhou concert on a huge screen in front of her. Seeing the brilliant fireworks exploding in the night sky and the words formed by the drones, a faint smile of someone who controlled everything appeared at the corner of her mouth. She picked up another personal phone beside her and sent out a pre-prepared command. Plan Star Crown, activate the second phase. Unlimited budget. I want the sky of Binzhou tonight. Fireworks and stars, to crown only her. I want every inch of brilliance she sees when she looks up to be filled with blessings. I want tomorrow's headlines in all media, whether in entertainment or social sections, to have only one name. I want her smile to be imprinted on the pages of this era's memory. I want this concert, from the first note to the last ray of light, to become an unreplicable classic, an eternal image that will inevitably surface in the memories of billions of lives whenever they think of youth, passion, and romance. This is not a business decision. This is not a PR plan. This is a meticulously planned, all-out sacrifice and gift. Chapter 162, to the one and only light. At the very moment the command was sent, the concert live stream on the screen in front of Lin Ruoxuan was split by the smart display. On the left side, the main screen still showed the heartfelt performance of Song Jiru. On the right side, a series of real-time feedback images began to silently scroll, a bustling square in a certain city known for its expensive advertising space. Those giant LED screens, which usually showcased the latest ads from top global brands, Hollywood blockbuster trailers, and political campaign videos, suddenly went dark at the precise moment dictated by the command. In the next second, they lit up in unison. The screen prominently featured a high-definition video of Song Jiru in a dazzling wedding dress, slightly tilting her head, with clear eyes gazing into the distant starry sky. The image was exquisite, pure, and filled with a sense of story, accompanied by an elegant and restrained line of English at the bottom, for the one and only light. Tourists and pedestrians from around the world in the square instantly stopped, expressing amazement, curiosity, and admiration. Countless phones and cameras were raised towards those seemingly synchronized screens. What is going on? All the screens in this busy square are showing an Asian female singer? Which luxury bridal brand has she become the new spokesperson for? Quick, take a picture. This is insane. How much must this cost? Can someone explain what for the one and only light means? This marketing technique is so cool and romantic. In another bustling intersection, the screens that usually display the latest trendy brands, anime, and electronic product advertisements all switched to a unified display. The scene showed a spectacular moment during a fireworks display at a stadium, where drones formed the words "Jiru is the most beautiful," captured dynamically with colors bursting with saturation. In Paris, London, Sydney, Rio de Janeiro, and Dubai, iconic buildings, bustling commercial districts, and even public screens in specific locations responded in various ways to the global visual wave triggered by that brief command from the East. Information spread like wildfire across the internet, fermenting. Even more absurd, shocking, and somewhat eerie was a scene witnessed by countless people gazing at the night sky. The bright full moon revealed, upon closer inspection, a faint outline of Song Jiru's smiling profile on its smooth surface, gentle and hazy, as if the ancient legend of the moon goddess had come to life. My goodness, the moon. Look at the moon. Is it a digital manipulation? Or a collective hallucination? What kind of advanced technology is at play here? Did they use a spacecraft or satellite? This is madness. The world has gone crazy. Or am I the one who has gone mad? At this moment, people of different skin colors, languages, and cultural backgrounds around the world were collectively witnessing this grand spectacle, a moonlit coronation in the name of love, sweeping across the globe. Lin Ruoxuan watched all of this, switched her phone to the private chat interface, found Su Yunjua's avatar, and pondered for a moment before quickly tapping her fingers to send a few messages. Tyrant. Today is a very special day. Her gaze fell on the stunning Song Jiru, illuminated by fireworks and drone lights, her expression gentle. We've actually talked privately. Jiru. Her thoughts are the purest, her obsessions the deepest, and her love the most unreserved. She is indeed the most suitable person to walk into the mundane marriage hall with you, accompanying you through the most ordinary yet real years of this worldly life. She paused, her tone becoming exceptionally soft and firm. Don't worry. We will all sincerely bless you both. And she typed the last line and hit send. We will always be a family. In truth, whether it was her, the promises made in the private room, or the other few, their feelings for Su Yunjua had long transcended the narrow, exclusive, and possessive realm of ordinary romantic love. It was a more complex, profound, and resilient bond, interwoven with teacher-student friendship, gratitude for meeting, life and death reliance, soul resonance, and the sense of destiny that came from intertwining their life trajectories through long years of companionship across different dimensions. Marriage might be a fulfilling form of love, but for them, Su Yunjua's very existence was the eternal source of light in their world, whether they received it or not, and in whatever form. Perhaps it no longer mattered. As long as that light remained, as long as they knew he was well and happy, and as long as they continued to be the most special and irreplaceable part of each other's lives, that was enough. The concert. Amidst Song Jinxuan's nearly overwhelmed phone and the flood of congratulatory messages filling the screen, reached its final and most intense emotional climax. This unprecedented concert, unlikely to be matched in the future, had long surpassed mere entertainment to become a sweeping social phenomenon online. Various social media platforms went into a frenzy. I'm in the neighboring city of Binzhou. I can see the sky lit up from my balcony. Did this fireworks display consume half the city's GDP? It's outrageous. I'm not a fan, just a passerby, but this scene made me cry. What kind of deep love could create such a spectacle? I'm really feeling it. What kind of top-tier idol drama is this that has come to life? The leading lady is a national superstar, and the confession scene is broadcast live globally, even reaching the moon. No author would dare write this in a novel for fear of being criticized for being too unrealistic. Am I the only one concerned about whether July 9th actually showed up? How could someone who has written so many hit songs and made Jiru so devoted to him not appear? What kind of incredible being could command screens worldwide? Will he show up tonight? Yes, the concert was about to end. Who could tell her if July 9th actually made an appearance? It was driving her crazy. On stage, the echoes of the final song finally faded away. Song Jiru stood in the light, at the focal point of tens of thousands of scorching gazes. At the center of countless screens around the world, she was breathing slightly heavily, her face still stained with tears. She raised her hand and slowly, solemnly took out the diamond ring that had been posted on social media yesterday from the hidden lining of her wedding dress. The ring sparkled under the stage lights, reflecting dazzling rays. She did not look down at the audience or any cameras. Her gaze, as if having traveled through mountains and rivers, was fixed persistently in the direction of a certain VIP box. She lifted her hand holding the ring, her voice carrying through the microphone, resonating in the silent venue, and through the live broadcast signal, reaching every corner of the world. You. She spoke, her voice slightly hoarse from excitement and prolonged singing, yet exceptionally clear. Are you willing? She paused, looking deeply in that direction as if she was expending all her life as strength and expectation to come by my side. The audience turned in unison, looking towards the VIP box that Song Jiru was gazing at. Although they could not see the person inside, that collective attention instantly made that area the silent focal point of the venue, in front of screens worldwide. Countless viewers holding their breath and clenching their fists were watching the live broadcast. The singer was so humble, so brave to this extent. If you don't come down now, are you still a man? Then, perhaps fearing to put pressure on the other person, or recalling that he might not want to be fully exposed in public, Song Jiru hurriedly added with a tone of careful consideration, you can wear a mask, or come in any way you feel comfortable. I just want you to walk over. The audience could no longer contain their surging emotions, erupting in a tsunami of shouts and urges. Come down on July 9th. Agree to her. If you're a man, come down. Please, come down. Inside the VIP box, Su Nuo sat quietly beside Su Yunju. She watched the woman on stage, as if sacrificing all her courage and future, and the ring glimmering under the lights, observing the gentle glow in Song Jiru's eyes. Then, she gently began to clap, merging with the thousands below who were waiting for an answer. She turned to Su Yunju, who seemed a bit dazed, and spoke calmly. Teacher, don't make her wait too long. Then, She let out a barely audible sigh, her tone still calm, but adding a line that carried the authority of a leader. If you don't go down, I wouldn't mind carrying you down myself. As she spoke, her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the dark brown beads on her wrist, one by one. Su Yunju's gaze was firmly locked on the glowing figure at the center of the stage. Song Jiru was still waiting. Her expression held desire, tension, a desperate resolve, and a hint of vulnerability hidden deep in her eyes, afraid of rejection. Su Yunju recalled many memories. She remembered the summer when she was 14. The sister who knelt down, carefully wiping the knee wound with a wet tissue. That was the unspoken white moonlight of his entire youth. The source that startled him awake countless times in the dead of night. He remembered that late night when she returned from singing in the streets of Jinli. Her eyes red, biting her lip defiantly as she said, I want to be the perfect work of art for you, you silly girl. He recalled by Westlake, where she threw herself into his arms, crying like a lost child who finally found home after many years, choked with emotion as she said, Big brother, I've waited for you for 10 years. And at this moment, she stood under the brightest spotlight in the world, wearing the most beautiful wedding dress, holding a ring that symbolized commitment, declaring her feelings to the universe and demanding an answer from him. 30,000 people held their breath in anticipation. Countless screens around the world live-streamed the event. The topic of Song Jiru's concert proposal had reached an all-time high on social media. This was her grand confession, a gamble of her career, reputation, and everything she had. What reason did he have to hesitate? Su Yunjo took a deep breath and adjusted his clothes. Then, under Su Nua's calm gaze and Song Jinshuan's excited eyes, he turned and grasped the doorknob of the private room. No mask was worn. Why wear a mask? That was the act of a coward, the most shameful insult to her courage over the past 10 years. Click. The door opened. He stepped out onto the soft, thick carpet of the corridor. His footsteps were steady, neither hurried nor slow. Step by step, he walked towards the restroom at the end of the corridor, marked by a sign of a little man in a suit. Watching his retreating figure, Song Jinshan finally lost her grip on the teapot, which clattered onto the table, warm tea splashing onto her hand. She didn't care about the burn and shouted in frustration, What is going on, big brother? At this critical moment, you go to the restroom? Did your bladder conspire with your brain to choose this epic moment to rebel? Song Jiru has been waiting for you up there, nearly turning into a stone statue of longing. 30,000 people and all the netizens are eagerly waiting to see the outcome. And you run off to relieve pressure? She whipped her head towards Su Nua, her expression distorted. Nua, should we stop him? Or should I call a couple of security guards to guard the restroom door? What if he gets too nervous and slips out the window? Tomorrow's headlines will be about Song Jiru's proposal being stood up. Su Nua didn't respond, only narrowing his eyes slightly. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the prayer beads on his wrist. The temperature in the private room seemed to drop by 2 degrees instantly. The murderous intent hadn't fully emerged, but a hint of it leaked out. Su Yunjo was certainly not nervous to the point of needing to address a physiological problem. He entered the empty restroom and locked the door behind him. He isolated himself from the muffled roar and waves of waiting sounds coming from outside. He needed a minute. Before going on stage, he had one last thing that he had to complete immediately. He held a laptop that he had just borrowed from a staff member backstage. His original plan was simple, to quickly search for that classic piano score he had long memorized, which he had practiced with Song Jiru countless days and nights, and to confirm the few complex embellishments. Then, stepping onto the stage with the masterful playing skills honed during his years of practice, he accompanied her under the spotlight, proving that he was not just a facade, but truly worthy of her admiration. However, after pulling out his phone, a bolder thought crossed his mind. Playing someone else's classics? Too ordinary. Since he needed to prove himself, respond to her, and be worthy of her unwavering dedication over the past 10 years and the grand confession tonight. Why not create an original piece for her at this moment? A piece that belongs solely to this moment, to her, and to the decade of intertwined memories between them. This was far more precious and meaningful than playing any master's masterpiece, and it would make her and everyone understand that Su Yunjo was worth it. Worthy of her 10 years of waiting. Worthy of her public confession. Worthy of her wearing a wedding dress, risking everything under billions of gazes. The problem was, he didn't know how, but he had a backup. He just hadn't brought his computer, and it was turned off, making remote access via phone impossible. So, he borrowed a computer and logged into his personal cloud storage. Being a programmer, he had long backed up that crucial game. In a certain encrypted folder, he found the compressed file titled Goddess Development Game, Backup, RAR. Size, 520 kilobytes. A subtly romantic number. The download progress bar filled up quickly. Unzipping. He clicked to run the golden, simply designed crown icon. The screen dimmed for a moment. Then the familiar game interface loaded smoothly. Everything was as usual. Indeed, this unpredictable game did not bind its client to specific hardware. It was more like a permission or a gateway to a higher dimension. As long as he had the correct program file, he could open this door on any terminal. Su Yunjo did not hesitate at all and directly entered the character level of Wensi. He was not there to play the game or to reminisce with Wensi. He was there to embody Wensi. Then, he exchanged for the God-level Piano Master 5-minute experience card. In this tiny space of the restroom, he would borrow Wensi's hands. Temporarily empowered by the system, capable of rivaling any legendary pianist, along with the surge of musicality and creative inspiration, to compose tonight's final, unique, and world-shocking piece for Song Jiru. This was the ultimate romance. Su Yunjo murmured softly to the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Although the piece might carry a hint of disinfectant smell from the restroom, that's just life. How can it be perfect? Chapter 164. Intern Officer Wenxi. Loading game. Current female lead. Wenxi. Time anchor. April 6, 2017, 1:17 a.m. Location, Xinyang Town, under the jurisdiction of Binzhou City, Jiangnan Province, deep in the old street. Year of birth, 1996. Current age, 21. Height, 176 centimeters. Weight, 62 kilograms. Identity, intern officer at the Xinyang Town Safety Department. Just started 3 months ago. Su Yunzhou's gaze quickly swept over the attribute panel without lingering too long. After all, he considered himself fairly familiar with Wen Shi, who would eventually become the queen of criminal investigation. At this point in time, it was early spring 2017. Shortly after he had ended his companionship with Su Nua, that young girl had already ascended to her throne. Meanwhile, the figure on the screen was just a fresh graduate. At this moment, when she was only 21 years old, having recently passed the selection process and assigned to the Xinyang Town Safety Department. Over 100 kilometers away from Binzhou, it was a grassroots position, inconspicuous, a starting point where one could even lose a neighborhood dispute mediation. The scene shifted. The location was a narrow alley deep in the old district. It was the early morning, silent as death, with only the occasional barking of stray dogs in the distance adding to the desolation. When she was walking out alone from the depths of the alley, she was dressed in a dark blue intern police uniform, casually wearing a black windbreaker over it, with the zipper undone. Her complexion was very pale, almost bloodless, and she appeared particularly exhausted. At that moment, she seemed to sense something, suddenly looking up and spotting a shadow. Xiao Zhozhou. She paused for a moment, then her face filled with surprise. What are you doing here all of a sudden? You didn't even tell me in advance. You scared me. Come on. Let us go get some late-night snacks. There's a barbecue stall at the east end of the town that should still be open at this hour. And the food is decent. It's a welcome for your unexpected visit. She instinctively reached out to pat Su Yunzhou on the shoulder, only to hit nothing but air. The smile on Wen Shi's face froze for a moment. Skeptically, she stretched her hand out again, waving in the air, trying to grab something. Her fingers passed right through Su Yunzhou's translucent body, as if cutting through a cold mist. Su Yunzhou couldn't help but laugh at the scene before him, especially at the change in Wen Shi's expression from surprise to confusion, and then to a bit of dazedness. He was just about to speak, using the well-practiced rhetoric of a cultivator to explain his current ghostly state, both maintaining a sense of prestige and quickly establishing communication, when suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Wen Shi's confusion quickly faded, replaced by extreme shock. Then, her eyes rolled back, revealing a large expanse of white. Thud. A muffled sound followed. She fell straight down onto the cold, damp bluestone pavement, fainting without any buffer. Su Yunzhou thought, what is going on? This is the future queen of criminal investigation. Wen Shi, who can charge alone into the war-torn area without flinching at the bloody scene. Back when Lin Ruoxuan first met her, she screamed in terror but didn't faint. She even tried to hit me with a vase. Song Jiru relied on crying. Su Nua was even tougher, completely ignoring me like I was air and just went about her business. How come you fainted directly? You're the only one scared to faint by my ghostly state. Isn't this contrast a bit too outrageous? Your character is collapsing, Shijia. Whereas your future reputation? Whereas your fierceness in tearing apart criminals? Su Yunzhou was puzzled. He looked at Wen Shi lying on the bluestone, her forehead swollen and her appearance tragic, and sighed. What else could he do? He couldn't just leave her lying in this cold, damp alley with wild dogs roaming around, could he? He alternately clicked on reward and punishment. The light flow tried to soothe her, while the electric current aimed to stimulate. With a combination of loving comfort and slight painful stimulation, it was two-pronged. With a faint sound of electricity, Wen Shi's body twitched. A soft groan escaped her throat. Slowly, she opened her eyes. At first, her gaze was vacant. Then she looked up at Su Yunzhou, who was floating above her. Confused and bewildered, Su Yunzhou sensed that she might faint again and hurriedly asked, Shijia, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital? When she didn't answer. Suddenly, she sat up excitedly. Her eyes fierce like a mother wolf protecting her cubs. Xiao Zhuozhua, which bastard hurt you? Tell me quickly, even though I'm just an intern now. I'll risk my life to take revenge for you. Who is it? Was it a car accident? A vendetta? An accident? Or, Su Yunzhou finally understood. When she thought he was dead, now, it was a ghost coming to seek justice. He felt a mix of amusement and inexplicable warmth. This girl has always been like this. When they were little, when he was bullied by neighborhood kids, when she would chase after them with a brick, even though she was often the one who bullied him the most. Su Yunzhou quickly explained, wait. Shijia, calm down. I'm not dead. I'm alive and well. If you don't believe me, just send a video call to that kid in your contacts named Annoying Little Brat. He is probably still awake right now, either playing games or doing homework. When she looked skeptical but fished her phone out of her pocket and sent a video request to the current Su Yunzhou. After a few waiting beeps, the video connected. A slightly sleepy, messy-haired young boy's face appeared on the screen, with the background showing a university dorm, and faint sounds of roommates shouting while gaming could be heard. Shijia? The Su Yunzhou in the video rubbed his eyes, looking puzzled. What is going on at this late hour? It's past 1 in the morning. Did you have a nightmare? He leaned closer to the screen and looked carefully. Why do you look so pale? Did you get into a fight again? When she stared intently at her phone screen, confirming the other person's authenticity. A few seconds later, she let out a long sigh, almost feeling drained. The tension in her facial muscles relaxed, and the fierce determination she had moments ago dissipated in an instant. It's nothing, she said to the screen, her voice returning to its usual carefree tone, even carrying a hint of a smile. I just missed you and wanted to see if you were still alive. All right. Confirmation complete, vital signs normal. Good night, keep sleeping. Mua. She blew a kiss to the camera and decisively ended the video call, stuffing her phone back into her pocket. She raised her head again, looking at the shadowy figure of Su Yunzhou in front of her. So what exactly is going on? Her tone turned calm. Or should I say, she squinted her eyes, revealing a sharpness reminiscent of a future detective. Are you some sort of ghost pretending to be Xiao Zhou? Su Yunzhou couldn't help but roll his eyes. When you were a kid, about 7 or 8 years old one summer, you insisted on imitating Guanyin from Journey to the West and wanted to put a red dot on your forehead. We didn't have any Cinnabar at home. So you got creative and took a red chili from the kitchen, crushed it, and used a cotton swab to dab it on your forehead. As a result, you accidentally spilled chili juice into your right eye. You rolled on the ground in pain, crying loudly. And it was me who had to pour cold water over your eyes for 10 minutes to get you back to normal. When she realized that this incident was something only Su Yunzhou could know so clearly, her expression changed instantly. She scratched her head, and when the bump on her forehead was touched, she grimaced in pain. You really are Xiao Zhou. She accepted it, but was even more confused. So what is going on with you? Su Yunzhou looked around at the cold and damp environment. It's late, and it's cold here. You should head back to the dormitory. Let's talk while we walk. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Yunzhou floated beside her, starting his classic persuasion. Sister Shi, at this point, I won't hide it from you anymore. In fact, I've been lying to you for many years. I'm not an ordinary person. I'm a cultivator. He paused, letting the impact of his words sink in. This is my Dharma body, capable of transcending time and space and seeing the cause and effect. Because you and I have some unfinished business, I've come to this world to enlighten you, help you realize your true self, and assist you in, upholding justice and eliminating evil. He repeated a modified version of the script he had used on Lin Ruoxuan, Song Jiru, and Su Nuo, adjusting it to fit the circumstances. Finally, recalling Wen Shi's earlier fainting spell, he couldn't help but add with a hint of teasing, but really, Sister Shi, you're something else. You fainted right away. This is the most honest reaction I've ever seen when my Dharma body descends. Wen Shi pouted, massaging her still sore neck and forehead. TSK. She snorted in dissatisfaction. Sister thought you were dead, too heartbroken, plus working overtime for 72 hours recently, lack of sleep, low blood sugar. Do you understand? She took a few steps. Suddenly remembering something, stopped, turned her head, and looked at Su Yunzhou with a strange expression. In fact, today was my first time independently dealing with a crime scene. Assisting a forensic expert from the city bureau with the preliminary examination. A body fished out from an abandoned pond outside the town. It had been submerged for at least 3 months. That condition was quite special. She seemed to be organizing her words. Trying to describe the dual impact of visuals and smells with professional terminology, the giant view was very obvious. The skin showed a dirty green color. Parts of the epidermis had shed, forming glove-like and sock-like changes. The decayed vascular network was clearly visible. The eyeballs were protruding, with the lips averted. Do you want to see the photos? I just took a few close-ups with the law enforcement recording device. They haven't been archived yet. The clarity is decent. Especially the details of the face and the damage at the finger joints, which have significant research value. She had already pressed the switch on the recording device. Su Yunzhou. He instantly floated back 2 meters. Shadows and light created a lingering image in the air. Wait, no need. Thank you. Absolutely not necessary. He spoke rapidly, making a big X with his hands in front of his chest. I'm not interested in this at all. Keep your professional materials. This is your job. I fully respect that. Stop. Don't look. Put it away. He saw when she was really starting to operate the recording device. The screen had already lit up. The sound was changing pitch. Sister, don't. We're on the same side. When she looked at his reaction and finally couldn't help but laugh. Look at your little courage. She put away the recording device, her tone lightening a bit. And you call yourself a cultivator? Can't even bear to look at a giant view photo. If you really encountered monsters, would you hide behind me? Su Yunzhou floated back, following her side. Retorting without any good humor. That's called respecting the deceased and protecting my eyes. Besides, monsters might not be as impactful as the giant view. When she burst into laughter, the sound echoed in the empty old street, dispelling some of the late-night chill. A few minutes later, they stopped in front of an old 5-story building. Su Yunzhou followed when she into a small but tidy single room. It was a typical temporary dormitory for a grassroots unit. Furnished simply to the point of being crude. A single iron frame bed, an old wooden table, a chair, and a simple fabric wardrobe. Su Yunzhou felt that the setup was about right, and the atmosphere had eased from the earlier fright and jokes. It was time to get down to business. He cleared his throat. Sister Shi, I'm here this time because I need a favor from you. When she raised an eyebrow, go ahead. I need to borrow your body for a bit. When she was just reaching for the thermos on the table to drink water. Upon hearing this, she almost spat out the water. She turned her head abruptly, her beautiful eyes instantly widening in disbelief as she stared at the serious Su Yunzhou. Do you have the guts to tease your sister? She took a step forward, leaning closer to Su Yunzhou's semi-transparent face, her eyes narrowing. Actually, it's not impossible. But she changed her tone, extending her index finger and poking it into Su Yunzhou's heart. Can you even reach me, little Zhou? Su Yunzhou fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, he decided to skip all the pointless conversation and go straight to the point. In the next moment, deep within when she's consciousness, she suddenly heard a clear voice. Request for temporary possession and consciousness synchronization permission. Initiator, Su Yunzhou. Duration, 5 minutes. Status, pending confirmation. When she... The teasing smile on her face instantly froze. She blinked. So you really want to use my body? She muttered softly, a hint of inexplicable disappointment in her tone. She pouted and murmured in a volume only she could hear. I thought you finally got it, but I got overly excited for nothing. Due to her deep-rooted trust in Su Yunzhou and an overwhelming curiosity to see what he could do. She responded promptly at the consciousness level. Permission confirmed. Temporary possession allowed. Warning. Do not engage in dangerous or illegal activities. Countdown. for minutes 59 seconds, in an instant, when she clearly felt that the control of her body had been temporarily and partially transferred. However, her consciousness remained clear, and her senses were still sharp. Only her movements were no longer entirely driven by her own will. Su Yunzhou successfully took control. Now, this tall, strong, and youthful body was temporarily under his command. When she's consciousness watched from the sidelines, filled with curiosity. Is this what possession feels like? It doesn't seem that special, except I can't move. Then she saw her hand reaching for the zipper of her jacket. Hey, she shouted in her mind. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Just the jacket. Su Yunzhou's voice resonated directly in her thoughts, sounding a bit helpless. It's for convenience for the next action. Don't worry, I won't touch places I shouldn't. He skillfully removed Wenxi's dark blue police jacket, folded it neatly, and draped it over the back of a chair. Beneath the uniform was a fitted dark gray sports tank top. The fabric was thin, highly elastic, tightly wrapping around her body. The smooth shoulder line, straight and strong collarbone, well-defined abdominal muscles, and quite pronounced chest outline created a clear and healthy curve under the tank top. Wenxi's years of intense training gave her a physique that exuded a sense of strength and healthy beauty. Chapter 166. It's going to be impressive seeing her eyes widen for a moment, when she couldn't help but smile proudly. TSK. This figure of mine, not bad, right? After so many years of training, I haven't skipped any muscle group. Chest, abs, back, none missed. I'm in a good mood today, so I allow you to, admire it a little longer. Su Yunzhou sighed. Sister Shi, I have important things to do. What important things? Wenxi's inner voice carried a hint of mischief. Isn't this the main event? You can check your body as much as you want. I don't mind. Before she could finish, she saw her hand reaching for the cracked smartphone on the table. Her fingers swiped the screen, opened the camera, and switched to video mode. Then she propped the phone against the wall at the edge of the table, aiming the lens at the area in front of the table. Wait. Wenxi's inner voice instantly changed tone. What are you doing with my phone? No recording. Su Yunzhou, I warn you. If you dare to record anything weird. I was wrong. Suddenly, she realized something, and her inner voice took on a hint of panic. Give my body back. I'm not playing anymore. This is an invasion of privacy. It's illegal. Boo-hoo. Xiaozhou, you can't do this to me. If you record it, please don't send it out. Sushi rolled her eyes. This gesture, made by Wenxi's handsome face, seemed completely natural. Can you be a little quieter? Su Yunzhou said helplessly in her mind. Am I that kind of person? The recording is just to keep a memory. Because what's about to happen, he paused. Injecting a bit of seriousness into his tone, is worth recording. After saying that, Su Yunzhou entered the game interface and went to the shop. He searched for Master Pianist Experience Card. Redeem. Cost, 1,000 shop coins. Confirm redemption. Confirm. Ding. Redemption successful. Master Pianist, 5-minute experience card, activated. Description, integrates the essence of all piano art schools from ancient to modern times, granting the user peak performance skills, unparalleled absolute musicality, and transcendent improvisational ability. Duration, 5 minutes. Status, loaded into the current host Wenxi. Sushi's body trembled slightly. He felt the skill data stream of the master pianist flood into the nerve endings of this body, muscle memory, and even every cell. His hearing became extraordinarily sharp. Able to distinguish the subtle sounds of dust colliding in the air, his perception of rhythm, intensity, and space was elevated to an unimaginable dimension. Sushi turned around and walked to the old, scratched wooden table. There was no piano, no keyboard, no strings, only the bare, hard darkwood surface. On the table lay a half-opened book titled Criminal Investigation, along with the cracked smartphone, which was recording with a red dot. Sushi slowly raised both hands. His fingers were long, with distinct joints and rounded tips. But at this moment, the posture of these hands changed. They were no longer stable and powerful as when holding a gun, nor were they casually picking up things as usual. Instead, they exhibited an extreme relaxation and readiness. With the wrists slightly lowered, fingers naturally bent, and fingertips hovering about 5 centimeters above the table surface, like the hands of a true pianist, waiting for the moment to touch the keys. Wenxi watched curiously in her mind. What are you going to do? Perform a monkey dance? Su Yunzhou was silent for a moment, feeling the torrent of data brought by the experience card, then calmly said, Sister Shi, please remember this moment. He paused, the corners of his mouth curling slightly, because it will be very impressive. When she, impressive? In this shabby dormitory? Are you going to perform military boxing or smash stones on your chest? In the next second, Sushi's 10 fingers suddenly fell. Tap. The first sound. Very light. The tip of her index finger tapped the center of the table, producing a crisp, short, clean sound. Tap, tap. The middle finger and ring finger followed suit. The rhythm was clear, the force even. Tap, 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 tap. The speed began to pick up. The sound of her fingers dancing, crisp and filled with an unusual rhythm, suddenly echoed in the silent dormitory. Impressive? You call this madness impressive? At first, when she was a bit confused, thinking this was just random tapping on the table. But just 5 or 6 seconds later, her awareness suddenly tightened. The tapping sound changed. It was no longer chaotic noise. Despite being merely the sound of fingers colliding with wood, under Sushi's exquisite control of force and landing, it produced distinct variations in pitch, strength, and length. What was even more astonishing was that the sounds formed a complex, magnificent piano melody that sent shivers down her spine. Yes, a complete and splendid piano piece, performed with 10 fingers on a wooden table, transcending the ordinary. Wenxi's mind went completely blank. She listened to the complex and exhilarating table piano piece that should not have existed in this setting. She watched as her hands became 2 blurry shadows on the table, moving so fast they left afterimages. The piece was unfamiliar to her, the melody strange yet soul-stirring. It began with a soothing, slightly melancholic solo, like the whispers of a lone traveler in the deep night. Then the rhythm gradually accelerated, harmonies joined in, emotions layered, like an undercurrent surging. As it reached its climax, Sushi's hands seemed to dance into a storm. The left hand struck a heavy bass rhythm on the left side of the table, like a heartbeat, while the right hand swept across the right side, producing high notes as brilliant as a starry river. The two intertwined, clashed, and fused. The vibrations of the table spread through her arms to her entire body. When she could even feel the resonance in her chest, the acceleration of her blood, and a tingling sensation on her scalp. In the cramped, shabby dormitory, under the dim white light, with walls marked by time and corners piled high with instant noodle boxes, a stunning contrast unfolded, a soul-shaking performance without a piano. In Wenshi's mind, there were no more complaints, jokes, or distractions. Only one thought remained, flashing across her consciousness with bold, shining golden edges. Wow. So really impressive. As the last tap concluded, the air still hummed with vibrations. Silence. Only the distant barking of a dog could be heard from somewhere outside. When she slowly lowered her hands, turned around, and faced the camera on her phone. On Wenshi's handsome and spirited face, there was a calmness now, yet it carried a heat reminiscent of smoldering embers. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, her breath slightly quickened, and her chest gently rose and fell with each breath. But her eyes were bright, bright like the most brilliant high note from the earlier performance. Su Yunjo softly said in his mind, "It's done. The piece is recorded. Thank you for your body, Sister Shi. Now, it's time to return things to their rightful owner." Consciousness Synchronization Released. Chapter 167, July 9th. An ordinary day when she blinked. She regained control of her body. She picked up her phone and opened the video they had just recorded. On the screen, she saw herself in a tight tank top, standing in front of a broken wooden table, her hands striking the surface like a madwoman. There was no piano, yet she had played a dazzlingly beautiful piece that shattered all conventional understanding. When she stared at the screen for a full minute, then she lifted her head and looked at Su Yunjo, who was floating nearby, waiting for her reaction. Her expression was complex. There was shock, confusion, doubt, but mostly excitement. A fiery thrill, like discovering a new world. She licked her slightly dry lips and spoke, her voice a bit hoarse with excitement. "Xiaozhou, I believe you are a cultivator now. How can one find such music in the mortal realm? By the way, what is it called? Is it the Dance of the Rainbow Robes?" Su Yunjo floated a bit closer, looking at the final frame on the screen where she was striking the table. He paused for 2 seconds, then softly said, "To Sister Shi." When she was taken aback, "A homage to Alice?" If Beethoven knew someone was paying tribute to him with a table, he'd probably rise from his grave to debate music theory with you. Su Yunjo chuckled. Then he'd first have to learn how to traverse time and space. When she laughed too, it wasn't a mocking laugh or a joking laugh. It was a heartfelt, refreshing, and even slightly proud laugh. All right. She carefully placed her phone on the table, as if setting down a fragile treasure. Then she turned to Su Yunjo, her gaze serious. "Thank you for playing this piece with my body." As a reward, she pointed to herself. "Whenever you need to use a body, just ask. I'll always leave you a VIP access." Su Yunjo hovered in midair, silent for 3 seconds. There's no need to phrase it so ambiguously. "Xiaozhou, your thoughts aren't pure." When she burst into laughter, the sound echoed in the small dorm room, making the window panes hum. Su Yunjo smiled, feeling it was time to return. "I'll step out for a moment." "Good luck, Sister Shi." In the future, he paused, as if prophesying or stating a fact that was already written. "You are destined to become the Queen of Criminal Investigation." When she smiled slightly, murmuring to herself, "Queen of Criminal Investigation? Sounds exhilarating." Reality. In the bathroom, Su Yunjo suddenly opened his eyes. Consciousness shifted from the cramped dormitory in Qingyang Town in 2017 back to the restroom of the Binzhou Olympic Sports Center in 2025. Only a few seconds had passed. He quickly uninstalled the program, closed his laptop, and placed it beside the sink. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped out. The corridor was dimly lit, and in the distance, the sound of thunderous cheers echoed from within the venue. Songjiro, July 9th. Come out. The shouts were mixed with anxiety, anticipation, impatience, and a sort of collective fervor. He took a step forward, walking towards the center of the stage that gathered all the light and expectations. His pace was steady and unhurried. As he appeared at the entrance of the stage from the side, the staff in charge of the scene clearly froze for a moment, instinctively wanting to stop him. But upon meeting Su Yunjo's gaze, they inexplicably stepped aside. That gaze was calm and profound, seemingly burdened with the weight of countless encounters with life and death, as well as the tumult of change. It was not the look one would expect from someone in their early 20s. It was the tranquility and certainty of someone who had witnessed grand events and had the power of life and death in their hands. Su Yunjo stepped onto the stage. The spotlight swept across his shoulder, and soon, more light converged, enveloping him. He walked up to Song Jiaru, standing where the ring pointed. The entire venue fell silent. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. Even the sound of glowing sticks waving disappeared. Countless gazes, filled with surprise, scrutiny, and disbelief, were fixed on this suddenly appearing young man. He was too young. He looked no more than in his early 20s, handsome, dressed simply in a Chinese-style suit. Standing tall like a pine tree, he was indeed good-looking, even carrying a freshness typical of youth. But this was a stark contrast to everyone's imagination of the enigmatic, extraordinarily talented July 9th, who had produced numerous hit songs. He looked like a particularly good-looking senior from next door, or a rookie idol who had just debuted. How could this be the behind-the-scenes giant who had stirred the music world for a decade? How could he be the lyrical genius capable of writing songs like The Lone Brave, Stars and Sea, and Beyond Light Years, which carried such depth and grandeur? The intense collision between expectations and reality left many audience members' minds momentarily blank and deeply skeptical. The live streaming comments section even experienced a momentary freeze, as if millions had suddenly lost their words. Then, it erupted like a volcano. Is this really it? I've already taken off my pants just to see this? P.S. handsome, but ISNT he too young. Is there a mistake? Staff? Crazy fans rushing the stage? Where's the security? Jiaru, look at me. I also look like your long-lost boyfriend. Pick me, pick me. I don't believe it. This must be a stand-in. The real July 9th should be at least in his 30s, right? But he looks so good in that suit, like a nobleman from the Republic era. Wait, don't you think his eyes are a bit scary? They're too calm. Even Su Yunzhou's childhood friend, Shenjia, who was sitting in the back row, wildly filming with his phone, was stunned. He stared at the increasingly familiar face on stage, his fingers trembling as he recorded a video to send to Su Yunzhou, adding a message filled with shock and absurdity. Su Go. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This mysterious boyfriend of Song Jiru really looks just like you. It's almost identical. What's going on? Do you have a long-lost twin brother? On stage, Song Jiru looked at Su Yunzhou, who had truly walked up and stood before her, tears welling up in her eyes once again. These were not tears of sadness, but rather hot tears of joy from recovering what was lost, dreams coming true, and the culmination of 10 years of waiting. She looked at him, at his unmasked, calm face facing all the cameras, so handsome and familiar. She saw the tenderness in his eyes, mingled with a unique depth of helplessness and a smile at this moment. With trembling lips, she whispered in a voice only they could hear, "Thank you, big brother." Su Yunzhou stood in front of her, before 30,000 live audience members and countless cameras. If it had been the ordinary programmer Su Yunzhou from before, he would have probably already been weak in the knees and blank in the mind, wishing he could disappear on the spot. But the current him, having gone through hundreds of high-stakes business negotiations alongside the business queen Lin Ruoxuan, had witnessed how the seasoned tycoons wielding trillions in capital could hide daggers behind smiles, and how Lin Ruoxuan could navigate through perilous situations with ease. In the storyline with Song Jiru, he had sculpted the shy girl, who would blush even at eye contact, into the dazzling music queen she was now. He had accompanied her through the awkwardness of her first signing event and had witnessed her excitement when she held her first trophy. In the narrative with Su Yunzhou, he had seen the cruel realities of life and power struggles, experienced bullets whizzing past his ears, and watched the frail girl ascend to the throne step by step amidst a sea of corpses and blood. Public speaking, on-the-spot adaptability, commanding presence, and the psychological resilience required under the gaze of millions. These skills had been forged into his very being through countless trials in various storylines, becoming instinctive. At this moment, there was not a trace of stage fright. He took the microphone handed to him by a staff member. His voice, transmitted through top-notch sound systems, resonated throughout the venue, clear, steady, and carrying a strange soothing power. "Hello everyone." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the vast sea of stars in the audience. It was July 9th. A wave of suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd. He continued, his tone calm, yet earnest. "That was the day I first met Jiru. It wasn't a special holiday. There was no meteor shower, and the predicted apocalypse was still months away. It was just an ordinary day in the summer of 2012. But for her, for me." He turned to look at Song Jiru, who was beside him in her wedding dress, tears streaming down her face, his voice softening. Perhaps from that day on, things started to change. Chapter 168. A Song for You. As Su Yunzhou's words "perhaps from that day on," things started to change hung in the air. The audience was still immersed in that tender resonance. But soon, many began to realize something. On July 9th, 2012, was that the day they first met? Soon, more and more audience members began to realize, and the entire venue started buzzing with excitement, as tens of thousands inhaled sharply at the same time. The live chat room exploded after a brief pause. So July 9th is the day they met for the first time? So he has been living in secrecy, not seeking fame or fortune, quietly hiding behind the scenes, using that date as a pen name, writing songs for her for a whole 13 years. I'm getting chills. This is more intense than any love confession. Every song written over 13 years is signed with "the day I met you." Wait, ISNT this the script of Shun Mingyue's movie writing songs for you? That 13-year-old musical genius, Zhou Yunxiu, met his older sister and hid behind the internet, using a pseudonym to write songs for her, helping her reach the pinnacle. Wow, this July 9th looks significantly younger than Song Jiru. That's right. He.S. my high school classmate Su Yunzhou. He.S. only 26 this year, 5 years younger than Song Jiru. Wow, Zhou Yunxiu, Su Yunzhou. It all matches. It all matches. In the back row of the stands, Shen Jia held up his phone, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. On his phone screen, messages from a group chat and private messages were popping up rapidly. "Shen Jia, are you at the scene with your sister-in-law? Wow, is that person on stage Su Yunzhou? It's definitely him. I recognize him even if he turned to ashes. He has been my dorm mate for 4 years. But how did he end up there? And become Song Jiru's mysterious boyfriend? No wonder he loved singing so much. It turns out he is July 9th. Shen Jia's fingers trembled. His lips quivered, wanting to say something but unable to make a sound. He looked at the familiar figure on stage, cloaked in countless lights, wearing a Zhongshan suit. He gazed at that handsome face he had known since childhood. He looked into those calm and deep eyes, which seemed to have accumulated 13 years of time. The biggest question arose. In 2012, Su Yunzhou was only 13 years old. How could a 13-year-old middle school student know Song Jiru, who was already 18 and in her senior year of high school at that time? Online friends? Music soulmates across the screen? Alright, that could barely explain it. But what about that astonishing talent for songwriting? That brilliance that swept the music scene, making countless professional musicians admire him? That remarkable mastery of melody and lyrics that seemed to flow through his veins. How could a 13-year-old child possess that? If he truly had such talent, why had no one known about it before? Why had he lived like an ordinary programmer, working overtime to pay off debts? Selling his house due to his ex-girlfriend's betrayal, living a life that was, well, colorful? Shun Jie typed quickly on the screen, typing a paragraph, deleting it, typing again, deleting again. Finally, he could only tremble and send a disjointed message. Brother Su, are you really July 9th? The brave one stars and see light years away were all written by you? You've been hiding from the world for 13 years? And hiding from me for 13 years? You've played a huge game here. On the stage, bright lights enveloped Su Yunju and Song Jiru. Su Yunju could sense the emotional tide from the audience, but his expression remained calm. The way he looked at Song Jiru was tender enough to drown someone. Song Jiru's makeup was already in ruins from crying. She listened to the gasps from the audience, the discussions about July 9th being the day they met, and the sobs and screams that followed the realization. She bit her lower lip hard, trying not to cry out loud, but the tears wouldn't stop. She had never explained the meaning of this name in public. It was a secret that belonged solely to the two of them. And now he stood here, in front of the whole world, calmly revealing the mystery that had been hidden for 13 years. Hot tears streamed down Song Jiru's cheeks. Through her blurred vision, she looked at him, his handsome brows, straight nose, and the gentle smile on his lips. She saw the man who had quietly accompanied her for 13 years, through obscurity, through public doubt, and to the peak of glory, using that date as his pen name and writing countless songs for her. The audience erupted, no longer filled with doubt or shock, but with overwhelming, nearly frenzied emotion and blessings. Light sticks waved wildly, creating a sea of stars. The sounds of crying, screaming, and applause mixed together, with some voices hoarsely shouting for happiness, creating an emotional wave strong enough to lift the roof. They finally understood. They understood why Song Jiru had never explained her pen name over the years. They understood why every time she thanked July 9th during award speeches, her eyes were as tender as if reciting a love letter. They understood how she maintained that nearly stubborn purity and dedication in the entertainment industry. Because there was someone. From the day they met, he had written songs for her under that date for 13 years. He accompanied her from being an unknown to a superstar, always present at every important moment in her life. This was more than just love. It was companionship that had become part of her very being. It was a romance that transcended time. It was a long love letter written over an entire career, embedding I love you in every popular melody. So the whole world sang it, yet only they knew the truth. The ultimate low profile. The ultimate deep affection. The ultimate romance until death. On stage, Su Yunju felt the overwhelming wave of sound and tears almost drowning him. He stood quietly, waiting for the wave to ease. Su Yunju withdrew his gaze, looked at the audience, and spoke sincerely. So, today's main character, from beginning to end, should be her. He looked at Song Jiru, his eyes filled with tenderness and pride. It is she who has spent 10 years moving from being too shy to look anyone in the eye to standing on this radiant stage today. It is she who has healed countless people with her voice and given countless others courage. She deserves all the flowers, applause, and love. He paused, his tone serious. I should not, and do not have the right to overshadow her. The audience quieted down. Countless tear-filled eyes were focused on him. Let's do this. I'll play a piece of music for everyone. A piece that I owe her for many years. Perhaps he turns to the audience, his voice resonating in every corner. It's a piece written for all of us. Written for all the heroes who believe in light, chase love, and refuse to give up in ordinary life. As his words fall, the lights dim at the back of the stage. A spotlight shines down, illuminating the glossy black grand piano at the center of the stage. Su Yunju walks toward the piano. He sits down. His hands hover over the keys. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath. His fingertips descend. The first note, like the birth of a star, bursts forth and brightens the night sky. Chapter 169. Turning love into an epic. The moment Su Yunju's fingers touch the cool keys, the last whispers in the entire auditorium vanish. The second note. The third note. Flow like moonlight spilling, like a gentle stream. The melody unfolds tenderly, like a monologue in the deep night, like a gaze of long-lost reunion. My goodness. The students learning piano in the audience instantly cover their mouths. Is this counterpoint? Such complex improvisation. The right hand plays a lyrical melody in 6/8 time, while the left hand supports it with syncopated rhythms in 4/4 time. The girl beside him tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "What does that mean?" The boy takes a deep breath, suppressing his excitement. It means his brain is like two independent CPUs running in parallel. One side expresses emotion, while the other calmly structures. What kind of terrifying control over rhythm, harmony, and voice leading does this require? As if to confirm his exclamation, Su Yunju's hands begin to dance on the keys. Between the rises and falls of his fingers, what flows out is not just notes. It is time. It is memory. His gaze seems to pierce through the music stand in front of him, looking back over a decade to that girl in a corner of a classroom, trembling in fear at the sight of a bouquet of roses. The melody in his right hand suddenly shifts. It becomes gentle, clumsy, even a bit cautious. That was the earliest version of Song Jiru in his memory. The left hand suddenly introduces a very soft, heartbeat-like rhythm. Then the right hand melody accelerates abruptly. It becomes bright, joyful, filled with tentative courage. The notes begin to leap, like that girl he had half persuaded, half commanded to step out of her house for the first time. Nervously sweating as she stood in line at a bustling stall to order a bowl of noodles, shouting with all her might for a bowl of Dan Dan noodles. Immediately after, the musical mood takes a sharp downturn. The right hand plays a series of dissonant chords, tense, anxious, filled with a sense of struggle. That is the trembling fear she felt when facing troublemakers, the tight breath she took when she first sang on the street. The left hand's bass becomes heavy and oppressive, like the countless gazes and doubts cast from the outside world. Two forces clash on the keys, tearing apart. As the music enters the middle section, it begins to open up, becoming free and filled with hope. The melody in the right hand grows smoother and more confident, adorned with elaborate embellishments and rapid runs. Like a bird with increasingly abundant wings trying to soar in a broader sky. The left hand's accompaniment has become rich and varied, sometimes resembling applause, sometimes like waves, lifting the main melody ever higher. A breathtaking octave leap and rapid scale. A melody in the inner voice that requires the left hand to cross over to play alongside the right hand. Those trained in music are left speechless. The technical skill and musical expressiveness have reached the level of top professional performers. How much has she hidden? But this is not merely a display of technique. Behind every ornate phrase, one can hear vivid imagery. It's the stunning moment when she turned during the blind selection on Great Summer with a good voice, her clear voice piercing through the screen. It's her, draped in a galaxy of stars, singing stars in the sea with tears on the spring festival stage, her eyes filled with determination and deep emotion. It's her beaming smile when she lifted her first Golden Melody Award, hiding the longing for someone absent. It's every step she took over the past decade, moving from the shadows into the limelight. The emotions in the music keep accumulating, layering like a snowball, growing larger and heavier. The 30,000 audience members, regardless of their musical knowledge, were completely engulfed by this pure emotional universe built solely from notes. No one spoke, no one moved, not even a breath was heard. Everyone's soul was pulled into another dimension by that piano and those hands. In that space, there was a person who had been quietly watching for 10 years. A girl on her transformative journey from the earth to the stars. Two hearts crossing the boundaries of virtual and real, time and space. A kind of love that could remain silent for a decade, only to declare its existence to the world in the most thunderous way tonight. When the final surge of emotion reached its peak, the music came to an abrupt halt after a breathtakingly glorious chord. Soo Yeon-ju's hands hovered just above the keys. Trembling slightly, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Then, applause, screams, cries, and roars erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years. The sound was so loud it almost lifted the dome of the stadium. Glow sticks waved wildly, creating an uncontrollable sea of light. Countless people were in tears, yet they didn't know why they were crying. The live stream's comments exploded, and the servers were on the verge of crashing. This ISNTA performance, it's a miracle. Who still says July 9th is just about songwriting? This piano skill could launch a world tour. I declare this is the most shocking live performance I've ever heard. No exceptions. Jiaru, did you see? He wrote the entire world for you. It turns out there really are people who can write love into an epic, of course. Not everyone listening and watching in real time was immersed in pure emotion. In Jiangnan Province, Binzhou City, at the Provincial Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Technology Center, in a top-floor independent office, when she had just finished an online case analysis meeting regarding a cross-province serial murder case. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she casually opened the live stream of Song Jiaru's concert. When the familiar melody, once played on the worn wooden table in her dormitory, thundered through the top-notch grand piano and sound equipment, she froze instantly, her eyebrows raised, her gaze sharp as a knife. Without needing to listen closely, she immediately retrieved the encrypted video file that she had never shown to anyone from her cloud drive. She clicked play. The video titled To Sister she began to play. In a shabby dorm room, dim lighting, she was wearing a tank top, her hands tapping out a magnificent composition on the wooden table. In contrast, in the live broadcast room, Soo Yeon-ju played fluidly in front of the luxurious piano. The melody, structure, emotional trajectory, and even several signature embellishments were identical. When she stared at the two screens, with her left hand on her phone and her right hand on her computer, watching for a solid minute. Then Xiao Zhou, a low growl, suppressed with anger, squeezed out between her teeth. She clenched her fists, her knuckles cracking. You plagiarizing old six, using the same piece to fool two women. And a sister she? In the midst of her burning rage, there was also a hint of indescribable frustration at being overshadowed. After all, the original piece tapped out on the table was worlds apart from the ultimate version, played on the grand piano, in terms of sound quality and impact. Next time we meet, when she ground her teeth, her gaze dangerous, her right hand clenched tightly. I won't let you off the hook. In a certain star-rated hotel suite, Shin Mingwei had just finished her night shoot, wrapped in a bathrobe, lazily leaning on the couch while a tablet played the live broadcast of the concert in Binzhou. When Soo Yeon-ju played the last note and the crowd erupted, her beautiful face showed no excitement. Instead, she pouted and tossed the tablet aside. Then, she turned around and, addressing someone behind her with her signature voice that carried a mix of adorableness and a hint of grievance, complained, "Master, you're too much." She picked up a soft pillow, resting her chin on it, her eyes filled with sorrow. You actually made me act out your love story in the movie. When writing songs for you was being filmed, I was so invested. She raised her delicate fingers to wipe away non-existent tears, fully displaying her acting skills. And what happened? The script became reality. The prototype is you and Sister Jiaru. I looked at the camera, recited the lines, imagining that talented boy who silently contributed everything. Her voice choked, her eyes genuinely reddening. All I thought about was you. I thought you adapted it from our story and was secretly happy for a long time. She sadly buried her face in the pillow, her shoulders gently shaking. Whoa, I'm so sad. I helped you portray a legendary romance in the play, and outside the play, I have to watch you two end up together. I don't care. You have to comfort me well. Otherwise, she paused, a sly glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. On your wedding day, I'm going to crash it. Dressed in that wedding dress from the play, holding a child. Let us see how you wrap it up. Chapter 170. Everything has an explanation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Su Qianran was not at the concert venue. Although she was an employee of a media company, theoretically tonight should have been one of the busiest nights for her as a backup staff member. In fact, this afternoon, she was no longer an employee of the company. A termination notice was delivered directly by the HR department, stating in black and white, due to inappropriate personal conduct that posed a potential negative impact on the company's image, and having faced multiple internal complaints during her employment, the management decided to terminate her labor contract effective immediately. When she received the notice, her mind went blank in an instant. Shouldn't she be dealing with a certain individual instead? Shouldn't she be angry at the fact that he was two-timing her and deceiving her feelings? Why was she the one being cut first? It dawned on her that she was simply in the way. She had feelings for him, and as his former girlfriend, continuing to stay in the company became exceedingly awkward. With the level of flattery that the other woman received from even the higher-ups, she felt utterly powerless and wasn't even qualified to struggle against it. With a pale face, she silently began to pack her personal belongings. The gazes from her colleagues around her were mixed with curiosity, sympathy, but more so a distant understanding that made her feel uncomfortable. Just as she was lost in thoughts about what to do next, a man in a suit with a serious expression appeared before her, handing her a legal letter. Ms. Su Qianran. The man spoke calmly, handing her a business card. I am acting as the attorney for Mr. Su Yunzhou, commissioned by Ms. Lin Ruoxuan, to discuss some financial matters with you. Lin Ruoxuan? Who was that? How was she connected to him? Su Qianran's heart sank to the bottom. In a cafe booth on the ground floor of the office building, the lawyer presented her with a clear account statement. It listed the amounts she had requested from him over the past few years during their relationship, under various pretenses such as her brother's startup, her mother's illness, family emergencies, and investment opportunities, totaling over 300,000. Each transaction had supporting transfer records or chat logs. Baby, my brother wants to start a milk tea shop, and we don't have enough at home. We're short 5,000. Could you help me? After we get married, my brother will be your brother too. Honey, my mom's heart condition has flared up again, and the hospital deposit is 30,000. I'm so scared. Can you transfer it to me first? I promise to be good to Andy. Dear, I found a particularly good investment project with an annual return of 15, guaranteed profit. Can we save some money for a house in the future? Can you transfer 80,000 to me first? I'll handle it for you. The lawyer adjusted his glasses. His gaze behind the lenses calm, yet sharp. Mr. Su, out of consideration for past feelings, did not wish to pursue this matter. However, based on our investigation, some of the fund's purposes are severely inconsistent with your statements at the time, and there is evidence showing that your relationship with Mr. Chun Beichin began before the last time you requested a large sum of money under the pretext of the two of you having a future together. This may render some of your actions close to fraud. Ms. Su, both Ms. Lin and Mr. Su's intentions are very clear. They hope you can return this money as soon as possible. If this goes through legal proceedings, with this evidence submitted, it may not just be a civil dispute. I believe you understand what I mean. Su Qianran didn't know how she managed to leave the cafe. The afternoon sun was still bright, but she felt a chill that penetrated her bones. Criminal fraud? Her vision blurred, and she could barely stand. The once doting Su Yunzhou, who had always catered to her every whim and scrimped to satisfy her vanity, turned out to be so ruthless and decisive in his counterattack. Like a long silent giant beast, he finally revealed his sharp fangs. Returning home in a daze, she couldn't bring herself to tell her parents about being fired and pursued for debts, her vain and image-conscious mother. Her father who hoped she would marry into a wealthy family to bring glory to the family. She locked herself in her room, slumped on the cold floor, watching the sky darken outside. Would she ever pay back the money? Where would she get 300,000? Over the years, all her money had been spent on appearances, socializing, and maintaining the image of an elegant socialite, leaving her savings in the low 5 figures. Shivering, she picked up her phone and called Chun Beichin. After several rings, he finally answered, the background noise chaotic, as if he were in some entertainment venue. Chun, her voice trembled, I'm in trouble. Su Yunzhou has hired a lawyer and wants me to pay back over 300,000. He even said he might sue me for fraud. Can you? Qianran. Chun Beichin's voice sounded distracted and even a bit impatient. I'm a bit busy right now. Handle this small matter yourself. The money isn't urgent. Let us see how it goes. But the lawyer said, all right, I have social obligations. I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. The call was abruptly ended. Listening to the busy tone, any faint hope in Su Qianran's heart was extinguished. Let us see how it goes? Not urgent. He had no intention of helping her at all. But what could she do? Clinging to the last shred of hope, she could only barely comfort herself. At least Beichin Henti immediately distanced himself. Maybe he was genuinely busy and would think of a way to help her later. Meanwhile, her phone screen lit up continuously with messages from her friend group, discussing tonight's concert by Song Jiru and the mysterious boyfriend, July 9th. She scrolled through numbly until a message popped up. Han Fei, Su Qianran, you have to see this. What is going on? Su Yunzhou is playing the piano at Song Jiru's concert? P.S. Actually the legendary July 9th? A short video link followed. With stiff fingers, Su Qianran clicked on it. The shaky footage was filmed from a distance, but she could still make out the tall figure in a Zhongshan suit sitting in front of a grand piano on stage. The music flowed, and the audience erupted in cheers. The camera zoomed in, capturing a close-up of that face, handsome, familiar, yet as distant as someone from another world. Su Qianran stared blankly, murmuring to herself, impossible. How could the programmer who worked late nights for a few thousand in overtime, who squeezed onto the subway to save on taxi fare, Be the genius that Song Jiru has adored for over a decade. Frantically, she exited the video and opened Weibo. On July 9th, she pressed search. A flood of information inundated her instantly. Exclusive investigation. The true identity of July 9th revealed. It's actually a talent nurtured by Song Jiru since their early acquaintance. Timeline fully organized. From their first meeting on July 9th, 2012, to a confession at the concert in 2025. The ultimate romance spanning 13 years. Alumni expose. Su Yunju displayed astonishing musical talent in middle school, but stayed in the background for 13 years for one person. The movie To Write a Song for You by Shin Minghua is actually based on them. The script reflects reality. All evidence points to one shocking conclusion. Su Yunju is July 9th. Since the summer of 2012, he has been using this date, significant to them, as a pen name to write songs for Song Jiru. For 13 years. Hidden for 13 years. Su Qianran suddenly understood many things. She realized why, during their passionate romance, he would often gaze at her masked face with a distracted look. Why he showed an extraordinary interest in her early online name in. It turned out he was always looking through her to see the shadow of another person. She was merely a poor substitute. No wonder he suddenly had a fortune of 10 million and could get someone as proud as Song Jinxian to look at him differently, even ambiguously. No wonder he could remain calm and turn away so decisively in the face of his own demands and betrayals. Everything made sense. Except for her. Like a complete jumping clown. She remembered mocking Su Yunju. Can't you learn from July 9th? Look at the songs he writes, so talented. And you? You only know how to write code. She wondered how Su Yunju must have mocked her in his heart while hearing those words. Did he see her as a monkey performing? Or like watching Aunt Scurry? In contrast to this moment, she was unemployed, in debt, facing legal threats, like a rat in a gutter, hiding in a dim room, afraid to cry out loud. Meanwhile, Su Yunju stood in the spotlight on stage, accepting the adoration of thousands, receiving a heartfelt confession from a music queen, pursued by capital tycoons. His talent and deep emotions witnessed by the whole world. Resentment, unwillingness, jealousy, like toxic weeds growing wildly in her heart. Why? Su Yunju, why? When we were together, you pretended to be poor and honest, splitting a penny in two, hesitating for half a day to buy me a luxury bag. Then you turn around and hook up with someone like Song Jiru, a superstar and a top producer? Those songs and that talent that drove her insane with jealousy. You never showed me even a fraction of it. And what about Lin Ruoxuan and Song Jinxian? How dare you treat me this way? I just wanted a better life. I just used a man who loved me. What is wrong with that? The immense psychological gap and desperate hopelessness, mixed with jealousy, instantly consumed her last shred of reason. A mad thought, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, sprang forth. If I'm not doing well, neither will you. No one will have it easy. Chapter 171. I'm not crazy. Once malicious thoughts take root, they can no longer be suppressed. Su Qianran grabbed her phone and opened her social media account. A space that once recorded the exquisite moments of her life, showcasing gifts bought for her through careful saving, and subtly comparing her friends' boyfriends. She began to write. With a choked voice and a heart full of grievances, she poured all her literary talent into crafting a sensational story about a naive girl deceived by a scheming man, who drained her savings, then climbed the social ladder to associate with a celebrity, and even took his ex-girlfriend to court. She attached the clearest photos of her life with him, along with a screenshot of a video where Song Jiru embraced him. After much thought, she settled on a title, Bloody Tears of Accusation. Scam arises by sucking his ex-girlfriend dry, now turns his back on her after getting close to a superstar. It was at the peak of the concert buzz, right when everyone was obsessively digging into the true identity of July 9th. And the gossip about Song Jiru's love life was at its hottest. This post quickly soared to tens of thousands of views. The comments section was flooded with various reactions. Wow. Shocking news. So July 9th is this kind of person? Sisters hugs. This kind of man who lives off women must be punished. Does Song Jiru know the truth? The filter is shattered. Where's the evidence? Anyone can fabricate a story. Does the poster have transfer records? Chat logs? No evidence means it's defamation. As Su Qianran watched the comments refresh and the views surge, the twisted resentment in her heart finally found a perverse release. It felt good. None of you will have it easy. Just as she was about to reply to a few comments to stoke the flames further, her phone screen suddenly froze. Refresh. A cold system notification appeared on the page. This post has been flagged for disseminating false information and infringing on others' reputation rights, and has been deleted. Your account has been temporarily banned due to multiple violations. Su Qianran was stunned. What is going on? Why is the platform acting so fast? Before she could think further, there was a rapid knock at the door. Qianran, open the door. Hurry. It was her father Su Dazhuang's voice. Filled with unprecedented panic and anger. Confused, Su Qianran walked over and opened the door. Su Dazhuang's face was ashen as he pointed outside. What have you done out there? Standing outside were 4 security personnel in uniforms, their expressions serious. The leading middle-aged officer presented his credentials, Ms. Su Qianran. A report has been filed against you for fraud and online defamation among other illegal activities. We are here to summon you for investigation. Please cooperate. With that, a pair of cold handcuffs clicked shut around her wrists. The metal's chill instantly pierced her skin. Su Qianran was completely bewildered. Her mind went blank. Didn't the lawyer say she would have time to gather money? Didn't he say that as long as she repaid, everything would be fine? Why had they come to arrest her directly? In a flash, a terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could it be that they had anticipated she would act out of desperation and post that message? Deliberately giving oneself time to step back and solidify a charge of online defamation? One link after another. Almost wishing to be imprisoned for life? Once inside, do they still have a backup plan? Dad, She was led away by the security personnel, suddenly struggling to turn back, her voice sharp. Help me contact Chun Beichen. Have him hire a lawyer for me. It's the law firm of Lin Ruoxuan that's behind this. Have him find a way. Su Dazhuang panically nodded. Watching his daughter being taken away, his face pale. The door closed. He trembled as he took out his phone, found Chun Beichen's number, and dialed. It rang for a long time before finally connecting. Xiaochun, I'm Su Qianran's dad. Ran is in trouble. She was taken away by the security personnel. They say it's fraud and defamation. The other party is from Lin Ruoxuan's side. You need to think of a way to help hire a lawyer. Before he could finish, Chun Beichen hung up the phone the moment he heard the name Lin Ruoxuan. Beep beep beep. The busy tone was cold. Su Dazhuang tried calling again, but it was already turned off. Damn it, you dog. Sweet talking usually, but when something happens, you run faster than anyone else. Su Dazhuang trembled with anger, cursing loudly. What he didn't know was that on the other end of the line, in a luxurious suite of a five-star hotel, Chun Beichen was as pale as a sheet. Cold sweat beating on his forehead. Just moments ago, he had watched the climax of a live concert by a popular internet celebrity, where Su Yunju played a stunning piano piece named Rhapsody of July 9th, leaving Song Jiru in tears as she threw herself into his arms. The scene, the spectacle, and the power and influence behind it made his heart race. And now, the name from the phone, Lin Ruoxuan. The rumored behind-the-scenes big shot in the business circle of Shanghai, whose connections were said to be unfathomable, a name even his father dared not mention directly? Song Jiru. Song Jinxian weren't enough? Now there's Lin Ruoxuan? He looked at his blacked-out phone screen and recalled the paused image of Su Yunju's calm, yet unfathomable face under the spotlight. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have gotten involved with someone he shouldn't have. Chen Xiao, what's wrong? Who called? Why do you look so bad? Have you rested enough? They're still waiting. Beside him, the female internet celebrity leaned in, her arm coiling around his neck like a water snake, her red lips breathing softly. But Chun Beichen abruptly pushed her away, irritably running his fingers through his hair, his mind in chaos. It's over. Something's going to happen. Just as he was overwhelmed with confusion, thinking about how to remedy the situation and distance himself from it, there was a knock on the suite door. Knock knock knock. The sound wasn't heavy but carried a certain official, rhythmic cadence. Chun Beichen's heart tightened, and he gestured for the female internet celebrity to open the door. The door opened. Outside stood several uniformed security personnel. The leader showed his credentials, speaking in a flat tone. Mr. Chun Beichen, we received a report and have relevant evidence. You are suspected of soliciting prostitution and allowing others to use drugs. Please come with us for an investigation. Chun Beichen's mind buzzed. Soliciting prostitution? Allowing others to use drugs? He looked at the calm and unperturbed face of the security officer, observing the routine indifference in the other's eyes. Suddenly, everything became clear. This was a warning. It was also a cleanup. Someone was clearing the scene. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, to invoke his father's name, to call in a favor. But in the end, all the words got stuck in his throat. He slumped his shoulders in despair, his face ashen, like a dog stripped of its bones. He hoped this was just a warning. After all, the former charge was merely an administrative penalty, and the latter was just a prison term of less than a year. However, when he was taken into the security department and passed by Su Qianran, who was handcuffed, pale, and with hollow eyes in the corridor, their gazes briefly met. In each other's eyes, they saw complete despair and fear. Chun Beichen suddenly realized how naive he had been. This was likely just the beginning. After all, that Lin Ruoxuan was rumored to be a crazy woman capable of anything. In another city, Lin Ruoxuan stood barefoot in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, wearing a silk robe and holding a cup of warm milk. Achoo. She rubbed her nose, deep in thought. She sent a voice message to the relevant lawyer. Her tone gentle. Zhang, you've worked hard. If Su Qianran insists that she was raped by Chun Beichen, leading to a conviction for the crime, and that she was coerced into defrauding Su Yunju, then perhaps she could shift from being a principal offender to an accomplice. After hanging up, she took a sip of milk and gazed out at the dark night. Next, let them tear each other apart. In a society governed by law, justice must be sought through legal means, cleaning up the trash. After all, she was a reasonable and rule-abiding businesswoman, not like that rough and violent figure from another city. Meanwhile, Su Yunju was completely unaware of all of this. He was standing in the spotlight of the Binzhou Olympic Sports Center, holding the girl he had waited 10 years for. Chapter 172. We are all waiting for your return at the concert venue. Su Yunju released Song Jiru and bowed slightly to the audience. Then he turned and walked towards the side, returning the stage to Song Jiru. The spotlight followed his movement, casting a long, fading shadow behind him. The cheers from the audience did not cease. Instead, his decisive exit added a legendary touch to the moment. Back in the VIP box, Song Jiru had picked up the microphone again and was saying something. The lights shone on her, and the crystals on her wedding dress refracted countless beams of light. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. Her voice coming through the hidden speakers in the box, somewhat blurred but full of power. Thank you for accompanying me for 10 years. After today, I'm going on a long vacation to be with the person I've waited for a long time. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Someone shouted hoarsely, be happy. Jiru. But in the VIP box, Su Yunju was no longer present. Only Song Jinxian sat at the tea table, looking somewhat dazed. As Su Yunzu walked in, she instinctively stood up. Mr. Su Yu, hello? Her tone was unusually cautious, even carrying a hint of reverence. Su Yunzu was slightly surprised. But he didn't have the energy to delve into her change in attitude. He asked, where's Nua? Just left, Song Jinxian replied lightly. She got up when you were in the latter part of your performance. I asked if she wanted to wait for you to come back. But she just shook her head. She said it was enough to see this part. When she left, she was very calm and told me to congratulate you and Jiru. Su Yunzu stood still, looking at the empty spot on the sofa. Suddenly, He remembered that during his performance, there was a moment when he looked up towards the booth, and it seemed Nua was quietly standing there, looking at him through the glass. It turned out she was already saying goodbye at that moment. Which direction did she go? Song Jinxian pointed towards the door, the staff passage. She should be heading to the parking lot. She said a car was waiting. Su Yunzu turned to leave. Mr. Su. Song Jinxuan's voice came from behind, carrying a hint of hesitation, but ultimately stopping him. He paused and turned back. Under the lights, Song Jinxian stood behind the tea set, took a deep breath, and deeply bowed to Su Yunzu. Her waist bent low, her forehead almost touching her knees. Her long hair slipped from her shoulders, obscuring her side profile. The posture was unprecedentedly respectful, even humble. I'm sorry for what happened the day before yesterday. Her voice was low, but each word was clear. Like a confession. I overstepped. She paused, her voice carrying a certain determination. I will atone. Su Yunzu was taken aback, and quickly understood she was referring to the absurd incident at the club when she had forcibly kissed him. At that time, she was a high-ranking capital queen, and he was a disheartened youth in her eyes whom she could toy with at will. Now, Su Yunzu looked at her bent back and her slightly trembling shoulders. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately just shook his head, his voice calm. No need. After all, he paused, his tone softening a bit. We are family now. Yes, considering from Lin Ruoxuan's side, Song Jinxian was indeed his sister-in-law. He should be a bit forgiving. After saying that, he no longer lingered and turned to leave the booth swiftly. Song Jinxian slowly straightened up, watching the empty doorway, the radiant Song Jieru on stage outside the glass, and the cold tea cup on the table. Her expression was complex. There was relief, fear, and gratitude. Grateful that her absurdity that day did not lead to an irreparable mistake. Grateful that she saw the situation clearly in time. Grateful that he was still willing to say they were family. In the underground parking lot, Su Yunzu spotted Nua at a glance. She stood beside a black armored SUV. Her profile under the dim light of the parking lot appearing calm, distant, with an aura that seemed to say keep your distance. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head. When she saw Su Yunzu, there was no surprise on her face, as if she had already anticipated he would chase after her. She just stood there quietly, waiting for him to approach. Su Yunzu stopped 3 steps in front of her. Between them lay the harsh white light of the parking lot and a silent, slightly cool breeze. Are you leaving now? Su Yunzu asked. Su Nua nodded. Her voice calm and steady, as if stating something unrelated to herself. Thank you for today, I had a great time. And seeing you happy puts my mind at ease. She spoke very naturally, with a light touch. But Su Yunzhua detected the determination hidden beneath that calmness. It was a resolution for a farewell. One that spanned mountains and rivers, a decision not to meet again. Nua, he called out, yet found no reason to keep her there. Because the person who pushed her into this position was himself. Su Nua looked up at him. Teacher, she replied softly, please convey to Mr. Lin that she is temporarily safe. The 2 assassins from the organization who were targeting her have been apprehended by my people and will be handed over to Officer Wen this afternoon. She spoke lightly. But Su Yunzhua knew how much bloody maneuvering and dangerous negotiations lay behind that. Su Yunzhua took a deep breath, feeling a bit suffocated. Thank you. Besides those 2 words, didn't he know what else to say? Su Nua looked at him, silent for a few seconds. Then, she suddenly stepped forward. Gently, she rested her head against his chest. The action was natural, yet carried a hint of stiffness. Su Yunzhua's body trembled slightly, but he didn't move, allowing her to lean against him. Su Nua closed her eyes, greedily taking deep breaths, as if trying to imprint his scent into her lungs, merging it with her blood to carry it to that distant and bloody world. A few seconds passed, feeling as long as a century. Then, she let out a soft sigh. That sigh was light, yet it weighed heavily on Su Yunzhua's heart. I'm leaving. She stepped back, looked up, and gave him one last glance. Her gaze was deep, as if trying to engrave him into her soul. I hope you have happiness and peace in your life. Her voice was even softer, like a sigh. Stay away from my world. It's not a good place. She spoke lightly, but Su Yunzhua understood. The organization, the gray area, bloodshed and power struggles, gunfire and betrayal, the edge of life and death. That was not a world that an ordinary person like Su Yunzhua should touch. That was Su Nua's world, the heavy burdens of darkness she had shouldered for him with her frail shoulders. Su Nua no longer spoke. She waved her hand, decisively, and turned to open the car door. Nua. Su Yunzhua's voice came from behind. Su Nua's hand paused on the door handle. She didn't turn around. Her back was straight, yet it inexplicably conveyed a sense of rigidity. Su Yunzhua took a deep breath. Don't worry. He spoke slowly, with great weight. You won't be fighting alone. Soon. We will continue to fight side by side, just like 8 years ago. Su Nua did not turn back. She simply stood there in silence. The parking lot was dead silent. A faint sound of voices from the concert's aftermath echoed in the distance, like background noise from another world. She opened the car door and got in. The door closed with a thud, isolating the 2 worlds. The car window slowly lowered a narrow gap. Her voice emerged from inside the car, soft, yet carrying a certain heavy weight. Teacher. She called out to him. Her words muffled through the gap. We are all waiting for your return. Her expression was subtle, but Su Yunzhou understood. Everyone naturally referred to those who believed in the second master, the followers from various backgrounds struggling in the gray areas, viewing him as a spiritual totem. They were waiting for the legendary second master to return, waiting for the one who could lead them out of their predicament and restore their glory. Chapter 173. He would be very busy next. The black SUV's engine emitted a deep rumble as it slowly pulled out of the parking space, gradually fading away into the darkness of the exit corridor, disappearing from sight. Su Yunzhou stood still, unmoving for a long time. He still couldn't comprehend why his future self would make such arrangements. Why let Su Nua walk that path? Why burden a girl who should have had an ordinary life with such a heavy fate? Was it fate, or some larger game that he had yet to glimpse? He didn't know, but at this moment, he was acutely aware of one thing. He would not let her walk that blood-stained road alone. Su Yunzhou slowly raised his hand, opening his palm. These hands, just moments ago under the gaze of 30,000 people, had played a soul-stirring melody, turning 10 years of time and deep affection into the stars and C on the piano keys. These hands had once guided the rise of a commercial empire in that strange game, lifting a pop diva to glory. They had also personally pushed another girl onto the blood-stained throne of thorns. It wasn't enough. He clenched his fist. He needed to become stronger. Strong enough to pull her back from that world. So he decided to return to gaming sooner. Backstage after the concert, it felt like a camp after a grand battle. The waves of cheers had long dissipated, replaced by the busy staff wrapping up, the dull sounds of equipment clashing, and brief instructions over the walkie-talkies. Song Jiru had removed her makeup, changing into a simple cream-colored knit top and light blue jeans, her hair loosely tied back, her face showing signs of exhaustion. After all, more than 2 hours of intense singing and emotional highs had nearly drained her of all energy. Yet her eyes shone brightly, not with the stage's spotlight glow, but with a light of satisfaction and peace. She stood at the door of the lounge, leaning against the door frame, watching Su Yunzhou walk toward her from the end of the corridor. Almost the moment she spotted him, she jogged over, like a bird returning to its nest, crashing into his embrace. Her hands tightly wrapped around his waist, her face buried deep in his chest, breathing in his familiar scent greedily and desperately. Big brother. Her voice came muffled from his chest, carrying a hint of a nasal tone after holding back tears. Thank you. Thank you for being willing to fulfill this excessive wish of mine. She paused, holding him a bit tighter. I really feel content. Su Yunzhou smiled and ruffled her hair. You must be exhausted, right? He leaned down to look at her, his voice soft. Let's hurry back and get some rest. Yet, a thought of relief popped into his mind. After a whole night of chaos, this girl should be too tired to cause any more trouble, right? Finally, he could let his good friend have a proper rest. After all, with the high-intensity output over the past couple of days, even he felt a bit overwhelmed. No matter how good your stamina is, one can't withstand such a shift schedule. However, Song Jiru shook her head in his embrace. I don't want to go back to the hotel, she said softly, her tone unusually firm. I want to go to Shanghai. Su Yunzhou was taken aback. Now. Yes, now. Song Jiru nodded. I want to go see Lin Zong. She paused, turned back to look into Su Yunzhou's eyes. I want to thank her in person. And I also want. She bit her lip, her voice even softer but clear with each word, to send you back to her. Su Yunzhou fell silent. Why? Why are you being so generous? Didn't we just vow to each other in front of the whole world? Weren't you the one who proposed to me in a wedding dress? Now, late at night, you want to send me to another woman? Isn't there something wrong with this storyline? You really don't have to do that. Hey, changing partners like this isn't good. It makes me look bad. And it's harmful too. Yet, all his thoughts condensed into 2 words. Alright. Song Jinxian had been standing not far away, holding the car keys, and hadn't said a word throughout. She exchanged glances between the two, observing Song Jiru's determined expression as if she was ready to pack up her newly engaged boyfriend for her rival. And then Su Yunzhou's bewildered face, wondering if something was off with his girlfriend. Finally, she sighed and rubbed her temples. Fine, I'll take you both. Her tone was filled with an exhaustion that conveyed, I can't understand your relationship, but I respect it. On the highway late at night, there were few vehicles. Song Jinxian focused on the steering wheel, the car stereo turned low, playing a soothing instrumental piece. In the back seat, just like when they had come from Shanghai yesterday, Song Jiru lay sideways, her head resting on Su Yunzhou's lap. Her long hair spilled over his knees, and she closed her eyes, breathing steadily. Her body gently rising and falling with the vehicle's slight bumps. She resembled a quiet, perfect piano in a peaceful slumber. One hand rested in Su Yunzhou's palm, delicate fingers with soft knuckles. The other hand, however, was mischievous, lightly drawing circles on his thigh, her fingertips brushing through the fabric, teasingly spinning. Su Yunzhou lowered his eyes, watching that daring hand on his thigh. He didn't say anything, just gently grasped her mischievous fingers. At that moment, Song Jiru opened her eyes, looking up at him with clear eyes and a hint of a sly smile, like a kitten that had successfully snuck a treat. Big brother, she called out to him, her voice soft and confident. Play for me. Su Yunzhou. Song Jiru finally opened her eyes, looking up at him with a clear gaze. A hint of mischievousness in her smile. She spoke slowly, her voice soft but assertive. Play, for me. Like playing the piano. She lifted their intertwined hands and shook them. Just use your fingers to play something on me. Because I want to see you play the piano, it's really cool. Su Yunzhou fell silent for 2 seconds, like the famous piece by the renowned musician, Wei. Song Jiru held his hand to her chest. That would work too. Song Jinxian, listening to this innocent exchange in front, couldn't help but feel a bit flustered, her lips twitching as she tried to adapt. She silently turned up the volume of the car's music. Su Yunzhou closed his eyes, feeling the warmth and heartbeat coming from her palm. Soft, alive, real. It felt like a long dream that had finally landed in reality. However, his phone in his pocket vibrated incessantly. Since the concert ended, the message notifications had exploded, buzzing nonstop. He sighed and had to free his other hand to take out his phone. The red number on the WeChat icon was still jumping wildly. He quickly scrolled through, various messages flooding in. University classmates group. Su Yunzhou. Wow. Is it really you? You've hidden yourself well. Godfather. Please take me along. Old Su. Do you need someone to carry your bag? I can do it. Relatives group. Yunzhou. Was that person at the concert you? Your third aunt was in tears. Xiaozhou. When are you bringing Jiru home for dinner? Aunt will make soup for her. Cousin. I want Song Jiru's autograph. ATO signed for my dearest cousin. Former colleagues. Sue, did you leave your job to write songs full-time? Sue, I apologize for any past offenses. Please forgive me. Soo Yunjo, do you remember me? I'm the one from the desk next to you. There were also a bunch of random friend requests, collaboration offers, and media interview requests. Soo Yunjo looked at the flood of messages on his screen, chuckling helplessly, and turned the phone screen towards Song Jiru. Hey, look. This thing from tonight is about to blow up my phone. Song Jiru straightened up to take a look. Seeing those messages, she burst out laughing, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, as if she had successfully pulled off a prank. How about? She blinked and extended her hand. Big brother. Should I help you reply? Soo Yunjo, sure. So, Song Jiru took the phone and started sending voice messages one by one. Hello, uncles and aunts, don't worry. I will take care of Yunjo. Yes, Yunjo has always been the one writing songs for me. Not just looks, it's the real deal. You want my signed photo? Sure. Send me your address, and I'll have my assistant send it to you. Please send collaboration offers to the studio email. My personal WeChat ISNT very convenient. No need for matchmaking. I've already booked him. Her replies were quick, her voice bright, and each message was filled with laughter. After a round of thoughts, she worried that there might be messages that hadn't been responded to, leading to misunderstandings. She decided to check Soo Yunzo's moments on WeChat. In a video she shot on site, she was leaning against Soo Yunzo, looking up with a bright smile. Then, she added a voice message. Her tone sweet yet possessive. Hello everyone, I'm Jiru. Can I borrow your Yunzo for a couple of days? She paused. A playful chuckle in her voice. If he doesn't get a chance to reply to everyone later, please don't take it the wrong way. Because. She elongated her tone, her eyes turning into mischievous crescents. He will be very busy. Chapter 174. He is in me, I am in him. The moments exploded in an instant. The number of likes skyrocketed. Comments refreshed wildly. Wow. Is the main character announcing it? Feel free to borrow him. No need to return. So what does very busy mean? Is it what I think it means? Someone upstairs, shove the microphone in your mouth. Elaborate. Teacher Song, take it easy. Suga looks quite lean. Soo Yunzo looked at the screen displaying the intimate video of him and Song Jiru, listened to her voice message about him being busy, and saw the increasingly off-topic comments below. His lips twitched. Busy? How busy could it be? Song Jiru lay down again, naturally grabbing his hand and placing it on herself. Looking up, her eyes were clear and innocent, yet her tone was assertive. Big brother, you can start being busy now. Soo Yunzo, in Shanghai, at the Tang Palace. Around 2 in the morning, the car stopped outside the courtyard. The heavy door of the villa slid open, and Wenyu was already standing at the entrance waiting. Upon seeing the three getting out of the car, she slightly bowed, her voice soft. Mr. Soo, Lin has just fallen asleep. Before she could finish her sentence, footsteps came from the depths of the living room. Lin Ruoxuan walked out from the shadows, wearing a silk nightgown. Aunt Wen, you should go rest first, she said. Her voice a bit hoarse but gentle. I'm awake. Wenyu looked at her thin nightgown and frowned, her tone carrying a hint of scolding. Why are you dressed so lightly? Go back inside, it's chilly at night. However, Lin Ruoxuan seemed to not hear her. She stood quietly, her gaze crossing the courtyard and landing on Soo Yunzo. With a gentle sigh, her voice was as soft as a whisper. Tyrant, we meet again. Beside her, Song Jinxian looked at Lin Ruoxuan, then at Soo Yunzo, and finally at the obediently standing Song Jiru. Wow. When have I seen this crazy cousin with such a gentle side? I better disappear quickly. She cleared her throat, steeling herself to speak quickly. Cousin, good evening. I'll go rest now, and one tea disturb you three. After saying that, she grabbed Wenyu's arm. Come on, Aunt Wen, lead the way. Wenyu was almost pulled off balance by her, feeling both amused and exasperated. Little Song, how many times have you been here? Do you still need me to lead the way? Yes, yes. Song Jinxian hurried her steps, as if a tiger were chasing her from behind. After all, it was better not to know what would happen next. After all, the relationship between these three. Well, forget it, it's better not to guess randomly. It's easy to give oneself a headache. Soo Yunju looked at Lin Ruoxuan's thin nightgown and frowned slightly. He casually took off his coat and walked over to drape it over her shoulders. Hey, what are you doing out here? It's chilly at night. What if you catch a cold? Lin Ruoxuan allowed him to put the coat on her. She looked up at him, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips, being able to be with the tyrant for even one more minute. She paused, her voice very soft. That's good too. This queen, who was usually decisive and cold in the business world, looked like a little girl at that moment. Her eyes filled with affection and dependence. It was almost unbearably sweet. But Song Jiru, standing to the side, thought this scene was completely natural and expected. The three of them entered Lin Ruoxuan's room. It was Song Jiru's first time there. She stood in front of a painting for a long time. Then, she softly remarked, the painting is really good. It perfectly captures the essence of your brother. Lin Ruoxuan smiled. Teacher Song, I haven't congratulated you both yet. It's wonderful that lovers have finally become a couple. Soo Yunju, standing nearby, pretended he didn't hear that. He directly walked to the large bed and lay down, burying himself in the soft blankets, thinking that sleeping was the best way to survive. Song Jiru stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Ruoxuan. Then, she earnestly bowed deeply. Ms. Lin, I came to thank you in person. Tonight's event is truly too grand. Lin Ruoxuan smiled. No need to thank me. Only a proposal of this level is worthy of him. She glanced at Soo Yunju, who was curled up in her blankets, her gaze filled with tenderness. He deserves the best. Instead, I should thank Teacher Song for giving him such a perfect and grand proposal, allowing him to be seen and blessed by the world. Song Jiru's eyes turned red again. She nodded vigorously, took a deep breath, and held back her tears. Ms. Lin, it's your turn next. After speaking, she slightly bowed to Lin Ruoxuan again. Then she turned to Soo Yunju, her eyes gentle. Brother, good night. See you tomorrow. She exited the room, her footsteps light, as if afraid of disturbing something. The door was gently closed with a soft click. Inside, silence returned. In the kitchen, the warm yellow lights illuminated the late-night space. Song Jinxian was rummaging through a huge double-door refrigerator, pulling out a box of fresh milk pudding, and scooping a large spoonful into her mouth. The icy sweetness melted on her tongue, slightly relaxing her tense nerves from the earlier confrontation among the three. Hearing footsteps, she turned her head and saw Song Jiru walk in. She blinked and raised the pudding box in her hand. Teacher Song, want some? Song Jiru nodded and sat on a bar stool at the island counter. Song Jinxian scooped another large spoonful, placed it in a small porcelain bowl, and pushed it over to her. The two quietly took a few bites. After holding back for a while, Song Jinxian finally couldn't resist. She set down her spoon and looked at Song Jiru. Teacher Song. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. Mr. Su is very, very, very outstanding. She emphasized very 3 times. But why do you all seem not to mind each other? She gestured, trying to express the kind of complicated relationship that was dizzying. This is something I've never understood. Can you tell me about it? I'm really curious. Song Jiru took a small bite of pudding, a gentle smile on her lips. She thought for a moment and said softly, because we all see him as a part of ourselves. Naturally. We hope he is happy and has the life he desires the most. We are all striving to make that happen, rather than possess him and cause him distress. Song Jinxian was taken aback. A part of ourselves? She furrowed her brows, trying to understand. A part of the body? She still didn't get it. I don't understand. Song Jiru smiled, her eyes filled with tenderness and memories. As for Mr. Lin, I'm not sure. But for me, she paused. Her gaze distant as if recalling something from long ago, a sweet smile forming on her lips. 13 years ago, my brother and I were once one. He is me. And I am him. We are inseparable. She naturally referred to the times Su Yunzhou had to help her deal with thugs. Song Jinxian felt her head buzz. 13 years ago? How old was Su Yunzhou then? The spoon in her hand clattered into the porcelain bowl, making a crisp sound. Her eyes widened, her mouth opened. But no sound came out. Her mind raced with thoughts. This is too intense. You all are really retro. She suddenly bowed her head, shoving pudding into her mouth, pretending she hadn't heard anything and didn't understand. Chapter 175, The National Master of the Ming Dynasty? Me? In the room, after the door closed. Lin Ruoxuan sat down beside the pretending to sleep Su Yunzhou. She leaned over and gently kissed his forehead. Tyrant, she called him softly, with a smile. Are you really asleep? Su Yunzhou opened his eyes. From this angle, looking up at Lin Ruoxuan as she leaned down, her clothing slightly open. The silk robe revealed a large expanse of fair skin, delicate collarbones, and breathtaking curves. Although he had seen it countless times before, it was still striking. After all, she had the most impressive figure among the three. Moreover, her appearance was still youthful and fresh, her skin tight and fair, with features as exquisite as a fine painting. This youthful face, paired with such a stunning figure, was simply overwhelming. Then Su Yunzhou felt a dull ache in his lower back. He cleared his throat and smiled, trying to lighten the mood. Xian, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight. Lin Ruoxuan looked up, gazing at the bright moon outside the window. Yes. Su Yunzhou sat up. Why don't we go to the courtyard, have some wine, and enjoy the moon together? His voice was gentle, laced with seduction, just like before. Let's talk about the past and the future. A joke flashed through his mind at the wrong moment. For an 8-year-old girl, you tell a story to lull her to sleep. For an 18-year-old girl, you weave a tale to trick her into sleeping. For a 38-year-old woman, you also need to come up with a story to keep her from sleeping with you. Although Lin Ruoxuan was still a few years shy of 38. She understood the principle of rounding up. Therefore, she had to leave the bedroom, a high-risk zone. After all, the bed was a dangerous prop, likely to trigger uncontrollable, intense physical and chemical reactions. Lin Ruoxuan smiled faintly. Tyrant, have you forgotten what I told you yesterday? She paused, enunciating clearly, at my age. It's no longer suitable for romance. Su Yunzhou opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Actually, in my eyes, you're still the little girl from back then. Before he could finish, Lin Ruoxuan interrupted him, pushing him back down, leaning closer. Women my age prefer directness. Su Yunzhao's body stiffened slightly. But Lin Ruoxuan had already reached out, wrapping her arms around his neck. She leaned closer to his ear, her warm breath brushing against him. And have you forgotten? I also mentioned that when I returned, I would tidy you up. After being chased away yesterday, today she curled her lips into a smile, breathtakingly beautiful, yet sending a chill down Su Yunzhao's spine. You've come right to my door. You can't escape now, little kitty. Su Yunzhao closed his eyes, resigned, and let out a soft sigh. Then, he reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist, pulling her firmly into his embrace. All right, just be gentle, he said. Lin Ruoxuan rested her head on Su Yunzhao's shoulder, her delicate fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. Her breath had yet to steady, warm and soft against his neck. Tyrant, she murmured, her voice carrying a post-coital languor and a hint of unnoticeable awe. I feel like you're even stronger than yesterday. Su Yunzhao kept his eyes closed, reflecting on her words. Indeed, yesterday was before the rigorous trials of will and stamina, and now, after that series of almost brutal challenges, his body's endurance, explosive power, and recovery seemed to have risen to another level. More importantly, he didn't feel much fatigue at all. His waist wasn't sore, his legs weren't weak. He could even go again. He had intended to get up since he was still thinking about that strange game. The departure of the other person felt like a thorn in his heart. He needed to grow stronger quickly and figure out what kind of trap his future self had set. But as soon as he moved, Lin Ruoxuan hugged him tightly. Don't go, her voice muffled in his shoulder, like a spoiled cat. Stay with me a little longer. Su Yunzhao paused, looking down at her messy hair buried in his neck, at her slightly flushed ears. The tension in his heart eased a bit. Forget it. Let us rest for a night. After all, there are many days ahead. There's no rush for today. He lay back down, drawing her closer into his arms. Sleep now. He spoke softly, gently patting her back as if comforting a child. I'm here. Lin Roakshuan gave a soft hum, snuggling closer to him, finding a more comfortable position. Her breathing gradually became even and prolonged. However, Su Yunju suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. He turned his head to look at the phone on the bedside table. The screen occasionally lit up in the darkness with the faint glow of message notifications. Without looking, he knew that it must be bombarded with messages, and the unread notifications had likely reached an overwhelming number. Forget it. I can't catch up anyway. I'll deal with it after a nap. He closed his eyes and held the warm, soft figure in his arms a little tighter, sinking into a dream. Meanwhile, in Binzhou, at the Provincial Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Technology Center, the office lights were still on late at night. When she sat in front of the computer, the screen filled with dense case files and scene photos. She rubbed her throbbing temples and picked up her phone, dialing a certain number for the nth time. Sorry. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. The cold, mechanical female voice echoed for the nth time. When she stared at the phone screen with the note Xiao Zhou Zhou, her expression gradually turning dangerous. She switched to WeChat and opened her moments. Refreshing. The first post was a love video recently shared by Song Jiru. When she watched the video where Su Yunju gazed tenderly at Song Jiru, and then thought about how she had made a dozen unanswered calls. Gritting her teeth, she said slowly, Xiao Zhou Zhou. The words squeezed out between her teeth. You're too much. While you're busy being all lovey-dovey with your big star. Have you completely forgotten about the promise you made to me? The case. The next morning, Su Yunju woke up early. He gently withdrew the arm she had been resting on, got up to wash up, put on a bathrobe, and walked out of the bedroom. In the dining room, the morning sunlight filled the space, and the air was fragrant with freshly brewed coffee and toasted bread. Song Jiru was already sitting there. Since they were indoors and there were no outsiders, she wore a simple white tank top and light blue shorts. The tank top fitted snugly, outlining her alluring curves. Beneath the shorts, her long, straight legs shone dazzlingly white in the morning light. It was cool enough to tempt anyone. She was sipping milk while focusing on her tablet. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. Upon seeing Su Yunju, her eyes lit up instantly. Big brother. She put down her milk cup and waved to him. Her tone a bit excited. You're trending. Su Yunju walked over and sat down beside her, puzzled. What's so strange about me trending after yesterday's incident? He spoke as if it were a matter of course. After all, last night's globally live-streamed proposal with a legendary piano performance and the revelation of a 13-year background story was enough to keep him on the trending list for a week, becoming a topic of romantic conversation for the public, analyzed repeatedly by the media, and perhaps even written into entertainment history as a typical case. Trending? Isn't that basic? Song Jiru realized he misunderstood and quickly pushed the tablet over to him, tapping the screen with her finger. Not that. Look at this. Su Yunju leaned in closer. On the tablet screen, there was a trending topic, Su Yunzu, national master of the Ming Dynasty, followed by a deep red explosion emoji. Clicking in, the top post was from a well-known history blogger with the ID historical researcher, who has over 1 million followers, sharing a lengthy post at 4 a.m. The accompanying image was a grid of 9. The title, emphasized in bold, had a tone of shock. Stunning discovery. The Su Yunzu who appeared last night on July 9th bears an astonishing resemblance to the legendary national master Su Yun from the Ming Dynasty's Taiping era. This is not just similar, it's practically identical. In the main text, the blogger wrote in an excited, almost incoherent manner, I watched the live broadcast of Song Jiru's concert last night, and when that mysterious Mr. Su Yunzu appeared, I felt an uncanny familiarity. Especially when he stood there in that Zhongshan suit or played the piano, the calmness and aura seemed to transcend time, making me feel like I've seen him somewhere before. I couldn't sleep all night, scouring through databases, and I finally found the answer. Everyone, please look at the comparison images. Attached were images. Image 1 was a high-definition scan of the national master Su Yun in court robes, painted by a Ming court artist under the command of the Taiping Emperor, currently housed in the National Museum. Image 2 was a screenshot of Mr. Su Yunzu captured from multiple angles during the concert. Image 3 showed the results of overlaying the painting and the live screenshot for detailed comparison. You can see for yourselves the spacing between the brows and eyes, the shape of the eyes, the line of the nose, the contour of the lips, the angle of the jaw, and even the nearly invisible mole below the right eye. They all match perfectly. This isn't just a simple resemblance. This is identical. It's a replica. It's a mirror image. At the end of the post, the blogger exclaimed in bold, I have goosebumps all over. Su Yunzu. The names are only one character apart. Is this really just a coincidence? Is this Mr. Su Yunzu a descendant of the national master Su Yun? Or is there some more terrifying possibility that we cannot comprehend? The National Museum and the Palace Museum's Historical Research Institute need to provide an official appraisal. Chapter 176. The 5 great military strategists of all time. Su Yunzu stared at the 9 images, feeling somewhat dazed. Memories were abruptly pulled back to many years ago. In a middle school history class, a young teacher was presenting a PowerPoint on the 200-year history of the Southern Ming, discussing the legendary Taiping revival and mentioning the mysterious national master Su Yun, who streaked across the historical sky like a meteor, leaving countless enigmas. The textbook contained a small, simple illustration of Su Yun, printed roughly with crude lines. At that time, a boy sitting next to him nudged his arm and winked. Hey, Su Yunzu. This national master has a name quite similar to yours. Look, this image kinda resembles you. Surrounding classmates gathered to take a look and burst into laughter. It really does. Especially the eyes and nose. Su Yunzu. You can't be the reincarnation of a national master, can you? Then you should be able to summon the